then seemingly the would like if you're in a car and you just suddenly increase like 10 miles per hour, like you would feel that. But I don't know if you actually if there would be such a change in such an orbit, you know?
Well, for one, in a circular orbit, even if it's circular, but either way, elliptical, circular, it's still it's a constant change in vector and speed.
It wouldn't be
So
the same because my default perspective on that was that it's like the same speed, like you're long, it's just going the same. I could be wrong, but that was just my
right.
default
So
model.
you know what debunks that? Like, okay, so so are you trying to say that like we've gotten used to that speed because it's in one direction? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was thinking again. I'm not saying it's true, but like
Hmm.
when I heard about like it orbits around the sun, my perspective was that oh, like it's just going at like a steady rate, like imagine you have like a huge like racetrack, and the car is just
Uh,
going around the middle at the same speed the whole time. I thought it was like that.
right. But here's the whole debunk on that, bro. So let's say you're on the surface of this thing and it's going around like on a racetrack, okay? All you have to do is turn your head at any angle. Like if you turned your head 90 degrees to the direction, you're gonna feel it in a different part of your butt in your vestibular system. You're gonna feel it pulling you backward instead of to the right, for instance. You
Yeah,
see that?
but if your window is open, then you would. If your window is closed, you would not though.
No, the whole thing is the Earth is supposed to be in an open system, not a closed system. So you can't use closed system as an analogy.
But according to again, when I'm saying this, I'm not saying it's true, but I'm saying, but according to the scientific model, that with the gravity and the atmosphere and etc., that that provides a closed system and it's contained. Though I see some issues with that, it seems kind of weird, but it seems like the
So it's
scientific.
not scientific if it hasn't been proven through the scientific method, and it's not even a theory. It's just an idea. That's all it is. How was gravity created? Through a thought experiment. What the hell is a thought experiment?
Wait, gravity just create the thought experiment. I never heard that one. That's new.
Yes. Do you know that he went into like a trance? He said he would go into like a meditation. He would have these thought experiments. So what's the freaking independent control variable in a thought experiment? What are you going to change and manipulate yourself as the experimenter in a thought experiment?
I mean, for something to be scientific, you do need a what's that called?
Cause
Like
and
a
effect
constant or something.
relationship. You need a
Yeah.
cause and effect relationship. You need to be able to demonstrate it and repeat it. Go ahead, son.
Yeah.
See, what you're not understanding about gravity is it's literally just a concept to make people that they taught us to make people think you can live on a ball. That's the only reason gravity was ever
Hmm.
conjured up.
And
It's
you're at least 3 steps too far ahead already. You've jumped ahead about 3 steps because we need verification of that it's a sphere first. Number one, verification that it is in rotation, and the proof of gas pressure without a container. So until we have those, then no one's even going to be talking about gravity. It's just a non sequitur because you haven't provided the initial fundamental empirical evidence about the initial claims.
Hmm.
So I'm waiting for the measurement of curvature. I want the standard, the official one, the one that's used officially as a standard of a reference of a measurement of this curvature of Earth. It should be everywhere. So I'm just having trouble understanding why no one can seem to find it, and it has not been found by anyone that I'm aware of. They would be the most famous glober ever born.
Wait, really? So, because I know different people keep talking about whatever, but there's not like an official stand like this is the actual measurement, like in it,
No,
and there's like plus or minus, blah blah.
go try to find it. Go, you'll find a bunch of wordage here and there, but they're going to say 3,959 miles. I want verification of that number. How did they validate that number before you go on to anything else?
Yeah.
So yeah, I want verification that it was
Like what the
proven that
number?
that is the radius. I want
Yeah,
proof. It needs
like
to be
what
a
the number
measurement.
is? and how
What?
they got that information, basically.
Yeah, I want to know the method they used to do a direct physical measurement. Well, saying physical measurement is kind of redundant because a measurement is physical. It requires an exchange of energy.
Well, I was watching a video. I gotta find it. I don't know how true it is, but they were saying that you can bounce sonar back at you. But I don't understand that because like the video was saying that you can bounce at the moon and it bounce back. But from what I know is when you use sonar or when you bounce at something, you get that information. I don't know if you can bounce it off of something and it bounce back. Like whales or like dolphins. When they shoot like a
Well,
sonar
radar
out.
does. Yeah, radar does,
Yeah.
and sonar does. Yeah, it bounces off of things. Some bats
No,
use the same kind of thing.
yeah, but like for example, like if a bat's flying, it shoots at something and it gets the information. But what the video was saying, now when I think about it, doesn't really make sense, but it's saying that you can it'd be the equivalent of a bat shooting it at a turtle, and a turtle shoots it back at the bat, and so the bat knows its size and what it looks like based upon the thing that bounced back
I
at it.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it knows exactly. I don't know exactly how that works, but they must have some kind of sensing organ that
No,
they
I'm
know
not.
electronically that this impulse is coming back in this amount of time. So they've somehow these like whatever created all of these creatures that can do that is just absolutely incredible that someone could think that that is random or by chance.
Well, I don't know. This is why I don't hop on the board and saying it's random. I do believe that it can be rational to say that there's a creator of it, not God, even though I do believe that God exists, but I don't jump to the boss because there's a bunch of steps before that. But I do see that it could be rational that you have like a mind that created that, not God, by the way, but another mind that made whatever. I do see how that could be rational, So that's not too far fetched.
Yeah, it would be God, the creator, whatever.
No, because like the word God, it has baggage to it. I'm not saying God doesn't exist, but I don't use the word God
Yeah,
because it
I
has
know what you mean.
baggage. Yeah, it has
Yeah.
baggage.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's another one of those hijacked words, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
like yeah, because like
just say
it's,
creator or the source, one of those. Most
yeah,
people are
because like
okay with that.
I don't like using the word source because that's baggage. Like for example, let's say it's true that we live in like a snow globe type of thing, and it made everything here. And let's say that there is a being that's like that's all powerful, all knowing, and all present. It doesn't mean that the creator of this particular quote unquote snow globe is that. It could very well be that that being that made this quote unquote container is bounded by a different set of laws that can die in a center that does believe in a God, or maybe it's an atheist. That could be possible.
We wouldn't know the mind
Uh,
of God. That's like kind of asking.
no.
Those are good questions to ask about what is the mind of God? What is it? Is
No,
it?
no, no, but I'm not even talking about God though. I'm saying for all I know, it could be God, and there could be beings that can create flat worlds that are not God. You get me? Because omnipotence allows that by definition.
Hmm.
You get me?
We're
Yeah.
getting into metaphysical speculation that it's fine to speculate, but we can't prove any of that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's
which
okay.
Well,
Those are good
but
discussions. I mean, I enjoy the discussions, but
you
it is
know,
speculation.
yeah, which is why I don't
this
understand that there's a lot of people
God
that say,
of
okay, that once we prove that we live in a container, they automatically jump to the boss. And I'm not saying it's like
the
if you
God
walk into a building and you find like a toy on the ground, though it could be the boss that made the toy, that's the last thing you jump to. You never ever jump directly to the boss. We never do that. We never do that.
the the God of this world is not a God of omnipotence.
Yeah, that's a better way to say it. The God of this
He's
world.
not.
That's a better way to say it. I like the way you said it.
Yeah.
The God of this world is not the
I
God of
call him
existence.
like this because you see, the God who created this world is the God of life, and he created this world for life to live in it.
Sure.
Yeah.
But have you ever
He's not
thought?
bound to it, and
Let me,
he's not bound to anything
But I
that
want to ask you something.
we have a concept of. I mean, we have a concept of dimensions.
Sure.
God is not bound to that.
I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
I don't know who's talking, but let's say the thing that you said, that there's a beings or gods, or the way that you're using it, you're using that
Hmm.
small g, not big G. So you're using that small g. The thing I'm trying to understand is if it can do this, where did it get that knowledge from? Or these just random
What do you
thoughts?
mean? Who are you
Like for example,
referring to?
like let's say like the word God that you're using, and you're using a creator. So I'm just gonna use the word creator. I'm not talking about
Yes.
a God. I'm talking about like a sub creator. Like for example, if I want to build a video game, I make a game and I use information from what I observe. Oh, I observe birds flying, fire. So I make a game where like humans can fly with like wings, let's say, because I observe them in my surroundings. So my creation is based on my observation. But if I've never
Okay,
seen
yes, but
tree,
you
where am
can
I getting
also
that
you
from? I don't
one
understand.
moment,
Like, where's that? Yeah.
one moment.
Sure.
These coders, the programmers, they have made small AIs in a virtual simulation, and they put some rules in there, like conquer the flag game, you know.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
And all these little entities, AIs, they were in a competition to capture the flag, and each one had to evolve and come up with new methods and ideas to win the game. That was their whole goal and purpose, you know. And some of them managed to, like, you know, uh, cheat on the game. They found ways to climb the walls, which
Oh,
were they were
I
not
know, I know what you're talking
they
about.
were not coded to do that. They
Sure.
have not been programmed to do that.
Okay.
So, and you see, in the Bible, it is very specific that angels were
Oh,
created, and one
I,
third of them went astray from their
wait. Can I,
programming.
can I add on to what you just said? Because what you just said something.
Yeah,
I want to add on a little thing to what you said. So you know what you said? We talking about these programmers when they make
yeah,
a goal,
yeah,
and these things essentially defy the laws of that, and they found a loophole to achieve the same goal.
yes,
So what I'm wondering is, let's say that if a person, for example, has, let's say that there's a quote unquote like a creator, and have a world where you have to do this to have a peaceful
mhm,
afterlife. It very well could be that a thing could exist that could go outside the laws of that reality and find a different path. So let's say, for example, in this reality, Christianity is true. So you have to capture the flag. To win, you have to do this. But it seems like that there potentially could be things that can go outside of it and provide a different path.
mhm.
You get me?
Yeah. Well, for me, this, I mean, in the real world, uh, to do this task like capturing the flag, for me, it will mean like going beyond the lambda point.
We're gonna be on the what? The what point?
Going beyond the lambda point. It's a threshold point.
Yes.
It is the point of extreme cold where the laws of nature change from
Okay.
what we know, what we experience. They change to what we call quantum mechanics.
Sure.
Yeah, entanglement, supermagnetism, superconductivity, supernatural forces of our
So
world, in
I
our
want to
world.
I want to ask you something. What do you think
Yeah.
about simulation theory?
Simulation theory is for me just worship of cyberspace, virtual worlds, hell.
No, like I'm not saying that. I'm talking about like simulation theory, like kind of like Matrix style, like simulation. You know,
Yeah,
like
that's the that's the worship of cyberspace.
no, but I'm not talking about cyberspace. I'm saying like, for example, like have you
Yeah,
seen the
that is
movie?
all
Have you seen?
virtual.
Have
It
you seen the
doesn't
movie
physically
The Matrix?
exist.
No, but have you seen the movie The Matrix?
Simulations. Yeah, I did. I saw it.
Okay, so let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, like if I was Morpheus and if you were like Neo, but you were in the simulation world, and in your simulation world, there's a Jesus in the past, and there's a Yahweh, and they did miracles and prophecy, and you believe
Hmm.
that's the true world. That won't be the true world, right? It's the world of the simulation, but it's not the true world. So from my perspective, it could be that like Yahweh
Yes,
or
but
Jesus
Yeah,
based
but
or
you know
in
what the
on
problem? Yeah,
based
here's what I'm sorry.
based
Go
on
ahead.
this assumption, based on this assumption,
sure.
you invoke that reality is not real.
No, I'm not saying reality is not that there's not a true reality. I'm saying that for all we know, this might not be true reality. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
the
it.
thing is, hold
Yeah.
on though. Here's the thing. We
Go
do
ahead.
have something though that is objectively a solid physical
Oh, what?
place we
Yeah.
live in, you know? And there is supernatural things going on, even though
Mhm.
our experience is only in this kind of like physical location or whatever, in this physical state, right? But there's definitely concreteness to it. Now, I understand what you're saying about like behind it all is this data, this number flowing stream of like information that's creating a simulation or something. It had to come from somewhere. So whatever we're seeing here, there has to be the informer. There had to be a programmer. That's about as far as I'm going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Me
and
too.
then also because like let's say for example, if it's true where we live in a flat, Earth, and that there's nothing beyond that, that gives a huge credit towards simulation theory because that means that there's way less power required. I'm not saying it's true. It just means it brings it closer to home. But okay, now this is even more possible.
Did you
Yeah.
say there's nothing beyond though?
No, I didn't say there's nothing beyond. I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
like, for example, if you want to believe in a God, sure, you can have a God, but it's like same thing like with the Matrix. Like imagine like in the Matrix that there was a Jesus or there's a Yahweh. Obviously, that has nothing to do with the true reality. It's all simulated. So I'm saying now, like the Greek gods or the Egyptian gods or the Christian god or the Hindu gods, all we know it could just be simulated. I'm not saying it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, but so here's the thing. You got to look at the word a little more carefully. So simulation, what does that word mean?
Mhm.
The word simulation, basically that you're creating a false reality for whatever reason
Listen, you're simulating something that would be similar to what?
to some type of reality or something like that.
Something that actually existed before the
No, but
simulation.
not necessarily. It could be like
No,
an
it has
alternate
to. It's
version.
in the word. It's in the actual word. It's the word itself is simular. Simulate means simulating something that it would have to be similar to something that was before. Otherwise, you couldn't simulate something.
Okay, I don't know what word to use then because that's simulation or another thing out there. Because simulation is what we have because we don't have another word to express the same type of concept.
Yeah,
Because
dude,
the
it
word,
needs to be similar. It needs to be
okay,
simulating something. It would have to be similar. That's what the word means. Similar to something else.
then what word would you give it where it's that same concept but doesn't simulate a thing that's similar? Because we don't have any other word to express
I
that
don't,
concept.
well, see, in the realm of Earth, I don't know. Like, I don't know. There's too many
But like,
unknowns.
Well,
if I made a quote unquote simulation where it's like dinosaurs that can breathe fire, and if we know that never happened, we still call that a
a
simulation.
Hollywood movie, yeah, a Hollywood movie is a simulation. Acting is a simulation,
Yeah.
and
So I'm saying,
that is better known as hypocrisy.
You know, you bring up some really good points, and actually, it is a fascinating topic, right? And it would make a
Yeah,
great
yeah,
like a book and literature. Like these kind of thoughts are the type of thing that I would like to write about myself. You know,
Because
so
I have a potential theory. I'm not saying it's true, but like an idea could be, for example, that there could be a true base reality, and it could be that there was a Jesus, blah blah blah. It could be like a scientist made everything the same and a fast forwarding our time so that they can see if Jesus truly was God or if he was an alien or whatever. I'm not saying it's true, but that is a potential theory that maybe we're the exact same as base reality. We're being studied so that they can determine what exactly Yahweh is. If he's actually
yeah.
God, if he's alien, and they're just fast forwarding the simulation. I
you
don't know.
never
You
I'm
know.
know,
just
I
You never
yeah,
know. But whoever the
yeah,
creator is made a system that is so far beyond reach of any of our imaginations. Like we can't imagine the kind of I would have to say engineering that it would take to create this cyclical system that resets, the skies reset in the same exact place every year,
I
like
mean that's
without
not
fail.
that's not
Wow. So
that's because we can already do that with like games and all that. So in terms of that, that's not too far fetched so far.
no,
Other things,
but it boggles the mind that there's somebody that's up above us that we're actually his footstool, that it's his like one maybe a pet project of some super advanced who knows what it is that would create us and everything that's on Earth, that it's all in a contained system, that it's geocentric. Like,
Juju, I have an argument against the simulation theory that I
sure.
think shows that we're in the base layer.
Okay, sure.
I think that we human beings are made up of a material aspect, our bodies and our brains, plus an immaterial aspect, our souls, our choices, our minds. And I think that computers cannot nor will ever be able to simulate a soul.
Hold on. Okay, let me pause there. You do realize that simulation it goes down two different avenues. One is matrix style, like that. They're not simulated consciousness at all. And there's the other type of simulation where you're simulating minds, etc. So even if you can't simulate mind, you still have the matrix style simulation. So what you said has nothing. It doesn't attack the matrix style simulation. It
Oh, I
attacks
see.
the other.
Okay, that's fair enough.
um,
I didn't make that distinction.
yeah.
Yeah, but I do get what you're saying though. But I also need to address what you're saying. Even if what you're saying is true, where we cannot simulate actual consciousness, that if simulation theory is true, where you can, it would mean that there's a maximum battery capacity, like there's a maximum battery supply. Meaning that once it runs out, and let's say it runs out at like layer 75, they don't have enough juice to make a layer 76. So none of them will be able to simulate their consciousness because they don't have the juice to simulate that extra layer. You get me? So even if you can't ever simulate consciousness, it could be that we're in the last layer. And, I'm just throwing it out there. It could be.
Well,
You get
Interesting.
what I'm
Giorgio,
saying? You get me though?
I don't,
Yeah, I do.
I,
Uh,
yeah, can
again,
I add
I'm not saying
a point
I'm not
too?
saying it's true or false. I'm not saying it's true or false. I'm
Yeah,
just throwing this on the table. That's all.
I understand you, but
Sure.
uh, I don't, when I say these things now that I will say, I don't mean like I'm more intelligent than you or you are less or anything like that. But I will be addressing like our education level, and our knowledge. And I cannot praise my own intelligence and stuff like that. It's not something right to do.
Okay,
The
sure. You can
thing
just say
is,
whatever point you
you
want to.
see, I was a glober before. I came across Flat Earth. I found it like 2013. It took me like 1.5 years to actually click to the Flat Earth, you know, information. And yeah, ever since I'm a Flat Earther. But this is a huge change. The problem is that in 2015, 2014, 15, I came across a book written by a Romanian academician, and he was speaking about prehistoric Dacia. It's an ancient civilization, which it's the knowledge about it, about this civilization, has been wiped out from mankind's history. And by Emperor Constantine, he gave laws to execute any man who ever pronounces the name of these people. You know, they were not allowed to call themselves. You know, now the problem is that the Roman Empire, 2,000 years ago, they stole from these people a book, and this book was written in solid gold tablets. One page was weighing 10 kilograms of gold. One page. To read one page of that book, it means that you hold in your hand a tablet of 10 kilograms of gold. What difference would it make in your life if you had 10 kilograms of gold right now?
I mean, that would change things a lot.
A lot, yeah? Okay, now how about the whole book? Because it's about 15,000 tons of gold.
Okay.
Do you know how many trucks do you need to carry that much gold?
No.
I mean,
Probably 5,
a
actually.
a big
I don't
truck will be carrying. I mean, if you have a good truck, yeah, you can carry around 100 ton.
know. Okay.
Yeah, like super loaded, overloaded. Yeah, and to carry 15,000 ton of gold, it's a lot of trucks.
I think
Yeah,
that means that it's unlikely that this book actually existed. The fact that it would
it
weigh so
does.
much
It
is
does.
evidence
It
that
does.
it doesn't ever exist.
It does. It is.
Because you're not saying it weighs the amount of gold. You're saying that it's the equivalent in
Yeah.
terms of how valuable it is, right?
Well,
Are we talking about the weight? Are you talking about the
I
weight, or are you talking
mean,
about how valuable it is?
the physical value is evident. I mean, the Romans, when they took it, they made a party, 200 days. They celebrated. Everybody partied, nobody worked in the Roman Empire. So they invented the fiesta, which they still celebrate it today. And now, this king that they defeated is the Roman general is holding his head. He beheaded the king, yeah, and he's holding his head. This is a famous sculpture in Rome's walls.
Oh shit.
Yeah, yeah, it's very big sculpture and very famous, and it's quite a piece of art. Yeah. And you see, when I read the book of this academician, he was starting to decipher the language that these people uh, had before. And it was Proto-Latin, and it was a much more complex language. It had three distinct alphabets, three kinds of writing. But these people in this civilization, it was like blasphemy for a man to write on paper or stone and stuff like that. So mostly, when they were saying that when a man is writing something, he has to write it on gold, to have the balls to do that. Because when you write on gold, it remains eternal. And if you wrote a lie on gold, then you're dead, 100%.
Okay. What is
You
this?
know?
What is this text about? I'm sort of getting confused.
Well, in this book,
Where are you getting at?
I know it is flat Earth described, you know, and this you can find it in the Greek mythology, because the ancient Greek writers, I mean, not Greek mythology, ancient Greek writers, they describe um these people, you know, the Dacians and the ancient Hyperboreans. And yeah, they talk about their religion and everything, you know. But
I have a
Greek
question for you.
mythology has been corrupted also, and they paganized these
Wait, what do you thought? What are your thoughts about Christianity?
about Christianity. I mean,
And then like
I'm
Hinduism.
I'm not
Like,
religious. I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. I do believe in God of life, creator of this world, and His holy sacrifice Son. You know, and
wait,
I read the
what?
Bible.
But can I ask you something? I'm just curious.
Sure.
So you believe Yahweh as God or Elohim as God? I'm just gonna use
Mm,
Yahweh.
the God I believe, I do not know His name, and I know that no man in this world knows the name of God. God
Okay, but
hates
like,
blasphemy, and He changed His name. Um,
yeah,
the
but I'm
Holy
talking about the
Sacrifice
Father.
Son speaks
But
about
the
this
Father.
in the Book of Revelation,
So you believe that?
or
Hold on. So you believe the Father
yeah,
of Jesus made Earth? Is that your position?
yeah, God of life, the Creator. Yeah, He
Okay, so you
created this
believe?
world, and
Yeah, hold on.
He
Let me
came.
let me.
He came in the humankind among
Yeah,
us.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah,
But let me ask you
yeah.
something. What has led you to believe that the Father of Jesus made Earth? I'm just curious. Like, what makes you believe that's true? If I may ask, I'm just curious.
Intelligent design. You know
Yeah, yeah.
this. You know
Hold
this.
on.
No, one moment. What is this substance that make your nails or hair?
I don't know. Look, what I'm saying is, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
this
that. Hold on.
substance you find it to chickens, yeah, their claws, their skin, their feathers, and you find it
Look,
to elephants, you find it to crocodiles, you find it to all
B,
mammals.
B. Look, I'm not.
Yeah,
Look, B. I'm not saying that this realm that we're in does not
yeah.
have a creator. I'm only asking you what makes you
uh,
believe that the Father of Jesus made this reality. It's like, for example, imagine we're blood brothers. Of course, we
yeah.
have a human father, but you believe Tom is our father. I'm asking you, why do you believe Tom is our father? Not whether or not we have a father, but why do you believe Tom specifically is our father?
Well,
So you believe?
it's not biological father,
Yeah.
the
Yes,
Father
but
in the
I'm
heavens.
saying,
The Father in
yeah,
the
but
heavens is the creator. So
yes, I
you
know,
wouldn't
I know.
exist, and you know the life which flows through your
Look, hold
body
on, dude.
in
I
your
understand
breath,
what you're
you
saying.
know, is
Yes, but
breath from Him.
yes, but people say that
Yeah,
about other gods as well. They say that about Anu. They say that about Vishnu. They say that about Ra. They say that about a
yeah.
bunch of deities that made Earth.
The Book of Enoch also tells about the fallen ones. Yeah, and they are known as gods in the Greek mythology too, Apollyon and
Yeah. So
etc.
hold on.
Prometheus.
So my question to you is, what
Yeah,
makes you think that the Father of Jesus is not like a fallen angel? Why do you think he's not a fallen quote unquote angel?
it's not because wisdom is a good angel of God. Yeah, and
But do you?
yeah, when we talk about angels, you have a different kind of understanding and concept of what they are. Uh,
Okay,
you
I'm
see,
not trying to.
I see mathematics a fallen angel.
Okay, let me ask you something, okay? I want to ask
What
you
you
something.
call mathematics, for me, is a fallen angel.
Look, I want to ask you something. If I were to tell you that, like,
Yeah.
I'm the actual one that made this world, and I created Yahweh, I created Jesus, I create the mountains, I'm the creator of this reality. You're not going to believe me. Why?
If you say this,
If I told you that, yeah, if I'm saying I'm revealing myself and I actually am the true creator, and I created Jesus, I created Yahweh, I created Moses, I created all those people, I created Adam, and like I created this
well,
reality.
if you ask me to believe you, I am that kind of man that I can believe you on your manly word. Yeah, I choose to. But if you're lying, you will have to deal with this on your own.
Yeah, I know, I do
And
understand.
I can tell you that there will be a day when then you will search for me to take back your words, and I won't be there.
Yeah, but like we're getting a little bit off topic. According to
Yeah.
you,
Yeah, we're even off topic of the flat Earth. Can we move on?
Exactly.
yeah, yeah,
He's
because like
going
with the
off into
flat
the
Earth,
weeds, Juju.
yeah, because like nobody here right now has any position against the flat Earth, so we're not talking about that. We're just
Mm,
talking about the concept
yeah.
of creation. So,
We don't
Mr.
know that. We got a couple new people that could be talking, but go ahead. You need to wrap this
Yeah,
up, man.
sure.
Y'all both
Let's
said.
Yeah, if anyone here
let's
has
end
like
this.
anything
Wrap
against
it
flat
up.
Earth,
Yeah.
yeah, you can say whatever. But I'm just wondering, like, in terms of if I were to say, like, I'm the creator of this, like, how would
Yeah.
you assess the probability of that being true? Would you say it's a 0%? It's a non-zero? Do you have any way of determining the possibility, or you're like, I just don't know what the probability is?
Okay.
Like,
When you talk to people, I know you are used to get an answer like straight away, but when people ask me some questions, there are some questions which I tell them, hey, I'm gonna answer you in 10 years time from now on.
sure.
You know, these kind of questions, some of them, yeah, they are that kind, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, or who knows, maybe I'll have a revelation tomorrow, and yeah, I will tell you tomorrow. But it's not the time to answer to you, you know.
Do you have any kids?
Any what?
Do you have any kids?
Children?
Yeah, like any children? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a son.
Okay. What would you tell your son if your son one day told you that God talked to your child and God has revealed that God does exist, Jesus does exist, Yahweh does exist, but
Uh,
they're not God, but they're the creators of this reality, but it has nothing to do with the true God. Would
well,
you tell your
I know of gods which will do this exact thing that you're saying. I know about them.
okay.
Yeah. So
By the way, what's your worldview, by the way? You say you're not a Christian. No, you are a Christian, right?
yeah, I mean, not. I don't think his name was Jesus Christ. Yeah, maybe Yahushua, something like that.
By the way, if I were to ask you, because some
Mm.
people believe that Jesus was half alien. It's crazy, but some people,
Alien?
yeah, like some people believe that there was an alien, which Mary probably interpreted as like an angel who artificially inseminated Mary, which led her to give birth via being a virgin, which is possible. You can artificially inseminate
What's
someone
an
and they can
alien?
give birth to a virgin. You know, So some believe that Jesus was like half alien, half human, and which explains his
What's an
supernatural.
alien?
Just something that's like something that's beyond this condome, this container, something beyond this
Hey,
particular
I've
reality.
seen in the 90s these fools, you know, like the worshippers of Roswell UFO churches in USA. You know, these people were in some camp on a field. They were wearing fancy white robes and all sort of rubber heads and stuff like that. And they had a cult, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can't be listening to that kind of people speculations and stuff like that. I mean, they are talking out of their behinds, you know.
Well, not really, because like if you were to like evaluate it without personal feelings, then from
Yeah.
your perspective, it's probably like, I don't know. It could be, it cannot be, you know? It's like, for example, like if I were to
Well,
tell you,
mhm.
it's like if I were to tell you like this, and I say, it could be true that a turtle, like God created a turtle and the turtle made this universe. It sounds silly. It sounds really silly, but it could be true that that's possible. You get me?
Yeah,
Like when it
but
comes
it's
to,
not intelligent. That's not intelligent.
it's not, it's also
Yeah.
not intelligent either. That's the beauty of
Yeah.
it. It's not
I
intelligent,
can
but
I
it's
can
also,
show you a Romanian artist. Yeah. He sculpted the column, the infinite column, and
what do you,
one of the most famous U.S. art galleries. They want to
uh-huh.
buy these columns from the Romanians like for very big time money. Yeah,
Uh,
and they're not selling it.
wait, what are we talking?
This artist, I mean, this artist created this because
Wait,
he
what?
knew stuff, he studied stuff, and
Sure.
this column he sculpted has a lot of meaning in it.
Wait, what exactly are you talking about?
Art.
Oh, I see.
If I could interject, can we
I'm
try to
giving
get
you
back
an
to reality at
example
some point?
as art.
Sorry,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I
we
don't,
try to get
because
back to reality. You guys are in La La Land. My two cents.
Yeah.
well, when it says La La Land, that thing itself doesn't really have much meaning, because like if I were to tell you like it is a turtle that created this reality. In terms of everyday language, it might sound really silly, but when you evaluate it objectively, it's like 50%. It's like, you know, it could be, it cannot be. We really don't know. You know, everything is
Time you're
speculation.
discussing beliefs, anything's up for grabs, right? You're talking about beliefs. I've heard you say
Yeah.
the word believe at least 30 times the last 10 minutes. This isn't about what we believe, it's what we can prove and
Yeah.
know. So is there anybody new on here?
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, and when you remove fallacies and presumptions, it's, I don't know, like we really don't have much. Like we can't even say that the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat. Like if we were to be like honest, like we really
Well,
don't.
I tell you, back in the days in the 1800s, there was some people dressed in fancy clothes, very colorful and stuff. They lived in big tents, you know, they were installing these tents next to the city. And all the city people were going there, you know. And these people were hanging on elastic strings and make all these crazy jumps and stuff. And they were saying to the people in the audience to imagine that they don't see the strings and that they are really flying. And yeah, people
Uh-huh.
in the audience were imagining it and they were really believing it. And a space trip to Mars in those times costed 10 cents. So, if we imagine, yeah, I know it's La La Land, make believe.
So I just want to add to this, like, okay, speculation, speculation is okay and it can be beneficial, but there needs to be some, uh,
scientific
especially
something
with the
behind.
things that you don't
Yeah,
have all the answers to. And I know,
mm,
and I see that speculation is going to happen, but there needs to be
yeah,
some kind of guideline, some kind of boundary to the speculation. It needs to be based on, something that you observed. Like there needs to be a reason for you to
yeah.
make that conclusion or jump to that,
Mm.
you know, intellectually based, observational based, um, something to do with like a personal experience or
I made speculation, for example, on a sculpture of a sculptor, of a famous sculptor, yeah, about the column of infinite and stuff. And hey, yeah, this is speculation based on something real. But um, to make a speculation based on a Hollywood movie, which is, you know, very questionable. I mean, these people who run Hollywood, who write the scripts of these movies, yeah,
well, it has to be based in something
yeah,
I mean, it has to have a foundation.
yeah,
Because if it doesn't, then how are you going to advance the conversation? You have to have something to build off of, and if it's not
yeah,
based upon something within reality, like if it's not
yeah,
based in reality somehow, and all you have is your imagination, then there's no way you can go any direction and go as far as you want to.
yeah.
And it's just as insignificant in the end than it is at the beginning. Speculation is supposed to be productive. It's supposed to lead you somewhere. It's supposed to lead you to the truth. And if it's not based in a foundation, then you can't advance the conversation and it's not going to lead you to truth.
But I know these people from the circus, the clowns and magicians and illusionists, they make use of these techniques, and their whole purpose and goal is to deceive, to scam you. That's it. If they break you from reality, then they own you because you don't know where you are.
You don't know what to think. You have to be told what to think. It's like you have to check with someone to find out what am I supposed to think today.
Yeah. And I was telling him about the Romanian ancient golden tablets, books, uh, and it's I don't use it like hey, yeah, this is the nail in the wall. No, but I know that American people, not many of them, I mean, it's a handful of them only in the US that know about this. And these people work like in the most famous museums and art galleries in USA. And they know that, hey, yeah, there is a true different kind of history which does not match with our school education system, what they learn in school. I've seen and heard uh, US New York University professor saying with his words that he studied in USA to become a professor of history. He learned so much, he read so much, and he said that in all the cultures and civilization he studied, he found like at least 1,000 years of gaps, dark ages, missing history. Nobody knows anything from these people in those times. And he said that when he came to the study of these ancient gold artifacts, he saw that it matches Hebrew and also ancient Greek writers and the Roman uh, ancient writers. It's quite many of them that were very good writers, like historians in the Roman Empire. Not all of them were wicked and, you know.
Hey, truth prevails. You there?
What's up, Dave?
You got a gatekeeper on here with no roles. You want to try to talk to him?
Mhm. If you
It looks
want
like,
to,
yeah, it looks like they've been server muted, so someone's probably already tried to. Gatekeeper, you're unmuted.
did you have a good sleep, Truth?
It's 3:30 p.m. for me.
Oh, not morning. I thought it's morning.
No, no.
I will. Guess gatekeeper didn't want to talk. He's the only new person I see. But y'all go ahead and talk about it. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. You're doing a good job.
Try to look out for new people. Hopefully we can
Yeah.
open another mind or two today. So it's all well and good that people come on here and talk about their beliefs, speculate.
Yeah.
Got to limit that at some point. Like Truth was saying, it's got to be based in some kind of reality
Mm.
to even make
Oh,
a
it was crazy like 2 hours ago in the lobby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The globies were hot and the trolls, you know, like spiraling and stuff. They always ask these questions like, if the earth is so and this and that, but all they have is that heliocentric view in their minds. Like, I don't know. I see it like Jesus crucified, you know, something like that in their minds.
Let's think that
Mm,
just sticks to the globe belief. They're literally putting themselves in that box of heliocentric. That's the only way they can think.
yeah,
You know, it's they're constraining themselves whether they want to believe it or not.
yeah.
You know,
And yeah, when they start talking about flat Earth, they superimpose a flat pizza inside their heliocentric model. Yeah,
yep, that's the only way they can rationalize it to themselves, I guess, is
mm,
create a straw man of what they think we think. You know,
yeah,
this isn't about what we all think; it's about what we all can prove in reality, objective reality. That's what we're looking
yeah.
at here.
And of course, it has to have edge so that somebody can go and fall off of it.
Mm. Actually, this thing with the edge and falling off, I know that when I was a young child and my parents were reading stories or my grandfather was telling me stories, it was these fairy tales where there was a prince fighting a giant evil being at the end of the world, and he was casting him across the edge, or this giant monster was living at that edge, and he had to come over many mountains and seas in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, but this whole story about
Mm.
it came about when people were sailing south towards the Horn of Africa, when
Mhm.
they were discovering, so to speak, the route. And I can
Yeah.
still remember when I was a child that
Mhm.
they told us that the sailors on the ship were so afraid they were going to mutiny
Yeah.
because the route there wasn't a map for the route. So
Yeah.
the sea captain had to encourage them to be brave so that they could
Mhm.
carry on their journey because they did think they were dragons.
Yeah,
you
they
know.
panic and yeah, they
Yeah.
don't work anymore. Yeah. Paranoia is not good for a worker.
It depends, I suppose, how you come to the flat Earth realization, because
Mhm.
I didn't even know about the ice wall. There were so many things that I didn't know, but I never once considered the shape, the totality of it. The
Yeah.
edge or what was going on there. For
Mhm.
for me, my kind of visual, the thing that I was that was sort of revealed in my consciousness was
Yeah.
just the the um the immediate where I was standing, and and
Mhm.
what I had learned from the Bible. I knew the word firmament. I was so religiously trained when I was young. I
Mhm.
mean, it was the Bible, the Bible, the Bible. It was from morning
Yeah.
until night. I was in such a fundamental religious cult
Mhm.
that my whole life was given up to that. Um, I had nothing outside of it. But
Mhm.
even with saying that, the the enclosed system was never a thing that was really concentrated on, which
Yeah.
I come to realize as an adult, the reason behind that. Because even for those people who are seeking the truth, that was an immaterial little, thing, a side thing that you don't really have to overthink, but
Yeah.
realizing what it is actually, how it is, changes everything.
Well, if you have a decent education, there is a little bit of seed of critical thinking into every man, you know. But you need to have that little bit of education given. Yeah. And sadly, yeah, there are this kind of people which they don't have it, you know.
Yeah, but this guy was talking a lot about things in the virtual realm, things that are not real, things that are not
Yeah.
physical, that you can't touch. And that is the issue today with people. People
Yeah.
have to be dragged back to earth.
Yeah.
They really have to be dragged back.
It's a deceiving religion. I've seen it. I witnessed it. I was a hacker, and when I saw Matrix, uh, it got me, you know. But I knew that for sure that the world, the reality cannot be a simulation like in the Matrix movie. It was like a very high probability, you know. But I was supposed to be ignoring some things which I was researching on my own. This was about quantum computing, quantum programming, um, quantum mechanics. I didn't do it like very in depth, like expert level and stuff like that, but with general things, I was looking at AI stuff like this,
Mm.
and yeah, I read about supernatural forces, powers, things like this. I saw them right there. And hey, we can do this in the lab, I mean, it's not simulation, it's not, it's real experiment, you know. And then the Matrix movie, for me, it was like, yeah, I can have a nice conversation with someone, like speculation, talk nonsense,
Mm.
we can babble for hours. But I would be never deep down inside myself. I will never believe what I tell them. I mean, I was at the point where I can tell them things that I know they want to hear. and, and I know that I make them feel excited and stuff like that. But I know that I don't believe those things. And for me to see these people like so deep down into it, it was like, hey, yeah, if I can find a way to make use of this stuff, yeah, you know, I can
Have,
use it to my own will. Yeah,
of course. Have
yeah.
do you know of Quinn Michaels?
I'm not sure. By the name, I don't remember, but maybe I've seen.
Quinn
Mm,
Michaels is also a hacker. He's gone completely off grid now, became a
mm,
Buddhist. But I listened to him talking about the origins of AI and the possibilities, and he was building his own AI. Very
yeah.
interesting character. He thinks that he is part of the Russian royal family that were wiped out.
Oh, the Tsar.
Yes.
Interesting.
But at the time when the Matrix was just a thing, and right after that, I
Yeah,
can't even tell you how many people they were later diagnosed as having some sort of psychosis, but
yeah,
so many people became obsessed with it.
yeah.
And psychosis
It
is,
did.
yeah,
It's true. Yeah.
the manifestation of psychotic like ideas. It's very interesting because it's
Mm,
universal. It's the same no matter, you can cross cultures. Um, the ideation that those people have,
mm,
the things that they think, like they can see shadowy
mm.
forms and figures.
Yeah.
Um, they hear these voices. That's a universally shared experience for people like from different parts
Mm.
of the world. That's very interesting. Yeah, it,
Well, hearing voices is a serious issue.
I believe so.
Yeah. It's no joke about it. I mean, it's
No,
serious problems. Yeah.
I There was a girl who came to see the doctors where I work, and she was listening on her earphones in the waiting room, and it was so loud. So I went out to have lunch, and I walked right past her, and I could actually hear. So she must have turned. It was so loud, and it was to drown out the voices. It's very difficult to do research. It's really difficult. The internet's not really a good library. It's got a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But to actually do research, you have to have so much determination, because I think I'm quite a good researcher, but to separate the chaff out from anything that is useful, it's really difficult. Because there's not an arrow that says, "Here is the truth. Go here." It can be very time-consuming, and like the internet is, you go down this rabbit hole and you don't even know where you'll end up. It's hard to pin things down, to find something that is of real value.
It is seducing, and as a man, if you dive in it, it will capture your soul. And
it's not an end in itself. I mean, I've always been prone to like being a bookworm, so I like reading.
Yeah.
I don't need the visual imagery. I don't need the music and the bells and all the colors that go with it. I'm quite happy.
Yeah, but I mean, just have a look on Instagram, and you will see how many women are mind imprisoned into Instagram or Facebook, and even men. Quite a lot of them. In equal measure, I will say.
The only, if you talk about social media, the only thing that I really go to a lot, where I could be influenced, must be YouTube, because I don't have Instagram, I don't have Facebook, I don't have any of
I
this.
know, I know.
When the
You
Reddit,
told me.
when the Reddit mods start doing funny things, and I just go, "Oh, so you're like that, are you?" Shut up.
To be honest, I have Facebook, but I'm like a very close bubble, and I have a few friends, connections that I know, and that's why I keep it, for having contact with them. But
No, I make everyone get Discord, because it's so easy to share and to talk, and everyone can get together at the same time.
Yeah, well, I mean, friends from my life, not many use. I mean, there is only one guy that uses Discord, and everybody else, nobody has Discord, or I don't know if they have, they hide it from me or whatever. Yeah.
I used to have my own team TS3 server. Yeah. So I have to go and research the Dashians and the Hyperboreans.
Oh.
Thanks a lot.
What did you find?
Nothing yet.
Oh,
but
nothing.
it's quite funny. I had a friend.
It's hard. It's not easy. I give you that. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually had a friend whose handle, whose nick was Hyperborean, and I never noticed. I never took any notice.
Yeah. Interesting. Fascinating.
Got it right.
Yeah. These people are spread all around the world. Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows who we all are? If we could if we could examine our own DNA.
We are.
Not to interrupt, but y'all have a new person on here that says seems sincere, Sammy47. If you want to join the conversation, you got any questions?
Yeah, sure.
Sammy47, are you there?
Hey, Sammy.
Hey, hello guys.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. I mainly want, at this point, I just want to listen.
You want to listen?
What
That's
would you
cool.
like?
That's cool.
What would you like to hear, Sammy?
Give them a flat earth curious question you have that they can talk about,
Yeah.
maybe. Then you don't have to talk.
Sorry, can you say that again? Sorry, I didn't catch you.
Is there anything that you're curious about that you'd like to hear discussed about the flat earth or anything related to it?
I have to say no at this moment.
That's sad. I mean, no question at all.
I mean, something brought you here today. You don't have anything at the top of your mind or anything?
Don't hold back. Even if it sounds silly.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If I go to, I'm sorry for my English. I am
No problem.
from Finland. If I go to a telescope and I look at the other planets, and they are rotating.
They are what?
They are rotating.
Okay.
Please explain me that.
Well,
I could try.
Yeah, I want to say only one short thing. You realize that when you look at planets through a telescope, you don't see anything which looks like what NASA is showing to us.
Yes, I know that. Yes.
Yeah, okay,
You are
good.
correct.
Yeah, thank you. So I say it's just lights in the sky, tiny lights in the sky, stars.
Go ahead, new perspective. What were you going to tell him?
Yeah.
Well, have you looked at any of the P900 footage or P1000 footage on YouTube at all? Have you looked at those videos?
Yes.
You have?
Yes, I have.
So you see that we can zoom in on the stars and planets with a store-bought camera now.
Yes, but I think that the P900 is the zoom is not enough to see the planets, because I have been to a telescope and they look much clearer than after a P like 900.
Right. Well, yeah, that could be the case, and maybe the P1000 better than the P900, but you see that we're able to zoom in on these stars with a $600 camera, and if they were as far away as we're told, then wouldn't that seem to be a little strange that they'd be as far away as we're supposed to believe? Do you know how far away they're supposed to be, some of these stars?
I can't remember the numbers right now, but yes, I know about. Yeah.
It's like trillions and trillions of miles, right?
Yeah.
The light year, a light year is like 6 trillion miles. And then they list the star at like 40 times that. So you're talking about 40 times 6 trillion, which is I mean, it's unthinkable that they'd be that far away and that we'd be even able to get any kind of resolution on these stars with the $600 camera.
Real quick, Dave, they tell us that the closest star is like 25 point something trillion light years away, something like that. I could be wrong.
Light years? No. Sorry, I can't remember the numbers, but not trillion of light years. No.
Yeah, so it's maybe 250 million light years.
It
Close to
is.
That's still a lot.
Yeah.
Something you will never ever can imagine so far away. And still the light reaches your eye, right?
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
You know about the inverse square law with light? You heard about that? The inverse square law?
Sorry, can you explain that?
The inverse square law is just about it's a ratio that you can figure out the distance that a light should travel over a period of time or a period of distance, right?
Okay.
And you know, if you use that, then none of them we shouldn't see any of them, as far as the distance goes, for the ability for light to travel. So there's some of these fundamental things that have been kind of obscured and misrepresented to us. Like when your first question was, if you look at other planets, that's automatically assuming that we're on a planet, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of
right.
takes going from the ground up and figuring out that, okay, I can't assume that we're on a planet, because we're talking about the difference between being on a spinning ball and being on a flat Earth. If it's a flat Earth, we can't assume it's a planet any longer.
Yeah.
Right? So that changes everything. Then you have to build up from there. And then you see that what's in the sky isn't a representation of what we're on at all. I'm sure if you've looked into this at all, you've heard the analogy that because the pool balls are round doesn't make the table round, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So if we're on the pool table, then everything changes. How much have you looked into this? Have you watched any of the videos? I'll send you some links that'll help for kind of beginners that we all kind of watched a long time ago, but are hard to find now. I'll send you some of those. It'll be easier.
Cool. Thank you. It would help me a lot. Then again, I have a question. Like if you are in, like, let's say New York, and you have the best telescope in the world, and you look across the Atlantic Sea, can you really see Great Britain or Europe?
Well, if there wasn't any atmospheric distortion, I mean, you can't see forever through the atmosphere is the problem there.
Okay. I'm
So
just.
If there was no obscurity, you might be able to see that.
I don't think so. I mean, this
Can
is a
I-
very. 1 second. So this is a very big hypothetical. So if you have a telescope that could do that, I mean, that's a big if, right? So
Yeah.
that thing would be too small for you to see so far away. Even if you have no atmosphere, it would be too small. And if you had a telescope, I mean, yeah, nobody has that telescope, so no. And then we have the atmosphere, right? Sure, go ahead.
I want to address this point, and let's make a triangle: the sun, New York, and London. The sun is much higher above than the distance between New York and London. The sun
sorry,
energetic output. Yes.
Sorry. So ask you one question. Is this in this hypothetical, how do you see the world? Like a flat Earth or something else?
Well, your question was
Tell it again, please.
related to something like if the Earth was flat, then why don't we see London from New York
Yeah. Yes.
with
But
a
is this?
telescope?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Continue, please.
So,
Sorry.
yeah, and this is the point I want to address and to explain you why we cannot see it. It is true what my colleagues also said, that atmospheric conditions and all that stuff, but that's not the main factor.
Okay.
We have this triangle, the sun, New York, and London. The distance between New York and London, I don't know it by my head, but it's a couple thousand of miles. Do you have any idea how many?
Sorry, I don't have any idea.
Yeah.
About 3,000.
Anyone can help me with that? With the
2,000.
distance between New York and London?
It's about 2,500 miles off the top of my head. Somebody can look it up if they want.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tell them about
So
angular resolution, man. The stuff
yeah,
gets smaller as it goes
It's
away. Go
actually
ahead.
yeah.
30. It's
So
actually 3459 miles.
34. That's the radius, or
No,
the
that's
distance
actually the
from.
miles. That's the distance of miles too from New
Yeah,
York to London.
3,400. Yeah,
Three-
3,400
yeah,
miles. Yeah.
New
Yeah.
York to
3459.
London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great,
Thank you.
great. Okay, thank you. Now, the distance from the sun to these cities is much higher, like above 25, 30,000 miles in the flat Earth model. We don't really have a model, but in this
Yeah.
triangle that I'm building here, now the sun has a lumen output, power output in lumens, and
Okay.
it's shining its light on New York. Let's say roughly it will be shining 1000 lumen on the Earth's
Yeah.
surface in New York, on the surface of the city, and also in London, 1000 lumen. But this 1000 lumen at the city surface is actually, it means that if you go towards the sun, you will have 100,000 lumen in when you are near the sun, because the light source have to be more intense, yeah, than
Yeah.
the surface it shines on, the light intensity. Now,
Okay. So
that light,
uh,
which is shining, which is illuminating the city, is being reflected by the city, yeah, only a quarter from the distance between New York and London. It will never reach London. You could build any kind of telescope. It doesn't matter, because that light never reaches that distance.
I have to say that I am really sorry that I did not understand what you are trying to tell me. I'm so sorry.
Well, the sun is the point A. The sun is the point A. Is a very intense light source. Is shining the light from A to B, New York, B.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now this light, when it's reaching B, is only 1000 lumen, is not 100,000 lumen. It loses lumens a lot. And these 1000 lumens, they don't have the power to shine over, to travel a distance of 4000 miles. They travel only 300 miles, 400 miles. at maximum. Plus, you have the atmospheric conditions, which also affect the visibility. How much light will be propagating through medium.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, can someone else explain this to me? Because I really don't understand it.
I could throw in my 2 cents real quick. Respectfully, I think he's making it more complicated than it has to be. You know what angular resolution is?
Yeah.
Like when you have a fly 5 feet in front of you, they'll take that same fly and put it 500 yards back. Is it going to look the same size to you? No. So we only have a certain limit of field of view, even with a telescope. So the angular resolution of something 3,000 miles away would not be visible, even with a telescope. Does that make any sense? Or
you go to telescopes. Okay.
did I robot? Somebody else tell me about angular resolution.
I heard you, Dave. Yeah. The angular resolution is, when you hold a book in your hand and you read the text, but when you go 1 kilometer far away from that book, you don't see the book anymore.
I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The same with telescopes, right?
Yeah. And even if you take a telescope and you zoom in, with maybe you get a chance to see some kind of shape of that book, but you could never tell it's a book unless you knew that it is a book. You know?
Yeah, certainly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you need to go to that place, see that there is lying a book down, there is a book down there, and then you go back to your telescope, you look at it, and you see some shape looking like a book, and you say, I can see the book. But it's actually very blurry, distorted. Yeah.
Could I ask you, if you're just starting to look into this, if you could try to name a percentage of how confident you are that you live on a spinning ball? What, a scale of 1 to 10, what would you say?
I would say 8.
8, okay.
Because, let me continue a little. Because myself, I don't believe in any absolute truth.
Okay. Well,
if you're a skeptic, you're a skeptic person.
So the only reason it's an 8 is because there's a possibility that it's not an absolute truth. Otherwise, you'd say 10. Is that what you're saying?
I would say yes to that. Yeah.
Okay, so that you're open to the idea that it might be something different than what you assume.
Yes.
There's 3 questions that we like to ask for people that are just coming into this, that have confidence of some sort in the spinning ball. And the first one is, when is the curvature of Earth ever been measured to your knowledge? And when was that done, or have you done any kind of measurements yourself to know that this is the case?
Personally, I have not ever done it. And to tell you the truth, I can't remember when the curvature of Earth have been measured. Yeah,
it's okay to say you don't know. It's okay to say you don't know for these questions. We just like to go through 3 questions with people to kind of get a gauge of where they're at as far as looking into this topic. So the first one is that the curvature of Earth has been measured according to what you assume, but you don't know of any specific time or person or place that's been done. So it's a belief that it has been done, but you don't necessarily know when, right? But you believe it has been done. Okay.
Yes,
Then
you're right.
the second question is the rotation of Earth, right? The spinning of Earth. When has that ever been detected, to your knowledge? Measured or detected? The spin of Earth. You know, we're told it's spinning at 1,000 miles about the equator. Has there ever been a documented measurement of that spin, to your knowledge? Or have you ever had any kind of experience with that spin whatsoever? Can you hear me? Am I muted? Can anybody else hear me?
I hear you fine if I'm not roboting right now.
You can hear me, Dave. Okay. Did you hear what I asked, Sammy? Are you still there? We can't hear you for some reason.
Sammy, are you there?
Oh, he left.
You scared him off, Dave. You're too mean.
Either I scared him off or he just has to reconnect. He might have lost. He might have lost it.
You need to quit being so mean. New perspective.
Yeah, I was trying to be nice. I think I hear you. Okay.
I'm
Okay,
just
Sammy,
messing
can you
with
hear us?
Hello. Yeah, I'm
Hey.
so sorry.
No worries.
I say F to Discord. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well,
Did you hear the second?
No, I didn't hear.
The second question. Okay, so the first question we went through about you believe that the Earth's been measured as far as the curvature, but you don't necessarily know about it. The second question is that the rotation of Earth. You know, we're told it spins at 1,000 miles at its equator. When has that ever been measured? When has that ever been detected, to your knowledge, or have you had any personal experience of knowing that the Earth spins in any way?
Yeah,
the spin of Earth.
I think that is a question that really troubles me because I live in Finland, up north in North Europe, and in how do you say this, in the central of Earth, like equator.
Yeah. Equator, right?
Equator.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth should be spinning at the speed of sound.
Faster, yeah, even faster.
Yeah, I understand that problem. Yes.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so if you're at an 8 as far as your confidence that you're living on a spinning ball, then you assume that the detection of this spin has been measured by somebody, right?
Oh, detect. Yes. Yeah, I have to say yes.
So, but you don't know of any specific documentation of this detection of the spin.
Yes, you are correct.
You don't know. Okay, so this is a belief that it spins, even though even though you assume it, you don't know that it's been detected, and you haven't done any detection of your own. So you believe that it's spinning, even if you're not familiar with when it was detected, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Personally, I have not done it. Yeah.
Right, and you don't know of when it's actually been done by anybody professionally or as far as like the objective evidence of this being done.
Yeah, perhaps I could look it out for you.
No, that's fine. That's not a problem. I don't know is a fine answer. We're just trying to establish where you're at. So you believe you believe that someone must have measured the spin of the Earth.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily. Okay. So then also the third question is when or how is the Earth's atmosphere contained next to the vacuum of space? So the question really is, can we have air pressure without a container? Has that ever been demonstrated in any way, to your knowledge, that we could have an atmosphere contained next to the vacuum of what we're told is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space without a container? So have you ever seen an example or do you know that there's some kind of example of this that you could show us at all?
That is a really good question. But space is not a vacuum.
Right, I know. It's a near perfect vacuum, they say, right?
Yeah. It differs in parts of where we look at space. If we look at space at like near like moon, the atmosphere of Earth still is there.
Right.
But if we look like interstellar or the space between galaxies, it is quite empty, but it's not a perfect vacuum. But I have to say, this is all speculation.
Yeah,
because we cannot measure that, but that is the best like guess we can take.
Right.
Yeah.
At least we assume that's their best guess, unless they're actually misrepresenting it, and that's what we're trying to get to here. Is this a reverse engineered idea of where we live for the specific reason of misleading people to believe something that's not true? Right. And if the Earth is flat, then obviously that would be the case, right? If that's the case. Yeah.
That might be the case. Yes.
So the reason we go through those three questions is that those are kind of the three things that we need to figure out to determine whether the Earth is actually a stationary level plane, like it seems, or if it's the opposite of that, right? Which is what we're told to believe. So, and that's where the belief comes in. So, just to establish that the curvature of Earth, has been measured as far as you assume, but you don't know of any and you haven't done any yourself, so that's a belief, right? You also believe that the spin of the Earth must have been detected, but you don't have any proof of that or know about it necessarily, so that's also a belief. And then the third one about the atmosphere being contained without, the atmosphere not having a container, having air pressure without a container. You can't really give an example. So you believe it's being contained that way, but it's not necessarily something you know, right? So we just like to establish that you've come here with an 8 out of 10 confidence that you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, but you have to kind of admit that right at this point is a belief of yours. It's not based on any kind of knowledge.
To that point, I have to say yes.
Okay, that's fine, and I appreciate that because that's kind of where we have to start, and then on top of that, I'd say that if you were born on this earth and you were never told that you were on a spinning ball, all of these things these theories about living on a spinning ball and orbiting the sun and all of those things are extreme claims, but we would never think that unless we were told that. If you were just born on this earth, you're grown to be a man, and you're never told anything about those theories, you might rightly assume that you're living on a stationary plane, just like it seems, right?
Yes, you are right.
Okay. So there you go. Right. And that's kind of where our objective is. It's like, well, if we check into these theories about living on a spinning ball, and we really start to analyze them and pick it apart, and we realize that these contradictions are not only just absurd seeming, but they create impossibilities for this belief that we live on a spinning ball to continue. Then we're left with our base axiom. Our default reality is a stationary plane, just like everybody experiences 24/7 throughout the history of mankind. There's no reason to believe anything other than what it seems like. If you're sitting in a chair, you don't need to believe you're sitting in a chair. You know you're sitting in a chair. There's no reason to put the word belief in it, right?
Yes.
You understand? So if it seems like a stationary plane, there's no reason to call that a belief unless there's some reason to believe otherwise. So if we check into those reasons to believe otherwise and they don't check out, then we're left with our default reality of a stationary plane. How far it goes, Whether the whole thing looks like a certain shape or not, that's beside the point.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we're at. And I think that there's a lot of miscommunication or intentional deceptions put into this topic from the mainstream, which is Flat Earth Society. If you ever heard of Flat Earth Society, that's kind of where they reference people a lot of times. But that's a controlled opposition group that misleads people on purpose to think we're a disk floating in space, going upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared to try to account for this idea of gravity. And all of these kind of like foolish ideas are put out there to represent what people assume flat earthers think, which isn't the case at all.
Hey, let me ask, what do you think? So we are not a flat disk rising up in the something.
No.
What do you think about gravity? Where does it come from?
Well, that's the thing. It's like a lot of. I was going to say a lot of these assumptions that we it's hard for all of us to get away from to start with. Like when you first started asking about what about the other planets, that's an then you're assuming that we're on a planet, right? And then if you ask, and then the idea of space surrounding us, it's hard to get away from the idea that space is something that surrounds us completely, 360 underneath and all our sides, right? But there's no reason to assume that if we're on a flat Earth, there's no reason to assume that space is anything like we were told, or that it's underneath us or to the side of us, right? It's above us as far as we know, whatever space is. You'll also hear people try to claim that flat earthers think space is fake. Well, that's a broad way of stating it. It's not that space is fake, it's that it's been misrepresented to us to fit the model that was presented or established in a way that would make us believe that we're a spinning ball planet, right? So we don't know what space is necessarily, but it's not that it's fake, right? And then as far as the whole disk model, that's assuming that we know the perimeters of whatever we're on. And that's never been proven to anybody that there's a perimeter of some sort. So we can't assume that there's any kind of perimeter or disk or any kind of, and the idea that we're moving at all hasn't been proven, not to spin or upwards. So that's be something we could detect. And as far as gravity goes, if it is a flat Earth, then the idea of gravity isn't necessary any longer because we can show that density is all you need. If things are denser than the air, they fall downwards. If they're less dense than the air, they go upwards like a helium balloon, right? See, gravity is only necessary if we're on a spinning ball because it has to do with it all being baked into this idea that space-time is being warped, which is not even possible because space-time being warped, space-time's a concept, right? You can't warp a concept.
Why do you think it cannot be warped?
Well, conceptually it can, but can that be shown to be true? Can you prove that to any degree?
At this point, no, I cannot prove that.
And as far as the idea of gravity, there's two different schools of thought as far as gravity goes. There was Newtonian gravity, which is mass attracting mass, and then it was superseded by what they call Einsteinian gravity, which is the warping of space-time, right? So a lot of Ball Earth proponents like to say that one's just a complement to the other. But in reality, they're mutually exclusive. You can't. It's not like one is just a complement. They're two separate things, and they're both conceptual because if you try to prove gravity in the Newtonian sense, you're going to get you're going to get a lot of people saying that it has to be true because when you drop a pencil, it falls to the ground. There you go, proof of gravity. But the pencil's denser than the air, right? It's all dependent on the medium. If you have a beach ball and you drop it, it goes to the ground. But if you have a beach ball underwater and you let go, it goes up. So where's gravity there? Density and buoyancy take care of all of it.
Sorry, can you explain that? one more time.
Well,
The
okay,
silk
so
drops down, but what
you've heard of
other
the Cavendish experiment, right? Cavendish.
Cavendish?
Well, that's the quote unquote experiment that's the only thing that they can use as a way of trying to say that gravity is real or whatever. But when you really look into it, it doesn't follow the scientific method, so it can't be considered an experiment. Right?
Okay.
You know what the scientific method is?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what science is. Right? That's real science, because you have an independent variable and a dependent variable, and you're able to determine what things actually are by experimentation. So if we have no experimentation that proves gravity, then how could that be if it's this force that's supposed to be determining all of these things about our reality? Don't you think there'd be several ways to prove gravity?
Suppose so, yes. But hey,
there's a really interesting experiment, or actually, you can call this an experiment that one of the people in this community did that kind of pinpoints the idea of it being density. His name's Anthony Riley. What he did was he took an egg, and an egg was floating in a solution of water and salt.
Yeah.
Right? Because it has a certain buoyancy and density. And so it was floating in the solution of water and salt, and then he added more salt, and the egg moved. And all he did was change the medium within which the egg was floating in. Right? There was no you could lay out the whole thing, and there was no gravity at all involved in that equation. It was just the density of the medium that he changed. So where's the force of gravity if you're just changing the density and the egg moves? There have to be some kind of force there that gravity would be accounting for and would be detected, and it would change the whole experiment. And then there's a lot of different examples that people give to show that this is a ridiculous concept, because you think about the ocean water and how heavy the ocean water is and how much force it would take to contain all of this that we're on with the spinning ball and everything, right? And then we defy gravity all the time, and we jump up in the air easily, a butterfly flies away. I mean, it's as easy as thinking about it this way. When you lift up your leg, you don't feel a force pulling your leg back down. You just feel the weight of your leg. And as far as the mathematics of it goes, when you really look at the equation for gravity, it always cancels itself out. In the equation, it's engineered to do that, and there is an acceleration of some sort that people can use in mathematics, because somehow when denser objects fall, there might be a constant there. That doesn't mean that constant is a force. It's just a constant. Density is the reason it fell.
Okay, hey, I'm so sorry, but I have to say that the time is, I have to go to sleep.
That's fine. But I sent you a list of those links, and if you watch some of those, especially the first one, come back and let us know if you've gone from a 8 out of 10 to maybe a 7 or 6 and 5.
Yeah.
And you might realize realize that what we're talking about is a realization, not a theory.
Yeah. And I really appreciate you talking to me.
All right. Thanks for coming. Yeah. Come back again. We'll see you soon.
I'll come back.
All right. Have a good sleep. Take
care. Bye-bye.
So there you have it, folks. That was a good discussion. So I just did some calculations of the height of Dover Cliffs, 350 feet, 3,400 miles from New York to London. 3,400 converted to feet is 1,790,000. Wait a minute, I got that wrong. 17,952,000 feet divided by 350 for the height of Dover. You come up with a decimal of 0.0001948, right? So 0.000194986, which is far below our human threshold of visual acuity. And maybe somebody else could chime in about this next part. I think that even with the most advanced zoom in existence, you could never overcome this this ratio of visual acuity. You could never overcome those 3 zeros.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an optics guy, but that.
Well, see, our visual acuity is only 0.002. So anything smaller than that, you're talking tens of multitudes or magnitudes more, smaller.
And then you have to think
As far
about
as I
it.
know, you're correct, Sonny, because that's what I was trying to explain to him. The viewing angle would be so infinitesimal, it's impossible. Your viewing angle would run out somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean is as far as you could see.
Exactly.
If there was no atmosphere.
Right,
That's why
right.
it's so hard for them to think about it that way, because they think about the lights from stars coming from trillions of miles away, and the telescopes are letting us see trillions of miles.
Yep.
And so
that's where that fallacy came from. Exactly. They tell them they can see forever, so they don't understand why they can't see forever here.
Yeah, exactly. How bright would the light have to be in London for you to see it from the top of the mountain, like you're talking about, right? That's the question. How far does that light travel before you can see it?
It would probably need to be as bright as the sun or something like that. And even then, it still probably couldn't get far beyond that vanishing point. So that tiny little thing that is London is so small, it's so far back in that vanishing point, it's impossible.
That's one of the tricks that you have to, that seems like a big thing, that if it could be shown, with the amount of lumens that the light has, the sun has, from that vantage point, would it even still be possible? And then that would determine possibly how far the sun is away. If there's a certain amount of lumens that you can only see from a certain distance, right?
That's true. Mm-hmm. So if you could take out all the glare to get a more a closer range of what this size of it is, I guess that's a word to use. But this is a good argument. Anytime they bring up why can't you see forever, just do a quick calculation. It doesn't take long at all. Have them do it themselves. That New York to London is perfect. Use that. You could use something closer even.
It's interesting how it's so close to the radius value as far as miles go.
3,400. Yeah.
Y'all know that was one of the first arguments I heard from Bill Nye, the Lion guy. Why can't I see Spain from New York?
God, it's so retarded.
It is weird how that he's just a clown. Like, why would he even say that? And then that's the other one where they're like, "What's the shape of the Earth?" Oh, it's like blah. Remember when he said that? It's like shaped like blah. It's like they're.
We don't know.
Like, I don't know if it's gaslighting or just giving up. If this is a planned reveal of some sort.
Psyop, man. So weird. Have people thinking about all these freaking shapes. So they come in here asking us about what shape. Like, shut up.
That's not even the point. People need to get away from that. And he did. When I asked him about the Flat Earth Society, he kind of did assume that's what we think. You could tell.
Yeah, he did a good job with that guy, Dave. It was a good convo with him.
Thanks. Yeah.
Is there anybody
it's
else?
A matter of people wanting to know. That's the main thing. They want to come in here just to display what they know and how it contradicts what we say. Then it's just not going to go anywhere. They have to really want to know if we're right or not.
Yep. Is there anybody else new on here right now? I can't look at the list right now. Okay, I guess nobody knew. Y'all don't let Dead Air Dave strike again. Keep talking.
To eat some lunch, so I'm gonna mute. But a lot of people in here.
I just came to a stoplight where I can look at the list. We got Gatekeeper back in here, but he don't have any roles. He hadn't talked yet. We tried to talk to him a couple times. Anywho, the globe is bullshit. I'll shut up.
I just had a thought. What if I played QE's live open discussion? Would that be okay with you guys? And then we could always stop it at any time or pause if we get new people. What do you guys think? No comments? Okay, well, I'm just going to use my own judgment then.
What was the question, son?
Oh, I asked if anybody objected to me playing QE's live right now with an open panel discussion, open discussion.
I object.
You object. Okay, we got one objection. Anybody else?
No, I'm just fucking with you. Play whatever you want.
I know. I just figured there's a lot of time, you know, like open space here. So let's see. Might as well have some kind of material on here.
You might get a copyright from QE though. I'm just kidding.
They adulterate it later on, but his name is spelled SNEL.
I hope so.
And then I finally got him to realize that. But then they said still they have yet to see something in any academic literature that says, that calls it or spells it SNEL. So guess what I did? Andrew Thomas Young. He spells it SNEL.
Oh.
Yep. He spells it. Yeah. I showed them again.
Yeah.
That's the story.
When are they gonna learn?
They don't learn. That's the problem. So
and that name has meaning, by the way.
That's the problem with going to primary source, is that you find all these little facts like that, which just expose people even further.
Yeah, because they never researched. Right?
Maybe when it becomes a plural, you add an L and an apostrophe S.
No.
Bunch of morons.
I like. Did you hear the contempt in his voice?
Yes, I heard that.
Go ahead, Betty. Final thoughts. We had no subject today, so your final thoughts can be just about anything.
Well, let me keep it on the Geodesy appliance then, because I love that show that Jesse Kozlowski, where you can so easily see that these people are deceived by perspective, and that that experiment over the lake with the Geodesy and the crosshairs, it's mind-boggling that people don't understand what's at play here. And I hope that more people will wake up, and I hope that everybody in the chat and panel is trying to reach out to other people, and maybe not always in debate, but try to educate people and tell them that they're being lied to. Because if they wake up to this, they wake up to many more subjects in this world. And then we finally can get to the end line in a good way.
Very well said.
Betty.
Yeah. That's what I hope.
Well, shout out to Betty for just rocking it at the end.
Surprisingly, huh?
No, it was really good. I enjoyed it. It was concise. It was clear. It was articulate. You rock.
I do my best.
You can continue to be a QEQ.
Let me say one thing real quick, Betty, because in New York where I live, they just put a mandate out that you can't go in any stores or anything to buy food unless you know what. But if people would wake up, all they have to do as store owners is say, no, I'm letting anybody in I want.
Yeah, non-compliance. Yeah, that's it.
Well, thanks
People
for that,
don't
Neil.
understand.
We're just about to round out. I appreciate that. Anything else, Betty?
No, that's it.
All right, guys. Thanks for all the panel members. Little busy day today. I'm going to have to take off here. I'm going to have to see. So I got to go get some new glasses, man. But it was a good show. Be on the lookout. Tomorrow we have a numpty clip. I think it's Brenda, something from nothing to look forward to. And then we're going to start over. No Ballbusters this Saturday. Next Tuesday, we'll probably drop anchor on refraction again. We'll see how it goes. We'll just leave that one up in the air. But then on the next Ballbusters, we'll get right back into science. We're just going to drop anchor with natural science and the scientific method for as long as we can see and just start or continue to clobber these guys into submission. It's real easy. They don't know their ass from a pipe wrench. So, take no prisoners. No quarter will be asked. None shall be given. And remember, I'll be back.
All right. Shout out to QE and the panel in there. I know we missed the whole thing, but that's all right. We'll have to catch back up a little later on that. There was a super chat on the Globebusters just now from Globebusters. Globebusters super chat. Here's the comment he put in QE's chat. For a supposed geodetic surveyor, Kozlowski seems to have no idea how 3D perspective works. Thanks, Bob. True that.
Not to be the word police, but you kept saying Globebusters, Ballbusters.
I know, yeah, exactly. Ballbusters, yeah.
Same thing, whatever.
Hope you got my meaning.
Yeah. If it Kozlowski goes, him and the main surveyor, only two globe surveyors that claim they're surveying a globe that I've heard of.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not accounting for angular resolution and perspective.
Globe Earth surveyors. We need to do another show on that. We can make up our own. It wouldn't be that hard.
Yeah.
Damn it. Every time you measure this way, the building is lopsided. Stop trying to figure for a curve. But wait. If I don't figure for the curve, then Neil deGrasse Tyson is trying to deceive me somehow.
Globe or surveyor.
Yeah, let's move that wall up 3 feet to adjust for the curve over that distance. Okay. Every time we do this, man, we get fired because we're building lopsided buildings. Yeah, but what I'm seeing over there is a mirage. It can't be really what I'm seeing. Globe Earth surveyors.
Geodetic surveyors.
You mean the plumb isn't curving? Yeah, sure, the plumb is curving. Yeah, we can make a curve any way we want.
Yeah.
Curving plumb lines. Oh my God. Globe Earth surveyors.
The sad part is these guys really, they get that dip angle or whatever. I don't know all the details, but they really think they're seeing curvature in their little theodolite or whatever.
Yeah, we calculate curvature. We calculated curvature. We did pretty good.
Yeah.
We took all our bendy warping curving, made a ball.
An oblate geoid or something to that effect. Something like that. Meanwhile, if they're real surveyors, they could pick any, say, 15, 20-mile stretch of ocean, and they could measure the drop on that 20-mile stretch, but I never see them do that. So it's not a ball. I don't care what they do with their theodolites. Any new people on here yet? We need to brainstorm some ideas to promote this place and get some new curious minds in here talking. Besides these same old globe zealots, which they seem to be avoiding us anyway.
Rene, do you have an experiment?
Nope.
We have an experiment already.
No,
Nope.
Rene, do you have an experiment of mass attracting mass?
Hey, do you have an experiment of bullshit?
No.
You have this experiment.
That may be true. There's only one way to find out,
end.
Rene. There's only
You
one way
are
to
a
find-
cult leader.
There's only one way
You
to
are a
find out.
cult leader.
Hey, you Jim
There's
Jones
only one
ass
way to
nigga.
find out, Rene. And how we find out if what you're saying is true,
You are a cult leader.
there's only one way to find out.
End.
You saying Chemo's a cult leader? How many ball tards am I holding up?
And that way,
There's one way to find out
Only one
that
way to
you're
find
an idiot. And answer a basic astronomy related question,
astronomy
idiot
is
boy.
not science, Rene.
No, you don't even understand basic astronomy because you're a fucking idiot.
We wouldn't.
I'm
wanna
sorry. Excuse me
understand.
while I get angry.
We
All
wouldn't-
right,
we
I'm going to
wouldn't-
shut up.
We would want to.
This boy is a tool. He's a tool.
I thought Chemo was a cult leader. Now he's a tool? Can you make up your mind? Also, astronomy. Is that close to the whiskey bee, the brand bee, and the Bloody Mare bee?
Rene, look, it's pseudoscience, and we don't.
You
recommend-
are a fucking fool.
Now Chemo's a cult leader, a tool, and a fool. And that's the second time you said you were going to shut up and have it. Are you in the drunk?
All right, I'm done. I'm going to shut up.
Is the third time a charm?
A basic
Nope.
astronomy related
That's not
question.
science, there, Rene.
Chemo.
Sorry about that. No science.
Ask me,
No
answer
science.
me a basic related astronomy related
Yes,
question.
but
Come on.
It's not scientific. I can't help you.
Ask me a related, answer me a basic related astronomy related question. Answer related. Come on.
Oh, let me answer. Ask you a basic astronomy related question and you give me an answer.
All right, let's try and I'll put my religious hat on. Go on, let's do it.
Are you ready?
I've got my religious hat
Answer
on.
me.
Yeah.
Are you ready to answer me a basic astronomy related question?
Let's go.
And don't you dare say perspective.
Okay.
Okay. As seasons progress, the sun rises and sets at different regions of the horizon as we go. Why is that possible? Why does that happen?
It's a perspective related question perspective.
Are you ready for? No. Are you blatantly lying?
No,
You're a
the
denier.
experiments.
Are you ready? You don't know jack diddly shit about astronomy.
Wow.
That is blatantly obvious.
Well, I know.
Are you ready for question? Are you ready for question 2, Mr. Dumbass?
Go on then. I'm ready.
Okay. So, why can Polaris, the constellation of Polaris, be visible during a certain months of the year in the northern hemisphere during certain months of the year, and in other months of the year it cannot be visible. But if you could, during the months that it can't be visible, if you could magically turn day into night, you could see Polaris. Why is that?
So, Foster Brooks, you think the constellation Polaris, the constellation Polaris disappears for months in the northern hemisphere? How many space-time altering benders are you on per year? Have you considered clouds?
A model is your model. You don't. Are you ready for question number 3?
Hey, relax, everyone. Let me
Chemo,
get it out.
are
Let
you
me
ready
calm
for
down.
question number 3?
Yes.
Let's go to question number 3, Chemo. Okay, so
Did you forget
let's
it,
see.
you
Let's
dumb
see.
old?
Everybody, I take a photo. I got everything. Yeah, God, blackest. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
be
yeah.
so
You're a
rude to a- oh,
dumbass.
come on.
You don't know jack diddly shit.
I'm talking about
You don't,
you.
you don't, you
Stop.
don't even
Stop.
understand basic astronomy. You're
Stop
a
trying to
dumbass. You're
roast
out here
chemo.
promoting your bullshit on fucking the internet, and you don't even understand basic astronomy.
Renee,
What
stop
is
trying to roast
wrong with
chemo.
you?
But Renee, look at the
Stop trying to
model
I'm
that
so-
I've provided
I'm sorry.
for you. We have a working model.
Chemo,
It,
you.
it answers the second question.
Jump in
about
a
Polaris.
ditch.
Hello? Anyone home?
I'm sorry, I was going for a connection. I just told you guys, well, first of all, I can't understand. You know, I just came out of the street and it was bloody great
Let them vent. Let them get it
I'm
out.
sorry, people.
Don't prevent people from speaking
People
their
like this
minds.
son of a bitch, they fucking aggravate the shit out of me. They're
Renee.
pieces of work, and they need
Well,
to
you're
be
interrupting
tossed in a ditch. Incredulity. You're incredulity as it possibly can get.
Yep, there's an example of your globe representative. Well done. Very well
know.
articulated.
Yeah.
Very well
keep,
articulated, wasn't it?
keep sending them like that.
Sonny, you don't know nothing about astronomy. You can't even do
Astronomy. They aggregate me to no end.
And he literally said the constellation Polaris. You hear that?
That is hilarious.
That guy needs another fifth of Jack or something. Man. I don't know.
Yeah, I know, I get it. The first time I heard that too, I was like, I had to remove myself from the area. Okay, I'm glad we got that out of the way.
Does anybody know if you want to roll another numpy clip or whatever?
Okay. Okay, hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Here's your next numpty clip.
Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, March 2021.
Oh, let's go back to my original question. Show me any reputable source anywhere that says the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
This is feeble, belly-laughing Mr. Magoo's sophistry, folks. And I've corrected the numpty on his Elmer Fudd tactic before. Namely, Ballbusters Live, titled Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, dated 19 December 2020. Where this numpty said, and I quote, "Do you have any citations that support the fact that astronomy is not science?" End of quote. In which I retorted, you don't need citation to support simple deductions based on inherent facts, attributes, and traits, and the differences thereof between people, places, and things. For example, the statement an amoeba is not a tennis racket will never be found in citation. It's objectively true based on the inherent characteristics, attributes, and traits of amoebas and tennis rackets, respectively. Same concept applied to your most recent train wreck of a dumpster fire. And I quote, "Show me any reputable source anywhere that says that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics." End of quote. Same treatment, you do-licking fungus muncher.
Look here, you big dummy.
Number one, you don't need citation to support simple deductions and practical application of natural law. For example, you'll never hear or come across a citation that states flagella appeared from nothing in the slime mold sample. Why won't you come across that citation? Well, number one, because it's batshit insane. And number two, it violates the first law of thermodynamics. And by the way, Beavis, your dumpster fire appeal here is a logical fallacy. Argument from silence. Having established all that, I'm going to go ahead and provide that citation from a reputable source you asked for. In fact, the highest reputability on the subject. Listen closely. From the legend, Professor Frank Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. Gas expansion into a vacuum. Mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. Due to increased dispersion of energy, with no change in total energy in the case of ideal substances, due to a greater number of microstates for the particular system involved. Now see if you can follow this. I'll go slow. Professor Lambert said, gas expansion into a vacuum fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. You with me so far, Crayon Muncher? So let's practically apply what the fine professor said. We have gas that we're breathing here on Earth, and we're told that it's adjacent to a vacuum without physical barrier between the two. According to the legend, Professor Lambert, the gas that we're breathing must expand into said vacuum and increase entropy. If it doesn't, then there is no vacuum adjacent to the gas we're breathing. Simple.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Game, set, match. Next block of instruction, how to look through a window while standing.
Look, he knows that when we say mass attracting mass.
Mass attracting mass? Number one, you or anyone else can't even define the disheveled monkey mass. Number two, Martin Rees, astronomer royale with cheese, esteemed British cosmologist and astrophysicist, via princetonpress.edu, and I quote, "What causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us." End of citation. According to Professor Rees, does mass attracting mass cause gravity? Nope. Apparently, the fine professor here didn't get your mindless Wiki Discovery Channel parroting memo. Perhaps you should educate him.
He knows that if you ask for a demonstration of that, I could just drop something. That's probably what most people would do, right? They'd drop the mic.
How about drop a helium balloon, you numpty?
He knows he's surrounded by objects that behave in that way, and he knows that this is the explanation for it.
What explanation? You didn't have one. Number two, nobody's interested in explanations. We can get those from your average village idiot. They're a dime a dozen. We need validated scientific experiment, which doesn't exist for your fairy tale gravity. Hell, you don't even have viable scientific hypothesis, which you or anyone from the hordes of your knuckle dragon window legging spinning ball space monkey crew could even construct.
So to say I don't see the thing that's
not what he's saying at all. You're just witnessing an effect, Jim. You got it all wrong, brother.
Correct. You're saying that you don't believe in Newton's gravity because you don't see it anywhere.
What's up with these believe religitard appeals, ballers? You don't even realize what you're saying. Number two, Newton himself didn't believe in the gravity horse shit. Let's go through this for the 867,000th time. In a letter to Dr. Richard Bentley on February 25th, 1692, via stanford.edu, Isaac Newton says, "'Tis inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must be if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me." He also concludes further down in the letter that if anyone does believe the grievous gutter-grabbling goober gravity, that they essentially need to be institutionalized. Moreover, and this is even more perplexing, you're not mindlessly parroting the correct pseudoscience given to you by your priests. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, via Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From ScienceAlert.com, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. From Andrea Ghez, professor of physics and astronomy, UCLA. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Hosmer with a drive. Jesus Christ.
Fatality.
And finally, from Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity.
Uh-oh!
For it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require that gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. Cracking the numpty clips for the first time. Lael is fun. March 2021.
Why can't I provide my idea, hypothesis? The moon is a physical object.
Wrong. Well, number one, a hypothesis isn't merely an idea. It's a supposition into natural cause and effect relationships. Number two, the moon is a physical object. Dumpster fire hypothesis is a what is numpty declaration, not a how why natural cause and effect relationship. By the way, you'd fail 5th grade general science.
I'm just curious of why my hypothesis isn't a good hypothesis.
Look at you, big dummy.
I already told you. And scientific hypotheses aren't good or bad. They're either viable or they're not.
I'm going to tell you right now. Let's hear your natural observed phenomena.
The moon.
Wrong. The moon is not a naturally observed phenomena or dependent variable. It's a concrete noun. The naturally observed phenomena, keyword, has to be an action, i.e. occurrence or circumstance. That's why you're DOA out of the gate and is going to lead to, as we'll see, abject, preposterous absurdity downstream.
Your dependent variable is the moon, which your independent variable in your hypothesis.
Everybody on Earth.
Keep going.
Everyone on Earth can independently determine and see.
Okay, if a real glober wants to go at, if there's a real glober that wants to go at, let me know.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
So your knucklehead hypothesis is actually the moon is caused by everybody on Earth.
Are you serious? Are you...
For your safety and others. Take the next 3 days off, then quit.
In one scientific experiment, you can have multiple independent variables, and you can manipulate those independent variables.
Wrong again, numpty. From University of Texas, there can only be one independent variable and one dependent variable in an experiment. Everything else that can impact the experiment must be kept constant or controlled. These are known as controls.
What's your evidence? I don't care what Buzz said. I want your evidence that it can't be measured.
What the hell did you just say?
What's your evidence that it can't be measured? You can't base your ideas off theirs because they believe in a globe. So what's your evidence that the geometric horizon cannot be measured?
So you're asking for evidence, a positive, of the non-existence, a negative of something, eh? Do you live under power lines, son? Or snack on paint chips from the 70s? You got double-decker fallacies here. From logicallyfallacious.com, proving non-existence. Description: demanding that one proves the non-existence of something in place of providing adequate evidence for the existence of that something. From cuny.edu, so the burden of proof rests with the person making the claim and a positive claim. It is shifting the burden of proof from the person making the positive claim to insist that those who deny the positive claim have the burden to prove that the positive claim is false. So, to refute his negative claim, the absence of measurement, you simply have to provide the measurement. Which of course you can't. That's why you're reduced to your Elmer Fudd sophistry, bash your face in with a spade shovel, double-decker fallacy.
Whoa, check out the hotties at 12 o'clock. That's 3 hours away. Why can't I check them out now?
That's everybody else. I want your evidence that we can't see it.
Percentage, can you give a definition of motion versus acceleration? Thank you.
Non sequitur question from your average shamalama gamma panda ding dong server pretender clown idiot. From Hyperphysics, Georgia State University.edu. Motion is described in terms of displacement x, time t, velocity v, and acceleration a. This is tantamount to asking, can you give a definition of water versus H2O? Clown.
If the Earth is rotating 1,000 miles an hour, and it consistently rotates at 1,000 miles an hour, it's in motion.
Whale, is it moving linear or
There
non-linear?
is not acceleration because
Whale,
it's going the
is the
same
Earth
speed.
Wrong. If an object is rotating, i.e. has angular velocity, it is by definition accelerating. Next block of instruction, how to look at a cereal box in July.
If the acceleration, if the rotation of the Earth is 1,000 miles an hour.
Don't answer my question because it proves you're wrong. But okay.
No, if the rotation of the Earth is 1,000 miles an hour.
Still don't answer it.
You did answer. You said the rotation.
1,000 years from now, and it will be continuously that speed, then it's in motion, but it's not accelerating.
Retard.
I'm 100% correct.
You're 100% Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit. And I'm done with this.
Whoa! Wow! When I say whoa, I mean whoa!
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
Prepare yourself.
When he fills
Quite right
his bicycle with air, it is not gas pressure. It is just pressure.
Are you high right now?
He's filling up the gas tire, or the tire, with air, which is causing the pressure in the tire to expand.
It just happens that that air happens to be a gas.
No, the gas are the air, not a gas. It's air.
What the hell did you just say?
Are the air not a gas? It's air.
Did you just say air is not a gas? It's air?
Are the air not a gas? It's air.
Hello. Anybody there?
You need to turn your tricycle in at the next depot and report to the who and where the fuck am I institution immediately.
That's all, folks.
Rene, do you have an experiment?
Nope. We have an experiment already.
No, Rene, do you have an experiment of mass attracting mass?
Hey, do you have an
Hello.
experiment of bullshit?
No.
You have this experiment.
What's happening?
That may be true.
The-
There's only one way to find out,
the-
Rene. There's only
You
one way
are
to
a
find-
cult leader.
There's only one way
You
to
are a
find out.
cult leader.
Yeah, you Jim
There's
Jones
only
ass
one way to
nigga.
find out, Rene. And how we find out if what you're saying is true,
You are a cult leader.
there's only one way to find out.
And
You saying Chemo's a cult leader? How many ball tards am I holding up?
And that way,
there's one way to find out
Only
that
one way to
you're
find
an idiot. And answer a basic astronomy related question,
astronomy
idiot
is
boy.
not science, Rene.
No, you don't even understand basic astronomy because you're a fucking idiot.
We wouldn't,
I'm
wanna
sorry. Excuse me
understand.
while I get angry.
We
All
wouldn't-
right,
we
I'm going to
wouldn't-
shut up.
We would want to.
This boy is a tool. He's a tool.
I thought Chemo was a cult leader. Now he's a tool? Can you make up your mind? Also, astronomy. Is that close to the whiskey bee, the brand bee, and the Bloody Mare bee?
Rene, look, it's pseudoscience, and we don't.
You
recommend-
are a fucking fool.
Now Chemo's a cult leader, a tool, and a fool. And that's the second time you said you were going to shut up and have it. Are you in the drunk?
All right, I'm done. I'm going to shut up.
Is the third time a charm?
A basic
nope
astronomy related
That's not
question.
science there, Rene.
Chemo.
Sorry about that. No science.
Ask me.
No
Answer
science.
me a basic related astronomy related
Yes,
question.
but
Come on.
It's not scientific. I can't help you.
Ask me a related, answer me a basic related astronomy related question. Answer related. Come on.
Oh, let me answer. Ask you a basic astronomy related question and you give me an answer.
All right, let's try and put my. I'll put my religious hat on. Go on, let's do it.
Are you ready?
I've got my religious hat
Answer
on.
me.
Yeah.
Are you ready to answer me a basic astronomy related question?
Let's go.
And don't you dare say perspective.
Okay.
Okay. As seasons progress, the sun rises and sets at different regions of the horizon as we go. Why is that possible? Why does that happen?
It's a perspective related question perspective.
Are you ready for? Are you? No. Are you blatantly lying?
No,
You're a
the
denier.
experiments.
Are you ready? You don't know jack diddly shit about astronomy.
Wow.
That is blatantly obvious.
Well, I know.
Are you ready for question? Are you ready for question 2, Mr. Dumbass?
Go on, then. I'm ready.
Okay. So, why can Polaris, the constellation of Polaris, be visible during a certain months of the year in the northern hemisphere during certain months of the year, and in other months of the year it cannot be visible. But if you could, during the months that it can't be visible, if you could magically turn day into night, you could see Polaris. Why is that?
So, Foster Brooks, you think the constellation Polaris, the constellation Polaris disappears for months in the northern hemisphere? How many space-time altering benders are you on per year? Have you considered clouds?
A model is your model. You don't. Are you ready for question number 3?
Hey, relax, everyone.
Chemo, are you ready for
down.
question number 3?
Yes.
Let's go to question number 3, Chemo. Okay,
Did you? Is this the second time through that? Or is it just still the same? Can't be.
You're playing that one second time.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there then. I have
Still
another
funny,
one.
though.
Yeah, I'll just let it continue, then I'll play the next one. Might as well.
Forget
let's
it,
see.
you
Let's
dumb
see.
old.
Hi! I said before I conversation. I don't know God was just fucking everybody else. I don't take it for it. I got everything. Yeah! God, blackest. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Don't be so
you're a
rude to Arnold.
dumbass.
Come on.
You don't know jack diddly shit.
I'm talking about
You don't,
Stop.
you don't even
Stop.
understand basic astronomy. You're
Stop
a
trying to
dumbass. You're
roast
out here
Chemo.
promoting your bullshit on the internet, and you don't even understand basic astronomy.
Renee,
What
stop
is
trying to roast
wrong with
Chemo.
you?
But Renee, look at
Stop
the
trying to
model
roast
that
Chemo.
I've provided
sorry.
for you. We have a working model.
Chemo,
which-
you.
It answers the second question.
Jump in a
Hello.
ditch.
Hello? Anyone home? I was going through Canada, and his whole routine, and his cat is, well, first of all, I can't understand. I just came out of the street, and it's bloody great
Let them vent. Let them get it
I'm
out.
sorry, people.
Don't prevent people from speaking.
People
their
like this
mind.
son of a bitch, they fucking aggravate the shit out of me. They're pieces of work, and they need
Well,
to
you're
be
interrupting
tossed
it.
in a ditch. Incredulity. You're incredulity as it possibly can get.
Here comes another one. Wait a minute. Let's see. We got
Stop
rocket.
the Presses
There we go.
2.0, May 24th, 2020. We have the intellectual elites over on Jose JG Retard Show doubling down on their thesis defense that evaporated water is not a gas.
Have you considered evaporation? According to Nathan Oakley and Quantum Racer, the current science is water evaporates and becomes gas.
That's right.
I know. Statement I've ever heard, but yeah.
What do you call it, John?
I call it gaseous.
I'm sorry.
Gaseous state.
Gaseous is different than gas.
So, yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm not joking. They are joking. I am.
I'm just gonna start chiming in,
Tar
guys.
powers.
Yeah.
Activate.
Thanks.
So we have the statement, water evaporates and becomes a gas, which elicits laughing and mocking from the entire retard panel. An outburst of laughter from Latonia Bailey, again, the newest member to the retard family. Pathetic from the Rhodes Scholar Brian. And Sean the Crackhead Hawkins calls it gaseous, a gaseous state, not a gas. And finally, the coup de grace from Professor Latent Unnatural Homoerotic Obsession with tapping on the whiteboard, Phil Belland, who responds to the claim water evaporates and becomes a gas with, "That is the dumbest statement I think I ever heard."
Oh,
Are you serious? Are you...
So let's have a look-see from their alma mater wiki. Water vapor or aqueous vapor is the gaseous phase of water. From the American Chemical Society, water vapor is the most important greenhouse gas. From NASA, water vapor is also the most important greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. From NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, many greenhouse gases occur naturally in the atmosphere, such as carbon dioxide, methane, and water vapor. From Science Direct, water vapor is the most important atmospheric trace gas. From Energy Education, University of Calgary, although invisible, water vapor is one component of the wet stream released. Water vapor exists in the atmosphere as an invisible gas. From Yale, Climate Connections, water vapor is one of the most important elements of the climate system. A greenhouse gas, in conclusion, Sean Little G in classic form 2019.
Prepare yourself.
In this example right here, this is a good diagram. Isolated, no matter or energy enters of leaves. This solid, sealed. Closed, energy enters and leaves, but material does not. Got the energy of the sun bouncing in and out. And then open, both energy and matter enter and leave. You got the energy of the sun, and you got, like, for example, you get a splash of water, and you got the water. So water is considered matter. But then when a rocket leaves over here, and we exchange this one little line with a rocket, with a big, fat Elon Musk rocket with some satellites, what is it considered? Is it energy or is it matter, like a droplet of water? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm not sure if someone on the panel could answer.
Sean Little G. So you're not sure if a rocket is matter or not?
Are you serious?
That because Newton's law of gravitation as a force can be used to a certain extent, which is also my understanding, I don't have to look at it as not a force, but as a bending of space-time, because I don't understand general relativity. So therefore, as far as I'm concerned, I don't have to look at it as anything else besides a force.
Calling all cars. We have
Numpty dipshit.
all cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
Sean Little G. What an abject moron you are, sir. So, because all you know about combustion is phlogiston, which is also your understanding, you don't have to look at oxidation reactions because you don't understand chemistry. So therefore, as far as you're concerned, you don't have to look at it as anything besides phlogiston. Are you kidding me? You, sir, need to turn your tricycle in at the next depot and report to the who and where the fuck am I institution immediately. Take this with you.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Egypt Emerald, June 2021.
Again, where does the pressure come from, Emerald?
The gas pushing on things?
Profound. You're going to have to take it easy with the white paper technical language and break it down for the layman. Clown.
You've said colliding particles. Can you demonstrate colliding particles are producing pressure?
Yeah, it's Brownian motion.
Brownian motion, eh? I hope you don't mind when I later use Brownian motion that you just brought up to pummel your dumb ass.
But where does the acceleration come from?
When it collides with things.
That's astonishing. Where did the initial velocity of gases come from for them to even have the ability to accelerate? I'd surely love for someone to answer that diamond in the rough.
You can measure the pressure on the walls of the container if you want. You could also put a barometer far away from any of the walls, and it'll still measure that pressure.
Correct.
And a force over a given area is by definition pressure.
That's a fact. Note, in both of your measuring scenarios, your previous two comments, they each had a common denominator. A container.
A change in momentum over time is by definition a force.
Whoa there, Cochise.
Whoa! Wow! When I say whoa, I mean whoa!
You just said...
And a force over a given area is by definition pressure.
So if a force over a given area is by definition pressure, that is P equals F over A, then rearranging to solve for F, force must equal pressure times area, or F equals PA. Not F equals delta P over delta T, or force equals change in momentum over time. Also, if P equals mv and m is constant, m being mass, which you or anyone else can't even define, then F equals the change in momentum over the change in time is reduced to F equal ma. But F equal ma is false. From Richard Feynman, lecture on quantum electrodynamics. The discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in the behavior of light, and then in the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. Let me say that again, Crayon Muncher. The laws of motion of Newton were not right. More specifically, from the Feynman lectures, caltech.edu, even though the law F equal ma is false, and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Kablooey, sunshine. You're just mindlessly parroting contradicting horse shit that you've read or heard without any due diligence whatsoever.
So collisions of gas particles is sufficient to create gas pressure.
Wrong. From the chemistry department, elmhurst.edu. Kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure, force on a unit area. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the walls, the higher the pressure. Therefore, the causal agent, that is, necessary condition for gas pressure to exist, is a container. From Chem Libre text, gas pressure. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases. Therefore, again, the causal agent, that is the necessary condition for gas pressure to exist, is a container.
No, and that's what you don't get gas pressure in that way. You get gas pressure.
You do.
You don't.
It's not even a logical step. It is literally just the definitions of these terms.
Wrong. I just provided the definition of gas pressure twice. Ergo, you're either a liar or a Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit.
You're busted. The question was asked, where do you get the pressure from? And the answer is simply from collisions of gas particles with surfaces.
Wrong. Incomplete. Too ambiguous.
I mean, the walls of the container are surfaces, so gas pressure does manifest there, but those aren't the only surfaces. For example, The ground is also a surface, and as such, it experiences gas pressure.
Wrong. Not without the other 5 surfaces, i.e., the walls and the roof.
No, because the atmosphere is not flying off into space, right? So it's being
Correct.
pulled down by gravity. It's being held down
Correct.
by gravity. Yeah.
Correct.
That's where
Correct. Wrong. Gravity doesn't exist. Not a single validated scientific experiment. Ever. You also just violated Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, and the second law of thermodynamics. Your parents must be proud and game roosters. Also, you just agreed that the atmosphere, which is a paradox, atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape, gases have no inherent shape, is being pulled down to the earth by fairy tale gravity. Well, that would mean only one vector. Remember when you begot Brownian motion earlier? From MIT.edu, Brownian motion. Real gas molecules move in all directions, not just to neighbors on a chessboard. According to MIT, gases move in all vectors, but you have them limited to only one vector.
Fatality.
Like I always say, folks, just let these spinning space monkeys open up their incoherent banana holes. They do your work for you. Dandy Dawn, do we have any parting gifts for this pretender clown numpty dipshit?
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Clown Show Co-Show, March 2021.
Faith is a more general term that I would probably say. There's science and then faith. Just having faith in something, because faith doesn't require any evidence at all.
Wrong. So we have Clown Show Co-Show juxtaposing science, which he has no clue of. See previous numpty clips, and further on in this presentation. He's juxtaposing science and faith, saying science has evidence, whereas faith does not. They're two polar opposites. That's interesting. Let's see what Max Planck has to say about this. We got Max Planck here, Nobel Prize in Physics. Where is Science Going? Dated 1932, page 214. Max Planck says, anybody who has been seriously engaged in scientific work of any kind realizes that over the entrance to the gates of the Temple of Science are written the words, ye must have faith. It is a quality which the scientist cannot dispense with. So, either Clown Show Co-Show is right and Max Planck is wrong, and or Clown Show Co-Show is equivocating fallacy with the word faith. Guess where my bet's going? All in.
But that's my point. Is it science is not limited to cause and effect relationships.
Notice this crayon couched this with science, right? Not natural science, he said just science. So what he's doing is equivocating fallacy again. From one of your chief pseudoscience priests, we'll just lead it out here, nature.com, California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in The Edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They are the whole point. So, that begs the question, what's a scientific hypothesis? And Clown Show Co-Show, it better have nothing to do with cause and effect, or you're toast. From Lowell C., Becoming a Successful Scientist, Cambridge University Press. A scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. There you go.
Fatality.
Down the tubes. A scientific hypothesis does not merely state X and Y may be related, but explains why they are related. Let's pile on. From Drexel University, the scientific method is hypothesis-driven. One makes an educated guess to explain a cause and effect relationship. From Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, a hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of cause and effect. From the Institute of Physics, when planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. The variables: independent, dependent, and controlled. From the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is the response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. The IV is the antecedent, whereas the DV is the consequent. From his alma mater wiki, an experiment is a procedure carried out to support, refute, or validate a hypothesis. Experiments provide insight into cause and effect by demonstrating what outcome occurs when a particular factor is manipulated. From sciencing.com, independent variable. The variable that the scientist changes during the experiment is the independent variable. Think of the experiment as a cause and effect exercise. The independent variable is the cause factor. So if the whole point of the scientific method is hypothesis, and it is, and hypotheses are exclusively based on cause and effect reasoning, they are, then natural science is solely based on cause and effect. And Clown Show Kosho is a pretender clown numpty dipshit.
You dumbass.
Yeah, but not all science requires experiments.
Are you high right now?
Natural science most certainly requires experiment. You equivocating egghead. From Professor Wolf's University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. You're done.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
D-U-N. Clown. Let's pile on. From Lures, e.g., Introduction to Theory and Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. From the Chair of Physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, the only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. From Richard Feynman, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
And finally, your buddy, Max Planck. Experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry, imagination. Apparently, these scientists just stomped the mud hole in your dumb ass, Clown Show Kosho.
Like most wildlife biology doesn't require you can't even really do experiments. Same thing with astronomy. A lot of times it's just observations.
Well then, since wildlife biology and astronomy don't conduct experiments, and as we just went over, natural science requires experiment, therefore wildlife biology and astronomy aren't natural sciences. Thanks. By the way, if those quote-unquote disciplines, wildlife biology and astronomy, masquerade as natural sciences, then they are pseudosciences by definition. Pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. Done.
Infinite amount of ways to do science.
No flailing, generalized, baseless, bare, useless, drivel assertion fallacy there. Infinite amount of ways, eh? Well, as we've all heard today, Professor Sean Carroll, Caltech, Chair of Physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, Richard Feynman, and Max Planck essentially say, you're full of pretender clown dipshittery, clown show, co-show.
The reason why you can infer that there's a force acting on it is even though you're measuring its acceleration, you're not measuring any actual acceleration.
Welcome to Numpty Clip Tuesday.
Mr. Double Blind Physics Experiment, Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane, 12 April 2020.
I have a question.
Sounds like Cinco de Mayo at your house, Jose. What the hell did you just say?
I know, right?
Cinco de Mayo? You mean you Cinco de sandwich into de Mayo? It's Cinco de Mayo, you dumbass cracker.
Sly, what's up, man? Go ahead.
Hey, hola. Let's see. Montreal. Why did you not answer the question that I paid €6.66 for?
Excuse me, what was that?
The question that Jose had read off to you a little earlier, that was actually from me out of the chat. Why is it when I drive over a hill and the air pressure decreases, why didn't I drive through a container barrier for that to happen?
So, Sly's question he paid €6.66 for. Why is it when I drive over a hill and the air pressure decreases, why didn't I drive through a container barrier for that to happen? Well, Sly, because there aren't container barriers over hills on highways or roads. What's next? Why don't you see beluga whales in the Sahara? You give undeniable affirmation to.
A fool and his money are soon parted.
Yeah, let's break it down. Montreal, take your time and think about it, because remember,
There's
nobody
nothing to
claims,
think about.
you know. Go ahead, think about it. Take your time.
There's
Go ahead.
nothing to think about, Jose.
So, Jose Retard, you want him to take his time, think about, and break down why it is when Sly drives over a hill and the air pressure decreases, why didn't Sly need to drive through a container barrier for that to happen? Eh? Apparently, you've taken advantage of the social distancing guidelines and given the slip to your fleet of slobber nurses.
From the beginning of time, since a caveman walked out of his
That's not
cave,
my question, man.
he realized, let me finish. He realized that when you go up, there's less pressure, and when you come down, there's more pressure.
Okay.
What's the big deal there? Why should there be a barrier there, Sly?
Well, because number one, you just said a second ago, you're contradicting yourself now. You just said a second ago that pressure always moves towards the negative, right?
Wrong. Firstly, Sly, we're talking about gas pressure, not shark bite pressure. Shark bite pressure doesn't move to negative shark bite pressure. Number two, there's no such thing as negative pressure. However, there are negative IQs. Just look in the mirror and to the left and to the right, up and down the ball-tarred panel you're on. And number three, in nature, high gas pressure always moves to low gas pressure. It's the quintessential tenet of the entropy laws, i.e. the second law of thermodynamics. Duh.
As in, you know,
Right.
a higher pressure will always escape towards a lower pressure, right?
Correct.
Okay, so why is the pressure at lower altitudes not trying to go up? Because it's
Very
lower
easy.
pressure above it.
Very easy. There's the gases are produced on the surface of the Earth, and they rise up gradually. What's so hard to understand about that?
Okay, how long does it take this process to take place? Because, you know, even in the couple, you know, I guess, couple decades that you and I have both been alive, air pressure hasn't changed.
You serious?
What in the hell are you talking about, you bonehead? air pressure is constantly changing. Here's what you do, Sly. You bribe one of your slobber nurses to let you watch the Weather Channel. And whenever they flash one of those maps up on the screen, you see the big H's with the circle around it? That's high pressure. Then you see the L's. They're pretty big too. They got the circles around them also. That's low pressure. And they constantly move, i.e. change. Next block of instruction, how to turn a doorknob in the evening. Don't miss Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane, Part Duh, tomorrow.
Okay, part duh coming up.
Mr. Double-Blind Physics Experiment, Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane, Part Duh, 12 April 2020.
You're looking at the teeth of a woman smiling at you. You're not looking at the big picture. First, you have to answer, how do you have the gas pressure to begin with for it to establish that gradient? See, this is the mistake you're making.
Right. I already know that.
Really? So you already know that? Well, come on. Tell us. We only been waiting for 5 friggin' years. Spill the beans already.
The cause for gas pressure or atmospheric pressure has nothing to do with gravity. I understand the argument. However, you are saying that positive air pressure is supposed to go towards a lower air pressure area. It's supposed to escape to that. Yet, at higher altitudes, air pressure is lower. So why is the higher pressure at sea level not trying to escape to it?
Yeah. D. Stuttering fool. I suppose we're not going to get the answer to that today either. Yep. Time to circle back to your container barrier over the hill query that would make incoherent second graders belly laugh. You're a clown.
I mean, I could pressurize a container right here, and then I pop the top on it, and that stuff clears out like instantly.
About damn time.
Whoa, you did answer it. Welcome to Flat Earth, you bonehead. You just confirmed our argument. Ha!
Gravity itself is not a force, but gravity produces gravitational force. That's the result.
So a non-force produces a force with the same name? When does your Rhodes Scholarship end, Sly?
Wind is a definition.
Uh-oh, now we're in for it. Sly's gonna release that piercing intellect of his. You bozo. Wind isn't a definition. It's a term. Like retard is a term. The definition is less advanced in mental, physical, or social development than is usual for one's age. Here's another term, moron. Here's the definition, a stupid person. Hey, and you know what? I see a picture of you here. You're waving. Ha! Clown.
Now the what do you call it? What? Basically, what I'm telling you is that the word wind, okay, is a definition.
Wow. So, okay, I get it. The term is less advanced in mental, physical, or social development than is usual for one's age. And the definition is retard. Ha, I got it. Hey, you're in this one too. You're here smiling and waving. So you got two definitions. My word.
So, what I'm saying is that gravity is the definition
Yeah, now we get it, you sly dog, you. You were greasing the skids with wind so you can wheel out your disheveled. Gravity is the definition. You need to be institutionalized, dude. Immediately.
Okay, gravity is a definition. However, what it creates is a gravitational force. So gravity, by definition itself, is not a force. Gravitational force is a force.
Yeah, sure. And dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils, Sly. In conclusion, thanks for demonstrating that you're a double-blind retard. That's the definition. Ha!
Say hello to my little friend!
Anyone wants to take over for the DJ for a little while? I can continue playing the numpty clips if you want me to. But I'm kind of in the middle of doing another project, so I will be away for periods of time, so... yeah. If there's any problem, you can mute the groovy until someone with the DJ role can come in and stop it. Just saying.
Is everyone?
That is a pretty tough question to answer. I don't know. Where is everyone?
Just working still? I mean, it is like a Tuesday, right? So.
Yeah, probably everybody's just busy doing life, you know, like most of us.
When I get on the server, I'm used to seeing a long ass, list on the, VC. So.
Yeah, yeah. It usually gets bigger, a longer list in the evening. That's for sure. You've been around for a while now, haven't you?
Yeah.
About how long have you been on the server?
I would say about a year, maybe.
Right, me too. Yeah, just a little over a year for me as well. Yeah, right on.
Yeah. I've learned some things that are good.
It's an amazing amount of things if I consider what I've learned in just the year I've been here. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's like the crash course.
I've been thinking about seismic waves recently. And sort of like, earthquake phenomenons and shit like that. Because I have no idea what could be causing that in reality.
Yeah, none of us can. We can only intimate at what it could possibly be, you know. But it appears to be some kind of mechanism to me as well. Like there's some kind of something in there is creating a lot of heat, a lot of cold, a lot of pressure, and a lot of different substances, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows, like whoever created this or whatever created this place, it's a system that all works together. There's nothing like that can happen by chance. You know what I mean?
And that kind of goes with the whole tide thing. Have you ever seen a tidal node map?
I think I've seen them before. Yeah.
Yeah, what's weird is that there's plenty of places, right, where there's no difference between high and low tide. And these tidal nodes have like absolutely no correlation with where the moon is.
They don't, you're right. And plus we have a high tide and a low tide, right? We have two different tides every day. How's that possible? Because like in my reality, the moon is overhead sometimes all day or most of the day, you know? So how come I still have a low tide in this area then?
Right.
Doesn't make sense. Like you said, also, there could be a place that has a 2-foot tide, and then a few miles away it could have a 15-foot tide.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm trying to do some repair work right now, so I'm going to have to jet away for a little while. Do you want me to put on the playlist for the numpty clips?
Could do that.
Yeah. Now, anybody with a DJ can stop it, or if you're able to mute the bot itself, you could just go down and right-click and server mute it to stop it temporarily if there's no one here. But I see Gemsy here, so he's a mod. He can mute it or stop it.
I'll ban it.
I'll ban it.
You'll
if
ban it. Ban the groovy bot if it gets too outrageous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put it on. I have to do some bike repair. Very importante. Muy importante.
Get it done.
Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, a.k.a. the photosynthetic redneck, a.k.a. no marble science, fresh off his thesis defense of...
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
March 2021.
Can I ask Jeremy a question?
No.
What kind of science is astronomy, Jeremy? Don't tell me to fuck off. Just answer the question. What kind of science is astronomy?
Pseudoscience.
Correct.
No, it's called observational science.
Observational science? Isn't that painfully redundant? Since the first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon, leading to a logical fallacy, fallacy of composition, also known as faulty induction. Description: inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. With observational science, observation is part of the whole, but not the whole of science, i.e., the scientific method. You still have hypothesis construction and the actualization thereof. Experiment. Let's have a little look-see here. Observational science. There's only one source I can find. That's troubling. It's from yourdictionary.com. Okay? It says the definition of observational science is a field of science where controlled observations cannot be done in order to study causes and effects. Scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording the findings over time. It gives examples of observational science: astronomy, sociology, economics, and epidemiology. Beneath the huge advertisement, it also has paleontology and geology. Let's take a look at the first part of this definition. Observational science is a field of science where controlled observations... What do they mean by that? Controlled observations, like you got blinders on, or you got electrodes on your eyelids, and you plug it in and they open up your eyelids and they're controlled, and then you pull the plug and they turn them off? What the hell is that? Who knows? Controlled observations can't be done in order to study causes and effects. Well, that's not natural science. Hypotheses and experiments are purely cause and effect relationship moieties. So it's pseudoscience. If these guys go masquerading around as science, then they're pseudosciences by definition. The second part of this definition: scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording the findings over time. What? And they put astronomy with sociology and economics, social sciences, nature taking its course in sociology. Could you show me that? How about nature taking its course in economics? My word, son.
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. It's like epidemiology, sociology, economics, things like that are called observational sciences.
Yep, that's right. you forgot to scroll down underneath your dictionary source and catch a hold of paleontology and geology train wrecks in your observational science dumpster fire.
Do you know what that means, Jeremy?
It means it's pseudoscience because you're not going to follow the scientific method.
Correct.
No.
Yeah.
It means.
Yeah, laugh it up there, funny boy.
It means it's a field of science where controlled observations can't be done in order to study causes and effects.
Yeah, exactly. The prosecution rests. The scientific method's sole purpose is to elucidate cause and effect relationships. You just admitted that these clowns can't do cause and effect. Ergo, pseudoscience, by definition. Thanks. It's also fallacious, as we identified.
That's what observational science is.
Yeah, pseudoscience. We already established that. Also, Professor Blueballs, does your dictionary observational sciences only conduct observational studies? The answer is yes. From Hinkelmann, Klaus, Kepthorne, Design and Analysis of Experiments, Volume 1, Introduction to Experimental Design. Observational studies are not experiments.
Oh, son of a... It's gonna leave a mark.
By definition, observational studies lack the manipulation required for Baconian experiments.
Fatality.
In addition, observational studies, for example, in biological or social systems, often involve variables that are difficult to quantify or control. Moreover, there are 3 types of observational studies: case control, cross-sectional, and cohort studies. Let me ask you a question. Can you give me the case control, cross-sectional, or cohort study in astronomy? It'd be easier building a perpetual motion machine of the second kind out of taxation without representation.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. There is no such thing as the scientific method, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
You serious?
Jeez, hillbilly. You lost your photosynthetic redneck mind? That's rhetorical. We'll just do 10 out of 185 million. We want to get out of here this century. From the Geosociety, Kristen McClellan, the title of the article, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, Professor Wolf's title of the article, Introduction to the Scientific Method. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, title of the article, 6 Steps of the Scientific Method. From the Khan Academy, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From Live Science, title of the article, Science and the Scientific Method. From Chem Libertext, title of the article, 1.4, The Scientific Method, How Chemists Think. From Northern Arizona University, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. From Purdue University, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From the National Institutes of Health.gov, title of the paper, The Scientific Method. From Nature.com, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. If you would have said there is no such thing as the Declaration of Independence, it'd have been more coherent.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
It's creating low pressure.
And that's how, listen to me, that's how it overcomes gravity.
Jesus.
It doesn't overcome gravity.
So let me get this straight. That's how it overcomes gravity. It doesn't overcome gravity? Do you reminisce with strangers? You got horseshit for brains, son. Clown.
Let's agree on a height, because I think that's a fair point to proceed forward from. You've obviously got a point of ejection to 10 feet, and maybe it was a little flippant. My apologies.
Well, I don't mind.
Maybe you could suggest
It doesn't really
the height.
matter.
So it doesn't really matter. You're saying that height doesn't really matter, hillbilly blue balls, the redneck retard.
Well, it does matter, doesn't it? Because the distance to the horizon is what?
No,
it does matter. Why? Why doesn't it matter?
Don't attack me. I'm just.
Don't attack you. He's merely asking you why height doesn't matter. You friggin' snowflake bozo redneck retard.
No, why doesn't it matter?
Making a point.
Your point was that it doesn't matter. My point is that it does.
Listen, if you want to target height,
Why does it matter?
if you want an observer height or a gun barrel height of 30 feet, you could probably target stuff out to about 6 miles, something like that.
Sir, why doesn't the observer height matter when targeting?
It doesn't matter because
You
they
made
use
that
radar,
statement.
which is like
No interruption, Tears.
50 or 60 feet up. You know what I mean?
Tears,
And it's
we
a
got
parabola flying
Adam
over the
and Blue
horizon.
having a combo here. Adam and Blue, please.
You could see a target on the horizon at about 6 or 7 miles from 30 feet, from a 30-foot observer height or gun barrel height, laser
Sir,
height.
why does not the observer height not matter when you're painting a target, when you're observing it across a geometric ball of radius?
I didn't say it didn't matter.
Oh, really? So you didn't say it didn't matter? Do you even know your own name? Or where you're at? You double-speaking Muppets. You just said it didn't matter about 20 seconds ago. Let's have a listen.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
You said clearly it doesn't really matter.
Did I?
You did, sir. That's why I felt the need to address it so we could proceed.
I don't believe I said that.
So you don't believe you said that? Really? Well, let's have another listen.
It
doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
It
doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
Wow. It's well past time for you to head back to the Blue Tick Coonhound Kennel, or your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised!
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
You said you're doing an experiment. I just want to know what experiment it is. Would you have more detail?
You don't know that I'm doing Cavendish.
What? Cavendish never performed a scientific experiment, Professor Hillbelly. He didn't have a viable dependent variable. Ergo, no hypothesis. Therefore, no experiment. Check the original paper. You'll find nada. Zippo. Number 2. Why are you performing a non-experiment from a 106-year-out-date pseudoscience, Hillbelly? From Douglas Klein, Professor of Physics, via Phys Libre text. Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. So, it's well past time to get up to date with a new hotness, Einstein's general theory of relativity from 1915, and start performing bendy space-time experiments.
And what's your hypothesis?
Attracts mass.
Sorry? What's your hypothesis?
Mass attracts other mass.
So, your hypothesis is, given mass, then mass will attract other mass, right? That's not a scientific hypothesis, Professor Blueballs. That's a circular banjo do-si-do begging the question fallacy train wreck. you'd fail 5th grade general science and the 60 level basic reasoning course. By the way, what's mass?
Mass is simply the resistance to acceleration. Do you know that?
No. That's inertia. But we'll roll with it anyway. So let's take the definition you provided and substitute the definition for the word, mass. You said mass is the resistance to acceleration. So your hypothesis actually is, given the resistance to acceleration, the resistance to acceleration will attract the resistance to acceleration.
Gas molecules are moving in all different directions, but they're also moving in one singular mass in one direction.
So gas molecules are moving in all different directions and at the same time moving in one singular resistance to acceleration direction?
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. And Newton's second law of motion is just the one everybody's heard a million times. Force is equal to mass times acceleration. Do you have any problem with that?
Yeah.
Look at you, big dummy.
Mainly, it, along with all of Newton's so-called laws, along with the universal law of gravitation, were replaced by Einstein 106 years ago. Then wholesale debunked by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal MA was filleted then fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal MA is false, and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
Fatality. Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. A mole is simply a quantity. And as I say, it could be a quantity of anything. We could have a mole of brines if we had enough space to put that many brines.
Wrong. From Royal Society of Chemistry, mole contains exactly 6.022140076 times 10 to the 23rd elementary entities. Unless Brian is an elementary entity, you just bashed yourself in the face with a spade shovel. Again.
You dumbass.
Yes, in atmosphere, depending on the ratio of surface area to mass, or to weight, if you want to think of it that way.
Wrong. You're going to have to pick one, Professor. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific context, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. Why aren't you mindlessly parroting the correct horseshit from your pseudoscientist, Professor Hillbilly?
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
And the force you're speaking about is gravity, is it not?
Yes.
Why is it then that Albert Einstein, over 100 years ago, stopped calling gravity a force and he called it an effect due to the curvature of space-time by matter?
Well, it is. That's exactly what it is. It is the curvature of space-time. But Einstein did nothing more than add to Newton's theories.
You serious?
Yeah, because he's Dunning batshit Kruger. Number one, Newton never even proposed a scientific theory in his life. Number two, if Einstein added to Newton's theories, he would have subtracted special relativity. Why? Well, the universal law of gravitation violates special relativity. From Britannica.com. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity served so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously, according to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Because every molecule of gas is being subjected to an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second toward the Earth.
Yeah. I'd say there's a better chance of Liberace being resurrected sporting a purple tutu and jumping on a chartreuse-hobbled unicorn and riding around the Sombrero Galaxy. If what you just said was true, it would never rain. You dumbass cracker. And how's it feel to be in direct contradiction with Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, and parts of Dalton's law? And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked, you've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownian motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody, lifeless pulp.
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Do we measure the rate that things fall? Is that how we determine the gravitational constant?
No, that's not how the gravitational constant was arrived at. That's not how you can derive or measure the gravitational constant. You can't derive it in the first place. You've got to. It had to be measured. Still has to be measured. How
is it measured though?
It's a product of of our inconvenient series set of units that we choose to use. If we'd picked something other than meters and kilograms and so forth, could have come up with a completely different constant, but it's a constant of proportionality. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did.
Wrong. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Professor Blue Balls here is either a stone cold liar or clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the poster child of a fork-tongued, double-speaking, numpty dipshit spinning space monkey.
Cavendish measured, actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant.
What in the flying is going on here? You just said...
How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Cavendish measured, actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant.
Say hello to my little friend!
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth. He was looking to determine what the mass, it's the weight of the Earth, is.
Remember this, ass clown. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M or M or M. How about this one, dumbass? Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. And finally, now let's not forget what this window licker said.
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth.
Fatality.
From Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, Volume 88, 1798, pages 469 to 526. Title of the paper, Experiments to Determine the Density of the Earth by Henry Cavendish, Esquire, FRS, and AS. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's well obvious that this slack-jawed meatball has never even looked at the original paper.
Ay, caramba!
Yet,
you knew that the butane was denser, was a more dense gas than the air that was already inside of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Brian, and I forgot what I was going to say at this point. Yeah, the butane is heavier. No question about that. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because of relative density. No, well, it's heavier because it's more dense. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because it's more dense. Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Prepare yourself.
It has nothing to do with the Earth rotating under the football. The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this ass clown retard of the ages is clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger insane. From Vanderbilt.edu. Angular momentum is the measure of the momentum of an object around an axis. From Fizzlieber text, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. What's its? Well, the rotating object.
Is that the Groovy Bob playing?
Deals with angular velocity. That is, it speaks to radians or revolutions per unit time around a given axis. There's two types of angular momentum: spin
How do you stop
and
this thing?
orbital. Then two more subtypes: point and extended objects. Point objects is just how it sounds: an object accelerating around a point, like a ball attached to a string that you start spinning above your head. The formula is L, angular momentum,
You
equals
think you gotta
R,
mute the Groovy Box?
radius.
That's
for
too.
everybody else or just for me?
That's the distance from
Yeah,
the
it's too
rotation
late
point
now.
in
The
your
guy
hand
hopped
to the
out.
center of the
There's
ball.
a new guy in here. Came over from Gems.
I'll stop it. Sorry about that, guys. I'll stop it.
No biggie. He left, man. He left. No biggie.
Rotating
I can
about its own
pause
axis.
also.
How do you pause it? Do you use commands or?
Yeah, use commands, but I think you have to have the DJ roll.
I can always fucking just give it to myself.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're a mod.
So-
That's true. Heck yeah. I
I
forgot.
can just
You're a
hook
mod.
myself up for the role, man.
Yeah, you could give yourself the DJ role, and then there's a way to learn how to use the Groovy Bot. It takes a little while. It took a little while for me, but I'm getting it pretty good now.
Okay.
I learned how to seek. I learned how to seek in videos to the exact location where whatever you put, to pause and resume it, to stop it, to clear.
All right.
And you can paste music like actually Lunatic has a YouTube channel where he's got not as many as I would like to see, because I think there needs to be a depository of all of the music that we can just play without worrying about copyright or anything like that.
That's cool.
Anyway,
This guy was in here. He hopped over from Gems. But it's dead right now, anyways. So
yeah. So let me find Lunatics. I lost my train of thought.
It's cool. It's cool. You keep playing that. It's all good. Dude left.
Thank God for good weed. I mean, it makes a difference. I don't need to. It helps so much, man. I can't believe it.
Man, I cannot do Discord without weed. I'm sorry. Whenever I don't have weed, fuck Discord. I don't even turn it on. I don't even bother.
I do everything better. Like I do everything totally better. Like if I want to do mechanics, like I'm a freaking ace mechanic, but for some reason, like if I don't have it, like I lose my appetite. I can't sleep that well. I don't eat that well.
Yep, same here. To sleep. Oh my god. Once I stop smoking, I literally can't fall asleep for the first 2 days.
I get it.
I'll sleep for 2 hours and get right back up. It's like, oh no.
Let me find it. Sometimes I pass it up the first pass here, because I'm looking through 200 channels. I have a list of 200 on my channel. I subscribe to 200. Well, about 190, I think, channels. Let's see, where are you? Oh, dang it. Lunatic, I'll find it. Probably. Yeah, the thing that I like the least about Discord, and it's probably just my awareness of how to use it, but finding the things I need at a moment's notice in some kind of one place where I can find them in categories, like memes, like have them so they're like separated out, so I can find it. Music, so it's all separated out. Dang, where's Lunatic? Oh, there we go. I had it there.
Bro, you can do all that stuff. I don't think you work. You got a little bit of time on your hands. I think you just make like a room and then just go in there and organize it the way you want it.
Yeah,
Or make
yeah,
it like a
you're
little
right.
text chat.
Yeah, I
I'm
think I
not
will
trying to,
do that. I just have to get organized enough myself that I can accomplish the task.
yeah, I'm not trying to be a prick, bro.
Oh no, I didn't take that way. Not at all. Yeah, I appreciate it actually. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, got you, man.
Yeah, I wish I had time because, I don't have any time. I'm working on my day off today. It's bad weather and nobody wants to work. And my daddy's got COVID.
Oh my gosh,
Not
craziness.
aware
Here's
today.
Lunatics channel. Sorry, didn't mean to.
So,
I rumpus. I have a bad habit. If someone starts roboting, I have a habit of interrupting at that point. Sorry. Oh, shoot. That sequence of
all good,
events.
bro.
I know. Oh man. So there's the Lunatics channel. The other place I find them is just going to the Groovy command. If you can give yourself that and then look through all the other people's things, or also go in the search bar if you're using a laptop. I can do it real easy. I can go to search. I can pull up almost like any user that I know well. Like maybe I've listened to a conversation on here for hours or days or whatever, and so I want to find out everything this person put in the live stream. Like whether it's a link or an image or whatever. And that's sometimes how I can find things. Anyway, I need to get out of the house. I don't know if you guys heard, we made up a little situation comedy, like you heard Globe Earth Sniper, Globe Earth Surveyor. So work on that. Anyway, I gotta go outside for a little while. I'll talk to you guys later.
Is anybody in here like actually here, or are all of you asleep? Obviously, someone was here. I if you don't answer. Alright. So I'm shooting. All for you guys, but except for maybe Jimsy, he's got the band hammer. I mean, I don't care that there's no one here so much. It's just like, whoa.
Oh no, it's fine. It just ups and downs, right? Sinusoidal wave, just the cycle of life. So what are we at? We're in August right now. We've passed the equinox. We're probably halfway through between the equinox and the next solstice. I mean, I'm sorry, we just passed the solstice. We're approaching the October equinox. So we should be halfway. Maybe that's why. I don't know. I try to correlate everything with the motion of the heavens because not a role model. However, when it comes to like financial stuff, yes, I will look towards the elite assholes. Why not? JP Morgan said anyone can become a millionaire, but to become a billionaire, you need an astrologer. And when it comes from somebody like JP Morgan, like I'm not gonna just skip right past that. It's like, what did you say? You just fucking say astrologer, not astronomer. Like, yep, he's an astrologer. It's like, fuck you, man, really. So I've been after that, like I've been with my Bitcoin. I just follow the stars. How about them apples? And he's right.
Well, we know they all
How about
follow
them
the
apples?
stars.
Well, they know something about it. Yeah, but they know more. They know more about the original mechanism, like this. All right. So today, because we live in this fucking space fantasy horse shit. However, let's remove these 150 years of bullshit, and let's assume we have technology, the same tech, but without the lies. We would know, right? The previous true knowledge that has been passed down from generation to generation, and we've built upon. So we would know actually what these cycles are, like what JP Morgan is talking about, because they're keeping it on lockdown. But something interesting where, well, anyways, you got to do your correlations yourself, but solstices really matter. That's all I'll say. Solstices have like serious impact. Equinoxes too. The March equinox is a deadly one. It's anyways, just
Well, it seems to be
all
that
I'll
the
say
winter
is look at it.
solstice is good for like social engineering, and the summer solstice is good for financial engineering.
If you're in it to make money, right? Like whatever. Let's say you got coins or whatever. Just follow JP Morgan's advice for your own. So you watch your finances go up and down throughout the year, but like he said, if you can't correlate those things with the stars, or if you don't, you're never going to be a billionaire, which is a very interesting thing for a billionaire. I think for the world's first billionaire to say that, kind of weird.
JP Morgan's actually the guy, like, that was what my essay was about.
He's the first guy to get his house electrified. The motherfucker is no joke, right? So he supported, like even though he's a douche, he's a douche for sure. He supported electricity. He's the one that actually even though Edison burned his desk, he burnt his office in his house, in JP Morgan's house.
He was the one that bought all the gold up from the United States. He was the one that took all the gold off the market, actually, and helped the fiat currency get, full force.
He's a bankster. He's in it for his own, his own wealth. But another like so GE General Electric, from what I understand, 51% JP Morgan, the rest Edison. It's an Edison Morgan company, so General Electric is still the Edison Electric company, except with Morgan. So it's cool. That history of electricity is pretty cool. So JP Morgan's house, and they call it electrified at the time. His house was the first house to get electrified. Competing was Vanderbilt. The Vanderbilts were he didn't. He backed out from funding Edison, Mr. Vanderbilt. And here we go. Here we are. Today, like, where are the Vanderbilts? They were extremely wealthy around that time, and they're you don't hear about them now.
Yeah, you were telling me about them.
The Vanderbilts.
Vandergaard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got rich off the railroad.
Oh, that's good news. Battlemont just posted, Michigan lawmaker introduces bill that would ban schools from mandating, and I'm assuming it would either be masks or vaccines. It'll ban the schools from mandating.
Should I tell you guys? I'm not even sure. should I let this stuff out?
You shouldn't have mentioned it if you're not going to let it out.
I'm gonna
You
let
want
it
to let
out.
it out, and you're going to let it out, or you wouldn't have mentioned it.
Yeah, I will. It's not. There isn't enough audience, right? So lucky you, lucky who's in here? Everyone. And none of this is classified anything, so it's great. It's not even here. All right.
So you're gonna tell everyone.
Yes, I'm gonna tell everyone what's actually going on, right? Overseas. Because where this buddy lives, they were doing funky stuff. There is even, what if I tell you NASA went in the desert where this guy lives?
Oh shit, that's involved. I know it's.
Oh, no, not anymore. Not anymore. However, he lives at the New Devon Island. You guys know where the New Devon Island went? Exactly. And I actually have photographs of it, so it's like, don't fuck around. Like, I know, it's funny. They went to a place where, anyways, no one knows about. Long story short. All right, fuck NASA. I don't want to go off on a tangent. So, this guy, he traveled out of his country, came back in. So they placed him under house arrest. They give him a bracelet, mandatory at the airport, right? Since he's not vaccinated, so they gave him a chip bracelet, and he had to wear it for 7 days or 10 days. I'll ask him again. And check this out. So this is the funny thing, right? So what is this bracelet or whatnot? Well, they just told him he had to wear it, and once you quarantined yourself at home, this is house arrest, right? So you have to house arrest yourself for 7 days or 7 to 10 days until
And
whatever it is.
is the bracelet part of the house arrest? Like, is it
Correct,
like an
correct.
ankle bracelet here?
Yeah, it's but you wear it on your hand,
right?
And right. So in that country, if you once you take your vaccine, you must download an app on your phone. It's mandatory, right? So if you don't have a smartphone, you're lucky, but you have to download an app anyways, and blah 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 blah. So check this out. His brother comes over. He didn't know what the fuck the bracelet does, right? No one knew. His brother comes over. His brother already is vaccinated, right? And he's like, "Hey man, that's good. I haven't seen you in a long time." And they're just chilling, chit chatting at home because he knows they told him he's under house arrest. So when his friend comes over, when his brother came over, like a couple of minutes in, he tells me his phone starts going off. His brother's phone. Why? Well, when you pick it up, well, what do you know?
Contact tracing. He picked it up today. He was next to this guy that was in quarantine.
Next to this, correct. You're next to someone that's unvaccinated. So that's the app that they must. And right there and then he can report it. You can report that person from that QR code that pops up. He was telling me. Anyways, so that's what's really going on. So these guys are already chipped. If you don't take it, you're already quarantined. And if you come in proximity with someone else that has been already vaccinated, the vaccinated person's phone will go off, telling them there is a peasant, an unvaccinated peasant next to you. That's a good update, right, for you guys?
Yeah.
Whatever happens over there will happen over here gradually, though, because over there they have absolutely no rights. Like as a human, so it doesn't really matter, right? The land belongs to the king, and fuck you guys. That's just how they rock and roll. And so this is what's already in effect, in effect. So
to share another good point someone else made, I don't know if it was earlier today, if it was yesterday, but Jason pointed up. He posted a link to a video that showed you if you have a smartphone, if you have an Android, I think the link was only for Android, but if you have an Android phone, how to turn developer mode on so that you can turn your automatic updates off. And in the video, it also tells you which update. I think it's like 13 point something, 13.7 or I don't know. You just have to watch the video. But anyway, it tells you which update if you do your updates manually, not to get that it's the one that has the contact tracing in it. So that would, I guess, be something for everyone to look at and check out. I guess I could post it, couldn't I? Repost his.
Well, I personally, I don't do the updates on my phone because I know they put stuff in them that I don't want to happen. But like I'll go through when I first get a phone and I'll disable YouTube and like a bunch of the Google stuff and
Yeah.
like but the whole I don't know.
Oh,
Eventually
Google.
when I avoid
Turn
the
that shit off.
update for the system, it eventually just forces me to. Like it keeps on asking over and over. It'll put it up.
You have no
it'll-
choice, yeah. You have no choice.
Yeah,
Well,
you get no choice.
I mean,
Illusion of choice.
do you have the developer mode on? Did you turn the automatic updates off? I mean, is it automatic? Can you, if you do something like that, would you be able to? You think?
I don't know. I'm gonna check the developer mode. I forgot about that.
I mean, shit. I want my phone to be updated. I don't care less. It's like whatever. But if I'm worried, I'm just gonna leave it at home. This is where I'm at. Now I'm free.
Yeah.
But yeah, it kind of sucks with the bracelet thing and travel and house arrest. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. When is that gonna be implemented here?
Privacy really is becoming a thing of the past. Like my dad's been saying it for years, but it's becoming real. My dad has been saying that privacy is a thing of the past.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All of it.
Like yes, I knew it, but it's really obvious now.
In other words, the illusion is over. All the illusions are over. The illusion of freedom, the illusion of privacy, the illusion of the globe. All illusions are ending.
What freedom?
The illusion of freedom. We had the illusion of freedom.
If you want to dig a hole in your backyard that's deep enough, that way you can replenish your own water supply, you must get permission from mommy and daddy, right? If you want to put up a tarp to collect some of God's rainwater, if you don't want to go the laborious route of drilling this hole, this deep hole beneath your feet, well, then you can you have to ask mommy and daddy if you can put that piece of plastic out too. Let's see. Oh, you want to toss a hook in the river or in salt water? Oh, no, you have to ask mommy and daddy. You actually pay your fees. You got to pay your dues before you can toss that hook in there. And the hook size is regulated. Everything is regulated. Freedom. Yeah, you should travel out of third world, Truth. You'll find real freedom. But it comes at a cost, right? So it's like, yeah, I do like Amazon. Like shit showing up at my door. That's about it. It's the only thing that's good about the first world. Everything else is trash. Everything else is just fucking illusion. My favorite quote of all time, right? From a really young age, maybe 15, 16.
I don't think I need to go to a third world country to realize that, though. I think I already know that.
No, you should. No, it gives you like a broader spectrum of what's going on.
Well, go to
yeah,
Mexico.
sure, I'd love to. But you never know. I mean,
Mexico,
you go somewhere, you
no.
might get
Where are you
stuck
gonna
there right
go?
now.
You're gonna go where white people go, Cancun or whatnot, and you don't want to go where white
I'm
people don't go
talking
either.
about-
Anyways, fuck that shit. It's like that's where I'm going. Like, listen,
I'm talking about hitchhiking on the road. In
Fuck
Mexico.
that shit.
It was pretty fun.
I'd rather go to Colombia. I'll be honest with you.
And we really want to go to Ecuador.
As long as it doesn't snow and we don't have blizzards, I'm game.
Yeah, in Ecuador in the mountains, it stays 70 degrees.
I've lived in the blizzard shit. I grew up in the blizzard stuff, so it's actually not that bad as long as it's sunny and blizzard.
Well, you just got to
Does that
think.
make sense?
Okay, so you want to be able to make it without nearly dying
much
trying
work.
or something like
Well,
that.
that's where everyone
you
is going to go, though.
if shit hits the fan, you have to go out in the mountains, and you have to
Oh yeah,
do it
I'm
on
gonna
foot.
upload that book. I'm gonna try to upload that book on your server, by the way, because I have it. So that way, I have all of it. I have the entire book. That what is it? That survive
The map.
Strategic relocation.
I was gonna say, try getting in the bath with dry baking soda, or on something outside even. Oh, sorry guys, hold on.
Yeah, I was amazed at how much was in that. I haven't even watched it all, but or wait,
No, that's
well, I
just a
might
little.
have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's just that was just The book is really good. You'll enjoy it.
So what do you guys know about the sextant? Because Elijah was talking about it with BattleMod last night, I think, and it was just really interesting. And,
Hold on, I want to let me say this. Let me say this about that book. The thing, see, the importance of knowing the nitrates of the water is because if you're moving and if you're constantly on the go, and you go from one place to another, you really don't know, like what it takes and what's required to cause things to grow. If you want to grow a garden, and then you have to like be on the move, and then you have to grow one somewhere else, you'd kind of need to know that. And I mean, not to mention other, there's plenty of other reasons why you would need to know that. But anyway,
Nitrates? Yeah, because they fuck you up. You don't want nitrates in your well water.
And I was surprised that it had that information in there. It's like, okay, well, here's going to tell you where all the water sources are. Not only are we going to do that, but we're going to also tell you the nitrate
really
levels
good.
of all the other water.
Not just that. There's like other states where, in the areas, like I remember scrolling through the book, it'll tell you because of, in Texas, watch out, a lot of well water in Texas is contaminated. A lot of it. From what?
What were you?
Oil wells. Boom. So you have to be careful in Texas. You really have to test your water. After you do
what
well.
were you saying, everyone? Did I interrupt to finish that?
Oh, you're not kind of interrupting me. Elijah was talking about the sextant last night, and I was just curious if you guys what y'all knew about it.
Nothing.
Well, the one thing that I understand
I really
mainly
don't.
about the sextant is it goes by the horizon. So, I mean, it levels up with the horizon and it goes by the stars. I think that's the two things that I gathered from hearing other people talk about it. I haven't read about it. I haven't looked into it or researched it or anything because I haven't had a need to. But stars and horizon.
Oh.
One thing only. You observe long enough, you're going to become a globe earther. Not you, anyone. You don't believe me? Just look in the past. All the globe earth proofs are fucking stuff in the sky. Every single fucking time. So I stopped looking in the sky. If you still look in the sky, you're going to become a globe earther. Eventually. Because nothing's going to make sense to you. Which is okay. Which is okay. But yeah.
I don't know about that because I look up in the sky all the time. I love looking in the sky, and it doesn't make me become a globe earther.
Well, it's just for the celestial navigation aspect because that was just really cool to know. BattleMod and Elijah
Hold on,
everyone.
Everyone, you were asking about the sextant, and I guarantee you that Indio knows. You should ask him to tell you.
Actually, Elijah was talking about how Indio
knows too.
was
You fucking know.
Fuck, man. I came in here to listen.
Dude, yeah, man.
Well, we were on the sextant, and it's like none of us know. So it's like, oh, you showed up at the right time.
Dude, we're in here trying to jumpstart this thing. So there you go, man. Give us that sextant juice, man. Let's go, India.
Let's talk about the juice. Hold on a second. It's loud as fuck here. Some dude's stereo, man. Anyway, what about the sextant?
I don't know. It was just really interesting. They were talking about how it doesn't work unless the horizon is at a right angle to. It was a little over my head, honestly, but it was just the most amazing conversation, though. I didn't even say anything. I just was listening. But it was just.
What do you mean by right angle? Right angle to what?
The radius of a star that you picked out for when you're navigating celestially. Like I said, it was a lot over my head. I don't know, trying to bring up good conversation, and that's what my mind's been on.
I think he was trying to understand it and wanted to know if we knew enough about it to help him understand it.
I never heard the right angle thing. All I know is you sight in the horizon, you measure the angle up from there, and then you need two stars. And you look in the Nautical Almanac. There's actually, if you go into the Maps and Navigation information channel, think you scroll up maybe like 10, 20 posts. There's a 1 hour video that walks you completely through celestial navigation. Like we're talking walks you through it. It's simple. It's wicked easy to understand. It's not complicated at all.
Oh, I need to watch that. Nice.
So yeah, what they do is basically you look in the nautical almanac, you find like where that star should be directly overhead, right? So they have okay, so like say it's in the Gabon Islands, you know, Sirius A is directly overhead the Gabon Islands. So then you sail towards that. Yeah, it's pretty simple. That's why when they say things like, yeah, it proves a sphere, they're just full of shit, dude. Someone at some point in time said, hey, if I'm in this place, this star is directly over my head at this time. And the shape is irrelevant to that.
Battle Mob was talking about something how when you're going along and you have the degree on the star, you actually have to like adjust your degreeage every like a couple degrees every however far to keep. I don't know. It seemed really complicated, but I'm gonna go to look at that video though.
I think you dropped out.
Whatever. I'm not gonna look at that video. That's all that matters.
All right. Yeah, you've got me curious now. This is like now I kind of want to know.
Yeah,
Like,
I want to learn about that shit too. I don't know how to navigate using the stars. I need to.
See, and the funny thing is, like, they draw this. I mean, you'd have to watch it. It's too hard to like. If it's a 1 hour video, how am I going to explain it in 5 minutes? You know, it's not going to happen. But it's really easy to understand how they do it, and like just watching it, easy to see. Doesn't matter like what shape you're on, because it's the stars which you're sailing by. It has nothing to do with the ground.
well, so I mean, so basically, it's just navigation by the stars, and that's what the sextant's used for.
Yeah,
That's enough.
if you go through if you search, I know I posted it before. The name is David Halpern, Halpern. If you search that name, I posted paper on the Carolinian Islanders. Now, the Carolinian Islanders, it's the South Pacific, and they could not see, you know, you can't see Polaris, right? And they didn't have a magnetic compass, and they had no means of finding true north or any of those things. So they didn't use any globe thing or anything like that. But they could sail, you know, 600 kilometers and hit a little rock island to collect turtle eggs that was like, you know, a couple 100 feet wide, right in the middle of the ocean. You know, not using the globe, and it took like the Europeans almost 300 years to get it out of them. I mean, me and Bong have talked about this. That people, like islanders, you know, your family does a trade, and you just don't give away that information. You know what I mean?
Right, and
Otherwise,
that makes sense because if what's beneath you is moving, the only way to navigate is looking at the sky. So it's irrelevant when it comes to the Earth.
Yeah, the way they described it was they sailed a road in the sky. So it's like almost imagine driving, but you're driving standing on your head. This is pretty much how they navigated, as if they were standing on their head driving the sky. And what they did was they imagined an island that was at the halfway point between where they wanted to go and where they are. And they would sail toward that island. They would take they use something called a compass rose, or actually it's called the Carolinian, which is just like it's just like directions, but instead of like, you know, north, south, east, west, like that type of compass rose, they're constellations, but they didn't use our constellations. They had their own, you know, they had their own set of constellations. So they would sail like towards some midway point constellation, and when they got there, then they would take another sighting and then sail the rest of the way. Globers hate this because it totally refutes. You can't navigate unless it's a globe. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit, because people already did it.
You said it's in the stars section.
Maps and navigation.
I just had used. I don't know how far up it's in there. I just gave you a search term. Hold on, I can probably post it. Hold on.
I thought he said.
I know the author's name.
navigation. David Hepburn?
Halpern,
Hepburn?
Halpe. I don't see it.
I'll find it. I'll post it.
Yeah, I found it. Give me 1 sec. I'm almost there. But I actually have to get off. So yeah, there it is. Hey, go get those celestial navigation diagrams right above my posts. You know it says flat, right?
Yeah.
There ain't no big ball underneath their feet. But anyway, I gotta go.
Yeah,
I'll
that
be
doesn't
back.
help him, does it?
All right,
right,
later,
later.
son. Yeah, the book is fucking enormous. It's 240 megabytes.
The Carolinian Sidereal Compass. The origins of it. I think I'll post this in the YouTube chat. Oh, if anyone.
I'm scrolling through that book on my old laptop.
I am. I'm just slow. I know I'm slow. I don't care. It is what it is. I said yeah. Slow.
Okay.
I have a friend named Tor, last name Tuga. He's a little slow too, but he always wins the race.
Oh, that's encouraging.
He can keep shelling it out all day. I mean, tell you what. Home is where the heart is, so he takes it with him, you know?
You can pick up a lot of little nuggets just sitting around listening. There's a handful of them that seems like they have endless knowledge.
I know, right? Those guys, assholes.
Yeah, those guys.
Make it look bad.
And I did say less than a handful of them. There's, you know. Anyway, we're right back. You know, it could stop raining any time now.
Why would you like it? Stop raining. Oh yeah, leak. I got you. Right.
Why not?
Can't wait.
I can't think of a reason to not want it to stop raining.
Well, I'll tell you. Everything in all the plants outside are enjoying it. All right.
What are you talking about? They're drowning. They're drowning right now.
No, they're not. Okay, you can drown for a bit.
They don't need this much rain.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Curtis says he drops the rain and he calculates every drop. If you dare to challenge that, then it's on you. I'm not going to challenge any of that. I'm sure the mathematics will be down to the T. Way beyond my capability of calculating. So I'll say what he says is true and I'll move on.
I'd hate to be those who do manipulate it.
I don't think they can. They only claim that they can.
Well, all indications suggest that they can.
Not true. What is that which is?
Okay,
Not
so
true.
so they do a bunch of chemtrailing over an area, and they're trying to
There you
take
go.
over they're trying to take over they're trying to take over the food supplies, so they do that, and then FEMA sets up camps. Listen, FEMA sets up
What
camps
food
outside of there.
supply? Hold on. Don't shotgun. Hold on. No, just relax. We'll have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. Food supply, they already own. Stuff in the sky is stuff in the sky. I don't know what it is. I was never able to sample it. So, what is it? I don't know. Oh, are they sprinkling some shit? Yeah. Why? No clue. I'm not gonna believe what they say. It's like HARP. I'm sure you've heard about the HARP, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know all the information about the HARP comes from a single patent that they released?
Being the
farmers. So people don't. Yeah, it's all from one patent that they released to us about the HARP.
They've been doing this
so
manipulating the weather since before HARP. They've been doing it since before HARP.
I don't think HARP can manipulate the weather, anyways.
Well, that's like
that's not.
They use that to heat the
I don't think so.
to heat the upper atmosphere.
So they say that they want you to fucking think this way.
Well, I mean, according to what they're saying, like I'm not saying that's what they're doing, right? They could be doing something else with it.
Why did you believe?
All I am saying,
they're saying.
Because I'm trying to tell you why I believed it. Because there's these farmers who that they are trying to control all the food supplies, and they pretty much do. And this is why they do, because they've taken it over. This is how they took it over. They flooded the farmers out. They would set up FEMA trailers, and FEMA would be set up already before the weather even came. They'd do the chemtrailing, and then they'd forecast and predict this big storm, and then it would flood out. FEMA would be right there offering money to buy out the farmland because it would be flooded so much that by the time it dried out enough to planting season would be over. They missed an entire year. That's their livelihood, right? So they would offer to buy it. They would buy the farmland, and it went straight to Monsanto is what they said anyway. Now, I didn't look into that part, but we know that Monsanto is, closely connected to the government. And FEMA is the government, so it's pretty much the same. I mean, it goes into the same hand. It doesn't matter which one it goes to.
Now, so they already have the food supply. That's all I'm saying. And that's great. So stuff is being sprinkled? Yes. What is it? No clue. No clue.
But nah. So, okay, well.
So all I'm saying
is coincidence,
right? No, there's no coincidences, but everything they're saying, I'm flushing down the toilet. So weather manipulation, it's the same fucking claim from the people that said they can land on the moon.
Well, perhaps they're doing it in a different way than what they're telling us.
We're not that advanced. We're not that fucking advanced. That's period. You know what's the most advanced thing? The cell phone I'm staring at right now. Well, in our fucking realm. Yeah, it is. That's it. So, when they say that, like, oh yeah, we went to the moon with your iPhone has, I don't know how many times the technology. It's like, yeah, obviously. It never went. But that's like, they don't have advanced shit. They tell you they do. So that way you fear them. Remember? It's all part of the whole fear-love thing. Become one with, get away from. So they want you to live in fear. So, oh yeah, watch out, Big Brother can do this, no, they can't. No, they can't.
Well, I mean, come on. The people don't want to be destroyed for lack of knowledge, and
Well, they have no.
you got to
We
be
want
vigilant.
ask
Know your enemy.
practice.
It all falls in that realm. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be fear. Who said I was scared? Who said I was?
We're giving them too much credit for things they cannot do. That's it. So you gotta clip their wings a bit in your mind. Like, listen, like all this weather controlling stuff, they're trying to tell you, hey, we're God. They're telling you, but they're not showing you proof that they can't. So, you can predict with a barometer. With a barometer, you can predict all the weather that they can. So it's like,
They don't tell us though as if they're trying to be God. They don't tell us that they're telling us that they're doing
your
it
mind.
for good
They're
reasons.
telling you
right?
for your subconscious to think that way. They're not going to tell you, hey, we're God. But you know who controls the weather. Oh, Mother Nature. Okay, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Mechanism created by the Creator. Come on. Call her Mother Nature, call whatever. Earth. It's not true. Yeah, so we all give them too much credit. It's like, right? They got no fucking satellites. They don't. Not the way they say they do, right? Yeah,
we have
exactly.
we have Dan in real life in the room. I'm gonna unmute him if someone wants to talk to him. Dan,
how can it be in real life and on Discord?
Hello. Dan, you're on the air 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I was just walking by to see what's up. I don't have full access to YouTube, so when I find stuff like this, I just like to go in and try to get a good experience and see what it's all about.
Yeah, cool. So just look over the rules so that you are aware of what they are. If you're looking for resources, you can scroll all the way down to the bottom. You'll find an area labeled additional information. There's tons of resources down there. If you have a question, feel free to ask. There is a live stream voice text just above this room. So if you wanted to, hang on one second, it'll open up to you. If you want to click on that, you can see information posted that we're posting in the live stream. It may or may not be related to the conversation, but that's where you'll find it.
Is it possible to artificially create a warm front using radio towers and a lot of directed energy of some kind?
So they say. I mean, yeah, in theory, sounds good. Can they do it?
Did you do robotics or is it after?
Oh, bro, you are so muffled.
Are you hot micing or are you trying to speak? I think he's hot micing.
Okay. Yeah, man. Sounds good. I'm down. Sounds good. Is it possible to fuse different atoms together? Yes. Yes. Is it easy? No. No. It's along those lines for me. It's like, gosh. Yeah, we sprinkle a little silver iodide in the air and attracts moisture and it starts raining. Sounds good. Sure. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I would have to test it. I'd have to get a plane, get some silver iodide, sprinkle it. Let's see. Does it rain now? I want rain.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay,
so and I've got a little plane, and hey, I'm gonna make it rain over my yard whenever I want. That's what I'm saying. It's
yeah,
not,
yeah, but that's
how high do
what
I
I'm
have to be
saying
to rain?
though. Is there okay? So we know that they, okay. If they manipulate the weather, they know that someone's going to notice, someone's going to pay attention. So they have to tell us that they're doing it, but they're doing it for other reasons. So what they're saying that they're putting in there, and the reasons why may not be true. Right, the mechanisms through which they do it, only that which is visible is all they're going to tell us. They're going to. It's like a.
I don't believe they can control it. It's wild. Look
I
at
didn't say. Hold on.
That,
There's a difference
it's
between.
impossible to prove it. That's the problem. It's damn near impossible to prove
No,
it one way or another.
hold on just a second, because it's not, because
No, look, they spray stuff. There is something weird. Yeah. What is it for? I don't know. No clue. No clue. This is where I'm at. I've got no idea.
What are you talking about? Controlling the weather?
But
What?
so control is far
Oh, yeah.
different from
Yeah, I don't
control
know.
is far
Trail in the weather, yeah.
different from manipulation. Okay, so manipulating the weather and controlling the weather is two different things. So if you control it, then if you're manipulating it, then you're taking something that's already happening
Okay.
and just
Okay.
you
So
know
just build. If I build a
alternate.
greenhouse, then I manipulate the weather.
No, if you build a greenhouse, inside the greenhouse, I would say you control the weather.
You control the
right?
weather, yeah.
Well, what greenhouse? I'm just saying, yeah, like Earth. Okay, forget about that greenhouse. We're just talking about my backyard. If I build a greenhouse, correct. I control. I built a little something, little chamber where I can actually manipulate it now, right?
And as far as testing it, like they have tested the soil and even all the way up on Mount Shasta in
Aluminum.
California.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm not. The problem is, it's not like I'm a retard and I don't know what the conspiracy side knows. No, I understand. But we cannot prove what the fuck they're doing with that. So it's like, okay, can you actually prove the source? No, we found it here. So it's like, fine. I will assume that this is what they are spraying. Cool.
I'd say it'd be about like everything else, you know, that they would have many reasons, but they're only going to tell us what they want us to think.
I know. That's it. So I'm not going to believe that one. That's all I'm saying. And they're saying it's for the weather. That's what I'm going to escape from. No, not that one. Just like the harp. All the stories we hear about the harp comes from the single patent. Who fucking released? They did. Oh, why'd you guys give us this one? How about the other ones? Nope. Sorry. It belonged to Raython. Oh, who? Oh, yeah. Oh, these guys. They own harp? Yes, they do. Then you start understanding there is money to be made off of it. Yeah. It's not. Oh, let's cook the. No, listen, we're not cooking anything.
Honestly, I take the idea just a lot less seriously, just because people like the people on Coast to Coast AM, they're always talking about, oh, we live on a globe and space and NASA and aliens and all this, and then they talk about controlling the weather and all those people that say the Earth is flat now, they're crazy and all that. It just kind of makes me think like, yeah, maybe it is just like aliens and pointing at the sky and saying, oh, those are big giant balls of gas. It's just. Maybe they're just making it up.
Because what they do, the only way you can be controlled opposition is if you take over the topic that you want to control. So of course they're going to talk about it. They're just going to control it. So they'll put out the mainstream narrative, and they'll back that up, or they'll put out misinformation. It's like just because someone else talks about it doesn't mean it's not going on. Just means you can't take their story. You can't take their word for it.
It's the alien. I evaluated it like. As exactly, yep. They put out the story and the lie at the same time. So then it just becomes a self-consuming, like trail of magic. Like, you know what I mean? Like the story's a lie, and then they give you the anti-story to that, which is also a lie, and they allow you to choose which one you believe. So there we go. We sprinkle some shit, and we'll allow you to go and test it.
Oh yeah, so it's a complete red herring. Yeah.
We'll tell you that it's for weather manipulation. And we'll actually release patents to show you that it's for weather manipulation, because that's what we want you to believe.
Yeah, a perfect example of this would be when they try to convince so many people that, oh, we didn't go to the moon because there's aliens there and they don't want us going onto their turf, and I actually believe that stupid bullshit myself for a while. And I was like, oh, wait,
hold on, there's a difference. You can't equate weather manipulation to aliens, because we don't have flying saucers flying overhead, but we do have them making making tic-tac-toe signs in the sky, and then it'll rain for 3 days straight after that.
The problem is, I believe in
that one truth. I have a UFO caught on camera.
There's always
big difference.
Flying saucers have been witnessed. That's the problem.
A false equivocation.
UFOs, but there's no green man in a UFO. So there are unidentified flying objects. Yes, they're testing it. No shit. How do you test a new craft? You fucking fly it. So some people are going to see you flying it. So it's basic. So of course,
Well,
But
I mean, the
whereas
sightings that are
Greenland,
out there,
it's the
yeah, I
same,
wouldn't doubt it.
it's the same thing. So seeing the craft is catching the aluminum and the barium and the strontium in the water on top of the mountain. It's the same thing. Now, after that is Speculation City. Wherever you want to speculate, go ahead. That we found, I agree. What it's doing there, don't know. What now? The closest puzzle piece that anyone can click here is what they tell you it's for, weather manipulation. We don't fucking know that.
Well, I mean, I do believe that it's going to help them in their frequency, wars that they've got going on with us, polluting the air with frequency and shit, because every bit of it is conductive. However, it's like I think there's more.
Like, I don't know.
I think these are the thing. I think these are the things that when you test the ground that you find. I think there's other substances that you can't really test, and because you can only test for what you know of. You can't test for every substance, every chemical combination in the world. You can only test for what you know of, and just so happens people. Yeah, and just so happens people test the land for pH, and they test it for metals, and they test it for whatever they test the land for already. That's what they already knew about. So they're going to tell you, okay, well, we're putting that in there, but they could be putting all kinds of other crap in there that they're not telling us about, and the purposes could be for it's always multifaceted.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm not gonna buy any of them. Like I'm just kidding. It's like, oh yeah, there's something going on. Yep. What is it? No clue. No clue.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that Coast to Coast AM is controlled opposition? Because I think they're just good people, but just terribly ignorant and stupid when it comes to certain things. Like the shape of the earth.
I haven't listened to them in
years.
I mean, that gives you. I haven't listened to them in quite a few years. Well, since I came to Flat Earth, honestly, that's when I stopped listening. But I was listening to them. But this is the thing: you had to. It kind of. There's a reason why the people that don't follow Flat Earth that I don't still listen to them, because it kind of reveals a level of discernment that they lack, which lowers the credit of their information.
Yeah, that is true. But I guess I should be fair, though. I think maybe on average, maybe once or twice a year maximum, they actually do let a flat earther onto Coast to Coast AM for a couple hours and then talk about the Earth being flat. But then the rest of the time, it's just, oh yeah, NASA said this, and we're not going to question it.
Well, that's cool. That's cool that they at least they give, depending on what kind of light they paint them in when they do that, and what kind of editing. Just I guess it's live, right?
So, yeah, it's live. And the two times I specifically remember people being interviewed on there about the Earth being flat, they were pretty fair, both times.
May have to listen to. Have you got a link for one of the Flat Earth podcasts they did?
It would have been years ago. I barely listened to it, maybe once a month for a few minutes here and there, and then they're just talking about, stupid bullshit. So I'm just like, oh, what the fuck am I listening to this for?
Yeah, no, it's like, well, I don't know. Maybe that's why I don't recall them ever talking about Flat Earth. Maybe it was after I came to Flat Earth that they found out about it. Maybe they found out about it at the same time I did. Who knows?
Yeah, it seems to me like a good solid 75% or more of what they talk about on that show, Coast to Coast AM, sometimes on a week-to-week basis, maybe 90% or more, is just purely unverified fairy tales. Like whether they're talking about ghosts, aliens, NASA stuff, it's just
it's a for money endeavor. You know what I'm saying? So anybody that's got a show or anything that's making dough off of it, listen, they have a priority, which is to make money.
Yeah.
So you got to give them that. You have to understand. Alex Jones, he was great on 9/11, but you must understand he's in it to make money. He's gonna tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear. It sounds good to your ear, enough for you to stick around. He's gonna fucking tell you it.
Oh yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
And he was there to gather up the conspiracy theorists, which he spread out a lot of good stuff, but still, There's enough flies in there to kind of keep you from kind of really walking the door. But anyways, so yeah.
It's like this.
Yeah,
If
well,
anyone's
I
honest
give
about any
Alex.
topic, when they start talking about it, they'll do their own research on it. So really, it's good that they bring raising awareness in people's minds. They hear about it on there. It doesn't matter, what they think about it when they hear about it. Maybe it'll cause them to look into it, and that's for all topics, not just flat Earth. What were you saying, Ryan?
Oh, well, just keep in mind, I mentioned it on here before. It was only a few weeks ago that Alex Jones, I was listening to his show, and he said, I will fight to the death for someone's freedom of speech to say this. And then he started listing off things that he would, fight to the death so that for the freedom of speech for someone else to say something else. And he listed off saying the earth is flat. So he doesn't actually say the earth is flat himself. He might not even think that the earth is flat himself, although he might secretly. But he does publicly say, I will fight to the death for your right to say that the earth is flat.
Exactly. See what's going on here? He is telling your ears something that it wants to hear. Like, he is saying that he's going to fight to the death, but there is no sword and shield in his hand, and there's no blood on his fucking shield. So, like, there is no fighting. So
that's not the question at hand, though. That is not.
I know, but this is why it's like, these guys, I just unplugged from the Matrix, like, for real. I just unplugged, like, okay, if you got something to sell, I'm not buying.
Can you think of anyone else anywhere else that would say that who's not themselves a flat earther? I can think of maybe a couple people that are much lesser known, but not very many people. In fact, I think it's extraordinarily few people that would ever say that on any kind of podcast or anything. I mean, yeah, Monica Perez, I'm sure she falls into that category. Monica Perez, she's kind of on the fence. She maybe, 25%, 30% thinks the earth's flat. Just has some friends of hers talk to her about it. But on a regular day basis, she might use the word planet and not think about it. But, that's another example of an individual in the media who, I'm really pretty sure would in fact do everything he can to defend your right to say that the earth is flat.
Some hot chick, probably. She better be, at least. If she doesn't have that going for her, it's like, I don't know, can't even do it.
Well, it's mostly audio podcast. I don't think they do the video thing much.
Okay, I was just messing around. I thought it was just TV. But yeah, I unplugged. I don't care. Yeah, Alex Jones or whomever, whatever.
Well, I'm asking you now, though, do you doubt his sincerity in that? Do you think that Alex Jones wouldn't really care to ever defend your right to say that the earth is flat?
Of course. No, he would not defend shit. He would just talk on he talks on a microphone. See you in the battlefield, bud.
I'm just wondering if there's anything specific that would make you feel that way.
He's an entertainer, man. He's gonna entertain you. He's an entertainer. I don't care what he said. Even if I like it. Even if I like it.
I just, to a certain degree, I have more respect for him than I do a lot of other flat earthers, just because he's willing to go out onto the street and actually talk to people about, things that matter.
Man, Alex was my guy, man. InfoWars was my news station, so, trust me. For years, I was 14, man, since I learned 9/11, so trust me. I used to follow Alex a lot. And he kind of, then it's like, he's great. That's what I'm saying. 9/11, he woke me up to a lot of stuff. But comes like the moon landing. No, we went to the moon. It's like, oh, how interesting. How interesting. But 9/11, he actually lets it rip. His documentaries are great. Great.
Yeah, that and China and Russia are our enemies.
Oh, yeah, that's like
the China and Russia thing. Yeah, he's heavy
fuck
on
that. He's real heavy. Like, right. So I only took 9/11 and other conspiracy stuff. Trilateral Commission, learned about them from him and shit like that. So it's interesting,
And he probably didn't. I don't even remember what he said about 9/11, but he probably didn't give the right story on it.
No, it's an inside job. No, he's right. That's the problem. You see, yes, the story's solid. Like, you know, I wouldn't, not like a no-planer sort of thing. No. Even no-planer is like, it's like flat Earth. You know, it's really difficult at first. You don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
What? No planer? Fuck out of here. What is this horse shit? It's like, oh, the horse shit was inside my head. I see. Yes. But yeah. Who's that new guy that's saying yes in the background? What do you think happened on 9/11? New guy?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I used to follow Alex Jones a lot. I like what he's been doing recently. I mean, I don't know. They took most of his platform off YouTube, and everyone kind of jokes around about it. But I really liked what he had to say back, like, I don't know, when it was a bigger deal, talking about that kind of stuff. I thought he actually defended his points a lot, but I can't actually remember, like, point to point what he was talking about. I just remember it was actually insightful, and he actually had things he could actually point out and defend.
Yep. The Bilderberg group stuff was great. He did some cool stuff with that. Oh, that's Alex. Cool. $70 minutes on the dryer. Let's do 70. Sorry.
Not bad manners, just good smoke.
Yeah, it's just the smoking lungs, right? It's just the Discord lungs, I should call them.
Hey guys,
What up?
what's happening?
What's going on, Helio?
What's up, Helio?
Chilling.
Nice.
I got to work this morning. Doing work, whatever, and I only work with 4 people in a small shop. And one of the guys was like, "Hey, did you hear about what happened in Afghanistan? Have you guys seen that?" First he said, "Do you watch the news?" I was like, "No." And so that he told me about what was happening in Afghanistan, and was it? I can't remember the name of the city. Was it Kabul, where they had like some big military base or whatever? Apparently, the Taliban were what they were saying. And this is what he said. I haven't actually researched it a lot yet. But apparently, a shitload of people loaded on a C-130, and they were taken off from the airport. And they closed the gate. They have this C-130 full of Afghanis that are trying to escape. The Taliban just willy-nilly shooting everyone, and while the plane's taking off, there are people grasping to the outside of the plane and holding on while the plane's taking off and falling a couple hundred feet to their death. Have you guys heard anything about that?
Damn.
Yeah, see, we don't watch the news. Let me find it real quick.
They're literally holding on to the outside of the plane.
Yes, I mean they loaded a bunch of these people. They were running from whatever. Actually, like I said, I haven't looked into it yet. I just was wondering if you guys heard about it yet. Let me find this article. I mean, it's big news. It's big news right now. So I was just wondering if anyone else heard about that.
Tom Cruise, yeah, I heard about it, and I saw the video on Alex Jones's show the other day. And Tom Cruise did the same thing in a movie, except successfully. Like he got in the airplane after it took off. But it's just a movie,
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I don't know why. I mean, once the doors close, I ain't hanging on the outside of a plane. But anyway, I mean, apparently there's a lot of shit going on in Afghanistan right now. That's big news, and I'm sure they're talking about it on the news. I don't watch it because I just get disgusted with stuff they put out there. But let me see if I can find it.
Keep in mind, Helio, there, that video you're talking about, or that collection of videos, they might have been staged, and I can guess why if they were. That would be to make Americans look at it and say,
Well, sure.
"Oh, we shouldn't be leaving Afghanistan. We need to stay in Afghanistan."
Yeah, well, sure. For the most part, there's a reason I don't watch the news, right? But I have 3 people that work with me that at first in the morning, the one guy I work with said something, and then there's another lady I work with. She said, "You hear about what's going on in Afghanistan?" And like I said, I haven't looked into the whole thing yet. I was just wondering if anyone here has yet. So, yeah, it's Kabul. Let me see. Latest news.
I've actually heard about it.
Yeah, what'd you find out?
Well, I've seen it on Fox News. I've seen it on CNN. And I see the plane you're talking about. But I also see people screaming for joy. They're like jumping up, throwing their hands up, smiling. And at the same time, when the screen says, if you look close, you'll see them fall off, they don't even put circles around where they fall off.
Well, I saw a video where they had little red circles where it was like, look.
You did? I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I saw a little.
And nor did I see anybody fall off.
Well, and I just don't see anyone just opening a C-130 thing and just packing people in the plane either. I mean, that wouldn't make any sense. And there's some reporter on Facebook or whatever that said, "Oh, they're going to start letting millions of people into America, and we're going to give them all freaking free healthcare, free cell phones, and all that." It's just like, dude, stop watching the news.
I think they already are, Helio.
They're already freaking everybody out, man. It's just like, what the hell?
When I heard you say it, Helio, I think you said you followed it up with something like that. You're like, "Yeah, we quit watching the news," right? And everybody laughed. I thought it was great. We don't need to watch that shit because, dude, that's what's causing it all. That's what's
if you stop watching the news, then the fear will stop.
Yeah, that they'll have no views. That nobody will know what they're trying to propagate.
Yeah, the news
they'll be confused.
The news is a tool of fear to divide and conquer. I mean, once they had the mainstream media and whatever, all of this stuff, the nightly news and everything, and these major things, 24-hour news sources. If you watch that, you really have no. The reason I know this is because I used to watch it 24 hours a day.
Yeah, before like television and shit, it just was. The journalists signed in. They didn't have to have a press pass badge to enter the White House. You and I could walk right in the White House. We just had to sign in. And it never developed to where, oh, we're too busy. We can't allow this many people in. Like, that never happened. So that.
Well, and the general public, the general
nowadays
public in any
have,
country. Well, general public in any country could only know about world events, by word of mouth or, I mean, sure, even with the print media before television,
that's word of mouth. Well
yeah,
said.
Sure, and even with print media, that's when they started to manipulate everything, and even before that, the manipulation was, you had the town crier who was paid by the government to say whatever, standing on a platform, just. What the town crier is, right? He's just like, hey, here's what you need to know about what's going on, in our area in the government. They're just, they're basically a preacher of government propaganda.
Yeah, it's almost like they're what used to be known as the king's fool. All they was there to do was entertain the crowd. Do whatever they can to distract.
To promote the government and
Yeah, the state.
Depending on what they had planned in the future. I mean, Edward Bernays actually described this quite well in his writings. You know, it's to distract people from what the powers that be are actually doing, and then it's problem, reaction, solution. With not that wasn't Bernays, but that was what's his name? The German.
I couldn't tell you, but it reminds me of like Julius Gaius Caesar, because he would send his guy out atop the courthouse stairs, and this one guy, always a guy, never a female, would read the daily news to the Roman people.
It's the town crier, basically. I mean, they had they had in Northern Europe too, as well, and different things. So they like hold up a scroll, or they were some of them were talented. They didn't need to have a scroll. They just got their information from sources in the government, and then just went to the town square and here's what they told me to say. Here's what's happening. It's just like, is that really what's happening, bro? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, and if it's done on a daily basis, people just start to believe it.
It's fucking fear porn, man.
Yeah.
Not to say that some crazy shit's happening in Afghanistan, or not. There is some crazy shit happening in Afghanistan.
Oh, absolutely, man. If you just type into Google aerial drone footage.
Well, let me ask you this.
Hold on.
You convinced me. We need to invade again.
No, I was about to say, if we'd never gone into Afghanistan, would any of this be happening? See, this is part of a long-term plan.
No, and it wasn't just us either. There's multiple nations
sure.
involved.
Yeah.
Like if you Google, that's what I was going to say. If you Google aerial drone footage, Middle East, and then like 2021, or you can do after aerial drone footage, Middle East, before and after destruction, and then just click images or videos. And there's few people in the area with drone, like drones you and I can buy, drone footage up high in the sky that shows like, man, it's decimated, dude. The whole Middle East, like they have Americans deceived on what's happening at the border is Biden's fault, but the survivors had to go somewhere. Their place is annihilated. Look at the aerial drone footage of Syria, which is in Damascus, but look at Damascus as well. Lebanon, Yemen, Turkey, Gaza, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan. And that's just to name a few. Look at the aerial drone footage of all those.
Thing about Afghanistan is that it's been fought over for many thousands of years, and actually it's probably the only country. Yeah, I know. I appreciate that, but Afghanistan is, like I said, it's been fought over for many thousands of years, but it's one of the only countries that's never actually been conquered for any length of time. Many countries have fought wars there and all kinds of things. But,
actually that's wrong. It's been conquered by, I don't know, countless. I think.
But what I mean is it's never. But it's never been sort of like stayed as one particular nation by anybody actually sort of been able to take it over on a permanent basis. If you see what I mean, it's changed hands that many times.
Yeah, you just got to look with the biblical what Afghanistan used to be called, right?
Yeah,
Herod,
exactly.
Herod was a town, a city. Herod.
Right.
I mean, that's where history is important, and it was recorded by truthful people for that purpose.
So you're making a comparison between Jerusalem and Afghanistan, like Kabul or something.
Jerusalem hasn't been. Are you talking
James,
to me?
I'm talking to you. I mean, you keep going back to the Middle East when I'm talking about Afghanistan. I was just wondering if you're making a comparison. There is a comparison there. I would say, from
the whole Middle East has been decimated, man.
I was talking about Afghanistan. It's not in the Middle East.
No, but it stretches.
I'm just wondering if are you making a correlation between what's happening. For a lot of people in Afghanistan, it's a spiritual thing, and it's government and everything. I'm just wondering if you're making correlation there, or why are you going to the Middle East when I was talking about Afghanistan?
Well, it's like the wars that America is in, right? Where America is.
All right, cool.
If you look at the areas.
Here's the correlation I would bring from that. America should never have been in Afghanistan. That's
True,
Rome. That's Rome. So that's the correlation I would bring.
Yeah, I agree. We are Rome. America is Rome.
What business do we have in Afghanistan? Oh,
we're Rome.
Now going back to what you guys were talking about before I jumped in here, 9/11. Supposedly, Osama bin Laden was controlling the entire freaking 9/11 farce from Afghanistan. So there. Now we put it all together, puzzle pieces.
Yeah. You know, when you said you were talking about Afghanistan and not the Middle East. I mean, Afghanistan is considered the Middle East.
It is considered, but I see what he's
sort
saying.
of, but it's more of the middle.
No, it's
Eastern.
Middle East. Well, it is because I mean, like Middle East countries include Syria, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, all that region.
Yeah, but when you say Middle East, you don't think of Afghanistan.
Look at Saudi Arabia, man. They're killing it.
Sorry,
economically.
It's always been considered.
Let me pull up Google Maps, man. Oh, holy shit.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, you can even Google it. I mean, I've just
you can follow.
I'm gonna pull up Google Maps. It's not like most of the action. Like as far as the New World Order goes, Afghanistan is not necessarily part of the Middle East.
The New World Order is
it's more of like a Southeastern Asian kind of thing. It's more
yeah, they're Asian. It's in Asia. It's in the place called Asia, not the Middle East.
Well, no.
Some people don't know what the Middle East is.
Yeah, well, Middle East is like the eastern part of the Mediterranean. I mean, the western part of the Mediterranean Sea.
You could probably see it as both as Asia and Middle East. Really, I mean, Middle East is just a human sort of like concept, of kind of like a region. It's not really it's not a continent as such. But I suppose you could say, it covers part of Asia, but it's still considered Middle East. You know what I mean?
Saudi Arabia is in Asia.
Yeah, so you could say that it's kind of both,
But Saudi Arabia is in Asia. It's called Asia Minor.
Right, yeah.
Like if it's east, that would be like India. That would be in the middle of east.
Well, I mean,
right?
Saudi Arabia is still certainly considered Middle East, though.
Just look up Middle East countries.
Like Kashmir.
That'll help
Pakistan. That's more like the Middle East.
I mean, I'm looking at a map at the moment. Like Middle East is considered what you got: Libya, Sudan, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Turkey, Syria,
Libya's
Iraq,
decimated.
Oman, Yemen.
Well, almost everyone that he just named is destroyed.
Oh yeah, but yeah,
literally, you go down the streets and you see M60 holes, bullet holes in the walls of the stores and shit.
Can you tell me how the fuck is Libya in the Middle East while it's in Africa?
People have videos all over that.
Yeah, let me post a map.
Look at the before and after too. How beautiful it once was.
Which continent is this Middle East at? Which continent?
Well, it covers both because it actually goes across Africa and Asia.
Is it like middle of the east of the world? So, okay, where's the 0 point on the XY axis?
That's what I'm asking you. When you say Middle East, what do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean,
Egypt is not even in Asia. It's not even.
It's in Africa. So it's Libya. Libya is west of Egypt. Just like, how are those included with
Europe
Afghanistan
is the west.
and shit? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's insane.
Europe is the west, right?
We have to establish terms. We have to establish terms.
Yeah. Where's the 0 at? Like, where do they consider it? The mainstream.
If Europe is east. Is America east?
Well, how about China?
I can't.
Well, what's China west?
No, we're west.
China west
east
or
of
what's up?
America.
How do you
Middle East would be close to
Middle
China.
East countries, guys. Middle East countries. Just type that in, Middle East country.
Bro.
I can't see
It's a term, not. It's like the gentleman said. It's a terminology. It's not a location.
We know that.
It
We
is,
understand
but
that.
it's
We
like.
understand.
But
it's
I'm
not
wondering if Afghanistan is actually considered a Middle Eastern country.
Yes, it is.
Persia.
Yes.
It's like how? It's insane. How? If Egypt is in the Middle East, then Afghan cannot be in the Middle East because they're so far apart.
I think
You know what I'm saying?
the Europeans ended up calling the Ottoman Empire the Middle East, which is where I think that came from, and that would be Turkey.
Nobody's looking.
Yeah, right. That's Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey. Yeah, that's a Middle Eastern country. Yeah, Turkey,
It's in
Syria,
Europe.
Iraq, Lebanon,
It's in
Jordan,
Europe.
Israel, Egypt,
Asia.
Saudi Arabia, Yemen,
Yeah, they're all
Oman,
considered Middle East.
Iran.
Yeah,
now Afghanistan is
They're not
sort
in
of
the East, though.
Western from there. You
Funny
know.
part. They're not like in the middle of the East.
Well, it's
You know,
still East.
it's
I mean,
not.
it's
It's
East.
not. It doesn't mean. It doesn't necessarily mean the middle of the East. It's just a term. That's all it is. It doesn't mean.
Right,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
why do we call
combined, I know what they did. Let me tell you.
Why
what
do
they
we
did.
call it Middle East then?
Because
what
they
does that
combined a
mean?
bunch of people under the same religion, and they call them Middle Easterns. That's it. So it's a religious terminology for segregation.
Not necessarily. Wait, I mean, how can you call the Middle East the religious terminology? That's insane.
Nor am I in the same continent, but somehow we're in the same category.
So does that make
How-
Judaism the
No,
Middle East?
Judaism is a religion. We're
better-
talking about
fucking better.
directionality and location. This is insane.
That's what I'm saying,
Terminology
man.
is messed
Well,
up.
So
I don't know
where
where
does
Middle
where
East
does
is at.
I
Sounds
thought in
so
the
funny.
Bible and the Quran, the East is as far away from
Afghanistan
the
is
West as you can believe.
dude.
Whatever, the East and the West are as far away from each other than you can ever believe.
How do
Let's
you,
put the U.S. in the West and
how do you
China in the
post?
East and go from there.
How do you post images in the live stream voice text? You can't do that on this one, can you?
Wait, man, you don't have the
Well,
ability.
you're new here. You're new here. That's why you don't have the
Yeah.
image.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
I checked
I mean,
it today.
what are you
It's just
trying
to post?
It's just that I've tried. I found
map?
several. Several images of maps showing what the Middle East countries show, and they're all showing the same.
We know, man. We know.
Hey,
trust me.
I
we
can give you the. I
actually
can
know,
give you.
but
Hold on.
what we're trying to say
Before
is
we
just
continue,
it's
hold on. Before we
political.
continue, Matt, do you want to be able to post images? You sound like a cool guy. Is anyone
Yeah,
want
if that's okay.
That's cool. He's cool.
anyone else want to?
He came here from Gems to battle, like to kind of have.
You're not gonna post some bullshit, right? So.
No. I'm just posting what you're talking about. Nothing more, nothing less.
All right, cool. I'll give you the link embed images roll.
Yeah, there's posts that say it is and it isn't. So it's a good question by Helio.
I mean, I'm
got
just
LL.
bringing up questions. I want you guys to go through. I don't want to overstep everyone. I just
No, I like it, man. I like it because I got loc.gov saying it is, and I also have.
So Afghanistan is a Middle Eastern country.
Yeah, according to LL.
So it's in the middle of the East. That's a fucking
It would be in the middle
contradiction
of the
of
East,
terms.
I would say.
That's insane. Where is
According to
East?
LOC, I'm trying to answer you.
Yeah,
It's a
East
political
is China,
term. Go
bro.
ahead. All right, go
China
ahead,
is
James.
East.
I'm sorry. I'm talking shit. Go ahead. I'm sorry, James.
According to loc.gov, it is. I don't know what that is. LOC. I'm just going down the ones it brings up as soon as I type it in.
There you go. That's
LLC means limited
It says
liability
that it
company.
is in the Middle East.
Corporation.
there you go. There's if you have a look.
Hold
at the
on.
Yeah, go
No,
ahead.
that source that source says that it is in the Middle East, but I also have one that says Afghanaid.org that says no, it's not in the Middle East. en.as.com says no. Where is Afghanistan in the world? That one says yes.
Yeah, I found quite a few that are actually showing the middle.
Cora says no.
Let Matt show his links. I gave him the embed roll, so he can show us his.
Yeah, have a look. There's 3 examples in the chat there now, on live stream voice text chat now. that can consider Middle East. But I mean, like I say, going back to what you're saying, Afghanistan's always been considered Middle East. So I don't know what else I can say about it.
Okay, so it's in the middle of the East.
Well, again, it's not.
That's fucking crazy.
No. Listen. It's not. It's only a terminology. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's in the middle of the East. It's just a terminology.
It's more political. It's more political and everything. You know.
What's this genre?
It's just a political
if indeed
construct. That's all they put it consider the Middle East.
Why this political construct? What does it represent? Why create this construct with these countries in them? I'm just wondering.
No idea.
Oh, because when
they're already classified in their continents. Afghanistan, Asia, Saudis in Asia, Libya.
No, because Helio was right when I heard him say Afghanistan. The first thing I thought was Middle East. Helio's right for calling me out, and I'm glad he did. When I heard him say Afghanistan, the first thing I thought was Middle East, because that's where America, China, Russia, all the world powers have been for 2 decades or more. Like with a big footprint, anyways.
Well, hey, you know what? I'll say, the pictures that Matt posted. Afghanistan is at the extent of the eastern part of the Middle East. What the fuck that means?
Like I said, it just. I mean, don't get too.
It's not necessarily.
Don't get too hung up on the words Middle East.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm pointing out the ridiculous.
Hold on.
East is a direction.
Hold on. Let me just say this. Don't get hung up on the words Middle East. It doesn't necessarily mean middle of the East, but some of you are. You know, it's not. It's really just a political term.
Words don't have meanings. Why the fuck use them? That's what I'm saying. Words should have meaning, man. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Middle East.
Irene's right about that. Words mean
East is East.
Yeah, but I'm agreeing with you. But I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you, but don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you what's considered Middle East.
Bro, I'm not
saying just West Asia, North
spicy for the chat.
Yeah, Cyrus right, and Matt, you're right too.
Have you ever thought that if indeed they are hiding land?
No. Wait. We're talking, but before we get into that, let's establish what Middle East means. The Middle Eastern. I mean, this is listen. Across all platforms in every country on their radar, you know, with all their freaking news platforms and everything, they call this place the Middle East, as if everyone is not East.
They call it the Middle East on
East
the
of what?
globe.
Hold on, everyone east of what?
Good one. There you go. Where's the East?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but like I said, I wouldn't get too hung up on the words. You know, it's just what it is. It's just a
No, it's not. No, it's not. Everywhere you are on Earth, I'm Central Eastern right now. I'm Central Eastern where I'm at.
Pacific Northwest.
I'm Pacific Northwest.
Corner, man.
Oh no, I'm not Pacific Northwest. I'm East and West and North and South at the same time everywhere I am.
So
continue. You guys have at it after this.
The Americas
historically the Middle East. Historically, the Middle East describes a people, a certain type of people. Typically 2 to 3.
The Middle East is England. Think about it. Right? If America is the West, and if Asia is
I'm not sure why. Hold on. I'm not sure why flat Earth
Let's just lay out the continents, man, and bust out a measuring tape or ruler. Where's the West? The USA. That's it. Alaska. You want to take Alaska or you want to go south? Whatever. Where's the East? Land of the rising sun. Japan. Divide that into where do you
hold
land?
on, guys. If you look at the map, Afghanistan is not in the Middle East. If you listen to hold on. If you listen to a politician, when they say Middle East,
fuck the politicians.
It includes Afghanistan. Okay?
Yeah.
That's where the gentleman and I are saying it's the terminology and not an actual physical direction.
Well, thanks for
Listen,
calling me gentlemen, but I'm not.
politicians forget the point that the Democrats are the KKK. They forget that point.
Politicians are the one that are telling you you're on a spinning ball.
I think it's kind of weird we're arguing over what Region 27 is supposed to be called.
We can barely hear you.
You can turn them up. You're right.
Can you hear me better now?
No, I'm on my phone, so it's
Is
like.
it better now?
Nah, I think it's just because I'm on my phone.
I said I think it's funny that everyone's trying to debate over what Region 27 is called. Like, all this stuff is already mapped out in regions by large chunks of land. It's already been done.
See, it's one of these things where people watch TV and they parrot what they see on TV instead of looking for the truth in it themselves. Just like the globe, right? the TV
FEMA
says we live on a globe.
Yeah.
The FEMA
That
Corp
isn't
has
necessary.
already
fuck
regioned everything off by chunks. Everything. Already done it. Who cares what it's called? Are they friendly to us? Do they like freedom?
Actually, yeah, I agree. It really doesn't matter what the Middle East is. It's basically a colloquial term.
If they believe in the creator and they're into the flat earth and they're all for freedom, I got no beef over any of it.
Yeah.
I got beef.
With what?
Ground beef or
Oh
steak?
yeah.
Yeah.
I got some serious beef. If you guys want to direct your attention to the live stream voice text, whenever that gets done loading, check it out.
Ah, that's funny. Roast.
It's like some good beef.
The weirdest thing I've seen
What is that? Is it a brisket?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
People
yeah.
have been able to be divided over crap that doesn't even matter.
How many hours, Hank?
You mean over philosophical point of views?
Philosophical
point of views. Shit that doesn't even matter.
Yes.
You're only going to separate yourself from another person if they disagree on your philosophical point of view of life.
Oh, do you guys want to talk to that guy about flat Earth? That British guy that's here, M2M or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
he's a
left.
new guy. Oh no.
I'm kind of curious about all these smart cities that cost trillions of dollars when the places where these cities are built were supposed to have been carpet bombed and shit, like while the city was being built. It's kind of weird.
We're talking about elaborate.
I don't know what you're saying there.
There's a bunch of smart cities that have popped up in a lot of these countries that we've allegedly been at war with.
What do you mean by smart city?
Bro, they've got solar panels on the buildings. They filter water out of the air for the buildings. They generate electricity using wind.
The internet.
Oh, like Seattle. Yeah, I understand.
They've got self-driving cars that run on a rail. Maglev.
Oh, I got you now. Thank you. Smart cities.
With all the advanced technology that we're technically supposed to have, that normal people invented, that has been taken and hidden and processed and resold.
Oh, absolutely. They're not going to give us something that limits them. They're going to give
Look at
us
all the
something
new.
that they've already had, and they're beyond it.
Look at all the new smart cities. Look at where they're at. Look at the countries that have them. The ones that you can at least find.
Like what city? Name a city though.
I can't name one off the top of my head because it's been a while since I've even looked into it, and they're probably building new ones.
Hey, Cuddles, check this out, though.
No, there's
like I was saying
there's
earlier.
talk of
Listen,
them. I haven't heard of one being built yet.
hold on, James.
It was supposed to be in
No.
America, but Saudi Arabia might do it first.
Sure,
Last
I
I
mean,
heard.
and you know, sure, that's a thing. I'm with you on that, Cuddles. Smart cities or whatever. I want to get everyone back to the general point of when they call that part of the Mediterranean coast, or near there, Middle East, or where we have the line in England, the timeline where everything starts 24 hours and then we start again, right?
Yeah.
What's it called? Greenwich Mean Time, right? It's like where it starts over. It's based on the path of the sun, right? So when they call it the Middle East, everywhere is east. And like I was just I was bloviating a little bit earlier, but yeah, everywhere I am, east. If I'm facing north, east is to my right, west is to my left.
Well said.
So Middle East is really more of a political or colloquial term based on something that's it really has nothing to do with Earth itself.
Earth itself, yes, it's a philosophical point of view. These people in this area tend to believe the same thing.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like people are on a different level than what we're saying. We're arguing semantics at this point. But if you compare what people that are like we were talking earlier, it's like if you watch the news, you think you're in a world that exists where the Middle East exists.
Well said.
There
Well
is no
said,
Middle
man.
East.
Way to correct me. Well said, and that puts me right.
Well, I'm correcting everybody. I mean, I'm correcting all the
that's well
fucking
said,
bullshit
man. You put
artists
me
in
right in that
government
place.
and everybody.
Yeah, it's based off of a globe, in my opinion, the Middle East.
Well, even if it was
So
a
if
flat
they're-
plane
if
and
the Earth
everybody
is
knew it,
flat-
even if it was a flat plane and everybody knew it, if the government was doing this to us and they called these different regions the Middle East or whatever,
Middle East, 'cause they know the
they're
real
just using it for political gain and freaking, or they're going to do wars and all this kind of shit all the
That's
time
it.
anyway.
Well said, man.
These crazy ass leaders and manipulators and mind controllers will use any tactics possible through the media to convince the entire population that this is actually
Middle East.
happening to you, when they're actually trying to manipulate you into a circumstance where you'll take the jab.
Yeah, I agree with
Bow
you, man.
down.
That's well said.
Bend
man.
over.
They want you to acquiesce and submit to their authority, even though their authority is on false pretenses and lies.
Even if the jab was a freaking like a just saline, it's just
I don't
they
even
want
think of
you
the
to
jab
submit.
off of what you just said, though,
If a
man.
country,
Well, the
if a
jab
country
just could be
reminded me
any
of
form of
when-
mind control. Any situation they put you in, that if you believe their bullshit, they've already might as well have taken the jab. On both
Yeah, but I
sides.
don't even think of the jab, Helio, when you say that. When you said that, the first thing I thought of was like the escape of the British Empire, where when what was to be Americans was saying, give me freedom or give me death. Nowadays, Americans are saying, take my freedom so long as I don't die from COVID.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a
that's
good
what I
point. That's a
thought.
good point, James.
Just when
Hey,
you
Hank,
said
I want Hank
Wait,
to
we're not
respond to that.
we're not talking about the COVID thing, James. We got to refrain from that.
Well, it
but
was
yeah,
my fault. I brought it up, but go ahead.
yeah, it's okay. Just use the right words, right? I know we're being semantical and everything, but yeah, use the right words. But think about it. Like, imagine if a grown man, came to you, another grown man, and said, "Hey, bend over," right? I mean, you would never like bend over, or if I said roll up your sleeve or anything like that,
I'd freak out.
right? Like, you'd be like, "No, bro, fuck you. I ain't doing none of that."
I'd run
Right?
and book
'Cause
it.
Depending on how
that's-
you was raised.
Oh, I don't care how you're raised. You must be raised in like some sort of. Never mind. I'm going to go there. Some leftist.
Oh, there's
homogenous
people
community.
with serious
Hey.
problems, man.
Gas
Check it out.
pressure.
If there is a nation or a news agency or a field of school that is teaching people falsehoods like the globe lie, then that means everything they tell you is not correct, right? I mean, let's get down to the basics of it. You cannot have gas
Governments
pressure
will
without a
never tell you
container.
the truth.
Exactly. You can never have gas pressure without a container. And when you ask these governments that, they're going to call you a terrorist. They're going to call you an extremist. Why? Because
You're
I'm telling
against
the truth.
state.
Who
You're
did they
against
call
the
an
state.
extremist?
Yeah, that's
They don't even
libel and
look at it
slander.
as the truth, although they should. They just look at it as you're against
So if
the state.
if me telling the truth and reporting true things on the matter and I get dinged and blacklisted to where I lose my voice, like even with the flat earth, even with, look at the narrative that's on the news and that is not really true. Just watch it for 6 months and their story changes. That should let you know right there that there are people out there that are spreading lies and making it seem like it's the truth, right? So the one thing I have to ask for all these people is who came up with the measurement for the curvature? Measurement, meaning you had to actually measure the curvature. They have no answer for that, right? And since they have no answer for that, they're going to flip the script on you and make it seem like you're an evil person for exposing the lies. How is that
if
even?
you say measurement, they'll say that they
even
have
able
one.
to work under
But
their
if you
fucking
say
false
physical
pretense?
measurement, they don't have one.
The Greeks were the first people to
It's
actually measure
crucial
the
to
earth.
say physical
Measurement,
measurement.
you can get, okay, like measurement. There's a couple things that's needed, right? You need to have an observation of it and actually use some kind of a scale, some kind of a graduated scale, whether it's a cubit or a foot or a meter or an arc second, right? These are actual units of measurement, right? These are instruments. And there needs to be an exchange of energy.
Yeah, you're like you could use triangulation to get the measurement of a
That's just
telephone
math.
pole, right?
That's just math.
Because the telephone pole is physical, but you cannot triangulate the sun. You can't triangulate a rainbow.
Exactly. Triangulation is
Right?
just math.
Yeah, so it has to be physical, solid, in place at all times. You can move all the way around it, right? That's why even the heliocentric people will tell you that the sun is in an apparent location, right? It's just an apparent location.
The whole thing,
Because they can't triangulate it. And if they could,
here's the
like
thing.
it tells
Here's
them
the thing.
it's only 3,000, maybe 4,000 miles away.
Here's
If
the
they go
big
off
problem, though,
triangulation.
right?
They're
Here's the
good.
big problem.
They're good with going off triangulation on a telephone pole.
God.
But when it comes to the sun, they're not. They're not good. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. These people are retarded and they're thinking that you're stupider than them. They figure you cannot figure it out. So they're just going to continue to push a narrative to where all the resources you look up are pointing towards a global lie, even though none of their math makes sense. Nothing makes sense according to their globe model, right? I'm not even going to say heliocentric model because it's not a heliocentric model.
Oh, it's dedicated to Helios.
Well, what is Helios? Helios is Apollo, known as the bringer
god.
of what? He brings something called
bringer of light.
it starts with the P, right? Helio brings
Morning
what
light.
starts with the P, also known as Apollyon or the Destroyer.
Right. He's impersonating God, who actually created
Well,
light.
it goes even worse than that, man. Like the Hippocratic Oath. I don't know if you've looked into that, right? but it's one of these things to where they keep going back to this cult, right? They keep going back to this cult of the destroyer, this cult of Apollyon, right? And the whole thing, Apollo is also known as Helios, right? And they say heliocentrism, right? So the whole world of academics worships Helios. They worship Apollo.
Apollo is a bad one. Apollo is short for Apollyon.
Yes.
Which is
Or
in the
in the Hebrew tongue.
I can't remember the tongue. One of them's Greek, one of them's Hebrew.
Yeah. Greek is Apollyon, and
Apollyon.
Apollo is the
short
Hebrew.
for the Apollyon. So when you get your missions Apollo 11,
yep,
people are worshiping Apollyon, Abaddon.
Oh, and then that 11 has something to do with some occult symbolism as well. But anyways, you know, the thing is they're going based off of this myth that they are worshiping, that they hold to be true, when there is no proof of this myth even being true in the first place. But they're making everybody walk in step and go along with it. I mean, if you sit there and you have a YouTube video, you could be talking about space travel all you want, you'll have views. But as soon as you start talking about the flat Earth, your views disappear.
Even though flat Earth was taught in New York City in 1902. 1902. At least that's the one. The last
I mean, some
archive
people are just comfortable. People are too comfortable in their way of life. We've had it too fucking easy, right? We've had it too easy.
It goes back 2,000 years, but flat Earth in America was taught up until 1902 in the liberal city of New York.
Well, New York also has the Black Hebrew Israelite
It
school,
only
so
took a short
we
amount
can't
of
even say
time
that that's true.
for this
So
mindset to wreck the world, to totally destroy the world, because it was the mindset that brought the manifestation of it.
doesn't New York have a club where they eat bugs and stuff and monkey brains?
What club? What club?
No, that's China. Monkey brain.
No, it's New York.
They literally cut a hole in the table, and instead
I
of
can't remember.
spoons, well, they
I can't
got
remember the name of
spoons,
the
but
club.
they also have
The
little
Adventurers Club.
I think that was
wooden
on Faces of
hammers.
Death, James.
Hammer,
sure.
they just hammer the monkey
Anyway,
till it
but
dies.
Adventurers Club.
Anyone that would take pleasure in that is kind of they're twisted anyway. So
they're
Puppy, and they deserve to be taken
and
out.
that's you know, man,
They're psychopaths. Well said, Helio.
Sure,
they
sure.
are psychopaths. Absolute psychopaths.
Anyway, let's kind
are.
of get back on track a little bit. You know, we were talking about regions of Earth that were established by kingdoms, you know, from the past and that are still continuing now, and they have a veil of truth, and they manipulate the media to convince us that we have a new world, you know, in the United States or whatever. And they call us the West, and they call that the Middle East, and they call like England the East, or no, they call the East China, and then they call England the East, and then you have the Middle East, and then the East, and then America's the West. Come on, let's get back to that. Let's talk about that, because
I do. I'll talk about
as far as anything that goes. I mean, you know, flat Earth truth is, you know, all of us are. Well, I don't say all of us are flat earthers, but everyone in this, most people in this room understand the flat Earth. But as far as the jurisdiction of how they're manipulating us and how they've manipulated us through time, or at least through recent history, at least the past couple hundred years, and they've convinced us of a story of how America was created, and then you know, in Western culture, you know, the Bible is predominant, you know, and it's like the Bible, and everybody's Christian, and this is, and then they go back through 6,000 years and they teach stuff about the Middle East, where they say, hey, this is where the Jews come from, and they know, and then we had the world wars in the early 1900s and into mid 1900s.
I mean, I think that stuff is kind of important. At the propaganda, the same way they do the propaganda now, they were doing the same shit back then.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is like, even as a flat earther, and I don't speak for all flat earthers, just myself.
Yeah.
I believe they're hiding land. So if that's the case, what if the land that was revealed as the true map actually made Afghanistan the Middle East? And the whole reason they've been calling it the Middle East is because they know the map.
Yeah, because the Earth isn't moving.
See what I mean, though? Like,
yeah, it's just like,
I feel
here's
like
west,
part of the map is being hidden.
Here's west, here's east. The Earth isn't moving. It's not a ball. You can't call Middle East if the Earth, or if Israel is Middle East, or in any of those surrounding countries, Palestine, it's not even country, but if that's the Middle East, then and everything's been established. It means the Earth, and it's been established for centuries. It means the Earth is not moving. But it's more really a political and philosophical term. And I just want
I
to
agree
point
with
that out.
what you're saying. If we go by the map given, Afghanistan is not the Middle East. I agree with that.
Well, I don't even like the term Middle East. So anyway,
Yeah,
like I said, I'm Middle East. I'm in the middle of my east, north, south, and west.
Right.
I want to say real fast. I've been thinking about the term or the phrase "New World Order," right? And the New World, well, the globe would be the New World, and then order would be like a directive from your commander or authoritarian. So I've been thinking like this is like the new, like, globe directive. And I used to think of the New World Order as like, the fiat currency system or the Federal Reserve or the IMF or the World Bank, like the one world government, right? But now I'm kind of thinking about it differently. Like the New World Order would be like, the Apollo mission, starting like this new world in people's minds. And it's like a directive. Like you're ordered to do this. Like you're ordered to believe that it's a globe, right? Because what happens in school if you go, no, don't look like a globe to me, looks flat, like you're going to be like sent to the principal's office, right? You can't argue with your teacher and say, but what about my senses? So I just want to put that out. Sorry if it was off topic. Please continue.
No, Hank, you're right on what I was saying.
Well said.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like in order to have the New World Order historically, philosophically, if that makes sense, philosophically, historically, you must have a one world religion. People could keep looking to what that religion will be, unaware that they're already in it, thinking that the world they live in is a spinning ball.
Here's the way I look at it, James, and I could be completely wrong. Earth is our realm. It's creation. We live on it. We live on top of Earth. Yeah, as humans, we can't live under the water unless we build a contraption to go underwater and explore like we do with submarines and all this kind of shit. But while we're living on top of Earth, which is sea level, right? And then there's mountains and everything. So we live on a plane that was created for us. Now, as far as, stories from the past, delivered through the Bible and other ancient cultures have different stories about how Earth, came to be. This is our realm. This is where we live.
Agreed.
So you can believe whatever you want to about it. And we do know that, you can pull a compass out and it points north. And if you move east, the compass needle will begin to move north. You're going to have to go in a circle to come back to the same place.
Yeah, but they knew historically, like if you study history, they knew historically in order to have a one world government, almost everybody on the earth has to believe the same thing. And when you look at the spinning ball Earth,
hold
almost
on.
everybody on the Earth believes
I
that's where
disagree.
they're at.
Well, what I just said is established. You don't have to believe it. It's a fact. Oceans can't curve around a ball.
No,
Doesn't matter what your religion is or anything. Humans live on Earth. This is our creation, and this goes cross culture and cross religion. We know we can definitely prove that the Earth cannot be curving around a ball. That's
absolutely.
established fact.
But
So
they think the Earth is a ball, not curving around a ball.
But the belief is to get people to believe it can.
No, we
And
don't
most
want to.
people
We don't want
believe it
people to
can.
believe. We want to show them the facts of Earth. Somebody who was that was about to say something.
Yeah,
Cuddles?
I was.
Go ahead, bro.
It's kind of odd, don't you think, that all of these so-called NWO corps and unions that are popping up all have flat Earth stuff on their flags, flat Earth maps. There's like 8 new flags with flat Earth on them, and they're all from that NWO.
Well, I wouldn't say that the A projection or anything something similar or would be, the flat Earth map, because there's no such thing.
Well, that's the one that they've got, though. The UN flag, flat Earth map.
Sure, I mean it's a clue to what we experience. Yeah, it's a clue.
New flags. Same thing on all of those flags. All of those companies and the people that are working for them are the ones that are doing all this bad stuff that we're talking about.
And I'm not discounting that there's other land. I've always said there could be more land. There could be an entire continent in the South Pacific. Nobody goes there. As far as beyond Antarctica, we don't even know what's past that. We have limited knowledge. As far as technology goes, as far as we understand, and I think modern times is like I think modern times is like 200 years, right? As far as going past Antarctica, he was like, "Where's the edge of the Earth?" Well, it's like, you first, bro. I ain't going to Antarctica.
Yeah, but I would say that once you had the grid, the power, the grid, those 200 years are more like 20.
Yeah, but these billionaires and government agencies that want to hide this shit from you, they have ultimate, unlimited resources. And if they
those are the
found
ones I'm
it,
talking
you think they're going to
because of the grid.
I got an idea. What if we were, through a process of elimination, like cross out all the areas that doesn't have like a flight path over it, doesn't have a shipping lane, and then look at those areas, right? And
Yeah,
see,
that's
like,
the South Pacific. That's the South Pacific. Nobody goes there. Almost nobody goes there. Like deep
trade production would reduce without today's technology.
Yeah, but ridiculous. With the AE map or what, even with the globe or whatever, you can see that it would be ridiculous to throw a ship or an airplane out in that area. You're gonna freaking run out of fuel, or you're just gonna lose direction because you don't even have anything to go off of. Yeah, I mean that's why people travel in the northern hemisphere. They go north from the south to go south again.
The only time a ship or a plane relies on the compass is when the stars are covered and they can't see them. Clouds, heavy rain, what have you.
Yeah.
Other than that, they use the stars. This star gets me here, this star gets me there.
Even with like GPS now, I mean, with modern travel, I mean, with ships and, I mean, with ships and airplanes, they go where the traffic is. I mean, it's commercial. So I mean, of course you're going to go where you're going to make money. You wouldn't just carry a couple of people over the South Pacific just to prove that the Earth is a globe, which still wouldn't prove it anyway.
Still don't even prove it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So nobody does it. So I don't know why these Glovers would say, hey, "Oh yeah, we do have records of a flight from Santiago, Chile to freaking Perth, Australia." It's like, no, you don't really. No, you don't.
They can't even go a straight line because of magnetic declination. They can't even do a straight line.
Yeah, man, South Pacific is a mystery, man. I mean, you guys already know.
Like if you look at the people that claim they navigated or circumnavigated the Earth north to south, yeah, that's not a path. If they should, you'll see the path they took.
Well, sure. I mean, what do you? I mean, you can only do it with an airplane if you land. I mean, if you go stay on the same latitude from east to west, and I'll tell you what though, this test has never been done. Here's one test that's never been done that I can't find it. If there's one test that can be done, you travel from some point in South America to South Africa, maintaining the same latitude. South Africa, or some part of South America. You know, it doesn't matter as long as all the land masses are on the same southern latitude line. You travel from one point to that point, and then go. It doesn't matter as long as you maintain the same latitude line. As long as you maintain the same latitude line, measure the distance. Then, bro, if it's a globe, it should measure the same as it would in the northern latitude line. Same latitude line.
The only problem is they're going off the compass and the gyro.
No, they're not. They don't. That's not how airplanes fly now. So
yeah,
well, yeah, if they could actually, dude.
They go up the longitude and latitude.
You're not aware of their claims, James. So,
yeah.
Claims, James. Okay, so anyway, if you say 30, no, it's not arbitrary. 30 degrees north latitude, 30
north
degrees
of
south latitude of said equator.
Said ball Earth equator,
dude. It's functional. I mean, they
That's
use
what
it.
I mean
They
by
use it. They use it. Not arbitrary. They actually use it. It's functional.
Yeah, but if it's not true, it's arbitrary.
Okay, if it's it's not true, and they think that 30 degrees south latitude would actually work the same way as 30 degrees north latitude, and they maintain flight if it was the same distance above, well, not above, that's not even the proper term. If it was the same distance at 30 degrees north latitude as it is 30 degrees south latitude, when they travel from one airport to another, that would prove, well, I wouldn't say it proved their globe, but it would prove something one way or another. You know, in this south of the equator, it would definitely, in my opinion, I think that there would be a large difference.
So here's my thought on that, and correct me if I'm wrong, because it's kind of outside what you were saying, but still within. If the plane's going from America to Asia at 500 mile an hour, when the plane's in the air, how do they determine 500 miles per hour? Because I know on the ground, it's based off a wheel.
Airspeed is determined by by the turbines or whatever. I mean, it's similar
they're
to
also
the
not
way a
going
tire
on
works.
roads.
You know,
They're also
yeah,
not
it's similar to the
going
way
on private
a tire works. You know, an engine or whatever.
Just a
You can
straight
tell what's
line.
what. Okay, so James, you're actually not even talking about the same thing that I'm talking about.
It is in a way because it's based off miles per hour, which is based
Listen,
off ground.
hey, the way
when you
airplanes
use
fly, they
so
go
when you
from
use
one.
airplanes for longitude and latitude, how do they determine that?
They
when it's
don't.
based
They
on-
don't. They don't
See what I mean?
necessarily. Airplanes travel from one port to another, same as ships do. But if someone wanted to test this, you know, whether they could fly, they could circumnavigate Earth at the 30-degree latitude. Yeah, I mean, but they would have to put an airport somewhere on 30 degrees where one airplane would have to travel to
Yeah.
another 30-degree latitude airport and then go all the way around the Earth, land back at the same fucking airport, and then do the same test at 30 degrees southern latitude and do the same thing. That's what I'm saying. But that's nobody does that. They're not even concerned about that. They just want to believe the Earth is a globe. They have all these spells that they cast upon humanity. They just want to believe it. They'd rather believe it than actually test it. So that's that's my final word.
Me.
I'll let somebody else talk.
Sydney to Santiago, check all the distances, and then go all the way around about at that latitude. When I did that, I found it was much larger. It was 35 degrees. I mean, 35,000 miles. At 33 degrees south.
There was one guy. I guess it wasn't my final word. What's that guy's name from New Zealand? Frickin' guy claimed he went from Santiago to was it Perth or Max Egan. He said, "Oh well, I took that flight, and I just don't believe him." There's like one person on the internet taking that flight.
Wait, from where to where?
And then he comes out with some craziness too. He came out with some crazy ass video. I think he's a weirdo.
So maybe I'm the dumb one here. Help me out if I am. When a person claims a star is 90 degrees above them, what is their foundation like? Is it flat and level? How do you get 90 degrees?
Well, let me ask you this, James.
See, hold on.
How do
See
you
what I'm saying?
determine? Well, you're asking the question. How do you determine a star is 90 degrees above you?
The only way I could determine that is to absolutely know physical measurement, the distance to the star.
Have you ever measured a star 90 degrees above
No,
your head?
there's no way to measure a star.
Really?
I can measure, like if I was going to build a house and I wanted this piece of wood to be 90 degrees from the foundation, the only way I can get that piece of wood 90 degrees from the foundation is if the foundation was flat and level. So if I was going to look at a star, how am I getting 90 degrees on a sphere?
What would you measure the
hold
star
on.
for?
Even on the flat Earth plane, I mean, we Polaris. The only way you could actually measure Polaris as 90 degrees above your head is if you're at the North Pole.
Yeah, but my argument, I see what you're saying. My argument is if you're at the North Pole. Well said.
Yep.
Well said. You would have to be at the tip of the top. Tippy top.
No, not top of anything. You're in the middle.
But at the same time, you're still basing it off of a level.
Everywhere on flat Earth, you're on the top of it. So
to get 90 degrees, if you want your wall straight up on your house, It's measured from the floor, which is level and flat. That's how you get your 90 degrees. If your tiny house floor was a hemisphere and not flat, you're not going to get 90 degrees.
Exactly. Hey, you're right. You're right, James. You're
Yep,
absolutely right. And
he's right,
in the text I just put
and that
this-
makes me think of sextants. Go ahead, son. But anyway,
No, exactly.
maybe-
Here's a little chart that Elijah shared with us the other day about celestial navigation. So you see how you have to triangulate each star, right? Triangulate, and then you cannot have this unless it's a flat surface that you're working with. You know, you couldn't have a cone of view up to triangulating up to a star, its location as far as angles go, right? Triangulate it and then do that unless you have a, completely flat surface that you're going with. It has to be flat. That's it. And actually, I'll put a link to everything Elijah. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Over here. Copy the link.
How quickly does the Earth rotate? By the way, like, you know, at night, if it was rotating as fast as they say it was, wouldn't we see more stars than we do?
Exactly, because you're going if you're spinning at 360 degrees, then how is it possible that you're going to see the same stars? Not only each 24-hour period, but any time in the distance that you would not see a different sky every night.
No.
Makes no sense.
I mean, it's a really weird question. It's gonna be nighttime. Every time it's nighttime, you're gonna be facing the same area, so of course you can see the same stars. I guess if it's rotating, yeah, you'd be able to see the same stars.
Not if
And
you're
if it's
facing 180 away from it. Not if you're facing 180 away from it. You can't.
why would you be?
You couldn't see them. That's what they tell us, that we still see the same stars every night. It can't happen on a globe, Earth. Doing the things they say, it cannot happen. What actually happens cannot happen on a globe. That every day, like recently, the moon is crossing over my sky to the south every single day in the same position with only very slight changes.
Yeah.
So
Have
how
you
could it
ever-
reset? Like, how could it do that? It couldn't.
You ever studied astronomy?
Well, what
only-
does astronomy tell you about that? Wait,
only-
I mean,
where
I
you
don't
just
know.
say a word like
I'm not-
astronomy, like, then don't
I'm
just
not
say
a-
words like that. It's like saying "cause science," you know, like you don't just say astronomy without some kind of proof.
Astronomy
I'm
is
sorry.
pseudoscience because
Yeah.
they cannot manipulate anything in order to provide a cause and effect relationship. It has to have an independent control variable. There's no way around that.
Wait,
Otherwise,
what?
you're not doing science.
Whoa. You're saying astronomy is a pseudoscience?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Buddy, where do you stand on this? I'm sorry, I'm not
No,
sure
I don't
who's
know. I
talking
just like
right
to
now.
look. I like to look from both faces. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an astronomer. I don't know anything about the stars. I don't even know why I started talking about it. I just think.
Astrology is pseudoscience. Astrology is
Yeah, astrology. We're not talking about astrology. We're talking about astronomy.
No. Well,
That isn't
check
true.
this out. Astrology and
It's
astronomy are
geocentric.
kind of connected. Check this out.
I mean, yeah, they're
Like,
both about
all of
stars.
us in the northern hemisphere see the North Star every single night. Unless you have clouds in the way, you'll see the North Star every single night in the northern hemisphere, especially in North America. And you'll see the Big Dipper and Little Dipper. But then, on the outer reaches of the sky, you'll see different constellations throughout the year. But they always repeat. So
Yeah, it resets to exactly the same location over us that it has for thousands of years. How's that possible? It doesn't work on a globe.
And the reason is because they say that we're, while we're rotating around the sun and our sphere is pointed a certain direction and our sun is traveling 500,000 miles around the galaxy, and the galaxy spinning. I mean, it just works perfectly. All that stuff.
I don't know, because when you're on a globe, like we're fucking billions upon trillions of miles away from stars. I feel like if you of course you'd see the same stars all the time if you're on a globe. It'd be really far away. You spin really, really slow.
That's all right.
I don't know.
I used to think that too, but I mean that's just math magic. Do you understand the math of that?
Of course, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah. What if it wasn't that, and it's actually what you can actually believe what you see with your own eyes? You can experience ancient cultures thousands of years ago recorded these repeated patterns for thousands of years. And some other people had a different idea because they didn't want the creator to exist. And it doesn't have to. You don't have to believe in a creator. I mean, you can believe in a creator whichever bullshit idea you want to believe. But anyway, Earth is a level stationary plane. Sun, moon, and stars move above our head, and they repeat in the same patterns. And ultimately, we all have seen the same thing happening throughout recorded history. Now, recorded history is only a few thousand years old, so
I would say even less than that.
If someone, yeah, me too. But if someone told you, well, 14.5 billion years ago, the universe was a little bitty dot, and everything that exists in the universe exploded into everything we see now, and we can tell just by looking through radar telescopes and make up pictures and say, look, here we have evidence that 12.5 billion years ago this happened. I mean, who you believe? You're going to believe yourself, your own eyes, what you see, I mean, there's a lot of stories out there, and a lot of smart people that are deceived as well about their beliefs about this 14.5 billion years ago freaking delusion.
It's hard to even believe your eyes because you're gonna fit whatever you've been taught into what you see. You're
Sure,
just
it's called indoctrination. It's called indoctrination.
Totally. And are you guys aware that there comes to a certain height where you don't even see stars anymore? Like you go, I think it's 16,000 feet into the air. I can't remember the exact measurement, but you don't even see stars anymore past a certain point. The higher you go, it makes you wonder what stars really are.
I mean, they told you, like you get half the astronauts that went to the moon saying, oh, we didn't see stars. And then the other ones would say, oh, yeah, we saw brilliant stars. And it's like, wait a minute, you guys were together. Did you see stars or not? What the fuck?
Have you ever seen the NASA footage where they
so-called elevation of Mount Everest?
Have you ever seen the NASA footage where they tried to fake stars, and it's really interesting,
Have you seen the footage where they tried to fake them landing on the moon or going to the moon? It's called
actually, no, I don't
there's
think
a
I have
film
seen that.
made by Bart Sabrell where he has some footage of Neil Armstrong and the other guys on an airplane, like a high altitude airplane, taking footage of the Earth, like from across the cabin through an oval window, putting a little shield on there, trying to fake like that they're halfway to the moon when they're actually just in low Earth orbit, or not even close to the low Earth orbit.
I think the documentary is called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Moon."
Yeah,
Oh, that's funny.
you
Yeah,
gotta watch
I want to see that. That sounds
You
interesting.
gotta watch it all, man. You can't just watch a little and stop.
No. Well, it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours long.
It's about 2 hours, yeah.
I'll find it.
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Actually, I think it's like an hour and 15.
What? Somebody trying to talk to me?
No, I'm saying I've posted it in the live stream.
Oh, you already did? All right, cool. There you go.
Buzz Aldrin punched that dude that did the documentary.
Yeah, old dude posted it in there, and watch that. I will show you. I'll show you these freaking pricks that claim they went to the moon, showing them trying to fake it, and then it'll show you when they came back and they were in front of the press going, "Yeah, we went to the moon, but they looked like they fucking killed their grandma. They weren't like happy about it. It was like, they have all in front of the press."
Well, you'll know them by their fruits. It's just nobody cares about their fruits.
Yeah,
I care about the fruits, James. But I wanted to say, like, it's not only that. I mean, that's one of the best, if not the best, arguably. But there's so many documentaries, right? The American Moon is a 3.5 hour documentary, right? And that one is just so full of evidence between, professional photographers that have been in the modeling and clothing industry, for like 30 years are saying, I'm not going to argue whether or not we went to the moon or not, but these photographs that allegedly came from the moon, they're fake.
You know which argument I
There's
really
no
like that
telemetry data. There
that
is no
well,
telemetry data.
NASA lost all the
Like
data.
when you
NASA
take a
lost how we even
photograph,
got there.
when you take a photograph of something, even in that field, there's what's known as telemetry data. It's the camera used, the lens used, the optics, all of that telemetry data is in that photo. But when it comes to the moon landings, all the telemetry data is gone.
Agreed, and not just the telemetry data, but the actual original recordings. You know, they lost all the
Telemetry.
technology that actually took them to the moon. They say they lost that. There's a lot of things they lost apparently when it comes to the moon landings. But for me, the one of the hardcore proofs of the globe is, there's no sunlight ever going to a ceiling. Like if the sun curves around the ball, you would never see that sunlight hit the roof of a ceiling.
Hey, here's something I wanted you to think about. I just posted a video, which the thumbnail, you might see it in the live stream voice text now. Do you think that Earth would look like that from the moon?
No, the Earth would look gigantic. Matter of
It
fact,
would be fucking enormous.
it would be intimidatingly massive. Like you would be
So
intimidated.
watch that video and see what this is what they're claiming they saw from the moon. The Earth is 6 times bigger than the moon.
Four
the
times.
image,
4 times bigger
I
than 6
agree
times
with
gravity. Yeah.
Helio,
Numbers.
I agree. The image that they give of the Earth,
It's like this
from
little
the moon,
Earthrise thing. I mean, give me a.
it's almost no different
The
than the
Earth would
moon
be enormous
from the
anywhere
Earth.
you look at it from the moon. If
Yeah,
you were
it's
on the
like they
moon,
used,
anywhere you look at the Earth, it would just be enormous in the sky. It'd be like, holy fucking shit!
What minute?
Yeah, it's like for optics, Helio. Well said. It's like for optics. They made the Earth. Hold on, they made the Earth appear to be the size of the moon, as if you're on Earth. Like the Earth would not be the size of the moon.
Roger Dodger.
If you're on
you
the
wouldn't
moon.
see a moon rise. I mean, you wouldn't see the Earth rise from the moon.
Massive.
It's the most
massive.
insane, stupid thing. You would,
It would not
never
look
see
like
Earth
the moon
rise
from
from
the Earth.
insane.
Yeah, great point.
The thumbnail doesn't even match the video I posted because this is a bullshit video, man.
I mean, maybe it's just the camera.
Oh, no,
bro.
Oh my god, no.
What?
No, it just doesn't work like. Listen,
Logic.
they claim that the Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon, right? And they say that the gravity of the moon is 6 times less, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they also claim that they sent a rocket up there with 4 people on it, and they caught images. Well, they had a when you see some of the Earthrise videos, that was from the lunar orbiter. Now, the images when they were standing on the moon, bouncing around, they pointed their cameras at each other, but they never pointed them up to look at Earth.
It wasn't just bouncing around; it was playing golf and four-wheeling.
Playing golf, driving a Jeep, and shit.
Who took the picture of the lander landing on the moon? Like, who took that picture?
And leaving the moon.
Yeah, hold up. Because wait a minute, what they did is they zoomed back and then they rotated up, following the motion of the lunar lander taking
Holy shit!
off.
I got a meme for that.
You got to look at that. It goes zooms back, and then who was doing that? They didn't have room for any other cameras.
It reminds me of the TV show, The Twilight Zone.
So
that's what the moon landing reminds me of.
Always, I mean, just like I was saying, I mean, it's just like, I mean, you won't see Earth rise on the moon because, I mean, the moon is tidally locked to Earth, right? So every moon landing they had, Earth is looming above their head 4 times as large. So all they had to do was take one of those cameras when they were landing on the moon, point it directly above their head. The Earth would completely fill their view.
Whoa. Can I say pause for just a second?
Yeah, it would be right in their way. It'd be right in the way of all the stars.
Yeah, I guess. Like, the sun is like 100 million times bigger than Earth. But
it would take your breath away.
No, the sun doesn't have the size of the moon. Anyway,
have you ever seen the sun in the clouds? First of all, like, do I need to send you that?
Yeah,
Like,
here's my meme I created for them leaving the surface of the moon.
It'd be like looking at the moon
We'll
on
be
Earth.
back for you, cameraman. It's
Only
okay.
you increase the moon size times 4.
You know that curling thing where they have this
Those
weight?
the images were given.
They sweep the ice to have this curling thing like go down the ice track or whatever. That's what that thing looks like that took off, right? It looks like a curling iron or curling stone.
Well, regardless of all of that, everywhere that they took images supposedly from the surface of the moon, they claim that, well, they had Hasselblad cameras on their chest and they're just taking pictures of each other and bouncing around and playing golf and driving Jeeps and shit. All they had to do was like point that shit straight up and the Earth would be looming. Like the big ass ball Earth would just be like right there. Woo! You
They
know,
had the cameras had no viewfinders, folks.
I guess so. Hey, what do you think about me, Sonny? I made that.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect.
We'll be back for you, cameraman.
No, so Dan, in real life, do you know how they figured the latest time on the distance to the sun? Or one of the more recent times? It's been changed about 10 times, but do you know how they came to the conclusion that the sun was as far as it is? Do you know how they did that, Dan?
Oh, what? Sorry, you're talking to me?
Yes, Dan.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you know how they came to this idea of how far the sun is right now this last time?
No idea.
Okay, so the foundational premise is they guessed at the size of Venus.
Mm-hmm.
They assumed it was the same size as the Earth.
Yeah.
So, in order to have that, we need the actual radius measurement of Earth to verify anything they're saying. So that's what we're looking for, and that's why we are here.
I thought that had happened like 300 years ago, Sonny.
Yeah, whenever it was. Yeah.
I think it was like 300 years ago.
Yeah, but he is absolutely right.
Yeah.
They base the distance of stars by Venus because they claim.
Yeah, it's not
Venus
a measurement. I mean, how can you measure the distance to a celestial object anyway?
They're assuming
A light.
everything. So if you could take assumptions out of everything, take all the assumptions out, and find an actual official measurement, that means direct physical measurement of Earth's curvature. Can you go find that for us, Dan?
An exact measurement of the Earth's curvature?
Yes, an official one, the one they would have to use as a reference. As a reference, they would need it as a reference of, like, whenever you're doing things like calibrating instruments that do measurements, you need a standard to reference your instruments to. A standard of measurement. It's in everywhere. You have international standards of measurement and national standards of. You have different types of standards of measurement. So, like in a shop, you have to have a. I'm sorry, I'll stop. But we're looking for an actual direct measurement of Earth's curvature. It has to be here somewhere because everything they're doing is relying on it. We're looking for verification of the fundamental claim of Earth being a sphere. It needs to have been measured. So see if you can find that.
Like 8 inches per mile or something like that?
Yeah.
We need when it was actually measured and the method used.
Yeah, sure. And
8
are
inches
you
per
aware?
mile means a slope, a slant.
No, it's not a slant. A slant.
Yeah, it is. If it's
No,
8
it's
inches
not.
per mile squared, it's no longer a slant or slope.
Yeah. Of course, it's not a slant.
Well, he didn't say squared.
Well, he
How do you
says
get square miles on a globe?
He said 8 inches per mile.
It doesn't matter. We're not talking about numbers. We're talking about a measurement. We're not talking about the actual numbers.
Pyramid,
The
slope.
numbers are fine, but if they're saying it's 8 inches with a mile squared, if that's saying it, or 1.225, times the square root of the height in feet, like if they're using that, then we need the verification that says that is actually the size. That's for real. We need that first thing to put that in the slot, or else we cannot make a realistic formulation of what it actually is without the real data of a measurement.
Right. And there's been no physical measurement.
No.
See, in my opinion, you would have to stretch a line across the earth. Right? And it's funny that sorry, I have to say this. It's
You mean
funny
something
that in
like
the
this? I
Bible,
just posted
funny that in the Bible, that's what it says. Can you stretch a line across the earth?
Crypto made earlier.
It literally asks
like
you
6 months ago.
Can you do that?
Shout out to crypto.
Job 38.
Dude, I'm about there, Mike. Yeah, it's like this dude's fucking being ridiculous. I got, I was about to, but I found this. Remember when crypto was talking to Squidden, and he made that? That shit was. How Matthew learns is in here. Oh, anyway. Hey, you guys have at it. I'm just listening.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah, Matthew created that, and I think he misunderstands the given explanation. And that
Yeah, but
shows it.
ours would be standing on top and not looking down.
Barometric pressure and altitude. So the given explanation is right. Not for the reason you can view them both in the sky, but the reason why there's only a sliver of light on the moon in the stellarium. So I think you misunderstand the explanation. It's not that they're both reflected from side to side of the planet up to where you can see them. It's that the light from one is refracted to reach the other. That's your explanation. That's the given mainstream explanation. I think you should redo that and reread the explanation of that.
I know I saved that one crypto made. Similar to that one.
Hey, so every now and then it's nice when Battle Mod's the asshole, right? I'll be the asshole so everybody else don't have to. You guys can be the good guys. I mean,
Also, altimeters, are those like instruments for measurement, or are they
You
approximations?
talking about on airplanes,
Yeah.
altimeters?
Well,
No,
like not even on
they're
airplanes, like
most
just
for the most part they're based on barometric pressure.
so it's an approximation based off of the pressure.
Yeah, more than likely, yeah. I mean, it's not that completely accurate, but yeah, most of the time they're based on barometric pressure. I mean, a lot of newer aircraft, I mean, they could be based on GPS. It depends on
I think
which.
my buddy's Toyota 4Runner had an altimeter on it. It even had like
Yeah,
a climb
sure.
gauge, a tilt gauge, and all that stuff.
Sure, yeah, man. Well, that's GPS then.
It's like no, it was analog computer. It's like old school 4Runner.
Yeah, that's
Like
pretty cool.
the dash, it had like gimbals and stuff that moved every time the vehicle would move. It they would rock a little bit. It's like, ooh, that's cool.
Oh, did he have to calibrate it before he started?
Yeah. After we put the lift
Okay,
kit on it
so
and changed the rake on the
cool. So would
camber.
it would give you altitude?
Yeah,
All right, cool. So it's
like
kind of
above sea level, right? And it was stock on it, right? Like from what I can tell, the whole thing was stock because it's not a custom pod or nothing. It's like part of the dash. Like it's where like usually you would have the air vents coming out for the center for like the air conditioning. Well, instead of that, it had like a big display of like orange and white, and then like the white would glow in the dark if it's like 80s style technology. It's really neat. Like I was perplexed by it.
but the technology wasn't 80s. It was new.
Well, yeah, it was like an 80s 1980s. I can't remember what year exactly, but it was an 80s Toyota 4Runner. The one that had the
But
straight
the
axle in the front.
but the the system was modern, right? As far as the calibration of the GPS system that he was using.
Well, it
Of course, they
wasn't
didn't have
GPS.
it in the
Like
80s.
it didn't give you location.
There was a gimbal built, that he added to that. Is
I'll
that
see
what you're
if I
saying?
can find it. I'll see if I can find it.
Anyway, so yeah, GPS is not connected to satellites for the most part. I mean, if you get outside of certain zones where they can connect to towers that are dedicated to the GPS signal, then you're going to have very limited GPS.
Hey Leo, does GPS work in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 1,000 miles from any land?
More than likely, no. But
I
how?
thought those big
Let me ask you this:
containers
how would you be able to know that?
the container ships that go across the sea.
Oh, across
guess
the
you'd have
South
to ask-
Pacific, they send container ships across the South Pacific. Why would they do that?
No, not the South Pacific, just the regular Pacific, like going from Japan to Los Angeles, for example.
Well, they actually don't. They don't cross the South Pacific. Yeah, that's why I was asking. Yeah, sure. Yeah, they have beacons, set across the ocean that are anchored to the shore. I mean, to the floor. Yeah, GPS works over there because they set up the same system, like the same way that they've have fiber optic cables arrays all over Earth. They've done the same thing with GPS, and in some circumstances, Wi-Fi in the northern hemisphere for the most part. But if you have guts enough to go across the South Pacific, you're pretty much kind of fucked.
But yeah,
Airplanes
I
or
showed a
boat.
picture of the dash on those. I looked for 1986 Toyota 4Runner, and you see the little pod up at the top, like right above the vents. Tells you the swing angle, side to side, the up and down, and then elevation and compass heading. So it's like old school Dead Reckoning.
Where are you traveling with this thing?
I'm not traveling anywhere. My buddy bought one of these trucks, and like over a year of it being in the shop, we had fixed it up, and I always thought it was neat because it had the single axle or the straight axle front end. Usually they're IFS, independent front suspension, but this one
Yeah.
was
What kind
had
of
like
truck?
big balls. Toyota 4Runner, 1986.
This is
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You're speaking Mike's language. I don't even know.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's a heavy duty.
Yeah, that front axle is unique. I like that front axle they
It
have.
it is. Well, some people like it on the hot rods, but like them old ass fucking coupes, with the T buckets. But it's designed for heavy weight, and so it's for a heavy hauling truck. I
Yeah,
was
and this
kind of
is
impressed to see that on the 4Runner.
yeah, and this is like a little tiny 4Runner Jeep trail rig,
Yeah, y- yeah, and it's shit you'd see on an international or a military truck. Yeah,
Oh, this is 1984. Excuse me, 1984.
yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
My buddy had one and he was talking about it, like a big dick 4Runner. I was like, yeah, right. And then he brought it over and I was amazed. I was like,
You're saying, I mean, they just customized the dash to put all the digital shit in there, right? Is that
Oh, that was stock that year.
what 84? That is stock.
Yeah. Like we didn't customize anything like that. That's what was on the dash. We just cleaned it up, like got all the dust off of it. Didn't even paint the gauges or nothing because it was still mint condition.
Okay.
Oh, is that so? I mean, from this picture, it looks like some touch screen
Yeah.
stuff, but it's not. So that equalizer at the bottom is
oh
that
yeah,
your
look at the
physical monitor?
stereo. Yeah, that's old high phonic shit right there.
Oh, okay, cool. So it has what a freaking what 1, 2,
Yeah, that
3,
was a
4,
tape deck. I think
7
they
band
put a
equalizer.
CD player in it, but yeah, it comes with that. That's the
Oh,
stereo
okay.
down below.
Yeah, that's where I was confused. Sorry about that. Yeah, I see what you're
No,
saying now.
yeah, it's not
7 band
either. It's behind a glass bezel.
Yeah, Toyotas had some nice stops there, like in the Supra of the 4Runner. They had
That's
decent.
pretty cool.
I like older vehicles. I don't like this new shit. The computers and all they have to do is just send a signal and it kills the fuel pump.
Yeah, the straight axle is something you see on 70s 4-wheel drive trucks and shit out.
Yeah,
I
like the
was
first time,
surprised it's
like
that
the first.
little motherfucker with straight axle, dude. You know that was a tough truck.
Yeah, the first time I saw one of those Toyotas with a straight axle was the movie Back to the Future, but that was just a Toyota pickup, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but it had the straight axle, and I was like, "Ooh, that's sick
Yeah.
looking."
The only problem with them is, the only clearance you get is tire clearance.
Right,
That's
right.
why we go to the scissor front ends. Like
That's
I
why
gotta
we put 37s on it.
exactly. It's cool for a mud truck because you can lift the frame, lift the body, all that. Put 44 down, My mud truck is straight axles.
And shoot, like I've been in more places in my van with 35s on it. I mean, these were wide tires, snow tires in the desert, and I've been in more places in this desert and got stuck deeper. And heck, I had to have like 3 Jeeps help to set up like a block snatch with
Yeah.
like a couple pulleys to
See,
pull me out of the hole I was in.
if I was going to build a desert truck, I probably would use a scissor front end, for articulation. But
Yeah.
if
Well,
you got
especially
big,
out here.
yeah, because it's a rough area. Well, I rode bikes out there in Cali in the desert. Rode my YZ490 out there. Me and my brother went out there when I was on leave one time.
The hardest thing about a YZ490 is kickstarting it when it's hot.
Yep. I still own that thing.
It'll
Own
push your
two of
ass
them.
over the handlebars.
They're fucking deadly. It should have had a compression release.
Yeah.
Just like the old Ducatis. Yeah.
Or even the 650 Kawasaki's. I got that compression release too. Even
Yeah,
the
I got it.
K&M or yeah, no, not K&M. Dang, I forgot the name of it.
K&M.
The Huskies.
Oh, K&M.
No, it's not Can-Am. It's
Husqvarna.
I want to say Husqvarna because it's a Husqvarna engine. I think it's K&M,
Yeah, yeah.
not
K&M
Can-Am,
engine.
but K and M.
Yeah, K&M dirt bikes
Yeah,
by Husqvarna. Yeah.
the orange ones. Yeah.
Yep. They look just like the K&M. I mean, except for color, but yeah. Do them 490. I got an old Ducati 350 that was my dad's. I think it's a 67. That motherfucker's punched. My uncle rode it in the Silver Dome, but it's sick. It's got 3-inch knobbies on it. I, as a
My
kid, I
neighbor,
tried to ride it, and I damn near killed myself. And as an adult, I'm still scared of the thing.
my neighbor grew up in Illinois, right? And he said he used to ride his Mako 490 to work every day to go work on heavy equipment at the quarry. And I go, why would you ride that 490 Mako to work? And he goes, oh man, the 490 Mako is the best, baddest bike ever made, man. It's okay.
And you got some dudes like that.
I go, well, what about the Z coffin tanker? He goes, oh, that's a badass bike too, but it's got nothing on the on the Mako 490. It's Mako 490, Mako 490. And I was like, do you have any pictures of it? And he goes, no. And I go, well, then you weren't that proud of it.
Good point.
Because I had to like look it up on the internet, and I was like, oh wow, that is a nice bike. But yeah, I guess he used to do flat track back in the day, and then one of his buddies like sabotaged his bike, like back the wing nut off on the back brake, and then they went around, and he almost wiped out. He was pissed, so he beat the hell out of his friend. I go, oh yeah, you're a great friend, huh? Then he goes, yeah, just jump on that YZ250, let's go. And I go, hold on, what's wrong with it? And he goes, well, what do you mean? And I go, you just told me to jump on it. I'm going to inspect it. What's wrong with it? So I inspected it. The linkage was a little shoddy for the brakes and all that.
Did he have the
I didn't
orange
know.
one?
No, it was a pink frame. 94. The fast years.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that his son had disconnected the power valve on it because it was sticking. And I
Power
took it on the
band.
look section out here
Yeah.
up on the bluff, and
You
third
the
gear in the
red
look,
ones
and it
and
rattled open on me. Ooh, that was scary.
yeah, the red ones and the orange ones, you got to take a second look to know it's not a Honda, but those are actually tough bikes.
Yeah. He's like, if you could start it, and I go, if I can start it, bang, ding, ding. He goes, man, you can start that first kick, and I go, come on, man, let's go. I'm used to
Oh,
riding
I'm
like
not
little
that
80s,
guy.
right? And
I
then
like to watch people wreck, so I will start it for you if you say you're gonna ride it. I'm that guy. Oh, you want to ride it, huh? Can you
well,
start it? No, here you go. Let me start it for you.
he was on one of these new Honda 450 4-strokes, the Power Strokers, and he's just sitting. We're going down like a deep sandy wash, and he's just sitting there getting up on it. So I'm like, all right, you know what? Screw this. And I revved it a little bit, got it up to third gear, and just sat there and clang, pulled a wheelie and just passed him up in that deep sand. And he's just like, son of a bitch. I was like, let's go, come on. He goes, man, we can't leave the woman folk behind. And I go, the women know where we're going. Let's just go. Let's get out to the track, hit the whole shot, see who wins. Just a whole shot. Then he let me jump on his bike, right? While we got out there, and he had a bald tire. And those Honda 450s, those things are amazing pieces of machinery, piece of engineering right there. With a bald tire, I was able to trench like a 3-inch trench.
Oh, Sonora
Yeah.
450. Yeah. But hey, man, we're kind of taking over the flat and talking with
Oh yeah,
Peter
sorry.
and shit. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to talk dirt bikes in the flat Earth Discord. Forrest Gump. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fight at your Black Panthers rally.
Well, see, I guess you can take one of those to a high vantage point and then look out and then notice that, you know, even the ground is pretty much flat. Even if there are mountains in the way, it's pretty much flat, you know. You're just sitting there looking, you're like, wow, this is amazing. I don't know what kind of like angle we have on our perspective. It's got to be like, it's less than 180, but it's more than enough to see the curvature if there is a curvature, right? Oh, but you don't see it because it's so large. Yeah, I saw that one too, Helio. He kept like killing it. Hey now. That's it. I'm going to sue the court so I could get a dirt bike again. They owe me 45 days.
Pleased to meet you.
Cheese to meet you. I love cheese and meat platters.
Yeah,
Those are the
cheese
best.
to meet you. Tuna and mac and cheese. Ooh boy, doesn't get much better than that, I'll tell you what.
No, cause tuna is not actual meat. So meat, mac and cheese. You know what I mean? What,
No,
what would you
no,
rather
no.
have? Ground beef in that mac or tuna in that mac?
Well,
You
whatever
let me
tuna
know.
is, even if it's not real fish, I don't care if it's some government conspiracy,
No, we're
whatever it
not
is, it
going that
tastes
far.
great in mac and
This is
cheese.
not conspiracy Mac channel.
Oh
This is,
yeah.
this is not. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
he
love
he sounds
tuna
like
mac.
he was born in that.
We can eat some ground
Dude,
beef
I
mac and
love my
cheese.
mac and cheese.
He's like tuna mac, beefy mac, chicken mac. What's up?
There's some ground beef mac and
Buffalo
cheese.
chicken mac. Who wants to
Oh,
fuck with that?
dude,
Excuse
I
my
fuck
language.
with
That's
that, dude.
that's a man that lives on Hamburger Helper.
Buffalo
That's a
chicken.
man that lives off the American system. This is what I was taught. This is what I grew up on. My food pyramid is inverted. What's up?
Oh, that food pyramid, that's the Illuminati New World Order.
No, no,
I-
no, 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 no,
Why
no,
is everything
no.
Illuminati New World Order? I'm just kidding. Yeah, that food pyramid is messed up though. Satanic as fuck. Excuse me.
No Illuminati, no conspiracies, only mac and cheese and ground beef, bro. I want to hear about cheese to meet you. Like, pleased to meet you, except with cheese. Cheese to meet you.
Nice
That's
to
the
meet you.
fucking.
You're so
Rice-A-Roni's good.
nice.
No, exactly, bro.
Rice-A-Roni's better.
Oh god.
Before you take a picture, you say macaroni and cheese.
I haven't heard you talk a single time, and that's your contribution. What you got, Dad, bro?
Yeah, man.
You've been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that mac and cheese moment.
Oh, glad I
Thanks
brought it up.
for bringing it up.
No
That's
problem.
because you say that because you don't understand Gemsy's ninja yet.
Ninja.
What up?
He's talking about ninja.
You don't see him.
I'm
all.
flexing right now. I'm flexing right now.
By the time you see him, he's already did what he's gonna do, and he's like out of the picture already. So like you don't even notice him, and then next thing you know, like he was right.
It's mental ninja tools.
I'm a mental ninja. LOL.
Ninja. Like the Fortnite guy, blue hair ninja. What the hell?
Did you just say Fortnite?
No. Why are you
Nobody
talking
likes
about
that game.
Fortnite?
Fork. He used a fork
I said fork and knife. I
when
said
he's eating
fork
the
and knife, dude.
when he
You're
when,
talking about Fortnite.
when he's eating his mac and cheese, he uses a fork.
If
during
I
night-
owned this
during the
Discord
night.
server, I'd shut it down right now, specifically because you just mentioned Fortnite during the live stream.
On a
People are
flat
gonna be
Earth.
able to see this, dude.
Are you sure you don't
gosh.
use a butter knife to eat that mac and cheese?
I wouldn't use a knife, period. I use a steak knife. 2 steak knives, one for each hand.
For your mac and cheese?
Yes. I live on the edge. I cut out a tooth by accident every single time.
What?
Literally, I've only had cheese 10 times. I'm a
Wow,
whole.
and think about that. Everything you've done in your whole life was on the flat, contained Earth.
Oh yeah, that mac and cheese is dependent on a flat Earth.
What's
It
the
wouldn't
point?
work. It wouldn't work on a globe.
What's the
Couldn't work.
point? If I can eat my mac and cheese and tuna fish on a Friday night, I don't care if I'm standing on a damn cube, bro.
Thank
Oh,
God
that's-
for
that's
gas
the
pressure.
problem.
Thank
The
God for
truth
gas
is mac
pressure.
and cheese.
Thank the creator for gas
Bro,
pressure.
you're not getting the point. If it wasn't for the flat Earth, you wouldn't be able to enjoy your mac and cheese. That's the whole point.
But what if it was a sphere Earth? Are you saying if it was a sphere Earth, then I wouldn't be able to eat mac and cheese?
You got it.
Exactly. Yeah.
How does that
Welcome
work?
to flat
Water
Earth.
stay in a container that goes against centrifugal motion?
What? What is?
Centrifugal motion would cause the water to come out of the pot. Haven't you ever been on the gravitron?
No.
Well, that's centrifugal motion. That's centrifugal right there.
I love how
Just trying to see it.
everyone.
Yeah, but
everyone
what
in the
about
flat Earth-
the centripetal force, which pulls it back down?
Imagine trying to eat your mac and cheese during all those events put together.
How come everyone in the
It's all about balance. It's all about balance. Centrifugal, centripetal, or you call it centripetal if you want to pronounce it incorrectly.
Yeah, they could take it and put it where the sun don't shine.
We have a globe earther here? I'm just curious. You believe in the globe, bro?
I think Dan in real life, I think you're a glober, aren't you, Dan?
It literally makes no difference to me. I just think some things are really, really goofy.
Oh, one of
Because globers
those.
make goofy points, flat earthers make goofy points, and I'm just here right in the in between. Like I'm never gonna be an astronaut. I'm never gonna go up there and check.
What, Dan?
And you make
never
mac and cheese points.
I make mac and cheese. Everyone makes goofy points, but I'm making mac and cheese.
Well,
yeah.
Do you like tuna helper? Because Battlemon said he likes tuna helper. I've never been a fan of the tuna helper, but I've always been a fan of the hamburger helper.
It's measurable and repeatable that you can boil water so you can cook your mac. Otherwise,
I'm
you can cook
a
it.
tuna pacifist. I don't take sides on whatever tuna.
Well, I
is
mean,
best.
I
I'll eat
love
whatever tuna.
I love tuna salad sandwiches and stuff. With cheese.
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
Wild
but tuna
tuna or
helper-
farm tuna.
I like when they put like crazy stuff in China. They stick syringes in the tuna and they grow up to be like 16 feet. I like that kind of tuna. Those big,
Dude,
big. Fat
I've always wanted to go into to the northeast in America and catch me a big ass tuna.
Or you
And
can
carve
out
it
here
up and friggin' grill it, but I mean, they get so big. I mean, you can't eat that much tuna.
they're like as big as a Volkswagen with a.
Yeah,
freaking-
they're fucking huge. But I've always wanted to catch one. I was just like I've always wanted to catch a big ass tuna.
Yeah, I've always wanted to go down to Texas, find a cow, milk that boy straight till I get a big ass cheese. Get a big ass cheese, put some noodle in there, make some mac
Well,
and cheese.
you're gonna have to get the milk first, and you're gonna have to know how to make
Yeah.
the cheese. You can't just grab a cow and
You
make
put
some
in
cheese.
you put in a
from
big
it.
barrel and you wait 12 years for it to.
No,
ferment.
no, that's not how you make
Have you-
cheese, bro.
That's how I
Have you
make my
looked at the
cheese,
moon
bro.
tonight?
You know how much cheese I made, bro?
Have you looked at the moon tonight?
Cheese.
I can't see; it's too cloudy. But
It's
I
like
saw.
half.
Silly man.
It's like half.
Because
Yeah,
it's kind of
bummer.
converse tonight, if it was a flat, I mean, if it was a globe Earth, you wouldn't see the kind of moon we're seeing right now. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
I'm standing outside right now. I'm looking at it, and it looks like the Earth is curving around the top and curving around the bottom, and that would not be true
So
on a globe.
you see the curve of the Earth looking at the sky. You look at the sky to see the ground. That's what you're saying.
No, all I'm saying is that I
It's
look at
exactly
the
what you're
moon,
saying, bro.
right? Bro, all I'm saying is that the globe Earth would not do that to the moon.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Hey, yeah. Let's stop there. You're exactly right. The Earth would not do that to the moon. Now, let me ask you this, Dan. Do you think that the phases of Earth, or phases of the moon, have anything to do with Earth?
I didn't listen
Because
much.
when I first came into this argument, I thought, because for some reason I just, in the ionosphere or whatever, I thought when I was younger that it was like the Earth's shadow is causing the phases of the moon. Are you in that period, Dan, or do you know that that's not what they're saying? Do you think that Earth's shadow is causing the phases on the moon?
No, I do not believe that.
Okay, cool. So you know that the Earth's phases are caused by, the moon phases are caused by what?
Let me think about it. I don't know.
Well,
Makes no
if you
difference to
think
me.
that that the sun is the center, 93 million miles away from Earth, and we're in an elliptical orbit around the sun, and the sun is illuminating the moon, and the moon's position, the moon is orbiting Earth, and we experience the phases that we see in the sky because of our position, right? So you're quite aware of all of that, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So what are you experiencing now?
What am I experiencing?
Yeah, you said that you're seeing the moon doing something that kind
Apparently
of
there's
weird.
camels
What?
on Mars.
He said that he was observing the
Yeah, I saw
moon.
that too.
He was observing the moon, and it looks like a half moon, and that shadow is being caused by the globe Earth. He said something of that sort.
That's why I asked him that, because he's it sounds like he's full of shit. So anyway, that's why I asked him.
Whoa, me?
All right, Dan. So if you understand how in the heliocentric model the phases of the moon are happening, what we experience, then why don't you explain it to us, since we're wrong about the flat Earth?
Just to clarify, was it you that said that about the moon, or was it
It wasn't me.
Trovkova?
Someone was
Trovkova.
talking about-
Well, so
I
really, your
said
question
it.
is for
I'm looking
Trovkova.
at it right now. I'm looking at it right now, and it looks like there's a curve going on at the top of the moon, and there's a curve going on at the bottom of the moon, which should not happen. You should see a curve going in the middle of it, right? And from there, the curve should be outwards on the bottom and the top.
Dan.
It's outward
I'm
on the
gonna ask.
eastern
I'm gonna
side
ask
for
you a
me.
question. I'm gonna ask you.
Helio, that wasn't Dan. That was Kova, Trovkova, or whatever.
Yeah,
My bad.
I like mac and cheese. I don't know what you guys are
I'm looking at the wrong.
So
It looks like a macaroni.
TRP Kova is the one talking about that he sees the curve of the Earth
Okay,
looking
cool,
at the
cool.
moon.
My bad. Go ahead.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now continue.
I understood. Yes, there is a curve. If you look at the moon right now, you can see that there is a curve at the bottom and there is a curve at the top, and it should curve inward towards the middle, right? But that's not happening right now.
Go take a picture of that. Let me see that.
Yeah, mine looks different. The moon, I see it in plain view. It's a really great view tonight. I see it like full on. It's such a strange sight to see it. Like it's actually.
Camera won't get it.
You
Where's
can.
the hot
No,
spot
my
from the
camera
sun?
won't either. It's.
Where's the hot spot from the sun on the moon?
No,
if it's
yeah.
reflected?
Where is the? Yeah, exactly.
The highlight specular
Trovkova,
reflection source.
have you ever seen where you've seen the moon where it's like a straight line from top to bottom? like a half moon, right? No curve at all.
Yeah. How?
I just want to see the picture he got.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
sure. I mean, you can say whatever you want. We can can't say all kinds of things. But check
Tripkova's
this
a
out.
flat
We're
earther.
all older men here. We've seen every single phase of the moon throughout our lives. All of us have seen some quite weird shit going on with the moon, right? So what
Yeah, it's
we're
really
talking
trippy
about,
right
if what they claim in the heliocentric model, compare, Earth being, the third rock from the sun, and the moon being orbiting around Earth, and they're claiming the sun is lighting one side of the moon, and that's why we experience the phases. Have you ever seen, which I have seen, like the one side of the moon being completely like a line straight down?
Really?
No curvature, just like a line straight down. You see a half moon. It's like,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That does happen.
It does happen.
Yeah.
And now if you look at, hold on, I gotta freaking.
But most recently, it was like I don't know. It was like a third or less, and then let me see. Yeah, it was probably
It's
like
very mysterious.
30% lit, and then it went to like
If you
6.
really pay attention to a lot of the way that the moon looks, it shouldn't. If what they say is true about the moon, us being, I just already, I don't want to repeat myself, but the heliocentric model and the moon being around, 238,000 miles away and spinning. Well, for one thing, moon cannot be spinning because we all see one side of the moon, which is tidally locked and all this kind of shit. And
Yeah, but I
it's
think
the
it,
silliest thing, man.
I think it rotates like a clock face, though. Like
Yeah,
as
something
we're looking at it, I think it's rotating like the clock face.
It may be.
I've seen a time lapse, but the thing is it moves one direction, then rocks back the other direction, and moves one direction and rocks back. So it's not even. It's just, yeah, it's not even like what they claim.
Well,
Well,
yeah. So I like the idea of that because
See.
how it's uniformly lit. That's the whole thing. You can't have something that's a reflection that's uniformly lit like that, and it's uniformly lit as well, which is really strange. In every like different phase, it's whatever's lit is still uniformly lit. It's not possible on. It has to be a flat or concave surface to have a reflective surface. So anyway,
Well, if he's saying that what he's observing at the moment, half of the moon, so that shadow is being caused by the ground he's standing on.
no, I don't think not Tripkova. No, Tripkova wasn't saying that.
No,
Yeah,
you're saying he's
he is.
observing a curve, curvature of light.
He's talking about the line on the moon itself, like how it's curving. Like he was trying to
It's
describe.
being,
I think he was
it's
lying
being
about
caused.
me.
It's being caused by the Earth, by the globe.
Yeah,
he
that's why I
said.
was asking if he understood what in the heliocentric model what is causing
Is that
the moon
that
to look
true?
like that.
Is that true, Tripkova? Is that what you were asking?
I think he was lying
Well,
when I asked him
what
if
I
he
was
actually understood,
Is that what you're
what it means
saying?
in the heliocentric.
well, I'm not lying. First of all, I'm just
Okay, well,
spotting.
you're
Yeah,
ignorant
I'm
then
just.
about.
Let him talk.
I'm sorry. Whoa. Ignorant of what exactly? You tell me what I'm ignorant about. All I said was that, there is a curve. It's concave instead of, going the opposite of concave, and it's curving around the moon when it should be inwards, right? Like there should be a concave going inwards
Well,
if it
I
was
get what you're
of
saying.
the
on
globe
that on
It should
that
Earth.
be a
point,
crescent, like it
let
should
me ask
always
you
be a
really quick, and
crescent.
you take it, Sonny. On
Is it?
that point, are you saying that the shadow of Earth is causing that from the the reflection, or the shadow of Earth is causing the curvature on the moon? it's causing the moon like to look
Well,
like that.
I don't believe that the Earth has any has any like, how do you say, has any bearing on whether on the formation of the shadows that we see on the moon. Like
Okay,
the
okay, my
moon.
bad, my bad. Yeah, but I just want to make sure. All right, cool. Go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah, so it's my understanding Tripakova is a flat earther, pretty much. I think it's just sort of new to the. Is that correct?
I've been studying this intensely, for a good 6 months now, and no, I don't. I mean, all I'm saying is
No.
that.
So you're still a Glober in spite of no measurements, no detection of rotation, and no gas pressure. You're still a Glober.
No, why?
Okay.
No,
Okay, good.
all I'm saying is that there's no shadow that the Earth is causing, which the moon is taking into account for, and that there is some other shadow appearing on the moon, which is probably self-inflicted, because it
Yeah,
has no bearing on anything else.
yeah. I agree with you, and I have heard you before, and so I get you, man.
Yeah, it's phases.
So-
I mean,
So wait, Helio.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So no, that's good that he clarified because I guess I understood him incorrectly.
Yeah, me
Because I
too.
thought he
Me
was
too. And I
saying that.
apologize for that.
No, that's cool. But when you said it's self-inflicted, the shadow on the moon, what can you expand a little bit on that? What do you actually mean?
Well, when you look at the moon, I'm looking at the moon right now. It's curving inward like a C, right? It's not like an inverse C, and I'm talking about the letter C, and looking at the moon right now, I see that it's going in towards the top and going in towards the bottom, and if it was a globe that was causing this pattern, you wouldn't see that.
I think what you're trying to say is that it would be a crescent, right? It would be going to
Yes, crescent,
the
exactly.
opposite side. A crescent on the opposite side. I think I understand you. Yeah, that makes
Totally,
sense to me
totally. That's
too.
what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
will you agree that we observe the moon as a light, right? As a luminary? Will you say
Oh,
that it's
totally. Because we don't know what it is. We don't know what the moon is. It could be like a projection. Because you even look at the moon and you see the waves.
Are you
If
an
you were to
atheist,
take a
Tripakova?
No,
So-
because at this point we know that this was divinely planned. There is something that created this, that made sure that every 18 years, we have a repetition of, solar eclipse, like a fine watch, so there are these patterns that repeat, over and over, and we can predict them only
So you-
because. Go ahead.
So
I wanted to follow up on what I was trying to say. So you know that when you impose or the moon as a light, right? And then if you put a dimmer light in front of a brighter light, from our perspective, the way we see stuff like a shadow, we'll see the dimmer light in front of the brighter light. We'll see it as a shadow, as a complete darkness. You get what I'm saying?
A dimmer light in front of a brighter light, you would see it in. Yes, if I can
Yep.
imagine that, and I know I've seen that in other instances. Yes, I can see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, that's. Well, we can demonstrate this down here, with what we got, but at the luminaries level, the celestial levels, we don't actually know how the mechanism is. But yeah, some people say it's a shadow, but I don't know about that. I'm just saying the dimmer light on top of the in front of the brighter light will look like darkness.
Well, the question was just raised to me, like, do I think that this was divinely planned? Like, do you guys think this was divinely planned? This Earth, the sun and the moon, and they've even talked about how the older, the people who created the pyramids in Egypt and Mexico and China, like that civilization that created all of those earthworks, like the sun had moved out to the outer regions beyond the flat earth and that they followed it. Are you guys aware of that theory?
No, but in the first point, I mean, it looks like it's designed like that clock in the sky. Well, it's a clock on steroids or some sort. It's a divine level, I guess, the creator level system.
Correct. When you think of that, like the divine level, the creator, it was intelligently planned, and who knows who made that, and who knows what's outside of the firmament. We don't know what level they are at, and it could be as if they're looking down upon us from the heavens, and what are we to say about that? Like it's tough to discern, exactly where we live on if they don't, since we're not even allowed to explore, our own boundaries, like the Antarctic Treaty that was signed uniformly with all the countries in agreement in the 40s. Like when else have every single country have come together to agree that hey, we're not even going to explore Antarctica, because if we did, we would for sure know. And do you guys are you guys aware of Captain Cook, and how he tried to explore
exactly.
the
That's a good
Antarctic
point.
archipelago? Yeah. And you know what I started reading recently? The Iron Republic. Have you guys looked into the
Yeah,
Iron
I
Republic?
know. Yeah, I've listened to that in an audiobook. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I want to believe it's real. But who knows? It's so old.
And also about the North Arctic, but these are stories nonetheless. We don't know, but the Iron Republic, yeah, and then also the Smoky Gods.
Smoky Gods. I actually haven't heard of the Smoky Gods. Can you enlighten me on that one?
That's that's this old time Norwegian guy and his son went up, and they're describing secondarily to somebody in Los Angeles years later when when the son was an old man. He told the story to this person, and so this person was like, it's like he was taking a record of what this guy was saying. He wrote the whole story down, and they're describing going to this place in the far north where they describe Mount Meru. They describe the cyclonic water and how many inlets and everything, like how large it was in size.
Didn't they
the
refer
whole
to those
thing.
people as the Boreans?
I have a question about your book that you mentioned. The book you mentioned.
Yeah.
The Iron Republic.
If you were to give your best guess, how long did it take them, like time-wise, to get to where they see this vortex thing?
I don't think it was that far, actually, because once they go to this, I forget what they call. It's in north of Norway, though, and when they got up there, then I don't know how long, but I think it took them maybe a few years.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you. And the reason why I'm asking, Sonny, is because you know what map I'm interested in these days. I don't want to get anybody on the topic away from what you guys are talking about.
I don't know I don't know exactly what map, but
I posted a video on that.
you could
I
DM.
posted the video on that.
Try to catch up.
The
I'll try to
vibes
catch
of
up on my DMs.
The vibes of the cosmos, the moon map.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm stuck on that one.
No.
So if it took them a year to get there, that would make sense to the moon map. Because the true
one moment.
north is, we all know that there's a difference between magnetic north and
And
geographic.
like if it's anything, it's like a flash bulb that shows a reflection of how Earth was. And now I kind of got on board with that part of it, like because it was very compelling when they looked at the sizes and things like that. You know, when as a reverse upside down image, then everything did seem to fit. So
Well,
I
wait, hold
definitely see
on.
there's correlations there, but it's still kind of
Hold
a
on.
See him?
It's not a
Look,
he just puts the orientation of Tycho crater to the top, just
right.
for
look
the
at the
the
two,
sake of
Jan.
consistency. Yo.
Look at the two maps I just posted. One's the moon, one's the map. Come on.
That's
I can't
Come
hear
on.
you for
That's
some
it. I
reason.
know. That looks
Yeah,
just
I
like
agree.
it.
I agree.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, I know where you guys are coming from.
Not,
It was very, it took me a while to get used to looking at it.
Yeah, I
If you
see it
think in
now.
terms
Totally see it.
if you think in terms of an astronomical clock in
Yeah.
that one top inner smaller circle, that's
Bizarre,
where we
man.
are.
Isn't
That
that
would be
wild? It's a fucking
Mhm.
reflection of Earth. What the
So
hell?
if it took them
Oh
a
yes.
year to get to the true geographical north, because we're in magnetic north.
What's that noise?
I mean, our north is magnetic, and it's not the geographical north. I mean, that would depend on which map you want to use, I guess, right?
Alongside what Jenny just said, you know, like, do you guys have you guys looked into how the moon is reflecting what the Earth looks like?
Yeah, that's
Did
what
you
we're
You know,
look?
talking.
like,
Are you looking at the live stream voice text? It's because there's a couple of photos or images that Belmod put at 36 minutes after the hour. So you have to look because
oh,
that's
my
exactly what we're
apologies. I did not look at that. No.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about, what you just mentioned. So the images are in there. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing it now. I agree.
Sonny, do you have the Google Drive of the EWAR documentaries?
No.
Can you hear me now, Jen?
Not too great,
Oh,
dude.
wait a minute. I might have it. I probably did. Let me check.
Yeah,
think
like the moon is a huge mystery,
that's
and
the
it would be
episode.
nice if we can go plant another American flag on it.
So that's the episode that deals with the moon. But let me find my link for the Google Drive. Okay,
How
I got
about
it.
now? Any better?
Yes, much better. Thank you so much.
Damn Discord keeps changing the settings.
Okay, so what the
I just found it. I just found
Okay.
it.
All right, so what I just posted for anyone else who's interested, it's right
Oh,
there.
you got it. You got it.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do it to you now that you can hear me. Shout out
Okay,
to PD
go.
Shay. Aristarchus! Aristarchus!
What the heck?
I ain't talking about no Pete Shea. Have you
Dodo!
lost your mind?
Dodo bird.
No.
I
No
can't
dodo
tell you
bird.
why. I can't tell you
No.
why, but Dodo.
No dodo.
No,
No
no,
dodo.
no. Dodo
No.
Aristarchus, damn it.
John
No.
Levy.
Dodo.
I
No.
love John Levy.
You know,
Yeah, John Levy is
Aristarchus
good.
is a crater on the moon that, dude, it's undeniable when you look at
Oh
those
well,
two
okay.
maps
So
together.
listen, when I look at the moon map, I should probably come up with a better word to refer to it, but the vibes of the cosmos map, right? Okay, so
That is it. That's the one I posted.
right. So actually, that image that he came up with is he said, let me look at my notes. Hold on. Oh, it's a composite X-ray image. There's actually two images. Like the first one you posted, you see where you have Tycho crater. So he separated that from the land and water masses. And dude, okay, I put the video, just about the moon. It's episode 7 at 39 minutes after the hour, the first one. Says, so yeah, I mean, dude, it's
So
like, I mean,
where would North America be on, let's say, on
oh,
the
the best way
larger
I
one?
describe it.
My God, are you blind?
Okay, so you go to
I'm
Tycho crater.
checking, bro.
Yeah. You silly. All right, so you go to Tycho crater, and then it could be rotated, but you know what I'm saying. But usually he shows it with Tycho crater on the top. So what I do is I move away from Tycho crater in the opposite direction of the huge landmass over to the left. Okay.
Yeah.
And then do that. You see 2 small land masses together. That's North America and South America.
Sort of. Not sure.
That's not. Let me post one of mine because for some reason, Michael's is a little bit fuzzy. Hold on just a second.
Okay, I think I see what you're saying. That's supposed to be.
Churner separates the fucking
Yeah, the
milk
large,
from the fat.
the large mass up there is
no shit.
North America's in that large mass. Are
No,
you talking to
it's
us,
not.
Helio, or?
Well, North America is over to the right on the top.
The right on the top.
Yep.
What? I don't see it. I'm
Let me
not
find my images. Sorry, you guys.
No, that's Greenland.
I need to come up with a folder to be a little bit faster about
I'm
this.
not seeing the Gulf of Mexico here, Jan.
I'll show you. I'll show you where it
I'm not
is.
seeing it.
Where's the Gulf of Mexico? That's what I want.
Where's Texas? I want Florida and the Gulf. Damn it. Where's my
Okay,
Great
well-
Lakes?
Okay, I'll get better ones than this one, but hold on. There's that.
I'm just picking on you. He
Just
does
it's
have
good
better.
practice.
Yeah, he does have better images.
I've got better screenshots. Let me try and find them. So sorry. I take too many screenshots.
Maybe America is behind them.
I found them. Okay.
It's funny that you just got into this because I've been down with this dude for a minute.
You mean
So,
you are,
oh,
or
here,
you mean vibes of the cosmos? Or this, what are you talking about, Willis? Sorry. Okay,
he
so
folds it all up, and there's Canada. Okay, now I'm seeing it. All right.
yeah, these are better images. Okay, so this is what I
Now
was
I'll show you what I'm looking at. I'll drop a link to it too.
okay, so this is pretty much the one at the first one at 9:44 or 44 after the hour. Do you see the concentric circles? That's that's a flat Earth map. Well, our region. And then
Yeah, I'm with it. Cause it right here
oh snap!
he folds it all up. Here, I'll give you. Yeah, here's a paper map on this link I'm on, and he folds it up. Hold up, I'll give you a. Damn it.
So where? Okay, so hold on. So where? Let me look at it again. So
I'll
where
give you a link to this.
seeing
Okay,
the-
so
what-
if you
Am I seeing the Isthmus of Panama in the thin section that's going up towards? That's on the right upper section of
Well,
the.
you see Canada and
white
USA
circle.
and the Arctic Circle.
yeah
Okay,
the
gotcha.
close up
Okay,
of
gotcha.
North America and South America.
Yeah, I got you.
Now, see the idea is this: the best way to describe this is what the moon is well, the fastest way to describe it is that it's a photograph taken at some point, of course, in the past. So
Or
we have
negative.
okay. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because if you look right next to South America, you see Lemuria, and then on the other side of that is Australia. But so there have been divers from China that have found ruins underneath in that area. So it's like, no wonder why they don't look down there.
If
You
you
know.
look at that screenshot I show you, Lemuria is up there in the right hand corner, and you can kind of orientate it with that map.
Really? Okay. But yeah, I've got other screenshots. I need to organize some more notes and stuff because
I'm
more
gonna order.
screenshots or whatever.
I think I'm gonna have the AE taken off my wall and have the same guy come back and paint the new one. Paint this
That'd
one.
be cool. That'd be cool as hell, man. So yeah, I just find it interesting that the Smoky God, it took them a year to get there. That doesn't sound right according to if it was at our quote unquote North Pole. That
Yeah,
doesn't make
I
sense.
could be wrong. I could be wrong. It could have been a whole lot shorter. You have to listen to it yourself and see if it gives that. It's been a while, so I would have to listen to it again. It probably
Michael,
would.
did you hear the question that I had asked Sonny in the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
I asked him when he was talking to somebody about the Smoky God book. And I asked him, I said, do you know from the accounts of the story, how long it took him from his point of origin until he got to the quote unquote North?
Yeah, Sonny's right. They hung out for a while. It was over a few years before they returned back. I listened to this on audio book.
Okay, but so the distance traveled approximately, if you were to somehow make an educated guess how long it took them to get there.
I'd have to say thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles.
So would you say that it could possibly coincide with the geographical north of the Vibes of the Cosmos map?
Well,
Hmm.
so let's see.
I don't know. That's all those other large land masses on the left. We don't know anything about those, right?
Well,
Are we considering, hold up, are we considering north the center of this circle?
Well, I mean, that would be a
One of those
geographical
islands?
north. That would be a
Yeah,
geographical north. Yeah.
one of those islands, and you think over here to the right. So you see all these land masses here that are now, you know, cut apart through erosion. Those would be our 7 continents. When you lay them out, it'd be the AE map. That's the lower right-hand corner. And the rest of that over to the left, outside of the concentric circles,
Yeah.
all that would be undiscovered land to us.
That is
So-
unknown land to us. Yes.
Yeah, so you're talking about they were furthest to the right, and they went up between them 2 islands and then just freaking sailed forever. And that first continent there, almost in the center, close to the
Yeah.
center. I would
Right.
say the islands are the center, but above those islands, that's Lemuria on this map.
No, Lemuria is in between South America and Australia.
Oh,
Actually,
okay. All right, I see.
I thought
Oh,
Lemuria
that's to the
was-
right then. That's to the right? Out by the furthest
But it's
concentric red circle.
But because this image was taken from in the past, since then, Lemuria was one of the sunken continents. I mean, there's history, whatever.
Yeah, but
about that.
I thought that was the land of Mu, and the land of Lemuria was more by where Madagascar is supposed to be, like in the
Now,
Indian
he does
Ocean.
touch
with
on
the
this.
lemurs.
What we're talking about, he does touch on this on episode 7, like the second half. And then he also refers to the different regions on the map according to the Book of Enoch. And I think that's pretty interesting right there. Yeah, we could easily talk for 2 hours on that. But yeah, I need to watch it again and make more concerted notes on the second half of it. So
I have a video that I put out. Let's see. I put this out on my channel. See, May 5th,
While back.
2017. That I got it from some Russians.
I
you
remember
guys want to
that.
check this out, then this may be related, but you're gonna have to take a look at
Well,
it
the
yourself
guy's
and see.
name, Helio, the guy's name, let me see. I've got it written down somewhere. The name of the guy who does the vibes of the cosmos, I think it's a Russian name. Fairly certain.
Dude, when I got this video from the Russians, they were like, "Oh, so you think the Earth is this?" And I
Oh,
was
no,
like,
I
"Well,
remember.
no, I don't really think it's that." But they were like, and I was using Google Translate to communicate with them in their flat Earth chat, their
I
Russian flat Earth chat.
remember you telling us about that. And I remember what you said. You said that they were laughing at you and they said, "You think you know where you are?"
Yeah,
And I was
that's what
like,
they said.
"Whoa."
You think you know where you are?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that creeped me out, man, when
Yeah,
you
and
told me
then
that.
they sent me this video, and then I put it up on my channel, and and I've brought it up every once in a while. But if you haven't seen it yet, I just posted it in the live stream. It's
Okay,
about 15 minutes long. It's good stuff.
according to the narrator in the Ewar documentary, he refers to the map, the one who made this map, Vibes of the Cosmos. His name is Sturgios. And so so the circles on the map, the red circles, those are the circles of latitude. And he says
Josh.
that they're accurate according to time zones, seasons, flight paths, and distance. And so the reason why they're different, our known lands look different. Well, like Lemuria, it's sunk, okay? And then also, I mean, I don't see how it could be you'd have to watch the second half of the video, but I don't see how it could be like a clear image to begin with, because I guess it comes from the idea that the sun and the moon are above the firmament and it's a projection. So at some point, you're going to be looking through the quote unquote firmament to take this quote unquote picture. And then we view it again through the firmament. So there's two different distortions that would have to occur with this image put on the moon. You know? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
why they think it's. I thought he compared it to a negative, a
Yeah.
photographic
Well, an
negative
X-ray.
that is etched on the moon through the firmament, etches it onto the
Yeah.
moon.
Yeah,
In that
they
episode,
claim.
it in the episode, it goes through a little bit of the chemistry and the history, the etymology.
Yeah, at the moment
So
there was "Let there be light," flash, negative.
right. Well, oddly enough, I think it's krypton, which is used in camera flash. They
Yeah,
called it the lunar caustic. Lunar. And then, you have your silver nitrate for the making of the film. So silver is a lot oftentimes associated with the moon. So that's two coincidences. It's like GTFO, people. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is just a little too real for me. So
I'm telling you, Petey Shea's looking righter.
no dodo. No dodo.
Aristarchus.
No.
I even see the dodo bird in that image.
Oh, let me look. No.
Yep. You don't see that dodo.
Okay, maybe I see the dodo.
Isn't it claimed that the moon is reflected light from the sun? But what if it's just a
Jim.
reflection of the Earth on the firmament, and it was etched in time during the creation of everything?
Yeah, you've watched the episode 7, right?
No, I don't even know who you guys are talking about.
Oh, well,
I
okay, so I
I've
posted
looked
it.
into this. I've looked
So
into
I put
this
the
from
first
like
book.
other people.
Yeah, I put the first book up there. First book, Vibes of the Cabo, Vibes of the Cosmos. So that's the first in the series. You can watch them all the way to 7.
Yeah, but okay, so this is the oh wait, that's not it. That's the whole EUR documentaries, but this is the one you want. Episode 7. But yeah, anything this portion of the documentary, didn't create the information. So when you see the maps and stuff with the moon, it's from what Battle Mod just posted. That's his YouTube channel, Sturgios.
Yeah.
think I
One of
pronounced that
the
right.
videos I saw about this phenomenon, it was saying that if you look at one of the craters that has like the continents inside of the crater,
No, I don't believe in that
and
one.
there's a ramp
That's
leading
yeah.
outside of the crater, not
That's
the
No.
the
whole thing itself, but
Aristarchus.
there was
Yeah,
one
I don't
crater.
no. I'm not trying to sound rude or anything, but that to me that's hogwash.
No, it looks just like the continents today. There's no missing land masses like Lemuria or Mu or anything like that.
Why would you assume that we know all about all the land? That
No, this is
I mean,
okay. Never mind.
No, I'm with him. I'm
no, I
with
I'm
him.
mean,
saying I didn't
Listen,
see this guy. I saw another person talking about
yeah.
like one crater.
All listen, Aristarchus. That's the crater. All 7 continents exist in that, and they say it's a projection. It's a projector. The moon's a large projector. Yeah, I'm with you. That's where it's kind of on what P.D. Shea is saying about it too. And it could be a more focused. It could be an overlay. You can overlay film. It could be that any large light event causes it to do that overlay. Could have been focused and overlaid, just in that one spot.
well, I don't remember the specifics like you gentlemen are talking about right now, but I just remember when I watched it, I didn't vibe with it at all. My spidey senses were like, so I don't know. Maybe I'm being unfair. So
Well, I don't agree with the projection part, but I still think that one crater does show a representation of the 7 continents as we know them.
Yeah, that's
The
all I was
thing is,
trying to say is I saw
I'm
something different,
trying to
not what you guys are speaking about. It was something
I'm
different. That's
trying
all.
to find I'm trying to see where the Aristarchus crater would be on this world map, bro. I wonder if it is that lower
oh,
right hand corner.
hey, you know what? That's a good idea, Michael. I might revisit it if you, I don't know, if you find it to be looking a little coincidental.
Yeah, I can't remember where the crater's supposed to be located either.
That would be kind of really important.
It was just something that I ran across. I watched like 15 minutes of it, skipped ahead a couple of times, and I'm just like, this is bullshit. Just went on about my way. So
Well, I highly encourage you to watch what the episode said. I posted it again at 56 after. And then also, check out Vibes of the Cosmos. Because he plots the circles of latitude according to time zones, seasons, flight paths, distances. It's just too coincidental. I mean, I guess to be honest, I mean, if I had to stake my life on this, of course I wouldn't, but I just find it ultimately fascinating.
What part would you not stake your life on it? You seem pretty passionate.
Well, sure, you can be passionate about a
I
story.
don't trust these
I mean,
images, but this is the Aristarchus crater. I'm trying to find the images that show what he's talking about.
yeah, it was something like that too. But like one
Yeah,
side of the crater was like a ramp, right? Anyways,
yeah.
I just found something interesting. I'm gonna watch the video before it pops up.
There's where it is located on that map. So it wouldn't be R7, but let me see if I can find the one that's
yeah, that would be in the unknown lands, Michael.
right.
I was kind of hoping it would be more towards the middle.
Well, maybe that's not the right crater. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Is it Shackleton crater?
So yeah, so far as it being inverted, would this phrase be the same thing to say that you have to flip the reflection? I need to educate myself more on this, like the mirror images and stuff like that. It's just never been my thing of interest.
This guy has a pretty interesting perspective on the
Oh,
photo.
I love Norb's World.
Yeah, it's
Is
the
this
first
brand
one I saw.
new? Or is this
And
like a month
hang
or
on,
something
it's
new?
August 14th, so yeah, fairly new.
Ooh,
But yeah,
okay.
he's going into his like whole theory and all that. Like I put it right at the timestamp
I'm
where
familiar with his theory of the Earth. Yeah.
watch this video real quick because he's talking about diamagnetic levitation.
Oh yeah. I mean, I definitely think something like that very well could be occurring. I've seen stuff like that. Let me see what my note is on this. I think it. You said quantum levitation, right? Or quantum locking.
No, it's nothing like that. This is just using bismuth and silver to repel the attracting force of the magnet, which will cause a levitation effect, diamagnetic properties. Like I've seen it before with a bismuth
Well, I
crystal
think that's what the
magnet.
quantum locking is.
Yeah, like that, it would make sense, right? But I think the quantum locking requires super low temperatures.
You think it requires what?
Super low temperatures for the quantum locking for the
No,
super.
actually, it doesn't. It's a science
hell it's called.
experiment in a whatever. It's an exhibit. Let me show
Yeah,
it
but
to
every
you.
time I find quantum locking, it's talking about the superconductor effect.
Oh, then maybe
Yeah, when you super
I
cool
thought I was
the
using the
yeah, when
term.
you cool the
This is
superconductor.
at room temperature, so
Mm-hmm.
it's a little different.
Okay.
Like quantum levitation is locking the magnetic field to where it only goes through one way, but the other way it allows it to move freely, right? Well, this one it's just pushing against two diamagnetic things on a strong magnet, which causes it to levitate. There's I've seen somebody take a bismuth crystal and suspend it between two neodymium magnets, and it floated.
I will definitely be watching this. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And dang, people, why is everybody so quiet?
I'm driving back home right now.
All right.
Almost there. I should have fucking turned left. Come on, you fucking Civic driver, go! Goodness.
I
Them
hate
Honda
driving.
Civics.
I
Them
was trying to
Honda
watch.
Civics.
I'm shy. That's why I'm quiet.
I was watching the plasma moon little deal right there. I
Road
also
rage for
watched
you.
the thing that
I'm looking at the
Helio
moon
had
right now.
posted. Yeah, I can't see it
It's
anymore now.
beautiful.
It's clouded. I saw it for a second when you guys mentioned it. I went and looked. It was right in front of my window. I went back 20 minutes later. It's gone. Clouds.
Hey,
Well, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon.
is this the one you're talking about where the dude says all 7 continents fit in one crater? He puts them together like a puzzle piece.
I don't think so.
I don't think that's the same one that people have been saying about, the moon. Well, I haven't seen that one before.
The crater guy, he he makes connections with Walt Disney, and he
Let me
talks about
find
like
it.
there being an entrance like towards the south and stuff like that. I've seen those videos; they're all very interesting, but I don't even know what to make of it. So
Do you have a link, perhaps, of what you're referring to?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I'll have to look it up. Yeah, let
Oh.
me look that up right now on YouTube. I forgot
Yeah,
the
I put
name.
it in live stream.
Yeah, Mike, I don't think that's the continent reflection thing that people have been, talking about. It's just that one right
No,
there.
I'm not talking about the Aristarchus projector. Somebody
Okay.
was in here talking about all the continents being in one crater, and I was asking him if
Oh.
that's the one he was talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I'll check it out. Check it out.
Because there's one large crater here, and the dude takes pieces of the continent just like a puzzle. And he matches
found
them
it.
all to contours in the crater.
I just
Yeah, I don't
posted the link
Oh.
on the live text. He talks about the crater Earth and also the connection
I
between
don't.
Walt Disney and what he talks about. So it's really
I don't.
interesting because he doesn't just
I
talk
don't.
about the crater Earth.
I don't
Oh,
see
I
the
did it on
link that
lobby.
you posted.
I'm in lobby. I'm sorry. Let me get that right.
Bro, Mike, I'm
Time, please.
skipping through this and I'm
Okay,
not
there you go.
liking this one, man. This looks like
Yeah, no,
bullshit to
that's,
me.
I'm with you. I'm not really with that motherfucker.
Yeah,
You know
it looks
what?
like bullshit to
I
me.
think he's reaching.
I've heard.
He's reaching. He's reaching the scratching balls that ain't there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is insane. Yeah,
Well,
I
he
wouldn't.
is.
No, I mean, you shared it once. I would recommend never sharing this video again. This looks like bullshit.
We
to
can
me.
delete it.
Yeah, go ahead
Yeah,
and fucking
I just
delete
wanted
it.
to know if that's what he was.
Oh,
Yeah,
hopefully not,
yeah,
because
because
that
I
looks
don't
like
want to be.
nonsense.
I don't want to be associated with it. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, that looks
I agree with you. This dude's like he's far fetched.
Shit, I thought the video I posted a minute ago was fucking bullshit. Holy crap.
I'll show you some impact parts and some craters. Damn it! I'll knock a dent in that motherfucker.
Hey man, kudos for
Interesting.
spending a lot of time making that video, but
just
it's just
joking.
like nobody's gonna buy that shit. But anyway, go ahead.
Right.
I was gonna say the video about the Crater Earth thing has some interesting things interesting connections about Disney and saying like Disneyland, and when you slow it down, it's like Disneyland. Um, I don't know. It sounds a little bit crazy, but it's
Well, I'll
interesting
tell
to
you
look.
what, as far as a lot of videos we come across, you have to find like the physical, what we experience, through our lives, and also look at the spiritual connections. And for the most part, we can't prove everything physically, but as far as Earth presenting itself as a level stationary plane, we can prove that. Now, the overarching knowledge that we have about Earth, we're kind of subject, as people that grew up in this planetary idea, we're the third rock from the sun. We're actually kind of working against the system, and utilizing the knowledge that they've given us. I mean, we all shit. I mean, how many people here were flat earthers their entire lives?
I've only known one person from this Discord that was.
That's
Hell, we need to get us some pilgrims up there on that there
either way.
moon. It'll look something
That's what
like
I'm
this.
saying. So it's like
Moon pilgrim.
we're like 5 years into this now. It's not
God.
like we're converted to flat Earth as if like the flat Earth doesn't really exist and we're just converts and it's not physical reality.
Right.
No, so we're not converts into the idea that the flat Earth is a thing that it's a religion. No, this is physical reality. We're trying to help people to see what we've finally seen, because we used to be, under a spell, of believing that the Earth is, in a solar system, third rock from the sun. So it's not like we're now. If you want to believe that, you can continue to believe that, but you're welcome to come ask questions and how we've changed our mind about this. It's not.
So
It's
what,
not like
what
we're
about
trying to
Mars?
convert you to flat, to flat Earth.
Is Mars flat too?
Here's
See,
something.
if you
That I
want to
think happens.
believe Mars is flat, then you can believe that too. Anyway.
No, I was
That's
wondering,
that's
is that what you believe?
That's Cyrus, bro. He's
Oh,
trolling
come
you.
on, man. Mike, bro. I always get helium, man. Oh, fuck.
If the
No, we get no.
why ain't there
Seriously,
no
that was a
flat
good
Mars
question, because we get
society?
that same fucking question all the
Why?
time. It's just like, sure. I mean, if you
Why ain't
want to
there no
believe,
flat
it's
Mars
like,
I'm just
society?
anyway,
I'm
go ahead.
trolling you, Helio.
No, I know,
like
I know.
trolling you,
I'm
man.
just saying. I was just blowing. If
By
I'm
God,
going too
I
far,
need to know why
you
there's
want me to
not a
shut up?
flat
Tell me to
Mars
shut up.
society.
Yeah,
No,
let's start a flat
let's
flat
start
Mars
on
society.
issue.
It's like we're flat
Mars.
earthers. We're gonna be like, Mars is flat too. So is Venus. Freaking the moon's flat. The
Wait,
sun
hold
is
on.
flat. Everything's flat,
Let's
bitch.
start selling land, man. I'm gonna start
The
selling land
scientists,
on Venus.
Dude, I just saw an
Hell
article
yeah.
about the
Who
guy
wants
that
to
was
buy land
selling
on Venus?
land on Mars. I mean, land on. Yeah, I think he was.
Damn.
Oh, he's selling land on the
Yeah.
moon. He made like $10 million selling land on the moon. He
Let's
didn't even
fuck
have the
up shit.
rights
You
to it.
ain't
He
no
just like made
pundit.
a website and he's freaking
I'm gonna sell
selling
your
land on the
anus,
moon.
Helio.
What's ridiculous is
By
the
God,
religious zealots are
Helio
calling
ain't no
us
fun to
religious.
rumpus no more. He gets angry. That's not fun.
Who, me?
Yeah, yeah. There's no fun in pissing you off, man. Christ.
No, I'm
Just
not
trying to
pissed.
pick
I'm
on you.
just getting
He's
on.
like,
on a-
God damn it, Mike. Remind me of my dad. I feel like I'm in
No.
trouble.
I'm just rolling. I'm just rolling. But anyway, you guys.
Well, Helio,
Man,
you know
it
how you
only
were
lasts a
saying,
couple minutes, man. I'm not, I ain't
hey, Helio, you know
I'm
how
just
you were
picking
talking
on
about
you.
they call us religious, right? Yet they're the religious zealots that believe in a ball without any proof,
ironic.
right? And they don't realize that their religion is called scientism, not
Thank you.
Yea,
Scientology.
though my
Scientism.
scientist said, least ye believe in the globe, they shall not be saved by science.
Like I agree with what Helio was saying. It's ridiculous the fact that truth is now considered a religion. So does that mean lies are considered the narrative? Well, we already know that lies are the narrative. So does that mean
Lies
they're
are an indication
narrators?
of what lies
What?
are what we should be
Well,
looking.
God.
wait, where's the beacon? The beacon of truth is what? And what are we actually leading towards? Whether you even in this conversation, where's the beacon of truth? We
It's not observably curved.
yes. Yeah, sure. So we're not trying to convert people to
Don't forget the first
believe.
commandment.
What's that?
Oh, I
Thou
ain't trying to
shalt
convert
believe in
anyone.
love. Thou shalt believe and love thy government.
Yeah, it's funny,
Yea, though
the
the government
first
is a jealous God. Yeah, thou shalt have no other governments before me.
That is true,
one of the
Michael.
first
Yes.
prayers
That's the
during the
first
inception of the
commandment
United
of
States.
the government. Yes.
One of the
Yes.
prayers is the people will never turn against the government and blindly believe what government leads them to. That's the first prayer for the United States.
Yeah, but I
Oh
don't
shit!
forget
Every other
the
government as
golden
well. I mean,
rule.
don't just blame the United
You,
States. All
you
the
know
governments.
I don't know
that
about the other
parable.
governments. I haven't
United
looked
we
into it.
stand, divided we fall.
Yeah.
Did you say
I'm not
united
in a
we
fallen
stand,
state.
united we fall? See, it
No,
depends on your belief.
divided.
Yeah.
Divided.
Oh,
It's like
Oh,
a
you
house
must be
divided.
wait!
one
I'm
of
gonna
them
tell
that
you what. I'm
Fall
gonna
apart.
tell. Listen, you said
use
divided we
one of them
fall.
monarchy communists.
Yeah, I got. But even with so many idiosyncrasies, involved with, the division, that people think they're free. Well, as long as we can get along with, when we believe different ideologies, but we can be united, but at the same time, we can still believe in politics, and the government's helping us to foment this idea that we can be together when the so we can actually trust this government to actually help us out to have good ideas with each other, and then we can move forward. It's a waste of time. The government is the one manipulating you into a position where you can't have an agreement with, because there's so many freaking facets of this freaking bullshit. If you watch television, the news, then there's so many different aspects of it. You're gonna have to find truth for yourself, and just stop believing the nonsense. You'll find peace right on in yourself, and then you'll be able to move forward. I'm not saying I'm just saying, that's all I'm saying. It's hard for me to, we can't speak
I'm
for
gonna
every
do it.
person across Earth, just from this, but I can
Hold
see
on,
what's
guys.
happening and how everyone's being manipulated through religion and
Gen
media.
A tried to get in there. Gen A is triggered. She wants to get. Come on, Gen A.
Get
Run,
on.
Forrest, run!
Run!
Come on. Come on,
Run,
get in there, damn it.
Forrest!
Don't
I
waste
need
it on the run for us. It might not last long.
I need
No,
to
I'll shut up. I promise. I'll shut up.
I should look up my quotes from, or the quotes from that movie. It's been too long. But no, you guys kind of touched on what I wrote in the text chat. It's all good. I was just thought it was, really interesting. I've heard different scientism priests say how flat the universe is. It's like, you fuckers.
That's only because their cosmic background microwave radiation failed to produce the results they wanted 3 times. That indicates flat existence, and we were at the center.
Hey,
Yeah.
love thy government. Don't forget that. They'll figure it out. Science, bro. Science.
Sorry, Jenny. I was trying to back up what you were saying.
Yeah, I thought of that when I was listening to what Helio was saying earlier, and he was just on a roll and had to keep going. I get it. It's all good. But yeah, the scientism priest, the one that can't answer what gravity is, the tenant of our entire existence of what we're told of the heliocentric model, no, the old heliocentric model, or like the Ewar in the Ewar documentaries, he says the heliocentric model.
Tell by the way people shit. If they have a necktie, that usually means they're just a liar, and if they got a bow tie, that means full of shit. Right? Like
I
Bill
never heard of that.
tie. Well, look at Bill Nye's bow tie.
Oh, right, yeah.
And like politicians usually wear ties, right?
Well, yeah, that's part of the gig. I mean, same as like when you graduate from college, you wear the mortar hat. I don't know a lot about the symbology, but I know that's one of them.
Are you talking about like the cap that's like red and blue, and they put it
No,
on?
not red and blue. It's just a mortar hat. It's flat on the top, you know?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Now I know what you're
I
talking
don't
about.
know
The
what the
four hat.
symbology is with the necktie,
Saturn.
but
Oh, from what I could tell, the miter hat, or the mortar hat, or whatever, that's like the tassel indicates Saturn coming back around, going in retrograde, meaning enlightenment. It's cult of Saturn, Saturnalia, black cube.
yeah, but we weren't talking about that though, were we?
No. Well,
Yeah,
you're
you transitioned on me. Don't do
yeah.
that. You lose me. Don't make any sharp turns.
Just
I'm
flip the
kidding.
bitch. So I'll flip a bitch again. Okay. We're headed North.
Magnetic north.
Yeah. Well, the numbers are, or the streets are numbered, not named. So north and south, as opposed to.
Okay, so anyway, like back to, if you guys don't mind, back to, remember, Michael, I was telling you that there's 2 images on this composite, shoot. He calls it a composite X-ray image. Okay. So he says there's 2 images, 2 separate images that are overlaid on top of each other. One would be of the Tycho crater, and he points out this Jesuit priest, Riccoli, that named it. And then so layer superimposed would be the land. And my notes are not that great. Damn it. So yeah, there's the image, the depiction of the firmament. I think I made like I wrote like drew a diagram. Oh, not of the second image, but it would be like the top, like Tycho crater would be the top of the firmament, and then the lines would be well, the other portions of that would be like the stars. I think I saved an image of that. Let me see.
Hey, Jen.
Yo.
They say that Tycho crater, which on certain nights you can see with your naked eye. If you have clear sky, you can see Tycho crater with the naked eye. They say it's about 50 miles wide.
That's incredible that we can see it from 238,000 miles away.
That's impossible.
That is impossible. You don't even need to do any math to figure that out.
That's
right?
freaking impossible. That's angular size. When you do the math on the angular size of what Tycho crater would look like from 238,000 miles away, that's impossible. So that's absolute proof that the moon is not 238,000 miles away.
Oh, I found it. Sorry.
Just wanted to point that little point out while you were looking for what you.
That is a very straightforward point. And I don't know how anybody can wedge out of that one. Okay, so I posted another screenshot from the video, the episode 7. And so the first image would be the land. And then the second image is so fascinating. I mean, it's supposed to be the depiction of the stars and the firmament, I guess. So, the I don't know, I just can't get enough of thinking about this. I'm not obsessed, but
No, there's just some really good information about how I've downloaded a lot of images about how the craters, and different images, just like what you posted, how it compares to land masses and everything. Yeah, it's really something to take a look at. Earth itself, as far as exploring Earth, very difficult for
how we have sorry, Helio, but I just had this thought. Have you seen photographs like on John Levy's channel where it's a photograph, but it's made from a glass negative?
photographs of Earth.
No,
from
not of Earth, but just photographs. I'm trying to make a
I
practical
don't
example
know
here.
who John Levy is, to be honest.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Well, do you know that there are such things in existence as a glass negative of a picture, of a photo, like from way
Well,
back,
I know
100
what a
years ago?
photograph is.
Sure.
What do you mean by glass negative?
Yeah, glass negative instead of what would have been on like 35 millimeter, not or like for film as well. It would have
I
been.
mean, photo. Cameras have glass.
I don't know. They're the really old
Is there a
fashioned.
film?
So instead
Is
of the
there a
film,
film? Go ahead. Somebody
in,
might know. I don't
instead
know.
of the film being the medium, it's glass with silver on it, right?
Yes, thank you,
Yeah.
silver nitrate.
Yeah, I didn't know. So thanks.
That's like
Yeah.
how the old photographs were. Is they would have a plate of
The
silver
old
that
black
they
and
would
whites
expose.
to get a better exposure in
Yeah.
black and white.
And the resolution was a lot better than today.
Okay.
Oh, it was immaculate. It was like the fullest HD we could get. I've seen. It's just incredible. I mean,
Will
I'm a
be black,
little bit
gray, and
dramatic.
white, right?
Hmm?
I said it would be black, gray, and white, right? Which is still black and white, right?
Yeah, it's just light and shadow.
Yeah, light and shadow. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
And it actually creates a negative where you can construct a positive. I don't know exactly how they do that to do the prints.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it either. I know very little, I guess you would say.
I just know about like how the old photography was done, but I wasn't sure. I didn't know it was on glass. I thought it was just on like a copper plate or something.
Yeah, it's something. Hopefully, maybe I'll come across more in the whatever future.
Well, let me ask you, Joshua. I know Jenny. I've seen a Tycho crater, naked eye, on a really good night, full moon. Joshua, have you ever seen that one? Have you ever seen the Tycho crater with the naked eye on a full moon night?
I don't know what Tycho crater is.
Look it up, man. Yeah. Look up Tycho crater. on a
Yeah, that'd be the
full-
fastest way.
Yeah, and then you'll know where it is and you know what it looks like. And when you have a clear sky on a full moon night, you can see Tycho crater.
And
They say that the moon is a certain size. Tycho crater is 50 miles wide. Then you can go do the math and see if you would be able to see that crater with your naked eye from 238,000 miles away.
So Tycho, excuse me, Tycho crater would be the quote unquote landmark of position for the Vibes of the Cosmos map of the moon. So it's the largest quote unquote crater on the moon. I mean, once you know.
As far as we can tell, because we can't see the dark, quote unquote,
Oh
dark
yeah, there's that.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Dark side of the moon doesn't even exist.
You know what I find really interesting is that at times when it's full, or what I forget, or which phase of the moon it would be, but that it almost would look transparent, more so like at night. And you know what I think of, especially when I see the images from Vibes of the Cosmos, is when I was younger, my parents had these coffee mugs and they were like little globes with the globe Earth etched in white around it. And so if you didn't have anything in it, you could see through parts of it and see through the other side. I think I kind of see that when I look at the moon in
Hey,
certain situations.
Jenny, check this out. Do you see the image I posted?
Yeah.
Now, this is a guy fabricating, what the moon might look like or whatever. He's like, man, he's fascinated with the moon just like we are, right? Now, it
I
has a
don't know
light
about
source,
that.
light source on one side. Look, there's little shadows. There's a crater.
Okay.
Have you ever looked through a telescope or binoculars or like high
I
power
do.
binoculars?
I
Do you
do
see those?
recall.
Do you see those shadows when you look at the moon?
Yeah, I know this is a
No.
topic you've spoken on before in the past. Yeah, I don't
So,
recall, so you can
so
refresh my
that
memory.
implies directional lights, and it also implies that there's something on the wherever the lights, whether it comes from the inside of the moon or outside. I mean, it implies directional light. It doesn't necessarily line up with what with their idea of third rock from the sun. Freaking the moon is rotating around Earth.
So
It
you're saying the
definitely
shadows are the wrong direction?
no, actually.
Is
No,
Taco
no, I'm
Crater
not saying that at all. I'm just saying that there are shadows in the craters implying a directional light. I'm not saying it necessarily comes from the sun because sometimes that shit don't work out
Yeah, that's what I meant.
yeah.
Hey Helio, you see that GIF I posted? Is Tycho the bright spot,
Mm,
the large crater you can
shit,
see?
that GIF is too fast. Hold on.
It's like at the south point, southern region, where like the top would be north and the bottom would be south.
You're gonna have to send me a better one, man. That one. That one's
Here, I'll
pretty.
just take a snapshot of it.
I mean, it's
Damn, that's not gonna
Tycho's
work.
find. It's easy to find. Just freaking Google Tycho crater. You can find a picture of it.
Google nothing.
Hey, I just wanted to say hello to the Witsits. They're about to leave us and go watch a movie. Oh.
I DuckDuckGo. I don't Google.
Hey, I want duck go.
Yeah, it is.
Tycho
It is.
crater.
It's that bright spot. Yeah,
All right. The bright spot on top.
on the bottom of that GIF.
No, it's always on the bottom. Well, I mean, it's not always the. I mean, maybe on the top for people in Australia. I don't fucking know, because I'm not.
Oh
in
yeah,
Australia.
that's where it's at. That's where the 7 continents are. Is Tycho Crater.
Oh my God.
Pull an image that seems like it fits.
Everyone on Earth sees the same side of the moon. They claim that the Earth is that the moon is actually spinning, but we only see one side of it
How did they get this picture though?
because it's tidally locked. That picture that you posted, I can't. I don't think that's a picture.
No, it was a GIF I created.
Oh,
from a
this one.
video.
Yeah, that's Tycho Crater. That one
Yeah,
right
but
there is Tycho.
the false or the false colors. Where like I don't understand.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know where you got that picture from, but yeah, that's Tycho.
Fine American.
And you can see that with your naked eye on a good night. How can you see something 50 miles wide from 38,000 miles away?
It's not 238,000 miles away.
Yeah, I know that. But this is what this is where they claim the moon is. So you can see that crater on the Earth. They will say, "Hey, yes, Tycho crater's about 50 miles wide. You can see it with your naked eye." But we know that the moon is orbiting around Earth at approximately 238,000 miles.
What about the?
I'll bet you any money.
What about the?
They're going to say, here's what they're going to say.
Crater.
Refraction.
Yeah, but what about the Stevens Furnius crater?
About the what?
Stevens Furnius?
Well, you're gonna have to share that one with
Or
me. I
not
haven't heard of
Stevens,
that one
Stravinius Furnius? Or I'll just copy the thing. Like, because that seems like it's a lot smaller than Tycho, and we shouldn't even be able to see anything like that. Not load image. Where the hell are you? Copy image. Well, I guess I already copied it.
I mean, you can't always see Tycho, but on really good nights, if it's a clear night and you got a good full moon, you can see Tycho with your naked eye.
I guess I got to view the file there. Now it gives me that. God. Anyway, here we go. Yeah.
Right. So, you know what's really cool about that image that you just posted? You can take this. I have a meme somewhere where it shows like the 5 landing points of the moon landings.
Yeah.
And they can only land, where they say they landed are on this side of the moon, right? Because this is where they did all their acrobatics and their freaking golf. They played golf and drove their rover around and shit.
Yeah.
And
Well, see, like,
they
also,
never looked directly above their head and showed us this big ass Earth is like right above
why
their
do you
head.
suppose they called a region the Sea of Tranquility?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask them.
Wait, there's an ocean on the moon?
Well, they have names for places on Mars that they actually have never
I know.
seen. So I don't know. I don't know why they do what they do. I mean, they can do all their crazy freaking spiritual Masonic shit all
So
they
yeah,
want.
I found Tycho.
What's up,
and yeah,
Helio?
Tycho is what I was thinking it was. The big bright spot.
What's that? Is that Enoch?
Yeah.
How you doing, brother?
How you doing? What's up, Matthew and Jenny? Hi, Joshua. Sorry.
Hello.
I mean,
Wait. Can anybody tell me who's covering the fucking moon right now? I'm sorry.
covering the moon, like you can't
Covering
see
that
it, and
moon.
that's you think somebody's covering the moon because you can't see it.
Somebody's got it. Somebody's got to, man. Somebody's who's putting
Well,
their
it's like
thumb-
where I'm at, I never see the moon rise. I just see it in the sky all of a sudden. But I live in the mountains, so that's more than likely. That's the reason. It's just like people say, "Oh, I see the moon set," and I've never seen the moon set. I've lived in Arkansas. I've lived in Arkansas for fucking
I've seen it.
over 30 years, and I've never seen the moon set.
I've seen
I
the moon
did
disappear
once.
before my eyes.
I've seen it near the horizon, and it looks huge, but
Yeah.
I've never seen it set.
But I got a theory on the moon, right? Now just hear me out, because it's probably incorrect, but go grab a bowl out of the cupboard and then look at the bowl.
Well, I want to hear
Totally
Jenny.
different
I want to
theory
hear
about the
Jenny
moon,
talk
bro.
about the moon set.
Like, look inside of the
Jen,
bowl, you'll see a shadow that looks like a crescent moon. It's crazy.
yeah, but I mean, well, have you ever seen the moon change a phase as it's crossing the sky? No. So, Jen, I want to hear Jenny. Jenny said she saw the moon set. Or was that you, Jen?
It was by accident, really. I was geez, it must have been maybe 2017 or the end of 2016. And I was working third shift. And I would always, go out to my car to bullshit with y'all on my lunch break sometimes. And I happened to be walking back. I was either walking to or back to my car, and I looked over to the horizon and I gasped. I mean, it was, if I remember, it was like a red tinge to the moon as it was getting to down the horizon, and it wasn't refracted or anything because it was at
So it
night.
was really late at night.
It was early in the morning. It was like 3 in the morning or something.
Yeah, like late at night, early in the morning. Yes, kind of same thing.
Mm-hmm. So it actually the apparent velocity increased as it seemed to go towards the set quote.
Yeah, I was going to say, had you observed it earlier in the night, and high in the sky, and then
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so then you saw it very near the horizon later, and
I mean, I didn't have like a great line of sight or anything, but I just know that it was moving very quickly for the moon and to where it was kind of scary. I don't know, man. I
Oh
know what I
yeah, the
saw.
Yeah,
moon
it's
moves
just
a
like
lot more
it's like the
faster.
sun and moon look really weird for me. Maybe I need to just take, just like, when it's nighttime, I need to just like camp out on top of a hill and watch the moon
Dude, that would
rise
be
and set.
amazing.
I just
Dude, I'm
don't. I mean, I've
outside right now.
never. I mean, I see the sun rise and set all the time. I guess the sun is higher than the moon, but can it be? Is the sun higher in elevation? Because I see the sun rise every morning, and then I see the sun set every day. But I just happen to see the moon come around at certain portions of the sky that I can see because
Well, the
I
thing
live in the
is,
hills, but when
the
the
thing
sun
about it is,
rises, I guess it's because I'm going somewhere where the trees aren't in the way. Is
well,
that
no,
it? I don't know.
no, the thing about it is that the speed of the sun, for the most part, is consistent. Unlike the moon, it travels at a different speed.
No, I totally get that,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying where. I mean, I totally expect the sun to rise every morning when I go to work, and I expect it to be at a certain place, whatever, throughout the year. I'm quite aware of that, and yeah, the moon itself, the moon is freaking mysterious.
You should be able to find some chart that denotes the moon rise and set and not
It's
from time and date.
I'm not gonna see it.
I saw
Dude, I've been trying to look for the moon for years. It's just like sometimes it just all of a sudden fucking pops up. I promise, man. The moon is very freaking crazy.
in July, I saw the moon setting in the east. And what I mean by setting is you could see like a small sliver. It was like near the new moon timeline. You could see a
What
very
phase
small
was it in?
sliver
You know the name
close
of
to
the
the new
phase?
moon. Well, it's in the east, so that means it's waning, right?
Well, it wasn't. It
But it's
wasn't
waxing.
new
It's in the
moon.
west.
If it's a new moon phase, you wouldn't see it at all. So I'm just
But
wondering
here,
if you saw it on the horizon. What phase was it in?
it was on the. It was going to new moon from full to new, right? And I just
It's
saw a little
going.
crescent,
It
and
doesn't
well, it
go
wasn't a
straight
little
from
crescent.
full to new. Jesus Christ.
Jesus
Helio,
Christ!
no, Helio, you're not listening
Just
to it, man.
listening.
You're not listening to him. So just
So
relax.
there,
Let him tell a
I saw.
story.
I saw the small arc of a crescent moon on the horizon in the east, right? The moon doesn't go from east to west; it goes from west to east. Okay, so their model's blown out of the water right there, based on observation. Anyways, I saw this
Agreed.
crescent that kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and then disappeared. So I don't know what that was. If that was that
I've
Senalian
never,
eclipse or whatever.
I've never seen,
close
I've
to
never
an
seen the
ocean, so
moon
I can
go
see that.
from west to
Right.
east. It rises also it rises in the east and sets in the west like the sun does.
Yeah, like I feel like the
Not,
moon comes
not
in different
really.
directions other than just the from one side to the other like the sun does.
I remember asking you about this before, what you forgive me, what you believe you saw. And I remember I asked you, is it possible what you could it have been a sundog?
Was the moon because it was right before the sun was coming up, and it was like a day before it went to new moon, and I saw it in the eastern sky right around
Oh, I
sunrise.
thought you were talking about the sun. My bad. I
No, and then
apologize.
then afterwards, I didn't see it in the east at all. When it was coming back to light, I saw it all the way over in the west,
All I'm
like
saying is,
traveling in
if you
opposite
go,
I
direction.
totally agree with Helio. The
if
moon
you
is
want to
very
watch,
mysterious.
if you want to watch moonrise, you go on time and date. It'll tell you for your area when the next moonrise will be. Every time it rises, you'll catch it on your east every time.
When I well, like right now, the moon's past
Bro, download Star
Past
Tracker
90
app
degrees.
on your phone, and it'll.
You guys have seen my moonrise time lapse from my drone a bunch of times. Most of you, I was looking due east, like when to catch this. It rises there just like a sunrise in the same place as a sunrise, approximately anyway. And then it seems to approach over your head just like the sun. It's just a nighttime version of it, and it goes on a slightly different pace. So, if you're comparing it to the sun, no, it's not opposite the sun, of course, but it still behaves similarly. So it rises in the east, sets in the west.
Well, what I'm saying is when the moon's coming into light, when it's waxing to go to full, right? When you first see it after sundown, you'll see it in the west when it's like new moon phase going to waxing to go to full. And then when it's going to go back to, or it's waning back to the new moon, back to no light, I see it in the east before sunrise. That's all I'm saying. It's
That all
moving.
that all just depends on like its precession, like because it goes at a different speed as
Yeah.
Through the sky, whatever, as the sun. It catches up, or what I should have said. How is it? Yeah, like it catches up, and so you might catch it 180 degrees out of phase, or maybe it's only 60 degrees, or maybe it's only 45, or maybe it's 120, whatever, like from the sun. So that's going to change according to their model anyway. The phase that you're looking at that moment, because it's going to depend on when you're looking for the moon too. Are you looking for it during the day? Because a lot of times during the day it's visible. Are you looking for it only at night?
Yeah, I see it during the daytime, right around the phase that it's at now and further on. Like I don't see it before, I don't see it like first quarter. You know what I mean? Or the first quarter, first crescent to first half, I guess you would call it. I call it quarter. Um, yeah.
I'm
Like
not
I'll see
saying
the
I'm not
sun in the
saying what
west.
you observed is inconsistent with anything. Like it's just I think you came to a wrong conclusion when you said that it rises in the west and sets in the east, because it doesn't do that.
I've seen it do that. I've
I
seen it go from full moon, where it's like straight up in the sky, and then when it's waxing or waning down to no light, I see it moving more and more towards the east.
through the
When
course of
it's
a night,
new, I
you
see
see
it
it
moving from the west.
moving through the course of a night from west to east.
No, I don't see it moving at all because I don't have a time lapse with anything like that. Maybe I should get the
All
moon
you would have to
telescope.
do, is like go outside, look at it, go outside an hour later, look at it, and it should have moved.
I need to get one of those cameras that fits on the eyepiece of my telescope.
I'm telling you, every time it's going to have moved from east to west. Everything in the sky does it. The sun, the moon, and the stars.
Yeah, but I'm saying when the light is going, do you see the light traversing the other direction from full or from no light to full light, then back to no light? It's moving in the opposite.
But if you're phases are different than the direction it's moving in. What it's moonrise and moonset, and the direction it's moving. Phases are completely different. The phases, according to their model anyway, are dependent on there's 3 points you got to keep in consideration: the angle to the sun, and to the moon, and to where you are. Right, all three. It's that triangulation that's going to determine what you see according to that model. And I mean, that would be the same on flat Earth too, except for we don't claim that necessarily that the moon is reflecting the sun's light. We love to say that it's making its own. But if it was reflecting the sun's light, then it would be the same thing. You would need to know all 3 points and the angles.
Yeah, loot. Check 1, 2. Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. I caught it right away what he was saying, and
But
what he was saying is
you were
completely impossible.
But you were being a dick, so I had to shut you up. You were
Okay,
just
I'm going
yelling.
to be a dick again because what he's saying is completely impossible. Nobody can observe that anywhere
I
on Earth.
observed it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Are you
No, you
going to
didn't.
sit there and say I didn't see something? Who are you?
Okay, I'm me. I'm someone that
Like
lives on Earth,
I
and
can't
no
sit
one has
there
ever
and
experienced that. You're
I
the
can't
only
confirm
person
or
I've ever
deny
heard
your
say that you
experiences.
experienced that.
I can't confirm or deny, your experiences, but I've been sitting outside every night, all night
You saw
long.
the moon change phases in one night.
I saw the moon go from a crescent to nothing at all in the east. Now, perhaps it was just at that particular phase to where it wasn't visible at all and it just barely
Is
rose
it in the
above the horizon.
daytime?
That's not what you said earlier. You said it went from full moon to nothing.
No, what he's saying,
Yeah.
is,
No,
as
I
it
didn't
was,
say
as
full
it
moon.
was
I
setting,
said
yeah,
full
no,
moon to the new moon. That whole section, that's called waning.
yeah.
Waxing is
Listen,
going from no light to full
All right.
light.
Joshua,
So
I heard what you
hold
said.
on.
Helio, hold on. I heard him, and I'm hearing you, and I'm the disconnect is he was talking about basically at near moon set. So while the moon was in the west, he had seen it as almost a new moon, where it was just a sliver of a crescent that you were able to see. Okay.
They call it Eastern
Right.
elongation.
Right. So it was just a little sliver of moon that he was able to follow through the sky, and as it was setting, it went to invisible. There was no visible light. So he's basically claiming he watched it turn into the new moon.
All right. And so what happened after that?
Well, then there was no moon for 3 days.
What happened after
Well,
that?
that's not what he
The
said,
sun
though.
rose.
That's what I was
The
getting
sun
at.
rose is what happened after that.
All right. Sun rose, and then what? Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. I guess maybe I did, but I guess you just phrased it wrong. Maybe that's what I was wondering, if you just phrased it wrong.
Okay, it's one of these things where you have to observe it, right? Like the Senilian eclipse, or whatever the
No,
hell
let's
that
not get into
is called.
Selenian. We're talking about phases of the moon.
It's one of those things where you have to observe, right? If I were to record it, you'd be like, "What the hell is that
Well,
about?"
why are you talking about the full moon and then the new moon? Because
Helio, for the third
those
time,
are half.
he never
Those
talked
are a
about
half
the
a
full
month
moon.
apart.
He never talked about the full moon.
When I looked up, the only thing I saw was a straight line that got shorter and shorter and shorter, then it disappeared. So I looked up Earth, star, and sky and all that, and I was like, "Oh, well, that's supposed to be the moon right there." So I saw something that I cannot explain. I saw light that disappeared before my eyes, almost like an eclipse. You know how when you see an eclipse, you see the light, then right before it completely occults it, you see a bright bead. I think they call them Bailey beads or something like that. No, that's with liquor. Anyways, you saw this bead of light right by the sun until like it completely occults the sun, and then that bead disappears, and you see the corona, right?
All right, now I'm going to get frustrated. Now suddenly you're talking about the sun, like having to do with it. Was it the moon?
Yeah, I'm
we're
saying
talking about or the
no.
sun?
I'm saying the light that I saw was similar to the light from an eclipse.
Okay.
I'm not saying it is. I'm
You're
saying
talking
it's
about
similar.
similar to that diamond ring from the solar eclipse effect, right?
Yeah, the diamond ring kind of thing, but it wasn't a ring. The only thing I could see was just like an orange line that kept getting smaller and brighter and then disappeared. And I checked and it was new moon at that time. So I'm like, And it was in the east, right before sunrise.
Yeah, that's where
Now, I don't know if
there was to
rose in the
ever be witnessed, like a transition of phases, which I can't say anybody's ever seen. It's like it's one phase all night, and then the next day it's slightly different, and the next day it's slightly different, but like you don't really see it change throughout the course of a day or the course of a night. But if it were to change over slightly where it would be noticeable, that is where you would see it. You would see it in the west, low on the horizon, change. Like that's where it would have to happen.
The first
All right,
quarter
so
or
John,
first
all right.
crescent
Well, let's go
is
over
seen in
what
the
you
west.
just. Let's go over
The
it in
final crescent
detail.
is seen in the east.
Joshua, let's go over in detail what you just posted in live stream voice text. You said because the moon orbits the Earth eastwards, which I mean we're flat earthers, so we know that doesn't happen.
Well, this is according to moongazer.x10.mx website that I got this
So
from.
let's go over the second part of that sentence. The mean period between one moonrise and the next is about 50 minutes longer than 24 hours. And that's according to whatever citation you just said, right?
Yeah, and it says therefore
So
during the
at the
first
beginning,
half of
at the
the
beginning of
synodic
this, hold on, let's
lunatation,
go back. At the beginning of this, which phase is the moon in? It's in the final crescent before the new moon.
eastern elongation.
Okay. Therefore, during the first half of the Sidonic lunation, east-west separation between the sun and moon in our sky increases from 0 to 180 degrees.
Yeah. During all
So,
this period, the moon is east of the sun in our sky. So the lunar elongation is said to be the eastern elongation, and the lunar elongation angle shown in the images is prefixed by E during this time. The moon is also waxing, i.e. the portion is near the side that's illuminated is growing, as it's also shown in the images. Now there's a little, it's on the website. Here, I'll just grab the link for the website.
yeah, go ahead and post that. I'll take a look at it.
It'd be a little bit easier than trying to, oh, why did it do that? I didn't mean to
And
hit Control V.
no, it's all good. So, and right after that, you said during all of this period, the moon is east of the sun in our sky. Now, are you, with this idea, the implication is that the sun is illuminating the moon.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when we first see the light after the new moon, right? We see that in the western sky, right? We see that in the western sky, but the last part of the moon that we see before it goes to new moon is in the eastern sky.
No. See, that's like you were doing great until right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In a week and a half, look east. You will see the moon in the east. You won't see it at all in the west.
No, you'll see
Maybe
it
in the
over the
middle of
course
the
of a
day
night.
around 2
Over the
p.m.
course of a night, you'll see it rise in the east and move to set in the west in just one night. You'll see it cover the entire sky, east to west. Every single time you see it.
Well, seeing you're giving us see, we always have these arguments. It's like with the global websites, what we observe don't necessarily match up with what they tell us, and this is what the argument is. And you're giving us, global.
I'm just
global
trying
ideas.
to figure out my observation. I'm about ready to write a paper on it.
Sure, do it.
Get a bunch of recording equipment and sit there and see. Now look, here's like, oh shit, I don't know, like August 29th, right? And you clearly
Part of it
see
is
the
how you're
moon
trying
right
to.
above the horizon due west.
I think part of the problem is what you're trying to describe. I think you're
Yeah.
poorly describing it. I think Because what I think you're trying to say is you're talking about, okay, just before
The
it goes
moon
to the new
phase.
moon, you see that sliver. The next time you see the moon at all, it's going to rise in the east with
Oh no, in the west.
It's going to rise in the
After
west?
sunset. I see it after sunset in the west.
Okay, never mind. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I need to see those observations you're talking about. That's all.
Yeah, like I said, once I can like scrape together some cash and put together a production company and all that, and actually sit there with the gimbals and the overlay of the avionics or whatever the fuck so which angle it's looking at, which azimuth or whatever. I don't know the
So,
fucking
so are
technical
you
terms.
saying after the new moon you'll see it in the west before you see it in the east?
Yeah, I'm saying when it waxes from the west to the east. Now, I'm not saying that's the direction the moon is traveling, but the direction that the light is
Oh, but
filling the moon.
that's what every
That's a
time you
different
say
claim.
every
Yeah,
time you
now
say rise
we're
or set, that's what you're talking about, and that's the problem we're having here. Because every time you say rise or set, it rises in the east every time. It sets in the west every time. So you're using the wrong word if you're talking about whether it's the left side of the moon that's lit or the right side of the moon that's lit.
Yeah.
Like you're,
Every celestial object that we observe moves from east to west.
Well, see, I'm looking at the moon right now, and it's more towards the west than it is the east.
yeah, but you didn't
And the
watch.
light is
But it's
you
on
still
the
didn't,
right.
moving
you
in the
didn't
same
watch it. You
direction.
didn't watch it for the last 12 hours it was in the sky.
But what did I say? What side of the moon was the light on? What did I say? The left or the right?
Gives a shit.
It's on the
We're
right
talking
side. If
about
you're
where
looking
it
at the
is
moon,
and
it's on
how
the
it's
right side of the
moving.
moon.
Yeah,
When
the
you
right
see
side
the
of the moon
moon,
all
it's
day
moving
long.
from east to west.
It doesn't change. All day long, it's on the right side of the moon. All day and night. If you see it and it didn't go away, and it's going to be lit the same way all day long.
Well, in the waning phase, you'll see the light from the west, but it's still moving east. I mean, it's still moving west. You'll see it from the east, but you still see it moving west.
Okay, guys, let's just move on. This is a moot point at this time. It's
Thank
like
you.
headbutting, like we're a couple of rams going at it.
Glad somebody said it.
Silly.
This ain't gonna get nowhere until I can get some measurements. So it's gonna take me about a month to get it.
I think XO stole that gift from me.
I typed in moon phase GIF, and that was the first one that came up.
Oh, really? Well, I put it up. Yeah. I like that GIF, and I think that's a CGI GIF, but it's fairly accurate, so I use it.
I think that's what he was referring to. So the phases start from right to left, is what you were claiming.
Yeah, and what I like, so compile it a little bit better. I'll spend some time on it, and I'll get it to where I can say the words correctly, so I don't offend somebody by saying rise or orbit. Okay.
Look, it's not that we're. It's not that we're.
Are you
offended.
talking about
It's just
what?
that you're trying to
I'll
portray you're trying to portray an observation like into our minds. We have to picture what it is that you're saying. So you have to be.
I'm not able to do that. I'm not able to do that, really.
Lou, I'm just saying, I think that he's corrected his terminology. I think that we're all on the same page now. That's all.
Yeah,
Like-
I mean, it's like in the new moon phase of the moon, the moon is non-existent. You can't find it with any type of radar, imaging, or whatever. Anything,
Because
there
it's wait, what's the
nobody
synonym?
can find
Helio,
the moon in the new moon
Helio,
phase.
what's the synonym? What's the synonym for new moon?
I don't know. You're gonna
It's
have to
no
check.
moon. No moon. N-O.
Yeah, no moon. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why it's not there. Exactly right.
It's like you can follow the body through all the time. We observe it. We see phases,
Well,
waxing
what
and
about
waning.
the
When it's a
solar
new moon
eclipse?
phase, if it's a physical body, do you not think that we'd be able to find it with all of our instruments and modern technology
Yeah,
today?
what about
Why can't you find out where this physical body is? You bounce radar off of it. Where the fuck is this? Pardon my French.
What about during the solar eclipse? Nobody could fucking see it, and everybody had
Oh
instruments.
yeah, solar eclipse. You can't even see it approaching the sun. You can't even find it then. And the solar eclipse, it's always during a new moon phase. So anyway,
Hey, Helio, it's all right. I still love you, man. No
I
homo.
still love you too, bro, man. Yeah, I think you just need to do some more research.
I think I need
Hey,
to get my
hey,
words more defined.
too much love in here, damn it.
Because I do have a vocabulary issue. I know
Let's
you've
unpack
noticed
this
that I have a
Well,
hard time
suitcase.
well,
spelling
God
too.
damn it!
Dude, I
Next
do
time,
too. I
say it
do too.
right so Lou can get it in his mind's eye. You know, he fell and hit his head on the end table getting off of Winston's mama. You know, son.
Here, eat this sugar crystal. Now you'll be able.
Man, that was a low blow, Michael. Man, holy shit!
I didn't dish the blowout. Lou did. I just said I added the son at the end of his sentence. Which it keeps picking on him for busting his head, so I don't blame him for saying, "Yeah, I hit my head on the end table getting off your mom."
Shit, I get picked on a lot, so I got to defend myself a little bit sometimes.
What the hell was this M65? My cat was posting shit while I was gone.
M65. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Oh my! That was my fucking cat.
Is that the 65 Creedmoor?
What else did he post?
Is
Holy
that the new
shit,
rifle for the
Battlebot.
military? The 6.5 Creedmoor round?
Hell, I don't know.
What the hell is that, Battlemont?
Is what?
Does that dog have a freaking
Oh,
ring
that's
in his nose?
a fake flower arrangement. A ring in his nose? No,
Did you just?
he doesn't.
Did you
It,
just
it
say
looks
that?
like
It's a
little
diadem.
rings. Oh, it's a diadem.
No.
It's a wreath
Yeah,
crown.
the wreath. Yeah, it's a fake flower. It's a diadem. Yeah, you set it in a fake soil in a fake pot. Well, not a fake pot, but yeah. But he's a red. Yeah, he's a red-nosed staffy.
Staffordshire Terrier? Bull Terrier?
Yeah, he's a. That's my daughter playing with him, and he's a rescue dog. I don't think he has long to live, but he's at his forever home.
Aw.
So happy.
That's Butch. Yeah, he looks happy, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like sweetheart, man.
Man, I just saw the gray on his beard.
Well, if I didn't take him, the dog shelter was going to put him down, so I paid money to take him, but he's kind of sick. I don't know if the vet can save him, they can save him. I'll pay. My
Was that
daughter.
recent? Like, past
Yeah, I
couple
just
years?
got him 2 days ago.
Oh,
Oh wow.
so he's sick. I mean, sick.
Well, he's
My
a pretty
sick how?
lucky animal. He's a pretty
Yeah,
lucky animal.
my sister's a bleeding heart liberal, and she was out here making cookies, and my daughter was up her ass, and she was like, "Oh, we should talk your dad into saving this dog." She seen him on Facebook, so you know my daughter. Wasn't no talking. She's like, "Dad, see this dog here? It'll probably die in the next month, but if we don't save it today, it's gonna die in the shelter, and you're gonna go save this dog." Oh man, I was like, okay.
It's like, why don't we bury this dog out in the cornfields? I'm
No,
just
they
playing.
they
That's
say he
mean.
doesn't
I'm
have
just
long. He seems pretty healthy, dude.
sure. At least maybe he'll kill a couple freaking rabbits or something. They're coming after your crop.
Maybe I should take a better picture. Yeah, he's an older boy. He's probably 11, 10 or 11.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, he could live another good 5 years, right?
Well, I took him to the vet, and he said if he responds to this medicine well, then yeah.
Cool.
But
Was he got a bacterial or fungal infection or something?
he's got
Or
a
what's his
kidney
problem?
he's got a kidney infection. The vet said kidney infection, but the shelter said kidney failure. But the vet's like, fuck no, he's not in kidney failure. His kidney's fucking working.
Mm.
So you had a second opinion on your
Yeah. Hell yeah.
on your dog. Okay. Well,
So he's on a multi-spectrum antibiotic. I give him.
but you already have some dogs on the farm that.
I got him on Pedialyte. I'm not giving him water. I give him Pedialyte.
Aww.
It's softer on the kidney. You
With
know.
some enzymes and freaking
Yeah.
shit up in there.
Hell, I was worried about whether he'd get along with the other animals, but he came right in and laid down. And so the female is alpha. My male, he lays down. When the female growls, he lays down. So the other male laid down on his belly and crawled over and started licking him. And I was like, well, fuck,
Aw.
that's cool.
Yeah, that worked out.
Yeah, and the female likes him, so I don't have to sweat it. If the male burrows up on him, well, my sassy will shut him the fuck up. She's queen bitch.
That's cool, man.
So I just thought of something that I think it's going to be fun. Like for people wearing masks around that really shouldn't be. I want something that I can say to them just to irk them. And I just thought of something that might be fun. I'm just going to like walk up to them when I see them with a mask and be like, I'm going to pray for you. I hope you get better soon.
Oh yeah. Hey, thanks. Hey, you just reminded me I'm in Facebook jail.
Got out. I just got out.
I woke up this morning.
Facebook, Mike.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and they're like, man, we think that's against policy, community standards, Mike. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. Every 90 days you lock me up, you bitch.
Anyway, I'm just thinking of the ways.
Shit, Mike.
I'm just
When
thinking
your
of the ways that
Facebook
would.
opens, send it to me.
I'm just trying to think of the ways, that would irk these people, because most of these guys wearing the mask, they're double vaxxed and still maxed, and they're and you know they're leftists, which means like chances are high they're atheists, and so like if I go up and just like assume that they are sick because they're wearing a mask, and then tell them I'm gonna pray for them, it's guaranteed to fucking trigger them, but they won't be able to do it in front of me. They're gonna be like, that motherfucker, how dare he pray for me?
All right.
Or just hand them a
Ask them if
paper.
they got that virus. You got that AIDS virus?
Yeah.
I feel so sorry for you, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of something that I can do while driving the work truck with the fuck, like when I'm at the stoplight, when it's got the company name and number on it, it's got to be something passive aggressive, right? I can't like go and just talk shit.
Hey, Lou, I'll tell you.
I got an idea.
Plastic bags work better.
I used to tie a pink ribbon on all my work trucks for breast cancer. Tie a half burnt fucking mask to your mirror. And drive down the road like that. Just smile at people.
Wait, how do you make a half burnt mask?
I would,
Well,
I would, but I don't have any.
You just like light it and then just blow it out.
You just light it up
I
and
don't
then
have any
stomp
mask
on it.
burn, like that's it.
Hey, let me tell you what happened to me today at work. My friend came up to me and was like, "Hey, man, do you watch the news?" I was like, "No, I don't watch the news." I already talked about this earlier tonight. And he was like, "Did you hear that in Afghanistan they had this major event where, in Kabul, at major Kabul, which is a United States freaking airport that was, or whatever military base that was taken over, and they were running from the Taliban. This is what people see on the major, mainstream news, and there's from what I'm gathering from what they say is that I don't watch the news, so what they say is that they were just willy-nilly just mowing people down. The Taliban's mowing people down at Taliban airport, and then they're like, people are just gathered up running into this C-130, and then they're loading themselves in, and they freaking closed the C-130 up, and then people were just clinging to the side of this fucking C-130, and they're hundreds of feet above the ground, and people were clinging to the sides and falling off of the C-130 and falling to their death because they're trying to escape Afghanistan because the Taliban is just swarming Afghanistan, and or this city and all this shit. It's so do we have any control of Afghanistan now? I mean, where is this is the most insane thing. This is what people are saying now. And I'm telling you guys, this is going to be a major thing in the next couple of days. I don't necessarily buy it totally. I mean, it may have happened, but what it means, the whole fucking story is going to be spread everywhere in the next few days. Prepare yourselves, because this is the next distraction, and it's a good distraction against the whatever this freaking jab thing is. I mean, it's like it's compounding interest on the bullshit.
Are you saying they're going to put a bomb vest on the jab?
Dude, I don't know how
Holy
they
shit.
can actually compound anything more upon this fucking jab shit.
I know.
But I'm just telling you what's going to
Boom.
happen in the next few days with this shit that's happening in Afghanistan. Where people are just gonna go fucking insane over this nonsense.
Afghanistan thing is clear
For days.
distraction. I haven't really followed much of it because it's just that blatantly obvious. It's just another huge distraction. Like
just like,
Today's events
can
in
you
Iraq.
own your? Can you own
Yeah,
your?
boom, 1,000 virgins. Damn, they're boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
Dude, the Taliban taking over in Afghanistan is the best thing for Afghanistan. Like,
well, dude, we should never been there. They should have left Afghanistan the way it was. Nobody should ever went there.
Before we ever took over there, like most of their farmland was used for food production. A small percent was used for poppy. Ever since we got there, they're starving and they make only poppy.
It's like popcorn, man. It's like
Please,
pop.
Mr. Taliban, telling me, Poppy. Daylight come and
apparently the Taliban rolled in saying no to the vax too. By the way,
It's like, well, hold on. Has any of these proxy wars that the Americans have been involved in ever turned out good? Ever?
Dude, we installed the Taliban in the first place, and right now all we did is we just ditched $2 trillion worth of weapons and infrastructure for them to have. Do you think we did?
Yeah.
Do you think they really took it, or did we give it to them?
All right. So that being the point, we know that. That being the point, when people watch the mainstream news, will they believe that when we tell them that's the truth of the thing? No.
Well, it's kind of like that movie Lord of War with all them AK-47s that were left over from the war in Russia. So it's the same
but that's
thing.
a movie. That's fiction.
I know. But you cut me off before I got to my point. So how many billions of tons of automatic steel you think we left there? How many M4s you think they got? Military bases?
They're doing this on purpose.
Jet strips?
They're doing it on purpose.
We built, like Lou said, an infrastructure. We pretty much probably going to make them like the 5th most armed or 10th within the top 10 most armed militias on Earth.
Yeah. So who is the Taliban going against now? Is it America, China, freaking? No, I mean, they have everything.
I know, but
they're
he's
teamed
got a
up
hell of
with
a
China.
point. Listen, it would have took us months to ship out billions of tons of fucking militarized steel. out of there, from equipment and Humvees, tanks, all that shit, to sidearms, rifles, ammunition, not to mention everything that's in our military bases. We just got the fuck on. What is Biden, a fucking dumbass or what?
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
they're
but
all puppets. I mean, all the
but that's
presidents
only
are puppets anyway. It doesn't.
yeah. Of course he is, but he didn't make that decision exactly. That's
He promised Afghanistan to the Chinese. The Taliban and the Chinese are allies.
You know, and we kept the Russians from taking it. You know what I'm saying? When we equipped them with anti-aircraft weapons, surface-to-air missiles.
Not necessarily, though. I mean, as far
We
as
did.
Refugees
taught
are
'em-
here.
We taught them to protect themselves from MiG jets and Black Hawk helicopters, and we armed them. Whoever you never seen Charlie Wilson's War? That's fucking. It's literally based on a true event. We trained them motherfuckers. We armed them.
like we literally. It's just like in Iraq. We literally put the Taliban in power because we didn't like the people that were in power before them. We trained them. We gave them equipment. We installed them as the people, like the rulers of that country. The whatever, not rulers, but the military.
We
whatever.
also
Rulers
had
of the
hands.
country.
I probably shouldn't say it, but I will. We also had hands in shaping the regime that runs South Africa now too.
We do that in every country, every unstable area of the world. Every time there's a change, it's because of things that we do to change it. Like we decide we don't like the guy we liked a few years ago, and we bring in another guy and say, "Hey, here's a bunch of weapons. You guys fight those guys and take over." And they do, and then we leave them for a while until we're not happy with them. Then we come and we bomb them.
You seen that movie Lord of War? Now that is so true about what we do with our old military equipment when we have new, better stuff. We
It
just
would
sell
cost
it.
more to ship it back than to make it again.
Yeah, we sell it to regimes, to the highest bidder. It doesn't matter if they're the most evil or the most productive. If they got the most blood diamonds or the most money, they're getting the weapons.
And Michael, just like I was saying earlier, like conspiracy theorists have been predicting the New World Order, and we've told them how they're going to do it, and they're doing it the exact way that we told people that they were going to do it.
I can tell you, that's kind of a post-diction. We're not the ones who came up with it.
No, of course not. But
they told us
listen,
about it. It's
no,
been
what
around.
I'm talking. No, hold on, Lou. I'm talking about our friends and family.
It's not a conspiracy for me.
It's not a conspiracy. It's the exact plan that they had for several years. I've known about this for over 20 years. I knew this is how they were going to do it.
Seen world powers
And
direct
I'm
control of a
not talking
nation.
about us, on YouTube or whatever, and they don't believe us. I'm talking about this affects our friends and family, and they're just like, oh shit, all this is happening all at once. Fuck, I've been trying to tell you this is what they're gonna do for 20 years, So anyway, it's just the way it goes, I guess. I mean, there's almost nothing we can do about it, but at the very least, we can know about it.
Look, not
sure
really
there's something we can do about
This
it.
is going to lead into a conversation that we probably aren't supposed to have on the live, but
fuck it, say it.
I'm just saying, it's gotten to a point now where the only hope left is if shit does hit the fan. At this point, we need shit to hit the fan. We need a major shift, like we need the people to break out massively against the government and any authority, to say no to the police, to say no to, and if
Well,
it gets,
and
it's
ultimately,
going to get violent. But what I'm saying is, this is why Homeland Security just posted that thing about COVID deniers and stuff like that. Like that, it's the only way it
Well, I was
can
going to
go.
say,
Like push is gonna have to come to shove at some point, and we're getting there. Like they're.
I think there's a good portion of the police that will be on our side too. So they have I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but it feels like it's
How
going
are
to happen soon.
dude? They're mandatory vaccine cops. Do you think a cop that was forced to take the thing is going to stand on our side? Maybe some will,
No.
but I think most are going to be like, "Shit, I took it. Now you're going to fucking take it."
No. Well, I mean, you don't know a lot of cops, so I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. What? Yeah, it's fucking shit's coming to a head. I don't know. I don't know. But it's like, we already saw it coming, with last year and this year. Yeah, and now since
I'm just
a
saying,
lot of us
if a
aren't
cop
participating,
didn't stand up for himself, he took it because they told him he has to. What are the chances he's going to fight for your right not to?
I'm just saying. I mean, resistance futile?
Depends on who you're asking. Did you ask a veteran that question, and they'll say, "Fuck no, it's not," but laziness is.
Yep.
Lazy men and freedom, that they can't coexist.
The only
Stupid
fucked up
men and
thing
freedom,
is
they can't
we
live side by
cannot.
side.
We're really unable to
We're
talk about
we're
unless we're in a private area about certain things.
We are.
There's resistance physically and resistance spiritually. The spiritual part is more powerful than the physical part. Just own the spirit of resistance, and we'll find ourselves either dead, which that's if you're a spiritual person, that's you're just moving on.
Yeah, it's about time. What I'd say.
Physical, you might suffer, but you're still going to end up in the same realm. So just own both at the same time, spiritual and physical. Own them both. These evil freaking crazy motherfuckers. I just like the shit that I heard on the news today about that shit in Afghanistan and all the shit that's going on in the world. I just I'm just gonna stand strong, in the spirit. And my spirit stands up for my flesh. So I really, to be honest, I'll do the best I can, from where I can with the resources I have. But for the most part, I'm not afraid of death.
I'm not afraid of death, but I'm definitely scared to leave this world to my children.
Yeah, this way it's fucked up. And so I'll fight tooth and nail for.
I don't fear death because I know it was promised to me. The day I was born. I've been dying since the day I was born.
Yep.
Bodies fill the fields I see. Hungry heroes
and no one to play soldier
That's
now.
my favorite
No one
Metallica
to
song.
pretend. Looking back through killing fields.
Bred to kill them all.
Victim of what sex should be.
A servant till I fall.
Soldier boy, made a slave, now an empty cell. 21, only son, but he served us well. Bred to kill, not to care, do just as they say. Finish here,
Finish
bring
here,
death.
finish death. Yours to take away.
To the front. You will die when
at
I
that point,
say you must die. Back to the front.
That goes for soldiers. That goes for
Coward.
fucking hamburger flippers.
Serving
All
back
that
to the
shit.
front.
Everything that I don't know if James wrote those lyrics or fucking Kirk wrote those lyrics or Cliff.
I know.
All those lyrics go for all the fucking hamburger flippers and in a free society. I don't give a fuck who wrote those lyrics. That's true. No, it was written,
Barking
about
of
war,
machine
but
gun fire does nothing to me now.
This is the mind of us moving forward, being free from, freedom for ourselves and just being independent, and
That's
saying,
my
hey,
verse right there. Barking of machine gun fire does nothing to me now. When I first got there, we started. It definitely it shook me to the core to hear weapons nonstop. I mean, I grew up on the range, but to hear repetition and automatic fire, it shook me. Now I can fry eggs and hash browns while I'm listening to that shit. It don't bug me.
What, gunfire?
Automatic gunfire.
Yeah. Well, I've never
Doesn't bother me at
experienced
all.
that, but at the same time, I guess it might shake me, but you've heard it before. I actually haven't. I've shot guns
It's
before.
just it's just continuous. You know how a large rifle would just be like when you listen to a fully automatic 7.62 or 5.56, it's a continuous echo.
I mean, I've shot an AK-47, like pistol grip, 30-round clip, and it's like pow 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 pow
That
pow.
has a
And I
distinctive
couldn't hear shit for 2 minutes.
You can tell that weapon from any other automatic weapon the moment it's fired. If you know.
Can we get some Carl Gustavs?
So, are any of you guys familiar with the theory of Zeppy Teppy?
Are you talking about the first time, the golden age of man?
Yes.
The age of
Oh my
splendor?
god, you are the first fucking person I think I have ever asked that question to them.
I mean, I'll be fair. I didn't know the answer to that, but I'm a part of the group that had the answer to that. So this place is awesome, isn't it?
Right.
That's how we all are, right? That's how we all
Alright,
answer.
so are there any moderators in here?
No.
No, there's no moderators in here. No, it's just, you can speak freely.
I would know. I would like to get my friend in here, but I don't think he wants to go through the whole process.
Dude, I just checked.
Hey, we were talking about the negative parts of the New World Order and everything, but yes, we're quite familiar with a lot of the.
You mean the World Economic or the the World Economic Forum? Yeah, George Soros.
Because it's highly feared.
No, you were right the first time. The World
World Economic Forum. Moderator?
That's a weapon. That's a weapon. That's a weapon system, bro.
I know.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm
Leave
wondering.
it up to them Slovakians, huh? Them Czechs come up with a great system.
Yeah, listen, I'll let the mods cover that. He didn't ask for a lead mod. Y'all got this. Y'all got this.
No, I think it was asking for a lead mod, Mike. You just didn't know it.
I want you. I want you to inspect every orifice on his body, son.
I just want my home.
Hey, strip that motherfucker down.
I just want
What's
my
that? Checking for weapons.
Make sure you check his booty hole.
I know he would.
What up?
What?
Check his sinuses.
He Cotter's, listen.
Bend over and
Cotter's in the
check
basement,
his
you know.
sinuses. Check his sinuses.
So, with those not familiar of the theory of Zep Tepi,
Zep Tepi.
Yes. Do we have any
That's when-
questions before we start? Yes.
That's when the Elites were actually flesh and blood and they walked with man.
Exactly. So many.
Yeah, what do you know about the
mysteries-
Elite?
Hold on. Can you tell everybody what an Elite is?
Yeah, usually we call them elite, but the elite are not people. The elite are the Elite or
Son-
the El race,
Here,
the
bend him
God
over and
race.
check his sinuses.
Sons of El. right?
B'nai Halahim.
El.
Yeah.
So the
The
Elohim.
Titans. The Titans.
Yeah. All right. I want people to know what you're talking about.
In fact, if you look to the Sumerian kings list, it also talks about the first timer, the Zep Tepi.
Yeah, they could also be considered the
Fallen Watchers.
Atlanteans.
Yeah.
The Watchers, the Atlanteans, the Tartarians, the
Giants.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
The elongated skulls that we see from Peru. Yeah.
Oh, elongated skull. Oh, those guys.
Well, I mean, they have different suture patterns, so it's clearly not head binding.
Well, before we get into that, is this what our new person was actually talking about, or are we?
Yeah,
just...
that's what he's talking about. The
Well,
sons of El, the Elohim,
When
the
looking
fallen.
at the ancient texts of Peru and stuff.
The Egyptian days of splendor.
I'm still wondering, what did you want a moderator for? Like, what's...
That's
Oh,
a
his
good
buddy wanted
question.
to-
Because he wanted to make sure that you could talk about this before.
No, he
Before
had
he
a
gets
buddy
kicked?
that wanted to join.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
So
Yeah,
who's that buddy?
we're quite familiar with this information. So yeah, bring your friend in here. Who's your friend?
Is he an APEP?
Atum.
Is your buddy an APEP?
Atum created two offsprings. His son Shu represented dry air. His daughter Tefnut represented corrosive moist air. The twin symbols, two universal principles, human existence.
As far as his friend goes, like, yeah, we can fast track your friend in here. I know you went through a process to get into the live stream, but we can fast track him in. But I think before we do that, we should talk with you a little bit more. Wouldn't you get other stuff agreeing?
My check-in is the fast track, bro. I spend like 30 seconds with these
So
guys.
basically, you already fast tracked this guy in. So let's talk
Oh,
with
yeah.
him. Yeah.
No, it's not a bad idea, Lou. Go ahead. No, Lou, you're right about that. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Lou.
I think you're
Talk to
right,
him.
Lou. Yeah, because I mean, we could spend
who was it?
as far as all that stuff
It'd be
goes, we could
impossible to
spend
talk to
hours
him.
on that
Helios
shit.
is going to disregard when other people are talking.
Matt in Cutter's basement.
Lou got an injury bumping his head on Witz's mama's nightstand.
No, I think Lou's right about that. I mean, we can't just so if you want to get into this topic, I mean, it's not necessarily live stream stuff.
Oh, this guy's pretty chill. He said his buddy ran him through a laser test, if I'm not mistaken. So, but he didn't really remember.
Was okay. No end table was hurt in the making of that head.
Looking
Then
at the ancient texts, like many of the old pyramids, we see great connections between the star Iris and the goddess Isis, right? So the role she played during the climax of Zep Tepi was projected in the city of Gaza. So we see key role that she played in creating this utter society where the momentum created a super city in the South Seas. So when looking at the Sphinx, the tomb of Ketahus, right? As I was talking about earlier, the God's secret, which gives us 3 clues, right? So a correct interpretation of inventory stele. So stele, I need to do a little more research on. I don't know the most about the 3 clues, but when looking at the god Iris and engraved in one of the sculptures near the Sphinx, we see Patak Hanak, which means oh my god,
Hanak, yeah.
What does that mean?
I'm not familiar with Egyptian that well.
I used to know what that means.
I'm better with the language of the slaves than I am with the Egyptian language.
The slaves, hey, man.
Sorry,
We
black
never
people?
took them as slaves. No, he's not talking about black people. He's talking about the
No.
supposed
Hey,
slaves.
let's talk about the
You
slaves to
and me.
modern
Talking about English.
technology
He's
and
talking about us.
I'm talking about the Israelites.
No, I was talking about English,
Really?
English slaves.
English?
the English
Listen,
slave
this
language.
it comes from the Book of the Dead and fallen civilizations. Everything he's going to be talking about, it's got to do with the Book of the Dead, the Book of Kings, fallen civilization. Zep Tepi is the first time.
That's when they came down.
Okay.
We start on that shit. That's why I was wondering if we should
This
even
is-
get into this.
Well, this
No,
is
go ahead. Get into it.
it's
Shit.
No,
interesting, but it'll.
not
No.
for
I
the
mean,
live stream. It's not
for
for the
us to
live.
get into it,
Why not?
it
Mm.
it is an interesting topic. There's a lot of videos on it, but
Hey, why not
for
make your own fucking YouTube video on that?
Dude,
We're
it
talking
just
about
sounds
there's
like
always that
I mean,
possibility.
I
if you
think
don't
you're,
want
you're
to.
adding a lot of
Hey,
hostility to this
hey,
conversation.
Matt,
Nah,
if you
nah,
want
nah.
to,
He's
we can
cool.
do a private session on this with you and your buddy, and I'll invite Battle Mods
We
to
can
Oh,
go
we don't want to
Halo.
talk about Zep Tepi today.
we can go down to chill VC.
Yeah, I can stream
Yeah,
it if you want.
It's
I want to
okay.
know more about this. I don't know anything.
It's
So.
okay, man.
No, here, look. Is there anything about this
The
that, like,
group wants to
is there
move
anything
on. We
about
can
this?
move on.
Is there anything about
But
that
know that
topic
your
that
ancestors
YouTube
are
would be censoring?
disappointed.
No.
Not really.
Okay, then it can be talked about here. If there's
Well,
somebody who
it's
wants to talk
Helio's
about
live stream.
if there's somebody who wants to talk about flat Earth, though, we should talk about that first.
Yeah, because the topic is flat Earth. I mean,
Yeah, the point is though, Zep Tepi and the fallen civilizations all coincide with the flat Earth.
Yes.
Now you
For
will
example, the
call
god
them
of
heavenly gods, like the goddess Newt was the goddess of the dome, the goddess of the sky. So, but I would say these people were fallen from another land. They left their estate to come to ours.
Are the two new guys that just came in flat earthers?
That I don't
He
know.
said he said he's open minded. What'd you say, man? Go ahead, tell me.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well,
Go
I just said my yeah, I'm open minded. My beliefs I'm open to possible change.
You know, so before you get into the top, just a suggestion. A suggestion would be before you get into the topic of Zep Tepi, then maybe go through why you believe with someone about the spinning ball still, and kind of clear that away. People will respect what you say about anything else more if you're kind of on the level of it. That's all I'm saying.
So what do you believe? Tell me why you believe.
Well, I'll stop you right there. As far as belief goes, that's kind of a taboo word in here, as far as us believing in things, because this is kind of a objective perspective type arena.
Tell me what you scientifically see. I'm just fucking.
Yeah.
Yes, Josh.
It's more of a realization than anything.
Yeah,
But
totally.
if you haven't come to that realization yet, I'll send you some links. That'll help. Because there's a lot of links you can't find anymore just from like surface searches. Someone, Lou, I think you got Echo.
Yeah, man, Google censors that shit, bro. Like worse than Trump. I mean, it's crazy, man.
Hey, but so far we're good here. You can speak your mind. It's all good.
How do we feel about Afghanistan?
We already spoke our mind about
Conversation,
that.
man. We just had that conversation.
Yeah.
Like, I think that in fact, when you came
Don't
in,
get me started
I was
on
pretty
that.
sure that you had already heard it, and that was the reason you came in.
God dang.
I heard someone talking about making eggs during while having PTSD or something. That's all.
No, okay. Look, basically, anything that goes on the national news on any of the networks, whether it's Fox or CNN, it doesn't matter.
Fake news.
Like, and yeah, it is. The truth is nowhere near what they're telling you. Okay, like ever.
I agree.
Oh yeah,
I think you're spot on there.
Where are my fellow PCP addicts in here?
that's 100% true, actually.
PCP, dude, nah, smoker's lung, man. Sorry about that. I thought I was muted.
Well, I thought we were going to have some opinions from a couple of people that are new to the topic. Can you guys express yourselves here? That are new to the topic, talking about flat Earth, and
I think we should just send Biden to fight the leader of the Taliban.
No, fuck that. Send him to Frodo Station.
Anyway.
Biden needs to get
Oh,
sent to
man,
Frodo
I think-
Station.
Not Biden. I think we need to send Kamala.
Might want to be
I think
careful
Kamala
about
has a
threats
better
towards the
chance of
president
kicking.
in here. I'd suggest not making.
Come on, guys.
That's
it's
not a
getting to
threat.
be Hollywood and Vine with a traffic
I'm
jam in
making,
here.
I'm making
Hold on, dude.
a general.
Hold
That's
on,
what
dude.
this room is for. Come on, guys. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, what the room is for is civil conversation, bro. Wherein one person isn't talking over another. I know we're all excited and passionate, but can we please try to just wait till others are finished before we start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we all
that
realize
wasn't
some.
meant for you.
Yeah, we all realize that some bullshit's going on in the mainstream media, but for the most part, we want to keep this conversation on the shape of Earth, or if you think Earth has a shape or anything. I mean, if you're new here, ask us questions about it.
Could I just add before you guys get into it with them? I'm losing battery, but I'll just add that the reason that you might want to get that cleared away as far as the discussion on the flat Earth goes is it's not about the Earth being flat or spherical as much as it is about your discernment for other topics.
Sure,
and
of course.
what you might realize about the bigger deceptions. That's all.
Exactly. I mean, like once you see the world for what it is, or Earth for what it is, you'll be able to see through a lot of other deceptions that are thrown in front of your face every day. Yeah, of course.
So just before we carry on, just so there's no heated conflict down the road or tension, do we have any pronouns we need to get out of the way that I might
Yeah,
I don't know.
flat.
Do you have any?
Here, I got one. I got one. Flat Earther.
As
I
long
don't
as you're
mind
not
if
calling
you
people
call me a
dickheads,
flat
we're
earther,
cool.
but I don't think the Earth is flat.
No,
So how about that?
Around here,
Here we
nobody
say
plays.
Z.
Around here, nobody plays that game. You want to tell us that you want us,
Did
call
you
a
did
Z?
you just call me Zer?
Not gonna happen. Not.
Did you assume I'm liberal? I am not liberal. God damn it, I'm offended now.
Hey, that was a good one, though. That was really good. So let's come up with some other offensive terms that people might throw at us as flat earthers. Let's see.
I work for a living. Don't call me sir.
Retard. People call us retards because we don't think the Earth is a globe. And I don't call people.
Retard is not a pronoun.
Yeah, I mean,
Table that one.
All right,
I
so-
shorted for Virgin Galactic as much as I could because I mean.
All right, so let me think.
You say you still owe them money. That's a good thing.
No, I shorted them like in the stock market because the Earth is flat and they're all lying to us. So they're
I
gonna
actually have puts on all those companies.
Them bitches owe me money.
I'm currently holding on puts on them. and
I'm gonna find that some bitch and I'm gonna collect too.
I was able to get in the
Bitch
private
better
listing
have
of
my
SpaceX
money.
and short shares.
I'll take it out his ass.
If SpaceX goes public, buy puts.
You went to low Earth orbit today. I'm going to Uranus and I'm getting my money back. That's when I.
What about
Africa? How do you feel about SpaceX puts?
I mean, you should buy them if it goes public.
I don't know. It's not a very good movie.
What do you guys think
what
about
did he
Jeff
say?
Bezos?
What do you think about space exploits?
Well, I've seen better CGI on 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I mean, 100% of my portfolio, like
The
pretty much all my
low-budget,
life
crappy
I don't
movie.
think they know what puts are.
I thought space exploits were something to do with stacking your memory for overflow so you can hack programs.
No, he
We're
was
talking
talking
about
about, he was
I got a
talking about
question.
exploits.
Dude, I just
Sex
bought
Well, he
my
said
new.
SpaceX
I
truth.
just,
I was
no,
like, wait a
I
minute,
said
that's like
I said
he might have said
so.
SpaceX.
A put in the stock market is when you bet on a company going down, right? So I bought SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, fucking Lockheed Martin, and
Oh, Lockheed ain't going down.
and NASA. And I bought
Sounds pretty
puts on
smart,
them.
actually, if you
Yeah,
just recently did that,
I
because
bought
they're such a high
100%
right
of
now
them.
that they have to go down, right?
Yeah, 100%
Yeah,
of
they
my
actually have
portfolio.
to.
I'm playing the
A
long
little
game.
bit, yeah, but they ain't going down and under. Not Lockheed.
Once NASA is
They got too much
exposed to the
technology.
agenda they've been pushing on the American people, they will come crumbling down to the ground.
Oh my good boy.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know.
sorry, I was talking.
I wouldn't do the put option on them as like a long term, retirement plan or something. Like, just leave your money mingle.
Oh no, my Roth IRA is 100% consisted of space sector shorting.
I'm all into zero.
Because I don't think that the lie is going to be defeated anytime soon. I think they're
It's
gonna
okay.
continue it.
Just wait till Donald Trump comes back and exposes the NASA.
Nah, he's one of them too.
I don't think he's ever coming back, man.
Good on, dude.
Donald Trump.
Good on.
Trump is one of them, dude. He didn't.
Trump is a liar.
Yeah.
Just wait till he comes back. We're currently in the calm
what's
before the
really
storm.
weird
Oh
about
no,
this.
don't get Q-tarded on us here.
Yeah, I mean, here's what's really weird.
He said he never did drugs, and yes, he did.
Yeah, I mean, that's
what an
obviously.
ass.
Stop assuming my gender with that Q shit.
Did he break your heart after you voted for him?
Well, now I'm setting some prelating homosexual tendencies.
Well,
That
anyway,
boy
I mean,
gets hard over a vote. That's gay as hell. That's what I said.
I really
you're
wanted
talking
to
about
donate
voting.
to
Do
the
you think Biden's going to be elected for a second term?
I mean, I really
Absolutely
wanted
not.
to donate to the Flat Earth Foundation, but I mean, it sucked I couldn't.
Oh,
I don't even
donate.
think
The thing is,
Save your money. Save your money.
no, listen, just
I
listen.
can tell you right now, do not donate
No,
to
so
the Flat
I
Earth
wanted to, but my credit card got denied because I put all my
Hang on a
other
minute.
cash and donated to Black Lives Matter.
Don't tell anybody. I have a Flat Earth Foundation that I'm starting up. Totally donate to it. Please donate to my Flat Earth Foundation.
I think we should start a flat Earth Lives Matter movement.
Hey, this flat earther just wants to know if your mom's single. How good of a sandwich can she make?
Yeah, can that bitch fried? Can she make some fried cheese sandwiches and tomato soup and all that shit?
I mean, my mom's
she cook a
black, so
steak?
she can season chicken pretty good.
New perspectives. Why do you keep posting that
steak.
picture of that dude in a bikini? You could fit 4 of those heads on them shoulders,
Hey,
man. Look how long them arms are. Look at them man hands. Come on, dude.
Z's beautiful. Z's beautiful. Come on. No,
Oh
you know what? A lot
my-
of confusion.
oh my
a lot
God.
of confusion, and a lot of claims have been made about men being women and women being men, and I think a lot of them are true. But there's something going on with the estrogen.
All right. So
testosterone
who is
levels,
that?
and all of
Who
it-
is that
all
a
of baby-
picture of?
That's
Who
a
is that
fucking dude. You
Hold
see
on.
that square jaw?
Hold on, I'm asking
that's
new
a dude.
perspective.
That's a dude.
Who is that a
She
picture
does
of?
have a square jaw, dog. She does. That jaw is
He knows.
If it's
Hold
if
on.
that is a dude,
It's a whole lot
if it is
easier
a
to lay
dude,
it
it's
down.
cool being it's good enough.
If that's a
I'll
dude,
fuck with
I
that.
don't want to know it's a dude. I don't want to know.
Well, who is it? Who is it though?
I don't know.
Square as fuck, man.
Okay.
Nina Agdell.
What do you expect from a
it's
guy
not
called New Perspective?
Okay.
Agdell.
No, new perspective's been in the game
Well,
for,
so,
for a
guys,
minute, man. Don't worry about it.
How do you
He's
how
in
do
the
you guys
tranny
feel?
game.
How do you guys feel about the foreign
You want to know
policy?
how I got my name, by the way?
How do you guys feel about China's entry into the World Trade?
How long has it been since you watched mainstream news?
Well, I just think China is a big pusher of the
45 minutes.
non-flat Earth.
Yeah,
policy.
you were watching it tonight, weren't you?
You didn't even let him finish his question, but
I believe China pushes a lot of propaganda about the Earth not being flat. Another market that I've shorted, the HSI.
look, When it comes to politics, you're kind of in the wrong place here. Almost all of us are going to spend a lot of time telling you how it's a waste of time to get too wrapped up in it. None of that shit's real. It's all staged. Literally, it's all scripted, and the media's in on it. They all work with them.
So you guys aren't on the Trump train?
No.
I'm not on any political train, dude. Matter of fact, I don't even fuck with trains.
If you're not into politics, okay, vote with your money.
Well, the thing
do the tracks that the Trump train is on, do they account for curvature?
I mean, the thing that I just don't understand. I think COVID was a pandemic. You know, I think it was.
All
a
right,
fake-
let's
listen. Scientifically,
Okay,
scientifically
moderate
speaking,
that boy.
scientifically speaking,
Hey,
since
yo,
COVID,
wait,
You
no,
can't be
wait,
saying
no.
that.
I
You
got it,
can't
my
be
guy.
saying that in the live stream.
Well,
Right.
I'll say this.
I'm not
I'm
allowed to say
no,
that.
I won't gonna say.
It's
I'm
not a
gonna say what I was gonna
disagreement.
say.
It's not allowed to be said in a live stream.
Yeah, just
Right.
yeah. Let's not talk about the pandemic.
Well,
That
it goes
gets
it goes into the flat Earth theory though.
it
because
gets servers
It's
taken down
related,
too, and I got too many years into this damn server to let you take it down just because you want to talk about it.
Look, now you know. So if you want to talk about COVID, use like some kind of like code word, beat around the bush, like tiptoe around it. We'll all know what you're doing, but don't be like too blatant with it when you're in the live stream.
So Corona beers are so they're
Yes.
not airborne, right? So scientifically speaking, if the Earth was a sphere, it would only stay on the side of the Earth or angle that it's on, right? But if the Earth was flat, we all share the same environment and atmosphere.
Why would it stay on the
But
same
if
side?
everyone got a Lyme, they would be protected from the Corona beers.
Are there people in here who think the Earth is like they don't think it's flat, but they don't think it's round? They're like, I don't know what it is.
I mean, I think it's a
the thing
they them,
is-
but I don't know.
The thing is that the whole argument's kind of been misrepresented. If you're just kind of like on the surface still looking at it from any of the mainstream comments or even some of the supposed alternative sources, they've misrepresented the whole discussion. It's not about if it's flat or if it's spherical. It's about your base axiom, like your default reality is a stationary plane. We all only experience that anytime, ever, right? So that's your default reality, okay? It's not about defining the shape as if we could know what the whole thing looks like. That's ridiculous. Nobody knows what the whole thing looks like, right?
Yeah.
So if you think you're on a spinning ball, that's the belief. It's not a belief that it's a flat Earth. That's just the term that got pinned on it because it's the way that it's been represented in the mainstream, and it's a way of triggering people to get them to come in here and talk about it and think they know everything when they don't.
Hey, you know what? On top of that new perspective, flat earthers don't know what Earth is either. So you're like,
That's
a lot
what I'm
of
saying.
a lot of the Glovers would say like, "Show us your model." It's like, well, we don't have one. Well, there you go. I mean, why is it not a globe? If you guys don't have a model, it's like, what the fuck?
I got a Model T. I got a Model A and a Model T.
Those are sweet, man. Hey, man, send me one, bro. I'll fix it up.
Well, my brother's gonna
You got a rust
T-bucket the
bucket?
T, but the Model A is me. Yeah, I'm
Wow.
keeping that.
All right.
It's like since the flat earthers don't have a globe,
are you guys
don't have a
familiar-
model, it might as well be a globe.
Are you guys familiar with Project No Fly? It was triggered by the CIA back in a long time ago when we first started to see some shady action. Obviously, besides the fact that the CIA assassinated John F. Kennedy, but that's besides the point. So back in probably some point in the 90s, but I think it was between 1959 and like the 70s ish, the CIA had a plan to kill and confiscate more than half of the world's birds and flying animals. So they replaced them with surveillance drones, right? So part of the birds in the world.
You I started chuckling and you couldn't hold it back. You started laughing. You know you're trolling right now.
Nice try.
The silence is confirmation, by the way.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Because he's dying of laughter right now.
I'm not. I'm not dying of laughter.
Yeah, that's what the Autobahn Society is really up to.
Birds,
Right?
birds
It's how the
aren't
Nazis
real,
went
man.
underground. They're trying to control things, right? To the Autobahn Society, right?
It's sometimes it's hard to talk about this subject. It's not taken very seriously. I find it hard to take seriously, but
You know what? It's public knowledge.
You're not going to get more than one sentence out.
There's
with
proof
what
that
you're
the
talking
CIA.
about.
There's proof
You're
that the
not gonna-
CIA.
Can you go
First of
out
all-
and just start killing birds so that you can see the electronic stuff inside? That's what I want to see.
Well, the ones
Okay.
that
Can you do that for me, please?
electronic are smart.
Can you do that for me,
whole
please?
idea
They
of
avoid
birds
human
being fake was
contact.
put
Oh
out
my
there to
God.
make people look stupid, right? You realize that? You realize the whole idea of birds being fake was put out there to make conspiracy theorists sound stupid. Do you realize that? I think you do. I think that you think that's on the level with
Okay, so here's the fucked up part.
what
They
I'm doing
literally
is-
do have drones that look like birds and fucking bugs and shit like that.
That's
And-
different.
and-
That's
and
different.
the
Different
CIA
than
is
claiming
not-
that all birds are fake.
No, I said a third to half of the world's population of birds were taken out and poisoned, whether killed in certain various different
That's
ways.
true.
For the new world order to have a surveillance on people. I mean, the new world order. It's funded.
You guys,
George
real quick.
Soros is funding this whole organization.
So real
Are you
quick,
being funny to
we
say
know. One second. So it's public knowledge that the CIA is being involved with, basically responsible for the killing of a lot of people and
birds.
decoupling of many governments. So even the war on drugs, they're really deep. The war on drugs, the bringing the drugs to the U.S. and bringing it to the neighborhoods and protecting the people that brought the drugs to the streets of many nations. The CIA is involved in that too. It's
I
public
mean,
knowledge.
that's what happened in Afghanistan. I
If
mean,
it's
Afghanistan is
public
just one
knowledge-
big heroin. Afghanistan's one big heroin ring for the CIA.
Why would they release the knowledge? I think it's just to divert us.
Yeah,
No.
most likely.
That's the thing. It's like John McAfee, just like John McAfee. He was he was on the inside, and they killed him, bro.
See, now these are some of the surface
On the
level
inside or
things
the outside?
that we don't know. We don't even know that they killed.
He was on the inside as well at the outside at the
reason
same
they
time.
give you
As well. I thought it was the inside of the outside.
No, yeah.
So would you tell me
It
the
was
shape
the
of the
outside
Earth
of the
was?
inside.
So which specific birds?
Mainly pigeons. I mean, we look at the rock pigeon in of Colombia, Olivia, nation. I'm sorry, I can't speak. Origin, fuck. And
what
a lot of the pigeons in the world, as it used to be called, flying rats, would they were replaced out for these drones to like make get surveillance. To get surveillance.
Obama's chemtrails turned my reptilian overlord into a transvestite hooker. Yeah, like dead serious. Turned my reptilian overlord into a transvestite hooker, and like so I've got like firsthand experience with this. Like you're preaching to the choir here, man.
Exactly.
I think
did the CIA kill all the dodos birds? Because
you ever wonder why birds go on power lines? Because they're charging. Duh. Not that, and only certain only pigeons. Only pigeons.
How are they charging?
Only
Touching
pigeons.
part of the circuit.
Not cardinals. Not eagles.
Ooh.
Only pigeons.
Don't they have to touch both parts of the circuit for that to work?
Not when they're magnetically charged like your iPhone. They just need to stand on the line.
Are you sure they're not magically charged?
No, magnetically.
Can you take one for us and show us?
Well, if I was an electric bird drone sent by the CIA, I could. But I currently do not.
I'm going to cut you off again on purpose, just to be a little bit rude. I'm going to give you like 3 or 4 seconds to like just say goodbye. 2, 1, 0.
I'm sorry, baby.
Do robot birds feel pain?
Boy.
He's a robot. Doesn't
I
feel
don't know.
pain.
The documents are online. You can do a lot of research on your own.
Send me a PDF about the CIA killing the birds. Send it to me.
Yeah, explain why they had to kill the birds.
I can't stand
And
lying
did
piece
they
of
use
shit.
the meat to like feed people too, like food banks, or donate it to other places?
Can't stand feds.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's a fed.
I don't think he's a fed.
You
I think
got dis and disconnected him.
He's a fed, dude.
Yeah, he's putting his kids through college by talking to us.
He was fed posting, man.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose like because we all know that there are paid federal trolls, federally paid trolls like army trolls and shit like that. He might be one of those. Chances though are he's just a
He sounded
troll.
like he was just joking. You guys are like,
Well, yeah,
getting
he
at him.
is. The thing is he's clearly put a lot of research into this shit, but he doesn't believe in any of it. So why would somebody spend all that time? Like,
You know that
looking
this was
at
like an
all-
actual conspiracy, right?
I think
Yeah,
he
the
might
way he was
actually just believe it. It sounded like
No. That guy's
he
trolling.
was
Every
obviously
single thing he said
dropping-
was.
Oh, he was trolling, man.
He was
For sure.
conflating the idea of birds being fake with the craziness of thinking the Earth is flat. Without
He
saying
wanted this.
That's why he
Yeah.
was. That's why he was just going from one conspiracy to another, to another, to another. Like, and
That's why-
and all, for the most part, all ridiculous ones that none of us okay, I shouldn't say none. Scattered within our community, you're going to find people who agree with every single one of them.
That's why he
But-
began with the mystery
I
religion.
got something I want to tell you. You guys ever listened to or read any Dean Koontz novels?
You know what was the most suspect thing about that guy?
Dean
That he never
Koontz.
answered.
Oh, go ahead.
He never
Sorry,
answered.
James.
He never answered
Finish.
my question about the dodo bird. I
Yeah,
want
the
to
dodo
answer.
bird.
Yeah,
he's never
we'll get
answered that
Piche in here
question.
for that. We'll get Piche in here for the dodo.
That's suspicious as F.
Well, anyway,
It was a
curious.
dodo bird.
Check this
Still, the
out.
thing that-
I've been listening to audiobooks a lot lately while I'm at work. And this guy, Dean Koontz, I've been listening to a series that he has. And a spoiler alert, if you guys read Dean Koontz or whatever. But this
No, thank you.
novel. No, cool.
No,
But-
thank you.
No, thank you, meaning you don't want to hear. It has everything to do with what you guys were just talking about.
Okay.
Okay,
I want it.
cool.
Give it
So-
to me.
All right, cool. Spoiler
They were
alert.
talking about this when the Corona beer thing came up, right?
Dude, I mean, it has everything to do with.
should say
with
Mexican beer germ.
No, it really has to do with like some of the stuff we're not supposed to talk about, the jab or whatever. But this is a very popular author, and it just came up within the past couple of years. His fiction novels, and these corporations involved with government and how they could manipulate the population and spoiler, I guess. So it's
a
called
novel.
the Jane. It's a novel. It's a series. It's called the Jane Hawk series by Dean Koontz, and she is an FBI agent. Her husband was a colonel in the I think in the Marines or something. Anyway, he killed himself when he was anyway. So she knew that he would never kill himself, but she found him, like he slit his own throat in the bathroom, or whatever, in their home or whatever. And then she goes on this journey to figure out. She knew that he would not kill himself, and then so she like left the FBI and shit, and she goes undercover, like and
Helio,
like off
how
the
does
grid and
this-
shit.
How does this has to do with the dodo bird?
Well, she starts to figure out how these billionaires and governments are connected, and how they have they have this clandestine program to depopulate the earth to create a world through nanotechnology, and computer AI programs to who to eliminate so that they can be at the top and create themselves as gods over this thing using computer technology and everything. And so yeah, it's kind of it's a weird thing. I mean, it's a cool story, with Jane Hawk is the she's the rogue FBI agent, figuring all this shit that's going on, because there's all these a bunch of suicides, that people commit suicide when they're they're just regular people, and there's no reason for them to commit suicide, but they go to these certain conferences or whatever, and then they have these migraine headaches and everything. They were put to sleep and then injected with this thing that programs their brain, and the computer takes over their brain, and they commit suicide. Dean Koontz. Just look up Dean Koontz Jane Hawk series. I've been listening to that for the past few weeks. There's I don't know, I'm on the third book now. Good stuff. It's Koontz. Dean Koontz. I mean, you can laugh at it, but at one point in the book, and here's another spoiler, but whatever. At one point in the book, there's this whole town, and here's what they said: they got to take over this whole town with this injection that they had. They convinced them, to take this flu. It was the flu shot or whatever. It's like, everybody take the flu shot, and the ones that didn't take it, they eliminated. And so the whole town is completely controlled, and because they, the ones that took the shot got the brain implants. When they take the shot, they get like this this, I don't know I can't remember what it's called, but anyway, it just takes over their brain, and they can be controlled and told to do whatever they want. And also, I mean, there's a lot of different aspects to it. I mean, it's a series, and I mean, they have in the first book, it actually goes through. She finds out that that there's some elitists that can go to different places across America where they have women programmed, and they'll do whatever they want to do, sexual stuff, and it's a strange.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, I told you it's spoiler alert. I'm just saying, I don't think you guys are going to read it or listen to it, but this is weird. And then, like in the third book, they were talking about this whole town they took over because they were talking to, hey, well, there's this virus going around, and they try to convince everybody to take the flu shot, but it's really that shot that's going to implant the freaking nanobots in their brain so they can control the whole fucking town, Anyway.
It's awesome how we kicked that guy out because he was trying to lead us down paths like this, and then we just did it without his help.
Well, hey, I'm just telling you, this is what's in mainstream, and Dean Koontz is a freaking author. They make Hollywood movies after authors like this. The story's out there, bro. This is what they. I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you, this is a fictional story from a popular author.
Tell him.
fucking truth, man. Tell me, it's the fucking truth.
I'm not saying it's the truth. I'm just saying, whatever.
Yeah, bro.
He has to know, bro.
Like I said, I'm a huge fan of fiction, but this is what, it's fiction.
Clearly,
reality,
clearly. And then you're spouting it like it could be fact. It's fiction, but it could be real, man.
Well, I mean, you tell me. I mean, this is what.
Hey, man, the dodo bird went extinct, so them killing the birds, it doesn't sound too far fetched to me.
I don't know.
All those 5G towers.
You guys need to
messing around with the
realize
birds.
how crazy we look to most people, and like try to minimize that a little bit. Like, don't look extra crazy for them when they show up. Like, fucking.
All right. So when I give
right?
Listen, one of the most popular authors in America writes stuff like this, and I show what he's writing. So I'm crazy for just giving the narrative that he points out. I guess I'm crazy. I mean, I could bring up a lot of other great authors that point out some other things. I mean, it's. I'm just telling you. It's just like I happened to come across this stuff for some reason. Like, what's the guy's name that does the what was that 888 that thing in Georgia where Russia invaded Georgia, and it was part of it was Tom Clancy. There's so many shit that's predicted in Tom Clancy novels. That's just been going on for a long time from these major authors.
And I like fringe stuff too.
This isn't fringe.
Everything that's fringe is like it's a type of entertainment, and a lot of the stuff that a lot of people talk about in here is just fringe shit. It's not based off of evidence. It's like somebody thought of something that I could see that being the case. There's no evidence to back it though. And that's most of what conspiracy theory is. And that's how we get pinned down as a conspiracy theory. Flat Earth really isn't a conspiracy theory. The nature of the Earth has nothing to do with conspiracy or not. It right? Like the theory when conspiracy theory fits in is like it's about, well, how did they lie? Who's lying and for what reasons? That's conspiracy theory. And all of this other bullshit that you guys are talking about, like, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about for the last time. But
no, Lou, I totally get that. Yeah, I'm totally on board with that.
It's not verifiable. It's not important here.
No, I get that. But like with the Tom Clancy thing, the 888 Georgia thing, that was predicted in a video game. And anyway, whatever.
I do have to confess though. One morning I just couldn't sleep. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning when I heard this bird outside just going cheep, 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 cheep. I mean that's all I heard for at least 4 hours.
And then it went, "You've got mail."
No, I pulled out my BB gun that only has one shot, but you can pump it like 200 times and make it go like a bullet.
Well, hey,
Took
don't
one
shoot
shot,
me.
and he's done. Sorry, he's done. It's my confession. He's done.
Poor birdie.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
it
don't
was.
feel
Poor birdie.
ashamed
I
for
felt
me.
so bad about it, but I could not fucking sleep.
Shit, I'll shoot a blackbird flying at fucking 1,000 yards with my 22 Swift or my 308. Don't bug me.
I hope you pumped it many times.
I pulled out the BB gun because it
1,000 yards.
it doesn't make noise with the BB gun.
All I'm doing is protecting my dog.
I live in the country. I ain't worried about noise.
It doesn't make noise so much with the
Owls are
suppressor
known
either.
for taking small dogs.
Oh, we got a new guy in the house. Coder 999.
What's known for taking small dogs, coyotes?
Fucking deafened.
No, owls.
Owls, yeah.
And there's been
Upside
two
down,
screech
it's
owls just kicking it
666
around
Red
here.
Hawk.
We got barn owls, man.
Yeah, this is a screech owl. I
I
mean,
don't have
it's
to worry about them fucking with my dog, though. There's plenty of, rats out here. I got corn silos,
yeah. Well, I have a small toy poodle, and he's barely
Deer.
bigger than a rabbit. And I see these
Yeah.
things taking rabbits all the time.
Oh, yeah, that's a fucking meal. They'll take a toy poodle. I got pit bulls.
Yeah.
I'll be in for a fight. He grabs my pit.
I've seen
Especially
those
the
owls like take out eagles too.
Yeah. Dude, shit, my pet, my boy, not my daughter's boy. He's damn near 60 pounds. He's a fat ass. But he can still chase down a wild coyote and catch him. I'm impressed. But if an owl tried to fly away with him, that dog probably laugh at him. He fucks with turkeys. Them turkeys are pretty big, but he got cut up a couple times trying to attack the turkeys. So now he just wanders through the crowd of them and watches them spread. Sometimes he'll chase them and make them fly away, but he don't get close enough. They can beat his ass. He knows. They got a bone in the elbow of their wings. On both sides, they got razors, dude. They're like a switchblade razor knife. Yeah, they can. A turkey can fuck you up.
I didn't know that shit, man.
Yeah, I
They
told
just
my
roam the streets over here.
hell no. Be careful fucking with them, dude.
Oh shit.
My brother got all drunk one night and he says, "Hey, I need a turkey for Thanksgiving. I don't want to buy one. I'm gonna go grab one." So I tried to give him. I give him the bow and arrow.
Love your brother already.
Yeah, I give him the bow and arrow. I said, "Here, go get you one." He said, "Oh, I don't need that shit." I said, "Hey, he come back in the barn. He had a turkey. He snapped his neck and shit, brought it in. He said, "I told you I was a bad son bitch." I said, "Go in the bathroom and look in the mirror, bro. You're bleeding all over, man. We got to go to the ER. You need stitches." He was like, I heard him from the bathroom, like, "Holy shit!"
It's fucking hysterical. I was playing a game years ago.
It's fucked up, man.
I was playing a game years ago that was called Don't Starve, and like, it's a survival game where like, you're just dropped off in a randomly generated world, and like you're
Yeah.
given, sticks and berries and grass and whatever else, and there's in the very beginning, like you have to get just the basic essentials so that you can make an axe and cut down a tree and start building, but there's these fucking turkeys that it's called Don't Starve for a reason. You're always, especially in the beginning, like you're at the brink of starvation, and you have to balance like your hunger with your sanity and your health. So like you can bleed out a little bit. You have a bleed health, but you also have a sanity meter. So like the more bullshit you run into, or like the hungrier you are, the faster your sanity meter goes down. Anyway, this game was a ton of fun. I want to get back into playing it. But they have these fucking turkeys that at sunset, when you're always running, trying to grab something to eat right before sunset so that you can start a fire and cook. Because if you don't have a fire, you go insane also, like really fast. Anyway, but these damn turkeys are always racing ahead and stealing your berries. And I was like thinking, I'm like, man, and we around here, just like you, we got lots of turkeys. And I was joking with a friend. I'm like, fuck that. I feel like you could just, these dumbass turkeys are everywhere. I feel like I just grab them by the neck and just take it home, and he's like just laughing at me like, good luck. but say your brother jumping on the turkey, it's like exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, I think I could probably just take it.
Oh,
I
he
think
just
I
run
could-
up. He run up and grab it by the neck, dude, and it flapped its wings about 15 times before it snapped his neck, and everyone was a slice to his face or his shoulder. Tore his shirt up, and he didn't even realize it. I was like,
Oh
dude,
man, that's funny.
He said, I didn't know that. I said, yeah, that's why. See, my dad always told us when we were kids, don't fuck with them, just go out there and shoot them with the bow. He never said why. I had to learn why when my dog got tore up by, I was like, what the hell happened to you? And the veterinarian girl was like, oh, he tried to fuck with one of them turkeys.
Do you guys have Canada geese where you live? There's a lot of Canada geese here in the Northwest, and you can walk right up to these things. Like, if you wanted, you could grab 5 at once if you wanted.
Are you talking about geese?
A geese will,
Yeah,
a
full-size
goose will
Canada
fuck
geese.
you up.
They're
dude.
just as big as turkeys. Actually, I
A
think they're
goose will
bigger than
fuck
most
you up.
turkeys.
You don't want to let a goose loose about your hoose, nonetheless a moose.
Hey, they'll kick your roost.
Yeah.
Say a goose,
Don't you know?
goose.
They will.
Listen, dude, we got geese down by the river, Canadian geese. My fucking pit bull won't go down there and go fishing when the motherfuckers are out there. Geese are fucking mean, dude.
Yeah.
They will bite your ass like a pit and shake. You drop. They got that long neck too, man. They're like pow, and you don't even think you think he's not close enough, and bam, you got beak marks on your ass cheeks.
They got claws on their wings too, don't they?
Yeah, them things are fucking mean, dude.
Do they have claws on their wings?
They're fucking foul, man.
Chickens
Foul.
got claws on their wings.
Yeah, they shit all over the damn riverbed. And when I see them down there, I get M80s, dude. I get these fucking quarter sticks of dynamite, and I'll go down there and fling them motherfuckers at them with a wrist rocket. Get the fuck on, bitch.
So we got like this old this apartment complex or condos, or probably condos, because it's almost all old people and it's along the river, and they got geese all over, and these fucking geese go out in the road, and like these assholes in the morning will like stop and sit there and just like wait for the fucking geese to like take their sweet ass time. They'll just sit there. I'll be like, fuck that. I'll just freaking go right around the other cars and like just I'll slow down so the geese move, but they fucking move. I'm not gonna run it over in front of somebody. I'll get the cops called on me, but like it's like, fuck you. You're not gonna. What do you mean? What are you doing waiting for the goddamn goose? Fucking honk your horn and just keep going. Go slow and make it move. Fucking dumb fucker. It's a goddamn. It's a fucking goose. There's nothing. It's not like it's a bald eagle.
Now, don't get me wrong. Some people, man, geese will let them fuck with them and pet them and feed them and all that shit. But if they don't like you, man, get the fuck on.
I like them sandhill cranes though. You got them a lot by you?
No, we do, but they're never by shore where a human can get to them. They're usually way out.
Here, like we have them around here almost like turkeys. They just walk our sidewalks and shit.
Really? Damn. The only time I see them is out in the swamp.
Yeah, no, like I've literally like walked side by side with my daughter, which I realized while I was doing it, I'm like, I shouldn't have my daughter here while doing this. Like, but she was, I was walking like 10 feet away with a couple of sandhill cranes that stood as tall as I am almost, like nearly as tall as me. Big ass birds. And I'm like 10 feet away from them. And I started mocking their calls, and they were calling back and shit and just walking with me. And yeah.
Yeah, I usually see them out when I'm fishing. I've had one take my fish right off the line. I could see the hook in his mouth and shit, so I just jerked it. Like, yeah, you can get half the fish, but I'm taking that hook back so you don't kill yourself. Holding a head. But hey, I saved that for catfishing, Waste not, want not.
The guys at work, actually, the guy I've been working with the longest, he likes to laugh because multiple times he calls me Snow White sometimes. because he's seen at least twice birds just land on my head and chill there,
Really?
Yeah, like I where like one time I
You're
was
one of them people, huh? Birds just fly up and land on your fucking head. Like, what's up, dude?
yeah, sometimes not often, but it's happened from time to time. Yeah.
I ain't never had that happen. Of course, they know better out here. They see what I do to them crows when they're out there by the cornfield. The birds around you pay attention. Hey, Ronnie the crow just poofed and disappeared. Nothing but feathers, man. And don't fuck with that farmer now.
Yeah, they
Stay
laugh.
away from,
They laugh
stay away
also.
from that
'Cause I'm
corn.
like, they call me the dog whisperer also because the dogs are always yapping at everybody like or whatever. Like they'll most often they'll. Most recently, this was just like 2 days ago. Like there was a little dog and a big dog in the
Yeah.
house, and
I,
the little
I
dog
can,
didn't like anybody. And I was working right next to the door and didn't even know it. But that little dog that yaps at everybody when he sees it was just right there chilling next to the window staring at me. And the other guys
yeah,
were like, "Hey,
I
look,
can pet the meanest dog, dude, but I've never had a bird land on me. That's crazy. My niece came out here the other day, and I got cardinals, right, that hang out my lilac tree. And I got blue jays, and they get the hell on when people come around there. Well, my garden was my dad's garden for my mom, and my niece, that it's grandma's garden, so she likes to go out there and tend it. But the fucking cardinal came down and just landed on her shoulder, dude, and started chirping to her and shit. My daughter got pictures of it. I thought that was crazy. Hey, maybe they'd
yeah."
chill with you if you came out here.
Right.
That
Dude,
that's not
the one
normal.
time, the reason why he really fucking calls me that is because I was literally we both showed up with our trucks in the morning to start the job, and normally we'll sit in our trucks or chat for a couple minutes before we get going. I'm sure you know the drill.
That's
But
not normal, dude. That birds are comfortable with you.
well, anyway, I went to his truck and I was standing outside of his truck was still running because I was there ahead of him, and I was standing outside of his driver's window while his truck was still running. And right there, while I was like 2 feet away from him, leaning on his truck, the bird came up, landed on my hat, and I just like sat still, and so did he. And it chilled there for like 30 seconds, and like we didn't say anything or move. And then when it finally flew off, he was like, "I'm glad you didn't move, dude. That was awesome." He was like,
That is, dude. I would enjoy that.
"Yeah."
You know how many birds that I've had to sneak in the woods to get a picture of them? Here's this motherfucker just got birds landing on his hat. Fuck you. I'm serious, man. The good camera I got is because you usually gotta see them far away.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of bird watchers out there that would be jealous of that, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Animals are cool with me, dude. Any animal I can approach it and they just sense, yeah, this is the cool guy. He's not gonna fuck with me. But I've never attracted birds, and I actually would be jealous of that because birds are less threatening. I'm the guy that, I go out to your farm and all of a sudden your bull's up by the fence just looking at me like, what's up, guy? Something about you seems weird, you know?
I don't
So,
know. I think I feel like, and this is all complete speculation, but like I'm entwined with a whole lot of all of this, like seeing the world crumble in around me, and for some reason I'm like, it's like stupid how like relaxed I am with it most of the time, and like
yeah,
I don't know, it kind of feels like it's one of those, just like my just go with it, like I'm the dude kind of mentality, like. And maybe that's why animals are comfortable with it.
yeah, I hear you. I had hypertension, and it used to be kind of hard for me to approach some mean dogs. But when I changed my diet to get my blood pressure under control, any dog now, I don't care if they're growling. I can just talk to them like, yeah, whatever, boy. I got some food for you. Come on. I'll throw them a piece of jerky and bam, it's on. I can mean pit bulls. I seen a cop trying to get a pit bull one day in the city, so I just pulled over and I was like, "Hey, come here, boy, get in the truck." And I threw a piece of venison out there, jerky. He ate it, jumped in the truck, and the cop's like, "Is that your dog?" I was like, "No, but if you're gonna take it to the pound where they're gonna put him down, I'll take him home and find him a home." But we also have a web page for my town for missing pets and found pets. And I posted him on that web page, and within 15 minutes, somebody said, "Dude, that's my dog." He said, "Where you at?" And I told him, "Well, I'm way out here in the country." He said, "Man, I can't get out there." I was like, "Dude, I'll bring your dog back." That's
I
why.
mean, you can't get out there. Your dog did. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I drove the dog out here,
Oh
Lou.
yeah, yeah.
You know, I was like, "Man, I'm bringing your dog back." Shit. I brought his dog back, and it's a mean pit, dude. I put it in the back seat with 2 other pits and put them all in safety sitters and seat belted them in and just cruised through town. And this old lady's staring at me and shit like it was a Sunday, like she just got out of church and she
Bro,
just kept looking at the dog.
you know my dog that passed like probably almost 2 years ago now, but like I loved that dog. My bulldog. She was the best
Yeah.
car dog, dude. She would like get in that passenger seat and mock me. She would like lay back
Yeah.
with her back against the seat and head against the headrest and just chill, like just
Yeah,
staring out
my
the
fat
front
boy does
window.
that.
And
If I tilt the seat back, he leans down to where his legs are out and his shit's hanging and shit. I'll look at people out the window, and the dog turns and puts his nose on the window and looks at him. I've
Yeah.
had cops honk the horn and laugh and wave, old people. But
Yeah,
dude, I got pulled.
just as long as she was in the car, like I would go to the gas station, and leave her, and like one time I went into the gas station and the cashier was looking, just laughing, and thought it was a stuffed dog or something, like
Yeah.
because she was just sitting there so chill, just like perfectly still, like I like it was, and
I'll do it with.
she goes, is your dog belted in? I'm like, no, she
Yeah,
just sits like that.
I do. You know what a safety sitter is? It's a harness and it's got a strap down the back of it. And when you put the seatbelt through it, it makes it to where they can't get out of the seatbelt and they're seat belted in. So they just have to sit there. And I pull up to the gas station and leave all the windows open on the truck, 3 bulldogs in there. And people pull up, look like they're nervous to get out their car and shit. And I come over, like there was not to pick on black people, I got black cousins, but there was a whole black family, and they're like, "Hey man, what's up with your dogs?" I was like, "Oh, they're all seat belted in." And he's like, "Yeah." And he got out and stood there, and the dog just kept smiling at him. And he's like, "Are your dogs mean?" I was like, "No." I walked up there. I said, let him pet you,
Oh,
Kilo."
they're tough, but they're not mean. No, big
No,
love.
he's big. He's a big fat boy, man. He's all smiles. He smile. If you're gonna pet him, he'll smile big as shit for you. He loves attention. He's an attention slut.
Yeah. Bulldogs, like all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you teach them to be mean, they're not mean. If you make them lovers, they're fucking aggressive lovers. They'll
Yes.
go up to
Oh
your
no,
people.
ridiculous. Like they'll pin you down to lick you to death.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude, listen. Mine, if he smells, I've taught him the difference between fear and anger. You know? And if he smells,
does yours know wrestling moves like arm bars and shit like that?
no, but he'll lay all over you. But listen, if he smells you're scared, he'll come up and rub his butt all over you.
She
He,
had
he won't.
like pinning moves where she would like pin your arms so that she could like hold it down while she got to move back on you. Yeah, it was crazy. Like
Here, I'll show you this picture. I had the phone one day, and I was trying to get him to do a picture, and he wouldn't do it. And I finally said, "Man, I'll give you a donut if you fucking pose for a picture, right?" And I got this picture.
Video game.
Let me find it. But he's basically got his tongue sticking out. He's like, "Yeah, donut? Hell yeah." My
Yeah.
mic sound better now that I'm on the hot spot?
you sound pretty I mean, you're not chopping or legging, but you sound pretty much the same otherwise.
What is it, low?
No, you sound good.
Oh, all right.
Like it doesn't sound like, I don't know. I've never been impressed with the quality. Like it sounds almost a little staticky or something. Like it doesn't sound live.
Yeah, it's a shitty mic. Look, this is him. I said, I give you a fucking donut if you pose for this damn photo. He licked his lip. You say donut? I'll take a donut.
Last fall was the most recent. I had a mourning dove come and land on me for just a second. He touched down and then I moved and it flew off. But yeah, that was so I don't know. I've had it
That's
probably
cool.
3
Dude,
times.
mourning doves are really shy of people, birds too. I'm
Yeah,
fucking
well,
jealous now.
yeah, I had a morning dove for just a second. The other one was some type of it was a small bird, like a finch type bird. I don't know, the one that chilled for like a minute.
A
Like
field bird.
yeah, it was one of them little ones. It just like hung out. It was cool. That was a really cool one.
And see, he got a big old head, dude. If you put a man-sized hat on that motherfucker, it don't fit. He's a beast. But he's a fucking lover. If he smells fear on you, dude, he starts rubbing his face and his ass all over you. He'll keep hitting you with his butt until you smack his butt.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't like you being scared of him. He's like, just pet my butt, boy. Pet my butt, and you'll
Hey,
see.
just smack my ass a little. Come on, I like it.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
it.
And you smack his ass, boy, and he'll smile ear to fucking ear.
Dogs love their ass being smacked. They do. Like that's why people be like, don't hit the dog. The thing is if you don't hit it hard enough, they like it too much. Like
Yeah. He's one of them. He loves it. His ass goes low and it shakes. He's like, do it again. Do it again. Don't stop. He's kind of funny though. You see how his nose is red? When he gets real hot and shit, his nose will turn black.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that with too many red.
It looks
Too
more
many.
brown, like than red, but yeah, it goes from like brown to black.
Yeah, I haven't seen that with too many red noses, but he's one of them. You can tell his mood. He's either overheated if his nose is getting real dark, or he's pissed off. Like the cat smacked him one day, right? And cut his nose from side to side, and he was mad as hell. And I kept yelling at him, stop, stop. And I picked the cat up and threw it and let it run up the stairs, right? And he just stared at me like, do you see this fucking nose? Do you see this, man? He was bleeding and shit. I was like, yeah, I see it. I want to tend to it. I want to make it stop bleeding. So he just sat there. And he let me hold a rag on it till it quit bleeding and shit. And then he stuck his nose right on mine and looked me in the eye like, you see what that bitch did to mine? Your damn cat did that. That shit was funny as hell. I was like, you need to calm down. You scared the cat. He just looked at me like, are you?
Making it more of like, I love you. You protected me from that vicious cat.
Yeah, that's what he was. I said, you scared the cat. And he gave me the look like, that bitch scared me. Went all razor knife on me and shit, Dad. He cracks me up. People think they're so mean. There's only certain instances where you really know he's a pit. Well, he's not a pit. He's a bull terrier.
Right.
But there's only so many times.
Yeah, he's got that pit look. Whatever.
Yeah,
He's definitely got that same breeding in him. Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, unless you try to harm one of his animals or his daughter, my daughter. I mean, he's been around since he was born. That's our baby. And if you try to do that, then you'll hear him sound like a fucking pit.
Well, and see, that's the similarities too between the type of dogs that you have and the type of dog that I'm talking about that I lost, a couple of years ago. Like,
Family dog.
Like, well, she was. See, my bulldog. It was a. You'll remember me telling you the story. It was the Old English Bulldog, which is a new breed that started in the 70s.
Yeah,
Where it was,
I know.
It's 50% Old English or 50% English Bulldog with pit bull, boxer, and bull mastiff. So yeah, it's a really cool breed.
Well, that's a big damn bulldog.
Yeah, it is. It's an athletic fucking bulldog, is what that is. Holy shit! A pit bull, boxer, bull mastiff, English bulldog. Yeah, they're sick.
That's a big. Yeah, my buddy raises them boxers, man. He really likes them, and they're real majestic looking, but they're wimps, dude. I like them dogs. They're beautiful dogs, but some shit happens, and they're gonna hide behind you.
I found, look, my family's always had big dogs, and the bigger they are, the less tough they think they are. But it doesn't really matter. Even the little dog that yaps and the big dog who howls, like they're just barking at the wind mostly. They're just trying to get your attention, and they're gonna back you up, but you're going first.
Yeah, dude, that old guy I tell you about that rides his Harley around in his speedos next door. He's got a Neapolitan English Bull Mastiff, a big fucker. It's got its own damn love seat. That fucker comes over and plays with my dog all the time, but it likes to lay around, and my dog's hyper. But that sumbitch is so big. The police came out here, and he was more scared of the fucking bull mastiff than he was, the pitty. He was petting the pit like, "Hey, what's up, pretty boy?" And he was nervous of the mastiff. I was like, "Dude, that fucking mastiff's a big baby, dude. Reach out and pat him on the head. That motherfucker ain't mean."
No matter what the dog, no matter what the size, no matter what the breed, when it comes to like anything that they could be afraid of. So like for a Yorkie, maybe it's the wind, like
yeah.
For like for for a pit bull, maybe they just, maybe got a pussy pit bull, and every time he sees something move, they're gonna run behind you and alert you to something happening, and they're gonna back you up and kind of bark and huff and puff. Ooh, I'm tough. Ooh, I'm tough. But they're getting behind you. Why? Because you're the alpha. They've accepted you as the alpha. So like they're doing their job. They're coming to the alpha. You're the big strong one. You're the one who has to go and take care of it. If somebody fucks with you, they're gonna back you up. They're gonna, but it's your job to lead them in there.
Yeah. My mom used to have them Yorkshires and them fucking little Yorkie. She had like 4 lap dogs, dude. I hated them sons of bitches. I go in, and put my hand on her recliner and lean over to give her a kiss on the cheek goodnight. And her goddamn little ankle biters would just start nipping my hands. And they'd all be sleeping. Next thing you know, they're all chewing my ankles. Like, damn, Ma, get your fucking. And them damn. What are them chihuahuas? Motherfuckers look like a bat with no wings when they're pissed off, dude. They got fangs, like 3-inch fangs and shit.
Bro, that's it, man. Those are the dogs. Those are the only dogs that fucking bit me. Fucking
Yeah, them little bastards. Yeah, them little
Fucking
bastards
assholes, man.
scare me more than a big dog. Them motherfuckers.
Yep, dude. I swear, whenever I see a little dog, I back the fuck up, man, because it's the owner, right? They think they can treat him like a cat. No, man, it's still a fucking dog. You can't let it,
Yeah.
get away with
Listen,
stupid shit.
they got the little guys complex. You come in the house, you're looking around, you look over, You make eye contact with the fucking Chihuahua, and he's like, "What you looking at, bitch? You think you can?
Right,
You
right,
think you
man.
can take me? What? I'm a little bitch? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm a little bitch here." Next thing you know, you're getting chased
Jeez.
off by the littlest
Yep.
rat you ever seen in your
Well,
life. Like, hey,
see
get
that
your killer, man.
it's all for a reason too, though, because see, like terriers were literally bred like they're the small dogs. They're the Chihuahua you're talking about. Any toy breed is bred with a terrier of some type. That's what keeps them small, and they were bred literally for thousands of years,
Vermin, right?
just for killing vermin. Yes, just
Vermin,
for
yeah.
killing vermin.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so yes, they have a killer instinct, the most killer instinct of all canine breeds. So like, but they're tiny. So for us, it's laughable. It's like, look at how tough that little fucker is. I could punt him across the yard. Like,
No, I fucking hate them, man. I don't like them at all. They're just. It's the owner. Honestly,
that's the
I've
thing.
met one cool ass fucking Chihuahua. He was turbo. He
That's
was
the thing,
cool as
though.
fuck.
That's the problem that people have, though, with Mike's pit bulls, is because they also are a terrier breed, but they're much bigger.
Yeah.
And they have that killer instinct.
Okay.
So that's the issue with the bigger terriers.
Never had any problems with them. It's only the
Look
fucking
at him.
Chihuahuas, man.
Look at that little bastard. Tell me you wouldn't get scared. You be putting your hands in your pockets like, boy, I ain't doing nothing. Shit, I didn't say you was little.
Oh, yeah, fuck that shit, man. I'm
Get your
rigid, man. Look at that.
ma, get your dog.
Right, yeah, I ain't touching that shit, man. I was gonna bust out my cat. I was like, here, take care of this shit.
Ma used to try to hand him to me and say, put him outside. And the motherfucker would do that shit to me, and I'd be like, oh no, Mom. I'd be like, fuck
I
no.
like
She'd be
the
like,
fingers. Yeah, fuck that
she'd be like,
shit.
don't you curse at me. I'm like, Mom, will you look at that damn thing? Oh, he's just a baby. The hell he
He's
is.
just a baby, right.
Your baby's gonna rip me a new a-hole. I used to hate that fucking dog, man, and them Yorkie.
I fucking don't
The
like him,
Yorkie.
man. I hate him.
Look, the Yorkie would just start yipping like it just got hurt. And she had this little fucking wiener dog. And all you
Oh
had to
my
do
God.
was stomp your foot, and you could hear him running through the house all the way to my dad. Yark, ark, 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 ark. And the Chihuahua would be pissed. Bitch, you just scared my boyfriend. That's it. It's on. You know? I wake up in the middle of the night and that little motherfucker's outside my door, and I'm like, God, man, I just wanted to go to the fucking bathroom. They were my mom's
Damn.
snitches. I used to tell my ex-wife when we were in high school, I'd say, meet me out by the river at 11. I go out the door at 11 and there's a fucking Chihuahua. I'd be like, God damn, my mom's snitches are on duty. I'd be climbing out the roof, jumping over to this oak tree. Then my mom was like, your boy's sneaking out by that tree. Cut that damn tree down. And my dad gives me the saw. Well, go cut that fucking tree down, boy. Your mom said so. Fuck. I tried to build her.
And use this dull hatchet to do it.
Yeah, I tried to build her this, put roses over there and build this big lattice thing. And she was like, oh, hell no, boy. You're just trying to build you a ladder. I was like, damn it. Damn it. I got a ladder. My brother he worked for a demolition crew where they cut down these old buildings. And in the 60s and 70s, they had these metal boxes that sit outside your window. You reach out there and pull a lever in the case of a fire, and a big roll out fucking chain
Drops.
ladder comes out. Yep, my brother got me one of them. He said, here, bro, I hooked
Nice.
you up. I said, nice. Good looking, bro. He was already living in the camper in the backyard. He was like, I don't know how you live in the house with mom and dad. You know, you can get a camper. Neighbors got one for $75. I tried it.
nice.
My mom was like, you're only 17. I'm like, Mom, I'm going to the Marine Corps in 6 months. Can I live in the trailer in the backyard or not? What the fuck? I want to get laid before I go. Not in my property. Hey, that's what, listen. Yeah, when you're the youngest, they don't want to make the mistakes with you that they made with everybody else. And apparently, it was a mistake to let my brother live in the backyard at 22. You know, I thought, oh my God, you are over. That's why I went to the Corps. My parents was overbearing.
Hey,
Like
I
they raised a let.
want to change topics. Something that I thought of. You know when I said something about chopping down a tree with a dull hatchet?
Yeah.
Like I've been watching some videos also. Like somehow I got stuck in watching like once in a while I watch like these Canadians chopping down trees. Like that's just what they. That's what I don't know. For some,
Yeah.
so like um. Anyway, though, I got to thinking like kind of mud flood related, like or you know Tartaria shit. Like, look at how much we logged this country.
Yeah.
Before the invention of like power tools, like
Hey, have you
before the chainsaw existed.
have you seen that No Ancient Forest? You looked into that shit.
Oh,
Have you
in
seen?
the world would you chop all those trees down, oaks and
Have you
maples
seen
and
how
hardwoods
big they were? How
with fucking axes? How the fuck and two-man like saws like
Stubborn assholes,
yeah.
man. That's what's up.
oh
Big ass tree, he'll take it down.
once you take it down, then what do you do with it? You gotta fucking
Oh
limb that.
no, lots
You
of
gotta
wood.
limb that fucker. You gotta fucking chop it into reasonable pieces so you can move it. You gotta fucking
We'll,
move
we'll,
it
we'll
through the
think
fucking
about that
wood.
later. Let's just chop it.
You gotta move it.
It's fucked up, man.
We used a lot of fucking wood.
Yeah.
Here, look at this, Lou. Look at this root system.
Dude,
Imagine it.
I mean, I watch
That
these videos of guys doing
that
it
was cut with it.
I watch these
That's
videos of guys doing it
crazy, man.
with like 40-inch fucking chainsaws and shit.
Yeah.
And that's a huge process. Like
Dude, I got a bunch of them. I got a bunch of them old antique two-man saws. My grandpa used to collect them, dude. I got one that's like almost 30 foot long. And I'm wondering, it hangs on the side of the barn. I'm like, every time I look at it, I think, what the fuck are you cutting with that? What the fuck? It's more like a 4-man or 6-man saw, you know what I mean?
Damn, yeah.
It's fucking 30 foot long, dude. How big would the fucking tree have to be?
Wow,
The
that's
the
crazy,
damn
man.
the teeth on
Sharpening the
it.
fucking thing will take forever. Just
Yeah,
damn.
well, not nowadays with an electric grinder, but back in the day
Oh
with a
yeah,
file,
but
yeah.
right. Yep.
So, but the
Or
damn teeth
stone every fucking
here is
tooth or something.
the teeth are as big as my hand. The saw teeth. Imagine how big of a motherfucker it would take to work that, dude. I
Right.
can't see
It
that this
grabs the
30.
tree and just you can't move it. Right. He's like, what the fuck?
There's been
Right.
a lot of times I've heard people talk about giants and there ain't no real forests on the. I get up 5 in the morning to go shovel shit, and I'm looking at this. Well, maybe the Nephilim was using that fucking saw. You know, hey, what do I know? My grandfather said he found it in one of the fields when he was plowing the field.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you took like all of the world's current like loggers, the best and most skilled at using the biggest chainsaws and lumbering equipment, like I don't think it holds shit to what they were doing in like the mid 1800s for logging with simple fucking axes and saws. Like it, all of the most of what we actually like cut down today is it's new growth. It's after the old growth that they chopped down. They cleared tons of shit.
Oh shit! Look,
they cleared most of the country of all of its like old growth and hardwood, right? And
look, I found a picture that's
since then
comparable to it.
they replanted trees, let them grow, and now they're cutting them down and making our lumber and shit. So like,
Right. Yeah. Look at that picture, dude. That's comparable to the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, it's insane. I mean, what kind of tree was that? That's some weird. That's a weird looking trunk. What kind of tree is that?
Oh, hell, I have no idea. But look at this one. This one's as big as a fucking garage door, dude. That one there, I can see being used, especially the way it's rounded. On the bowl, it gets easier.
It's also a small garage door. That's like a 12-foot garage door,
Yeah.
10 or 12 foot, probably 10 foot actually. But
Yeah, but the one I got, I can't see. Fuck, they'd have to be 10-foot men in my opinion to use this, if not bigger.
Yep.
Well, you got to be able to move the saw more than like 2 feet in each direction, right? Like you have one at a time. So so a 10-foot saw might be, or a 12-foot saw might be able to do a 10-foot tree.
Yeah, well, a 12-foot saw, you're still going to only have a 2-foot, 3-foot draw. You're only pulling it 3 foot this way, 3 foot that way.
Pull like 3 feet in each direct out of a draw, probably like.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what good would a 30-foot saw do with a 3-foot draw?
A 30-foot saw would have to be for like a 26 or 27-foot tree. Like, well, what would you use it for otherwise?
I don't know. That's what I've thought every fucking time I look at it, dude. And they actually go for decent money, these older ones. But like I told my son, hey, we might need that someday, because he likes to eBay shit. And I like to let him because it's just shit sitting around that I've got no economical interest in, you know what I mean? But those, you never know. If society falls, they will be valuable. I mean, I know me and a healthy man that can keep up with me, we cut a lot of fucking wood with one of them saws quickly. I know how to sharpen it with a file, man.
You, dude, just the amount of sharpening. You'd be there all day sharpening saw blades.
Well, the teeth are so big, you don't have to do it that often, Lou. Really, it's not. It's more the stagger. One tooth goes one way, one goes the other way, and you keep a sharp edge on them.
Yeah, as long as you keep up on it, it's not a big deal. If you abuse it, then now you got a lot more work. But
yeah, if you're slamming it down or setting the teeth down in a manner you shouldn't be, yeah. But even dull, man, I can cut. Me and my brother used to use these to cut trees, not cut them down. But when my dad didn't want to go to town for fucking gas, we would cut up trees. We burn wood all winter. You know exactly how many face court you need for a winter. So my dad would make us. He had a projection. By the middle of the summer, you need to have at least half the wood split. And you need it all done before the end of the summer so it can cure. So we'd cut it with a 2-man saw and then start splitting with axes and splitting maws and wedges. Sledgehammer and wedge.
This is another slight turn of topic, but it's the same
Oh,
topic. But
okay, John.
I've talked with people in here and mentioned just how amazing the Victorian houses were in the early 1900s, even the late 1800s,
Yeah.
early 1900s. These awesome Victorian like mansions and stuff like that. And people, they're big mud flood guys. They'll write that off like that's nothing. If you look back, blah blah. It's like, but no, it's something. You got to understand.
It is.
Like, it because they put
my house is 135 years old, bro.
But that old growth wood that was here that they logged, like that doesn't exist anymore, that you'll never see again. Like
You won't get a grain like that. You won't get those grain patterns.
it went into those Victorian houses that freaking only lived for like a very short period of time. They're almost gone now. Yeah,
when my great grandpa built this farm, he recovered wood from older homes. Like the wood floors in here are probably 200 years old. And you don't see a wood grain pattern like my floors have.
Well, you'll never duplicate the stuff that you'll find in those houses. Like if you wreck it, it will never be the same ever.
Yeah,
Ever.
like my brass handles that look like acorns, or the ones that look like flowers, and the whole brass lock setup. Yeah, I know. I got some badass brass handles on hardwood doors. I like Victorian era too.
I just think it's amazing.
It stands a reason with the work you do and the workmanship you do that you would enjoy those houses and the amount of work that went into them.
Yeah. Well, I do a lot of because I do remodel, I do a lot of older houses. Sometimes the older the better. If I'm going to be doing it, it's a lot of work either way. If I'm going to be doing it,
Listen,
the older the better.
Lou, I know damn well if I needed crown molding remade and replaced, even if you didn't have the tools, I could give you my routers and my router sets, and you could make them. I know you could. You could do the crown capping around my porch that looks like clubs.
Look, if money's not an issue, if
No.
somebody wants a perfect duplicate, I'll fuck it up as many times as it takes to figure out what they did.
Yeah. So you seen the crowning around the Victorian houses where it does a archway, and then it comes down and it looks like a club, and it does another archway and then another club. That's how my trim, my top trim, cap trim, looks all the way around my porch. There's also beveled edges on it. It's not just cut, and left, and you cut out a club.
Dude,
No,
yeah,
it's all
that's what
hand
sucks.
finished.
That is what sucks. Like when you do have an older house, and you're trying to, they've got all these detailed moldings and stuff that just aren't made anymore. And if you want to reduplicate all that stuff, like that's what you have to do to keep the original look of the house. And I'm big about I'm big about that, like trying to keep the original look of a house. And if you really want to go all out, like honestly,
you ever
the
did
company
plaster
that I
crown?
work for that's in we don't do that as much as I wish we did. That's what I wish we did, is it like full on historical society fucking restorations. But we don't, but when I am working with a customer on their own personal house,
That's what I'm talking about.
and they're asking for opinions, like what would you do here and what would you do there, I look at the overall look of the house and how it was built, and I try to make sure that whatever it is that I do fits in with the other architecture and shit like that, and that's what a good craftsman does. Carpentry is a beautiful fucking thing, and it's no wonder Jesus was one, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, dude, you just in the crown molding, I know you know what I'm talking about. In my dining room, there's designs. It's called Carrillo crown molding or something like that. And it's designed in a certain manner all the way around. It's got these loops and leaves and stuff.
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm more of an exteriors kind of a guy, but when it comes to interiors, I know for a fact I have all the skills to do it all. It's just I might not know the names and stuff. I got all the tools and equipment and know how to do it. I just mostly my stuff is on the exteriors, which is, the old timers like to retire on the interior, but they usually start on the exterior. I'm not old yet. Once I'm too old to be climbing ladders and dealing with hot and cold and so much, yeah, I'm gonna be going indoors. I'm gonna be working on that stuff. But for now, I like getting the fresh air and scenery and doing things to the from the outside. Like I like the way that you can basically gift wrap a house, is the way I like to put it.
Yeah, dude. My stairway right now would go for like 25 grand just for the wood. I got an oak wall in my. You come in, there's a bench built into the staircase. Come in the foyer, and it's all oak. It's oak panels. And then there's a oak bench that's built into the wall that you can sit on. It's all oak staircase with oak rails that go up to the upstairs. My great grandfather built that.
Yeah, so I don't want you having the wrong impression though. It's like I'm not a trained Finnish carpenter. That's like a passion of mine that
Oh, I'm with you.
I would love to be,
I'm
but
not either, but I know I could do the shit, and I know I appreciate the detail that's went into it. Just the fact that you say I can't do it is like me saying I'm really not a Lamborghini mechanic, but Lou, if I owned one, I would work on that bitch.
Fucker out, and it would be the best one on the block.
Right. So, I mean, I own a Victorian home. I was raised with a father who maintained it and thought you don't own a home till you maintain it. And I knew by the time I was 15, this was going to be my home. My brothers didn't give a shit about every little detail of the house, but my dad did because his father built it. And I could tell you what every little thing was. So I already knew. I said, Mom, Dad's gonna leave me the house, huh? She said, Oh, you think? I said, Yeah. She said, Yeah, and that, you're getting them bets too, and you know why too. I'm like, Yeah, I know every little thing about that bet. I can tell you exactly what's into every bet my dad got. She said, Yeah, and you can do the house the same way. That means you can maintain it. Your dad don't believe giving shit to people that can't maintain it. He wants to know it's a legacy. It's his father's legacy. So I knew. I was like, yeah, bet. He told my dad what my plans were for this house before he passed. He asked on his deathbed because he was bedridden for the last 9 months of it. We talked a lot about, military service, about the house, about the company, about the family. He said, Well, what would you do to this house? I said, Well, I'd leave it the way it is, Dad, but I might have to tear it apart one day to totally rewire it. And he's like, Yeah, that's going to need to be done one day. And then I didn't do it until I had a house fire, from a lightning strike. But I
Yeah,
was talking,
that's a good time to do it.
right. But I was talking about adding on to it. And that's when he said, If you put another room on it, we got more of the flooring, just like in the front room above the barn. It's stacked up there, and I'm like, yeah, I know where all that stuff is. I know where all the molding is, all the crown molding, all the door trims, door caps, hardwood doors. I know where all that stuff is. I plan on using it. And he's like,
Yeah,
ah,
if anybody really wants to homestead, build a house, something like that, that's a big tip too. Is when you're doing the original construction, store plenty of extra materials of what you use, so that if you're planning to stay there for a long time, generationally, so that they can replace the pieces, you need to have that.
yeah, yeah. See, and my grandfather did that because this area was over overwhelmed with Victorian homes. And in his era, the kids didn't, they moved out and had a family, but they didn't move off the property. They built a house on the property, you know? So there's all these Victorian homes down, and people are letting them rot and building ranch style homes and living in ranch style homes, you know what I mean? So my grandfather, and it was a Amish area too. My grandfather would go around and collect. If you had an old Amish barn you didn't use, he'd come in and offer to buy the thing off you and take it down piece by piece and have an Amish farm kit in the backyard. And he'd strip houses, he'd recover everything he could from them. My grandfather loved to do that. That was his thing. I mean, there was I'd say I got enough shit here to build 3 fucking houses, and it takes 2 barns to store the shit, and there would be extra. I still got lead plumbing. That matter of fact, now that I mention it, I want to.
I'm pretty sure I probably have lead somewhere around this place. This place is 125 years old, so like.
Yeah, not in the house. Not in the house, as stored as extra. You know what I mean? In the barn.
Oh,
brand new lead plumbing, never installed. I got an old gas line, old gas pipes too. I mean, I can do custom gas pipes. Cut the pipe to fit, thread it. I got a pipe cutter, pipe threader. Get the whole. Yep. Yeah, that was my grandfather's. I got the whole set.
Yeah, those pipe threading machines, they're expensive. They're pretty basic, but they're expensive, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, that shit comes in handy though, man. I do rental homes too. You know, I'll buy a home and go in and restore it. Normally, if I buy a Victorian home in town, I'll take all the nice stuff out and just put new cheap stuff in because I'm gonna rent it. I just put it in the barn with the rest of the stuff. Like I bought my oldest daughter a home, and somebody else had done that, and I pretty much gutted it. I gutted it and put it back together the way I wanted it. And her husband, they were friends forever, dude. He helped me do every bit of it. So, and he did construction, but now he works for me. So,
No, it's great to hear the success stories of families who did it right. It sounds like your family has been doing it right for a little while now, and that's good to hear.
They were religious, highly religious people, God-fearing people. They even gave back to the community. My great-great-grandfather, his first property he owned was in town, and it was the Wing Farm. It was called the Wing Farm, but it's now prison property. It belongs to Southern Michigan State Prison. And my grandfather moved the farm 30 miles the other way when they started building the prison, and he donated the property to the prison system. I go by that thing today and it still says Wing Family Farm. And it's a fucking trustee farm. We got a park here called Ellisharp Park. When one generation before my great grandfather, when we were my grandmother's was a Sharp, and a Sharp married a Wing, and they were given like 30,000 acres in town. We got a road here called Stonewall Road. We got a road where they built a stone wall from
My
field
bad.
rocks.
My bad. You probably feel like you had to keep talking. I was on mute and didn't realize it when I was
Oh yeah.
But just to try to bring it back a little bit, like it's awesome that like your family seems to be doing it right. I think maybe you heard me say that, right?
Yeah, that's why one of my big pet peeves is to talk about.
I was saying to bring it back a little bit though, like is the whole reason we got into this is just I'm just as a woodworker, I'm astounded at and knowing the history of it, like the old growth, the size of these trees, the things that we were using.
Oh yeah.
The amount of it that they took down, and with sheer manpower. And I'm looking now at this picture that Joshua posted. like look using one of those huge saws, those 2-man saws, and I'm like, yeah, they would be way better with that 2 men and a blade at taking down a tree that size than a guy with a chainsaw. They're going to be way more efficient at it. Like that blade, that a chainsaw can only cut so far. You can only hold so much. Like this thing goes across a giant tree.
Yeah, that's about the size of the one I got too. So maybe I stand corrected. Maybe it wouldn't take a giant. But the guy on the left looks pretty fucking big.
It's more about it's more about tact. When it comes to cutting, like it's all about like how you hit it, like how smooth you are, and like
Yeah.
Your
rhythm.
Yeah.
Consistent. If you keep it consistent, I guess you're right. Even if you only get a 2-foot draw, dude, if you're consistent about it, you cut quickly. Me and my brother,
you have teeth the entire way along that blade, so it's cutting, for everything. If you got a chainsaw ripping through that thing, it's doing what 10,000 revolutions per minute, and cutting. I mean, the efficiency of it is just way down compared to that.
for the RPMs. Yeah, I'm with you. Dude, they cut some big fucking trees down on this earth. Don't think they didn't. Look at this one.
Well, and because they're taking it in basically 3 cuts. They do their undercut, which is a straight cut. Then they create their wedge. They cut down for a third of the tree. Then they come from the back, and then it goes in the direction they aimed it. Like, there's not much guesswork there. They made 3 cuts in 3 straight planes. Like, so they're gonna so where they fell it is gonna even be more accurate because of that.
Oh my god!
Cutting that many trees, those big trees, probably took out a lot of birds. The guy earlier.
A lot of big birds didn't have. Yeah, a lot of big birds didn't have a place to live no more.
Mama. And how do you say girls in school?
Hey.
She's like telling stories at this time.
Yeah, I love stories. I'm a dad. I love babies.
This time she's telling her stories.
Yeah, I was telling my daughter at 50, I was thinking about having another kid again, and she's like, "Oh, well, Dad, then you're gonna be happy that you can have the grandkid while I'm in service." She's stationed in town now as a recruiter, and she does other work plus recruiter. She's still electronic intel, but she's a recruiter and an intelligence officer who works from an office. Electronic intel. But she's pregnant again. Like, well, you can babysit while I'm at work, Dad. Many hands make light work. I'm like, man, I can though. Don't get me wrong. I can put a child safety seat in the Harley truck and put one in back. I actually enjoyed babies, man. You put the backpack on when they get so big, you can wear them, put them in a backpack on your back, and put them in the front. I used to take my kids all over when they were still 1 and 2 years old, put them in backpacks, hike them through the woods to Quantinon Falls, Niagara Falls. I took my youngest daughter. We hadn't been there in like 5 years. I took her at 14 to Niagara Falls, and we hiked there. And she's like, For some reason, Dad, this seems familiar to me. I'm like, yeah, I hiked you down this trail like 5 times before you were old enough to even say a word. I hope it looks familiar. You got pictures of it too. She didn't believe me. I had to show her pictures. Lou, you're muted.
No, I know. That's because I walked out of the room to go take a leak. And I was about to grab another beer, but it's like too late to have more beer. I have to go to bed. So have a good night, guys.
All right, Lou. Don't work too hard tomorrow, bro.
Later.
Oh, dude, we got it easy right now. Easy jobs we're installing vinyl shutters. It's like I'm making making like $500 a day putting on like the easiest work, doing the easiest work that I've done in like 10 years.